Konoha 43 years, spring. Uchiha Bakushuin looked at himself in the mirror. On his handsome but slightly immature face, a pair of scarlet eyes, and a positive triangle inlaid in a blood-colored ring. This is by Xian's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The pupil technique of the left eye is called Eight Thoughts in God, and the ability is to deduce knowledge. The pupil technique of the right eye is called Bitangishin, and its ability is to generate matter. Together, the two eyes represent the power that creates everything. Open the kaleidoscope at the age of 10, such a talent is not bad among the crossers. It's just that now I'm only 10 years old after all, and my body has not yet fully developed, and this pair of kaleidoscopes still has a greater burden on the body, and it is difficult to use it at will. But what is knowledge about the pupil technique in my left eye? Knowledge is the answer to the problem. Deduce. In the left eye, the triangle becomes a square, becomes a regular pentagon, a regular hexagon. It quickly turns into a circle, while the ring of the outer circle is the opposite, and quickly turns into a positive triangle. When this process was completed, Bai Xian also deduced a chakra immortal cultivation method in Chi training chapter based on the chakra refining method of the Uchiha family, combined with the knowledge related to immortal arts. It not only absorbs natural energy, synthesizes fairy chakra, strengthens the body and spirit, but also prolongs life, and even has powerful healing powers, which can be used to relieve kaleidoscope damage to the eyes. This pupil technique is really powerful. I couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth, hooked a bright smile, and my eyes were even more pleasantly surprised. Since the passage, Bai Xian has been studying immortal arts in addition to cultivation and study. Because Bai Xian knew that ordinary ninjas who used chakra were basically short-lived, while immortals who mastered immortal arts could live for thousands of years. And Bai Xian was born in the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family has a great business and a long inheritance, and there is also a lot of knowledge related to immortal arts, which also allows Bai Xian to study some results. It's just that although there are some results, the power of immortal art is still too difficult to master. Until he opened the kaleidoscope and used the pupil technique to deduce, Bai Xian took the opportunity to master the power of immortal art. With the Chakra Immortal Method Chi training chapter, sooner or later I will be able to become a powerhouse of the 6th Dao level, and I will even be able to have a long lifespan and enjoy life to the fullest. But the ninja world is full of crises, and even the Third Ninja World War is about to break out, and although the ninja are strong, most of them are high attack and low defense, and the vast majority of the strong people in the ninja world can even be killed by Kuwu. To solve this problem, I may be able to create an armor. Thinking of this, Bai Xian activated the pupil technique again. Deduction. The ring of the left eye becomes a positive triangle, and the positive triangle becomes a ring. However, between the electric flint, a new secret technique, or pupil technique, was born, Susanoo armor. The knowledge of mechanics is used, and the utilization rate of knowledge is really high. I like it. For this pupil technique, Bai Xian was more and more satisfied. At the next moment, with Bai Xian's mind moving, the kaleidoscope pattern of the right eye changes suddenly, triangulating circles, rounding triangles. Substance generation. The pupil power combined with chakra turns into a special metal substance, which is not only hard, but also very light, and has nearly 100% chakra conductivity. Between breaths, a set of metal full-body armor covered Bai Xian's body, like a Kamen rider, like an armored warrior, pure white background, pure gold pattern, noble and gorgeous. Being able to generate this metal substance, the effect of this pupil technique is more powerful than I guessed. Perhaps no one in the Hokage world could understand the power of this pupil technique. But Bai Xian knew very well that the scientific research in the previous life was already very profound, and many technical theories were very mature. The reason why it cannot be achieved is limited by the materials on the blue star, or the progress of materials science. Without the relevant materials, even if the aircraft engine has already been designed, it cannot be manufactured. If there are enough rich materials, the level of human science and technology can at least be improved by a large section, and perhaps the era of interstellar navigation has begun. The pupil technique of the 5 gods of other heavens can consume chakra and generate materials with various properties. As long as the quality of chakra is high enough, aviation materials can be easily generated. With this pupil technique, a lot of theoretical knowledge in my brain can be translated into related techniques. With strong expectations in his eyes, Bai Xian suddenly felt that roaming the universe was not far away. His fingers touched the Susanoo armor on his body, and this special metal texture made Bai Xian look forward to his future even more. I haven't started to cultivate the Chakra Immortal Method Chi training chapter yet, and when I master the Immortal Chakra, I can use the Immortal Chakra to make the Susanoo armor, and its various properties can be further improved. At that time, maybe the all-out attack of the Shadow-level powerhouse will not be able to break through the defense of Susanoo's armor. This is the power of pupil technique combined with technology. In that case, what are you waiting for? As soon as his mind moved, the Susanoo armor on his body turned into pupil power and chakra, which was absorbed by his right eye. This pupil technique is not only powerful, but also low in consumption, which is really quite practical. Finding a place to sit cross-legged, Bai Xian immediately closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Chakra Immortal method in Qi training chapter. The energy of heaven and earth is perceived by meditation, then absorbed, and then the physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy are fused in the body in a ratio of 1 to 1 to 1, so as to synthesize the fairy chakra. Immortal chakra travels and circulates in the meridian system, and begins to subtly strengthen the body and spirit, and some of it is absorbed by cells, which begins to promote cell growth and repair cell damage, thereby achieving the effect of prolonging life. Before you know it, time passes quickly. It was dark and bright again. Until the next day, Bai Xian opened his eyes refreshed. Feeling the power of the fairy chakra, feeling the changes in body and spirit, Bai Xian couldn't help but show a happy smile. That's wonderful. This feeling of becoming stronger little by little, this is what the extraordinary power system should look like. This is cultivation, as if life is constantly evolving. The original chakra refining method only damages and squeezes the body and spirit, which is why ninjas are so short-lived. If I could, I really want to continue cultivating the Chakra Immortal Cultivation Method Qi training chapter at home. But learning knowledge is also very important, and the time is almost up. Wash up, have breakfast, and go to school to read. As soon as he reached the gate of the ninja school, Bai Xian was stopped by a familiar and short figure. With silver hair and a pitch-black mask, this person was Kakashi. Uchiha Bekhyun, I plan to graduate early, and you are the recognized chief of the school. I want to challenge you, defeat you, and prove that the school is no longer useful to me. Kakashi spoke calmly and confidently, as if telling a fact. As Kakashi's voice fell, many people around cast their gazes and showed different expressions. What the? Kakashi is actually graduating early. He also has to challenge Bai Xian and prove that the school is no longer useful to him. He's been in school for less than a year, and it's only 5 years old. It's just that although Kakashi is young, no one underestimates him, not only because he was the first in grade, but also because his father was the famous Konoha White Fang. After a pause, Bai Xian said expressionlessly, "It's really ignorant and arrogant." As the voice fell, Bai Xian's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Such a terrifying speed also made Kakashi, as well as the people around him, couldn't help but widen their eyes and show shocked expressions. Too fast. Can't see it at all. The next moment, Hakugen grabbed Kakashi's neck, and the strength made it impossible to breathe. Learning and growing is a process that takes time to accumulate, even if you are talented. Now you are just an ant in front of the real strong. What qualifies you to look down on ninja school? The 5-year-old shouted that school was no longer useful to him. Even if this child was Kakashi, Bai Xian only felt naive and ridiculous. The eyes of the people around them widened, and their faces were full of surprise. They also did not expect that Bakuhyan would defeat Kakashi with one move, and still in this crushing way. It seems that Kakashi may not be as powerful. Or maybe Bai Xian's strength was stronger than they thought. The speed just now is not something that ordinary ninjas can have. As for what Bai Xian said, they didn't feel anything. Only Kakashi, pondering in his mind. Perhaps today's decision is that I am too anxious. But what Bekhyun did to himself also made Kakashi feel an indescribable shame. When Hakugen released his palm, Kakashi coughed involuntarily twice. Looking at Bai Xian's back as he walked into the school, he said loudly, "Uchiha Bai Xian, next time I will definitely defeat you." Bai Xian didn't say anything, just walked towards his classroom. After sitting down, Bai Xian began to read. It has to be said that Senjutsu is very talented, and his ninjutsu seal principle almost clarifies the essence of ninjutsu and nodding, a ninja application technique to chakra. The ninja unleashes ninjutsu by sealing to assist himself in controlling chakra. Therefore, in theory, as long as the ninja has enough control over chakra, he can use a ninja seal, or even without a seal, to release ninjutsu. It seems that I also need to create a secret art that can help me control the fairy chakra. It's too much of a waste of time to release ninjutsu, and if all ninjutsu can be released without a seal, it will definitely greatly enhance my combat ability. Just as Haku was thinking, Kakashi's challenge to Hakugen had already come to Konoha. In the Hokage office, 8th ARI looked at Bai Xian's basic information, and his eyes became deeper. With Bai Xian's grades, in fact, Bai Xian was able to graduate early 2 years ago. It's just that Bai Xian refused at that time, saying that he still had many shortcomings and wanted to study for 2 more years. There is nothing to refuse here. But the students who are about to graduate this year are basically mediocre, and there are no teammates suitable for Bai Xian. And there is also a very serious question: who will become Bai Xian's teacher? If he doesn't arrange anything, the Uchiha family will arrange it, and then he will lose the opportunity to win over Bai Xian. This Bai Xian is a rare genius. Zilla also came back from Yuyan village last year and took in a student. Wave Feng Shuman, 9-tailed man pillar force, Uchiha. No, you can't let Uchiha get close to the human pillar force. Since the sacrifice, Tsunade's condition has been very poor, and it is not suitable. It seems that you can only let the big snake pill go. After making a decision, Sarutobi directly ordered the Dark Ninja to summon Orochimaru. Not long after, Orochimaru appeared in Hokage's office. Sarutobi-sensei. Seeing the big snake pill, the expression of the ape flying sun chop also softened a lot, and now the big snake pill is still the proud disciple of the ape flying sun chop. Well, big snake pill, look at this. The big snake pill listened, and directly picked up Bai Xian's information. Gifted, intelligent, love of learning, humility, and arrogance. This Uchiha Bai Xian seems to have something like himself. Does Sarutobi-sensei want me to be Uchiha Hakugen's teacher? After putting down the information, the words of the big snake pill also made the ape flying sun show a smile. He knew that he didn't need to say anything, and the big snake pill would naturally understand his thoughts. Big snake pill, you can touch it first. Just as the ape flying sun chop understands the big snake pill, the big snake pill also understands the ape flying sun chop. I understood. If nothing else, I'll go back and experiment. Hearing the word experiment, Ape Fei's eyes couldn't help but show a little strangeness, and his mood was not as relaxed as at the beginning, but he didn't say anything, just nodded gently. Go ahead. Looking at the back of the big snake pill leaving, Ape Fei's eyes also became deeper. Although the big snake pill is talented, he is very satisfied. But the extreme pursuit of the big snake pill, as well as the indifference in his bones, all made the ape flying sun very headache. People like Orochimaru. Is it really possible to become a qualified Hokage? When I am older, it is time to retire. If Orochimaru can't become a qualified Hokage, who in Konoha can become a fourth-generation Hokage? White teeth. Harm. After sighing faintly, Ape Flying Sun Chopper couldn't help but pick up his pipe. The smoke seems to be able to dispel the sorrow in the heart. The other side, on the way back to the laboratory, Orochimaru casually thought about Uchiha Bakushuin. I don't know why, I have a very special feeling. Maybe this Uchiha Bakushuin will be the same kind of person as me. If that's the case, it's very interesting. Thinking of this, the eyes of the big snake pill couldn't help but flood with expectation. It's better to meet this Uchiha Bakushuin tonight. The cold moon hangs alone. Bai Xian, who was cultivating the Chakra Immortal method in Chi training chapter, suddenly opened his eyes and immediately spoke. Since you're here, why hide in the shadows? Senior Orochimaru, sit down and have a cup of tea and have a chat. As Bai Xian's voice fell, the figure of the big snake pill also suddenly appeared. He looked at Bai Xian in surprise, but he did not expect that Bai Xian could sense him. And this feeling, it is very familiar, it is the breath of fairy arts. Uchiha Bakushuin, you really surprised me. Showing an inexplicable smile, the big snake pill sat opposite Bai Xian without the slightest concern. The brain turned quickly, and Bai Xian quickly thought of the reason for the arrival of the big snake pill. Most likely, Sarutobi Hinata wants to make Orochimaru his own student and turn me, a genius of the Uchiha clan, into his person. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to surprise Senior Orochimaru, but I have long wanted to get acquainted with the senior of the Great Snake Pill, but I have never had the opportunity. I'm quite happy to be able to meet you, Senior Orochimaru, today. While speaking, Bai Xian poured 2 cups of tea. Why do you want to befriend me? The big snake pill is now more and more curious and looking forward to it. Taking a sip of warm tea, Bai Xian said unhurriedly, there are not many people in this world who understand the importance of scientific research, and there are even fewer people with scientific research talents, and the senior of the Great Snake Pill is one of the best. Oh? After receiving Bai Xian's reply, the big snake pill also showed an interested expression. And then? In Bai Xian's plan, the big snake pill was already a very important key figure, and now that he could see the big snake pill, what should be said Bai Xian's heart had been premeditated. I want to study something with Orochimaru-senpai. For example, fairy arts, blood succession, the evolution of life, and even how to achieve eternal life. As soon as these words came out, the big snake pill could no longer remain calm. His eyes suddenly became sharp, like a snake on a hunt. The big snake pill looked into Bai Xian's eyes, and his tone was a little more serious and serious. Do you really think that humans can get immortality? Hearing the big snake pill's question, Bai Xian suddenly laughed. I don't know if you know the elder of the Great Snake Pill, our ancestors used to worship flames and thought that flames were gods. And now, flame is just a tool of humans. Why do you think this is, Senior of the Great Snake Pill? Slightly stunned, the big snake pill replied softly, because humans already know the principle of flame ignition. That's right, Bai Xian continued in a calm tone. Humans already know how flames ignite. If you study it, you can understand. As long as you understand, you can master. The immortals of the 3 Holy Lands have lived for thousands of years, and they are all flesh and blood. Why can't humans live forever? According to Bai Xian's logic, the eyes of the big snake pill couldn't help but light up. He seemed to understand something. Maybe fairy magic is the key to opening the door of eternal life. His dream is not absurd. As long as he keeps studying, why can't humans live forever? Bai Suanjun, you really surprised me. I'm really happy to meet you. Orochimaru smiled, smiling brightly, as if full of hope and life. Me too. After the two looked at each other and smiled, the big snake pill also took a sip of tea, and then continued to speak. It seems that by Suanjun, you do not lack real teachers, but a nominal teacher can reduce you a lot of trouble. I wonder if I have a chance to become Bai Suanjun's nominal teacher. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Xian replied, I've never been afraid of those troubles, and I don't need a titular teacher. I know what you think, Senior Snake Pill, and I also know Senior Big Snake Pill. You must be able to see that I have initially mastered the power of immortal arts. We can start with a deal and then slowly deepen the cooperation. Deal? Exchange the fairy art of Longdi Cave for your fairy art? Although it was a questioning sentence, there was not the slightest doubt in the eyes of the Big Snake Pill. Of course. Bai Xian smiled slightly, and the Big Snake Pill also smiled slightly. Okay. Next, the two chatted for a while until the tea in the teacup was exhausted, and the Big Snake Pill took his leave. He still has experiments to do, and today is his first meeting with Bai Xian, and it is enough to confirm the deal, so it is not appropriate to talk more. As for Bai Xian, he was thinking about some future things. In the immortal inheritance of Longdi Cave, there is a technique called inorganic rebirth, which can give life to inorganic things and control them, and the speed is very fast. The pupil technique of his right eye can generate substances, and what effect will it have if inorganic rebirth is used to give life to these substances? How powerful can the living Susanoo armor become? And another important point is that after obtaining the immortal art of Longdi Cave, he can further optimize and upgrade the Chakra Immortal Method Chi training chapter, so that he can also become stronger at a faster speed. Power. After finally whispering in his heart, Bai Xian washed the teacup, and then continued to cultivate the Chakra Immortal Cultivation Method Chi training chapter. At the same time, Chi Mu is at home. White Fang looked at his son Kakashi with a concerned look and said, Kakashi, I already know what happened this morning. I don't know what you think, whether you still want to graduate early. Listening to his father's question, Kakashi's expression froze slightly, and after 2 seconds of silence, Kakashi replied, this setback may not be a good thing. Uchiha Bekhyun said that learning knowledge is very important. I read the book for a while today, and I feel that it is indeed so. And I really need a period of precipitation, learning knowledge and practicing practice. Listening to Kakashi's reply, White Fang's face also showed a relieved expression. It's great that Kakashi can recognize this. He understood the importance of knowledge very well, and if he did not have enough knowledge reserves, he would not be able to optimize and upgrade the Kimura sword art to the White Fang Flow sword art and become the Konoha White Fang of the famous ninja world. If Kakashi studies well and can continue to upgrade the White Fang Flow sword art in the future and create his own and more powerful sword art, then Kakashi will definitely be able to surpass himself. As a father, White Fang sincerely hopes that his son Kakashi can surpass him. Kakashi, I'm glad you have such an idea. Study hard and cultivate hard. I believe that your future will definitely surpass me. I will. The next day. Bai Xian, Elder Instant, please, lead the way. Not long after, Bai Xian met the leader of the Uchiha Hawks, Uchiha in an instant. This old man was once Uchiha's subordinate, and even incited Uchiha to rebel and went to prison during the reign of the second Hokage, and did not come out until the third Hokage ascended the throne. Uchiha looked at Bai Xian for a moment. He could feel Bai Xian's extraordinary, but he couldn't see through Bai Xian. Because Bai Xian is not at all like the ordinary Uchiha, but there are some men who send him to prison like that. Senju Kurama. Love to learn, thirst for knowledge, want to study the principle and essence of everything. Such a person is destined to touch taboos and do something cruel for the sake of the so-called truth. And he didn't know what was going on in the head of such a person. Bai Xian, you are graduating this year. I don't know what your plans are. Uchiha asked in a deep voice. What are my plans? Elder Instant, you said that with these eyes. Can I become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? While speaking, Bai Xian opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The ring was inlaid with a positive triangle, and the blood-colored pattern slowly turned, and the indescribable sense of oppression made Uchiha couldn't help but widen his eyes in an instant, revealing an incredibly shocked expression. How is that possible? Bai Xian, you are only 10 years old, and you actually opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Even Madara-sama. Saying this, Uchiha's voice stopped abruptly. He suddenly realized that Bai Xian might be a genius far beyond Madara-sama. The Uchiha family has never lacked genius, but no one has ever been able to open the kaleidoscope chakra eye at the age of 10. Even without a brother, Bai Xian's future is likely to surpass Madara-sama. Why can't such a genius become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha worships power, and Bai Xian, who has these eyes, should become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. After a moment of silence, Uchiha replied directly, of course. After graduation, you will be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. It's just that I want to know how you want to manage the Uchiha clan, and what the future of the Uchiha clan will be like in your plan. Hearing Uchiha's question, Bai Xian smiled slightly, as if he had been prepared, and replied, enhance the overall strength of the Uchiha clan, reform the police force, make money in business, develop science and technology, monopolize trade, and control the world's economic lifeline. Bai Xian's reply made Uchiha pause slightly, and his eyes were even more puzzled. Can you elaborate? Okay, let's sit down and talk slowly. Bai Xian smiled confidently, which also made Uchiha show an expectant expression in an instant. He thought of Senjima, the man who established the ninja school, created the Chunin examination system, set up the Shadow Division, and made Uchiha a police force. These are all things that Uchiha couldn't think of in an instant, and Bai Xian is really a bit like a thousand hands, so what kind of changes will Bai Xian bring to Uchiha? He's really looking forward to it. Bai Xian knew that what Uchiha cared about most was how to improve the strength of the Uchiha clan, but Bai Xian first skipped the topic and began to talk about how to reform the police force. What kind of institution the police force is, Bai Xian really knows too well. However, the characteristics of Uchiha are difficult to play the role of the police force, but it makes the public hate Uchiha even more. So the police force must change, and Uchiha must change his image in the public eye. Let the phrase "if you have difficulties, find police" deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. This is Bai Xian's goal. With the escort of a new police force, it is very convenient to vigorously develop business and earn a lot of money. This money can be used to develop technology and then use new technology to monopolize commerce, so as to gradually control the world's economic lifeline. What does it mean to have the world's economic lifeline? It means that when money stands up and speaks, all truth is silenced. Bai Xian's incomparably calm voice seemed to have inexplicable magic. These words even made Uchiha feel a little frightened for a moment. He never thought about these things, and these words were not only capable of turning the human heart into a tool and mastering the human mind, it is also able to turn money into collars, and all human beings into slaves to money. If the Uchiha family really controls the world's economic lifeline, so what will Uchiha become? Is the world truly dominant? Of course, Uchiha instantly understood a truth, that is, strength is the foundation of everything. Without strength, even if Uchiha controls the world's economic lifeline, the strong can take away the control of the world's economic lifeline by destroying Uchiha. After being silent for a long time, Uchiha spoke in an instant. Bai Xian, your wisdom has completely surpassed my understanding, and what you said is indeed very reasonable, and it is indeed possible to achieve it. Just I want to ask you, do you know how powerful Uchiha needs to be to hold all this? Can you make the Uchiha clan so powerful? Listening to Uchiha's question, Bai Xian smiled. Instant elder, don't move, I'll let you see how powerful my kaleidoscope really is. As Bai Xian's words fell, Uchiha couldn't help but pause slightly, and his eyes showed a bit of abruptness and expectation. It turned out that Bai Xian's method of improving Uchiha's overall strength was his kaleidoscope chakra eye pupil technique. Is it a kaleidoscope pupil technique that can improve the strength of others? What will it look like? It's really exciting. When Bai Xian stretched out his palm, the kaleidoscope of his right eye suddenly changed, and hard and light metal was formed, turning into a set of Susanoo armor covering Uchiha's body. This is? Just when Uchiha was shocked, Bai Xian's voice slowly sounded. I call it Susanoo armor, and the current Susanoo armor is completely immune to the attacks of ordinary shinobi. And as my strength continues to get stronger, the performance of Susanoo's armor can also continue to improve. When Susanoo armor is completely immune to the attacks of shadow-level powerhouses, when all ninjas in the clan wear Susanoo armor, instantaneous elder, how powerful do you think Uchiha can become? And, I have other methods and plans to improve the overall strength of the Uchiha clan. Saying this, Bai Xian stopped speaking, and Uchiha was trembling with excitement at that moment. Bai Xian, no! Lord Bai Xian, from now on, I, Uchiha, am your most loyal subordinate. Death, he knelt. He doesn't want to be your student? Ape Fei looked at the big snake pill, his eyes solemn, as if he was thinking about what the meaning of this matter contained. As for the big snake pill, after a wisp of color flashed in his eyes, he said in a meaningful tone, I can only say that Uchiha Bakushin is not an ordinary Uchiha, he is fundamentally different from other Uchibo. So Sarutobi-sensei, you don't really need to be so jealous of Uchiha Bakushin. Since he was inspired by Bai Xian's words, and even made an agreement with Bai Xian, the big snake pill was naturally full of good feelings for Bai Xian. In his opinion, Bai Xian is destined to become his partner, and he is also destined to be the future fourth generation of Hokage, so he also hopes that his teacher will not be afraid of Bai Xian. Listening to the words of the big snake pill, Ape Flying Sun Chopper also began to think deeply. Although he did not trust the great snake pill 100%, the great snake pill was his proud student after all, and the opinion of the great snake pill naturally had weight. Since the big snake pill said so, he naturally did not intend to care about this matter. Just silently wrote down the name Bai Xian. Maybe in the near future, he can use this chess piece. I see. In that case, this matter will end. At the same time, Bai Xian also finished reading The Principle of Ninjutsu's Ceiling. It can only be said that Qian Xiao is worthy of being a scientific genius who has developed a large number of forbidden techniques, and this book inspired Bai Xian. Different ninjutsu have the same release principle, and the seal is just a guide to chakra, or a switch. It is precisely because of this that the thousand-hand pillar can slap a big hand and form a ninja seal, which can release different wooden ninjutsu. As long as the ability to master chakra reaches a certain level, you can perfectly control the ninjutsu of a certain attribute, so as to achieve a seal interpretation. And in my opinion, the Thousand-Hand Pillar did not exert the degree of control of Mudun ninjutsu to the extreme. What if he could seal it with one hand? Doesn't you even need to clap your hands? As for Wuji releasing arbitrary ninjutsu, it is not that simple, and it needs more in-depth research, so let's talk about it in the future. Bai Xian has already mastered the skill of one-handed sealing, and if he masters the technique of releasing ninjutsu with one more seal, then he can release ninjutsu with half seal, which is enough to greatly improve Bai Xian's combat effectiveness. It's just that Bai Xian's inspiration through the book The Principle of Ninjutsu Sealing is more than this knowledge. Chakra Meridian System, Ninjutsu Release Procedure, and Uchiha's Best Fire Escape, combined with the technique of auxiliary control of Fairy Art Chakra, I seem to be able to create an amazing magic through my kaleidoscope. Let's talk about it when I get home from school. After whispering a word in his heart, Bai Xian took out another book from his bag, exploring the relationship between the human body, spirit, and chakra. Bai Xian, who loves to learn, can forget the passage of time once he starts reading. Before you know it, it's time for school. Go home, eat, and then use pupil surgery. The change of the ring and triangle made Bai Xian's brain become extremely active, and a large amount of knowledge was quickly arranged and combined, and the old and new. A fire immortal art was born. This immortal art can allow me to release all the fire dung I have mastered with a single gesture, and even the power of the immortal chakra, and it can also allow me to control the flame to a certain extent, so this immortal art is called the art of imperial flame. As Bai Xian stretched out his right hand, straightened his index finger and thumb, half of the yin seal came out. The fiery red flame suddenly condensed at the fingertips, and then quickly expanded. Immortal art and fire dragon art. However, in an instant, a fierce and domineering fire dragon condensed and surrounded Bai Xian's body. Shui is really handsome, and the power is much stronger than ordinary fire ninjutsu. Even, while speaking, Bai Xian concentrated and controlled the How Fire Dragon to slowly hover. I can also control this mighty fire dragon, or many mighty fire dragons at the same time. Saying this, a picture also appeared in Bai Xian's mind. Driving dozens of fire dragons, he is like a god of flames, crisscrossing the battlefield, and no one can beat him. But speaking of which, with the Imperial Flame technique, I may be able to develop other fire escape immortal arts, and there is no need to be imprisoned by the existing fire escape ninjutsu system. His eyes flickered slightly, and Bai Xian suddenly thought of the third generation of Thunder Shadow and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. They have all mastered a secret technique called the Thunder Chakra mode. Use Thunder Chakra to enhance your physique, use Thunder Chakra to form armor, use Thunder Chakra to increase reaction speed, and use Thunder Chakra to combine to fight. Even the three generations of Thunder Shadow also created a secret technique called Black Thunder on the basis of Lei Dun Chakra, which is already a qualitative change of Lei Dun Chakra. And Kakashi also controlled the qualitative transformation of Thunder Chakra in the future, creating the Purple Electric secret technique. So why didn't you create an immortal art called the Fire Chakra mode? Another immortal art called Jin Yan? As for why it was Jin Yan, it was naturally because Bai Xian liked gold. That's the idea. But I still need to do some research, and hopefully I can create these two fire immortal arts before I graduate. The other side. Tuan Zhang also got information about Bai Xian. The Uchiha clan actually gave birth to a genius, the naturally evil family has grown again, and Kanaha's cancer has grown again. What's even more hateful is that Ape Flying Sun Chopper actually allowed the growth of this cancer of Uchiha. He doesn't deserve to be Hokage. The more he looked, the more gloomy Tuan Zhang's eyes became, and the more malicious he became. If only I were Hokage. There was a little more regret on his face, but Tuan Zhang quickly contained these useless emotions. But even if I'm not Hokage, I can guard Konoha in my own way. Anyway, that guy from Ape Fei has always been weak. As long as the facts are already doomed, he will only compromise. It's just that I can't be in a hurry. I can let Ryoma contact this Uchiha Bakushuin first. Thinking like this, Tuan Zhang also had a plan in his heart. Soon, in the Oil Girl, Ryoma received the order of Tenzo. The night grew darker. Bai Xian, who was cultivating the Chakra Immortal Method Chi training chapter, suddenly opened his eyes. Has Tenzo noticed me? Just in time. Bai Xian knows that Danzo is deeply influenced by Senjima, and believes that the Uchiha clan is Konoha's cancer, and has always wanted to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Tuanzang is naturally an enemy that Bai Xian cannot reconcile, and there is no room for relaxation. It's just time to use the root to test the art of imperial inflammation. Silently, dense insects quickly approached Bai Xian in the dark. However, in the next moment, the crimson fire suddenly bloomed. The flames were like snakes of fire, suddenly wandering in the void, igniting one insect after another, burning them to ashes. In the silence, a little ash fell to the ground. And the face of the oil girl Ryoma couldn't help but sank, and her eyes were filled with surprise, shock, jealousy, caution, and other expressions. Hidden in the shadows, he didn't expect that with his own strength, he would actually be discovered by Bai Xian, a student. He didn't expect that this Bai Xian could actually master such a rapid fire at this age. Even he hadn't noticed the Bai Xian seal yet, it was released too quickly. And this fire attack is too accurate, without the slightest waste, accurately burning every parasite. You must know that his parasite is not an ordinary bug, and the parasite that was fed by chakra is not afraid of ordinary flames. However, under this fire ninjutsu, he was burned to death so easily. This is definitely not an ordinary fire. This Bai Xian is by no means an ordinary genius. It's just that in this situation now, he can't think too much. Because in his perception, Bai Xian's figure had disappeared in place. What a fast teleportation! The pupils couldn't help but shrink. However, in the next moment, he did not see Bai Xian, but saw a crimson dazzling fire. It was a flame dragon, a red, fiery flame dragon. The Yanlong roared and rushed towards him, dodging while sealing the seal to release the secret technique. Occult worm wall. Dense black insects emerged from his body, wrapped around him at high speed, and gathered into walls for defense. It's just under Bai Xian's fire immortal art. His parasite didn't have the slightest resistance. But in an instant, it was burned to ashes. It was just that with the help of these parasites, it was delayed for a while, and the oil girl Ryoma also took the opportunity to use the insect avatar technique and the insect avatar technique. He wanted to escape, and he wanted to report Bai Xian's information to Lord Tenzhou. This Bai Xian was just as Lord Tuanzang speculated, it was too difficult. And as soon as I find out, I will kill the hand. Such a person is definitely Konoha's enemy. Otherwise, when he continues to become stronger, it will inevitably bring more damage to Konoha in the future. Thinking like this, the eyes of the oil girl Ryoma also showed a cold killing intent. Also, in this mission, he suffered heavy losses, most of the carefully cultivated parasites died, and it took a lot of time and chakra to recultivate them. Thinking of this, the oil girl Ryoma's heart couldn't help but hurt. It's just that he didn't notice that Bai Xian was standing behind him, his eyes calm. The right hand formed a yin seal, red dazzling firelight, and scalding hot heat, which made the oil girl Ryoma involuntarily turn back. The fire shone into his eyes, reflecting horror and fear. Dragon 6 burning array. However, in an instant, 6 crimson flame dragons wrapped the body of the oil girl dragon horse, and the blazing flames devoured the flesh and bones. As the green smoke rose, a little ash fell to the ground. Tuanzang, his calm eyes showed a bit of embarrassment. Since he was destined to be an enemy, Bai Xian would not show mercy to his subordinates. Just if you want to kill Tenzhou, you still need to prepare. After a night without words, Bai Xian practiced chakra cultivation immortal method in Qi training chapter, absorbed natural energy, created immortal chakra, used immortal chakra to strengthen himself, and stored immortal chakra in the human meridian system. The sun also rises. In the root base, Tuanzang's face was gloomy. It's been one night, and the oil girl Ryoma has not returned yet. Don't think about it, there was definitely an accident. And this accident is most likely related to Bai Xian. Unexpectedly, even Ryoma lost his hand. Oil Lady Dragon Horse is his right arm, and there are more powerful existences in the root than Oil Lady Dragon Horse, but there are very few. Could it be that I have to take it personally? Thinking of the 3 words of Uchiha, Tuanzang felt that he must not have too many worries, and he would come out when it was time to make a move, and he could not raise tigers. It's just that although he decided to take action personally, Tuanzang is not a reckless man. He needs to collect Bai Xian's intelligence first, and then find an opportunity in the near future. If there is no opportunity, then create an opportunity. At the same time, Bai Xian, who came to the classroom, was flipping through, exploring the relationship between the human body, the spirit, and chakra. The more he understood the 1,000 hands, the more Bai Xian appreciated this person. Bai Xian not only appreciates the scientific research talent of the 1,000 hands, but also appreciates the sharp eyes of the 1,000 hands. He saw that in Konoha, Naruto, ninjas, and civilian ninjas had serious class problems. The ninja monopolized the knowledge of the ninja, resulting in the ninja being much stronger than the civilian ninja, and the ninja needed to obey the orders of the patriarch, so the power of Naruto was divided. Only civilian ninjas are the most loyal to Naruto, so Senjima established a ninja school. Even put the precious knowledge of the Senju clan, the knowledge he collected, and the knowledge he researched into the library of the ninja school, hoping to break the ninja monopoly of knowledge and cultivate a group of civilian ninjas loyal to Naruto. It's just that he wouldn't have thought that he actually died so early, and after his death, Sarutobi actually castrated the library of the ninja school. If Bai Xian hadn't gone out in the Uchiha clan, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to see the scientific research works of the 1,000 hands. Chakra is an extraordinary energy born from the combination of physical energy and mental energy, so it is a matter of course that chakra can affect the body and mind. It's just that I didn't expect that chakra's impact on the body and spirit would be so deep. Senjima is really a rare scientific genius in this world, and he can actually study the relationship between chakra and the influence of body and spirit so thoroughly. Chakra can tap the potential of the human body. Although the 8 doors of Dunju were not created by the 1,000 hands Jujia, but the Thousand Hands Dunjia has also studied the Eight Doors Dunjia and has also studied some results. With his eyes narrowing slightly, Bai Xian thought of Shening, the leader of the empty shinobi village, and also thought of the forbidden technique he stole from Kanaha, the zero-tail technique. It is a forbidden technique that uses negative human emotions to create a chakra life form similar to the tailed beast, Zero Tail. Shening was able to develop many medical forbidden techniques, and with the help of the power of Zero Tail, he successfully opened the 8-gate Dunjia array without dying, most likely because he got a part of the research results of the Thousand Hands. The 8 gates of Dunjia is a very powerful and extreme forbidden technique. By lifting the body's restrictions on chakra, the 8 doors in the meridian system are opened, thus entering a state of overload to obtain great power. Its side effects are extremely large. Not only will it damage the body, but after opening the 8 doors Dunjia array, it will burn life force and eventually die. In order to improve the Beiman Dunjia, Senju obtained some results by studying the relationship between the human body and chakra, and recorded them in the book Exploring the Relationship Between the Human Body, Spirit, and Chakra. Beiman Dunjia is not only a self-protection mechanism of the meridian system, but also protects the human body by restricting chakra from exceeding the limits of the human body. At the same time, it is also a very important treasure in the human body. If it can give full play to the effect of the 8 doors of Dunjia, it will definitely be able to greatly strengthen the physical fitness, and even the carrying capacity of the human body for chakra. Qianshao believes that the influence of spirit on the human body is huge, so he tries to use spiritual energy to tap the potential of the 8 doors of Dunjia, or the potential of the human body. And after opening the 8 doors Dunjia, chakra will become very violent and difficult to control, and powerful spiritual energy can also be used to control the berserk chakra. The spiritual transformation technique, the zero-tail technique, is a part of the result of the Thousand Hands. Among them, the art of spiritualization can use chakra to strengthen and carry the spirit, thus achieving an effect similar to out-of-body exercise. This technique not only verifies the existence of the soul, but also shows that chakra can be used to carry the soul, and the chakra that carries the soul is not an alternative chakra life form. As for the zero-tail technique, by collecting negative emotions of human beings, or negative spiritual energy, it can also be carried with chakra, thus giving birth to a special chakra life form, that is, zero-tail. It seems that the relationship between spiritual energy and soul is very close, and it is even very likely that the two are the same existence. It's a pity that I don't have the 8 gates of Dunjia in my hands, no spiritual transformation technique, let alone the zero-tail technique, and the experimental report between the Thousand Hands. Otherwise, I would have been able to understand more deeply these mysteries about chakra, life, and even the soul. But even if it doesn't happen now, it will be in the future. His eyes showed a little thought, and Bai Xian's heart had a plan. After reading this book, Bai Xian only felt that he benefited a lot. With a little more knowledge, you will be able to create the fire chakra mode and a more powerful fire escape nature change immortal art. And he also has a deal agreement with the big snake pill. If you can use Chakra Immortal Cultivation Method Chi Training Chapter to exchange for the immortal inheritance of the Earth Dragon Cave, then you can further upgrade the Chakra Shiyu Immortal Method Chi Training Chapter, and then develop more powerful immortal arts with pupil art. Knowledge is the most precious and cheapest wealth. The process of development is to constantly eliminate old knowledge and constantly create new knowledge. The same goes for getting stronger. By exchanging the old knowledge that will be eliminated for all kinds of valuable knowledge, I can continue to create new knowledge that is more valuable, and so on and so forth. I'm going to be incredibly powerful. Taking out the exploration of the principles of chakra form change and nature change from his school bag, Bai Xian continued to study. At the same time, Orochimaru also returned to his laboratory from Dragon Cave. Looking at the scroll in his hand and a piece of pure white snake scales, a blazing brilliance rose in the eyes of the big snake pill. Immortal magic is the key to opening the door of immortality. And in this immortal scale, there is a mystery of how life forms can obtain immortality with the help of immortal arts. If you find the lock of immortality in the life body, you can use immortal magic to open the door of immortality. The big snake pill did not forget that he and Bai Xian still had a deal agreement. He was really curious about what kind of achievements Bai Xian had in the field of immortal arts, and what kind of immortal arts Bai Xian had mastered. With Bai Xian's immortal art, the immortal art of the Earth Dragon Cave, and this immortal scale, will he be able to obtain immortality? This is really exciting. The immortal experiment is not something that can be completed overnight. While I can't wait to start experimenting, I can't rush. First copy a copy of the Earth Dragon Cave's immortal art, and when you finish it, go to fulfill the agreement and complete the deal with Bai Suanjun. After getting Bai Xian's immortal technique, start the immortal experiment. In the laboratory, Orochimaru picked up pen and paper. Time passes, the sun goes down, and the night gets deeper. Seeing that the time was almost up, Orochimaru left the laboratory. On the other side, Bai Xianzheng reluctantly put down the exploration of the principles of chakra form change and nature change in his hand. Today, I have only seen a quarter of it, and I have already gained a lot. By the time he finished reading this book, Bai Xian was sure that he would be able to create a fire chakra pattern, or even a fire immortal art similar to black thunder and purple electricity. After all, both of these are changes in the form and nature of the fire chakra. For Bai Xian, who has the knowledge to deduce this pupil technique, knowing the principle can deduce the detailed chakra application technique. When it was time to cultivate, I just felt the breath of a snake. Since the great snake pill has already arrived, then complete the transaction first, then write down the Earth Dragon Cave Immortal Art, upgrade the Chakra Immortal Cultivation Method in Chi Training Chapter, combine the pupil technique to develop the immortal art, and then start cultivating. When Bai Xian stared into the darkness, the figure of the great snake pill also emerged from the shadows. It is worthy of Bai Suan Jun, this perception ability is really keen, Orochimaru said while showing a smile. Please sit. After Bai Xian said something, he also smiled. Senior Orochimaru, you should know that mastering the immortal art, because of the nature of natural energy, the ninja's perception ability will naturally be greatly improved. Yes, the power of fairy arts is really charming. After sitting down, Orochimaru placed a scroll on the table. Bai Xian, who had already prepared, also took out a scroll and handed it to the big snake pill. Swap the reels and the deal is completed. The two sides looked at each other and smiled, and then opened the scroll very tacitly and in unison. Looking at the immortal knowledge of Longdi Cave, Bai Xian did not have any surprises, and these immortal knowledge was very consistent with Bai Xian's speculation. Immortal mode, white radical art, inorganic rebirth, distant shadow, an immortal art created by the serpent and used by man. Although it is powerful, it also has many flaws. I just don't know if the immortal arts used by the immortals themselves will be more perfect and powerful. The immortal arts of the three holy places have their own characteristics, and the immortal mode of Longdi Cave will allow users to grow snake-like corneas and even change the structure of the human body, which is also the basic condition for using the art of white shock. Unleashing the white flame art releases a red glowing dragon from its mouth. The red light dragon holds a black orb, the red light dragon rotates around the black orb, and then the red light dragon burrows into the black orb, causing the black orb to explode. After the explosion, it emits strong light and harsh sounds, which hinders the opponent's vision and hearing, causing the opponent's hearing and body to feel great pain. At the same time, air vibrations are used to numb the opponent's senses, make the opponent feel bone numb and block the opponent's movement. After turning on the Earth Dragon Cave Immortal mode, you can block the vision through the cornea of snakes, ignore the influence of strong light, and the softening body structure similar to snakes can also be immune to sound and vibration. Bright light, sound waves, and vibrations. This is a very valuable immortal art, but I can't use this immortal art in a short period of time, but sooner or later I can use it in the future. Transmission of distant shadows. This immortal art can use the person's technique as long as it absorbs other people's cells into the body, and even the blood succession limit can be activated, and in theory, there is no technique that cannot be activated. It's just that theory is theory, and for the vast majority of people, theory cannot be turned into practical applied technology. However, for Bai Xian, he was able to use knowledge to deduce this pupil technique, and easily turn theoretical knowledge into practical application techniques. Therefore, this immortal art is the most valuable to Bai Xian. It's just that if you want to give full play to the value of this fairy art, you also need a large number of blood ninja cells, as well as a lot of experimental research. None of this is something that Bai Xian can achieve in a short period of time. Therefore, this immortal art is still an immortal art that Bai Xian can only use in the future. Continuing to look down, it didn't take long for Bai Xian to see the immortal art he needed the most at the moment: inorganic rebirth, giving life to inorganic things and controlling them. With only a little modification, this technique can make a huge difference. For example, give Susanoo armor life force and control it, and give fire magic life force and control it. Sure enough, this immortal art is of great use to me now. With this magic technique, I can give life to Susanoo armor, thereby greatly enhancing the performance of Susanoo armor, and even developing other application technologies of Susanoo armor. Also, if I develop a fire immortal technique similar to black thunder and purple electricity, and give it vitality, will I be able to get a chakra life form similar to a tailed beast? When the time comes, a tailed beast will set Susa. What is Danzo? With such a strong combat power, even if I kill Tuanzang, the 3 generations will not dare to turn their faces with me. Thinking of this, the corners of Bai Xian's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. On the opposite side of Bai Xian, the big snake pill looked at the Chakra Xiaxian Method Chi Training Chapter, and his eyes and heart were full of shock and horror. He couldn't imagine that such a rigorous and exquisite immortal art was actually created by Bai Xian. Moreover, this technique of using the fairy chakra to strengthen the body and spirit has been able to extend the life of human beings, even if they can't live for thousands of years like the immortals of the 3 holy lands. But relying on the Chakra Immortal Cultivation Method Chi Training Chapter should not be a problem to live for an extra 100 years. 100 years of life, is the average life expectancy of a ninja 50 years? It doesn't seem to be. This fairy art is simply a product of transcending times. If it can be popularized, the entire ninja world will change. No. It's not just the ninja world. This is a fairy art that is enough to change the world. And the one who created this fairy art was actually a 10-year-old Uchiha who was still attending a ninja school. Genius. Monster-like genius. Such a genius may surpass the original Hokage. What kind of changes will Bai Xian's existence bring to this world? That's really exciting. The big snake pill couldn't help but glance at Bai Xian, his expression extremely complicated. He originally thought that no matter how genius Bai Xian was, the immortal art created must be very rough. The value of the Earth Dragon Cave immortal art should be greater than that created by Bai Xian. It's just that looking at it now, the value of Chakra immortal cultivation method in Qi training is much greater than the immortal art of the Earth Dragon Cave. As Bai Xian's senior, could it be that he also took advantage of Bai Xian? Orochimaru felt that he could not do such a thing. After a slight pause, the big snake pill took out another set of scrolls and handed it to Bai Xian. Bai Suanjun, your talent is far beyond my expectations. The value of Chakra Immortal Cultivation Method Qi Training Chapter is also far greater than the immortal art of Longdi Cave. This is my soft body transformation technique. I think he has a very good reference value for you, please accept it. Listening to the words of the big snake pill, Bai Xian's eyes couldn't help but show a little different color. A scientific research talent like Big Snake Pill must be subdued in the future, so Bai Xian doesn't think that he should make more money for Big Snake Pill. Anyway, he must be his own person in the future. But since the Big Snake Pill offered to increase the price, then Bai Xian naturally would not refuse. Okay, then I'll take it. Bai Xian showed a slightly meaningful smile and continued, once born, 2 times ripe. This transaction is pleasant, and we will naturally have a second transaction and a third transaction in the future. I hope we can cooperate for a win-win situation and make progress together. Listening to Bai Xian's words, the big snake pill couldn't help but show a bright smile. Of course, I hope so too. Orochimaru was already looking forward to his second deal with Bai Xian. It's not early today, so I'll go. Go slowly. After watching the big snake pill leave, Bai Xian opened the scroll that recorded the software transformation technique. Just the first glance made Bai Xian show a serious expression. Orochimaru was right. This software transformation technology does have great reference value for Bai Xian. With the chakra to transform the modified body can be freely stretched or twisted at any angle. This technology is derived, and the fairy chakra can be used to transform the human body, thereby greatly strengthening the performance of the human body. The bodies of ordinary ninjas are too fragile, and most of the strong ones will even be killed by Ichikyu. But what if the human body is modified? Interestingly, this technology can greatly improve my life-saving ability. If combined with the fire chakra mode, it may be able to surpass the effect of the thunder chakra mode. The eyes of the big snake pill are really vicious. Bai Xian, who had thoroughly studied the Dragon Earth Cave immortal art, couldn't help but show a pensive expression. In the immortal art of Longdi Cave, there seems to be a secret hidden. The immortal mode can modify the structure of the eyes and body, the telepathic shadow can absorb the cells of other living forms and obtain its characteristics, and even the soft body transformation technology of the big snake pill is part of the principle from the Dragon Cave immortal art: modify the body, enrich the genes. Does this count as an autonomous evolution of living organisms? The evolution of snakes can evolve into dragons, and the legend of dragon transformation is spread in the Cave of Dragons. It's kind of interesting. I seem to know how to upgrade the Chakra Immortal Method Qi Training Chapter. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly, and his eyes showed a bit of expectation. Without saying anything, the kaleidoscope pattern in the left eye suddenly changed, the ring turned into a triangle, and the triangle turned into a ring. At the time of change, the brain cells become extremely active, and the sparks of thinking come together and ignite a grand flame. However, between the electric light and flint, Bai Xian completed the upgrade of Chakra Immortal Method Qi Training Chapter. The current Chakra Immortal Cultivation Method should be called Dragon Transformation Chapter. The efficacy of Qi Training Chapter is all available in Dragon Breath Chapter, and all of them have obtained a certain degree of increase. The biggest feature of Dragon Chapter is that it can use Fairy Chakra to strengthen and optimize the human body, thereby greatly improving physical fitness, and finally having a physique comparable to a dragon. Nice and perfect. The shortcomings of the ninja's physical fragility have been perfectly solved by me, and even my physique will not be my weakness, but will become my strength, my specialty, and my weapon. And the strong physique can also better carry the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Body and spirit influence each other. The Uchiha family is naturally mentally strong, although the physique is not bad, but Uchiha's physical strength and mental strength definitely do not match. Perhaps it is precisely because of this mismatch that the Uchiha family is prone to mental illness. Of course, Bai Xian was also not sure. To test this hypothesis, a lot of experiments are needed. After a slight pause, Bai Xian continued his thoughts. After completing the upgrade of the Chakra Cultivation Immortal Method Qi Training Chapter, I also need to improve the inorganic reincarnation, and combine the Susanoo Armor armament to upgrade the Susanoo Armor once. As Bai Xian's mind moved, the kaleidoscope pattern in his left eye continued to change, the ring turned into a triangle, the triangle turned into a ring, the brain cells were activated, and his thinking became extremely active. A large amount of knowledge is constantly arranged and combined, and the pupil technique of Susanoo armor armament has also been upgraded to Susanoo activation armor. Sure enough, as I speculated, inorganic rebirth with simple modifications could give life to Susanoo armor, and the Susanoo armor, which gained vitality, has also derived many characteristics, becoming more powerful and even more convenient. As Bai Xian's mind moved, the kaleidoscope pattern in his right eye also changed, the triangle and ring were transformed into each other, and special metal materials were also generated. This metal material is not only hard and lightweight, but also more malleable than all substances in Blue Star. One hand seals, one seal casts. With the continuous flow of immortal chakra pouring into it, this piece of metal also gained extraordinary vitality in Bai Xian's hands. It came to life, rapidly deforming, distorting, expanding, and spreading under Bai Xian's control. In one breath, it completely covered Bai Xian's whole body, turning into a set of delicate armor with gold patterns on a white background, gorgeous and noble. If I want, I can change the shape of this armor at will, and even add a pair of wings to it, but unfortunately I have not yet mastered the technology to make the armor flight, but sooner or later. Now Susanoo armor, I am already very satisfied. Looking at himself in the mirror, Bai Xian only felt extremely handsome. Moreover, as Bai Xian's mind moved, the white and gold armor immediately shrank rapidly and turned into a glove. Of course, if Bai Xian wishes, it can also be turned into a belt. It's just that ninjas are not used to wearing belts, and gloves are good. I feel that the Uchiha clan in the future, per capita armored warriors, kamen riders, each will be armed with armor and knights. And as I continue to upgrade the Susanoo armor, sooner or later it will also become a giant mech, even bigger than the full-body Susanoo and the mighty Susanoo. If there are 3,000 giant mechs, how can Uchiha not be able to dominate the world? Looking at the time, Bai Xian felt that he could read the book for a while, and read Exploration of the Principles of Chakra Form Change and Nature Change before going to bed. The morphological changes and nature changes of chakra do seem very simple and easy to understand on the surface. Morphological change is to change the shape and state of chakra. A change in nature is a change in the nature and properties of chakra. However, if you want to explore the principle of chakra's morphological change and property change, it is not so simple. According to Senjuma's research, chakra may be made of many tiny particles. Depending on the body and spirit of the ninja, that is, physical energy and mental energy, chakra particles also have different properties. Ninjas may control chakra through psychic powers, thus changing chakra's structure. By arranging and combining chakra particles in different structures, the shape and properties of chakra can be changed, and tens of thousands of ninjutsu can be derived. Therefore, spiritual power is very important for mastering the changes in the form and nature of chakra. And the Uchiha family is born with very strong spiritual power. Sure enough, learning is endless, and I thought about one thing wrong before. It is believed that the fire chakra mode is the fire chakra mode, and the fire immortal art similar to black thunder and purple electricity is the fire immortal art, and these two can only be two techniques. However, after reading this book exploring the principles of chakra form change and nature change, I found that as long as the mental power is strong enough and the form change and nature change of chakra are deep enough, these two techniques can completely become one technique. Black thunder can be combined with thunder chakra mode to become black thunder chakra mode, and purple electric can also be combined with thunder chakra mode to become purple electric chakra mode. In the same way, I will get an extremely powerful fire immortal art. Perhaps, this technique will be called the immortal law Jinyan chakra mode. Putting down the book in his hand and looking at the lonely cold moon outside the window, Bai Xian decided to sleep, look at the knowledge related to fire and Uchiha's treasure in the past 2 days, and then deduce the immortal law Jinyan chakra pattern. Bai Xian was asleep, but the big snake pill was not asleep. After these days of research, he finally gained insight into the essence of the chakra immortal method in chi training, and with the help of the ideas contained in it, he saw some mysteries of the long decay of immortal art. In simple terms, he saw the hope of eternal life. The fragile human body is a key factor that hinders human immortality. Since this is the case, then strengthen the human body and transform the human body. From the cells are strengthened and modified, the human body can have a long lifespan. As long as the body can live forever, even the soul has a lifespan. According to the principle that the body and soul will affect each other, the immortal body will inevitably be able to extend the life of the soul. And now I have seen the hope of immortality. As long as I am given enough time, immortality is by no means a fantasy. So what I'm going to do now is transform my body. The big snake pill, who has mastered the soft body transformation technology, has already transformed his body, although he is very confident and sure of transforming his body. Moreover, his thinking is very clear now. The immortal art of transmission distant shadow can absorb the cells of living beings, so can he absorb the cells of the white snake immortal? In his hand, there happened to be a piece of immortal scales. If the transformation is successful, his body can have part of the nature of the white snake immortal's body, so that even if he can't live for 1,000 years, at least he can have a lifespan of hundreds of years. Hundreds of years of lifespan is hundreds of years, such a long time, enough for him to research the technology of immortality. Thinking like this, the big snake pill couldn't help but show a bright smile. This hopeful feeling is so good. Looking at the time, although Orochimaru wanted to continue with the next experiment, he thought that he and Jiraiya still had an appointment, so he was ready to go out. He knew that Zilla also wanted to drink and chat with him, and talk about Zillai's newly acquired student, Bofeng Shuman. But he thought about how to get the immortal art of Miyama Mountain, see what the immortal art of Miyama Mountain is like, and explore the root of the immortal art through reference and research, so as to master the immortal life faster. With his relationship with Jiraiya, it shouldn't be difficult to get the immortal art of Miyama Mountain. Not long after, Orochimaru saw Jiraiya drinking alone at the izakaya house. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, you are here, sit down quickly. It seems that he has become a little drunk, and he also seems a little unrestrained. Jiraiya, it looks like you're in a good mood. Looking at Jiraiya's gesture, the big snake pill also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Jiraiya is in a good mood, and he is also in a good mood. Ha! The smiling big snake pill no longer looked so gloomy, which also made Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but show a little surprise. Based on his understanding of the great snake pill, since the great snake pill showed this expression, it meant that the great snake pill was in a very good mood now. I'm indeed in a good mood, but it seems that Orochimaru is also in a good mood. Very nice indeed. Orochimaru did not deny it, but sat down opposite Jiraiya. Although he hadn't drunk in a long time, today he wanted to drink some. So he picked up the wine glass, poured himself half a glass, and drank it all in one go. That's nice. Looking at this scene, I couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that Orochimaru, your mood is really good now. I wonder if you are willing to talk about it. The big snake pill, who had planned for a long time, smiled slightly, and then said unhurriedly, of course. And this matter, even if you don't ask, I will tell you, because this matter is also related to you. Hearing the words of the big snake pill, he couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't guess what Orochimaru wanted to say, but he knew Orochimaru's personality and knew that Orochimaru didn't like to beat around the bush, so he remained silent and waited for Orochimaru's next explanation. Just as Zilla also understands the great snake pill, the great snake pill also understands Zilla. Although the great snake pill did not pause at all, but continued to speak. I discovered the mystery of the immortal life of thousands of years by studying the immortal art of the Dragon Earth Cave. Maybe it won't be long before I can become an immortal too. It's just a simple sentence, but it makes Zilla's heart shake. Of course he knew Orochimaru's desire. It's just that both he and Tsunade think that ninjas, no, humans can't live forever. But, with his understanding of the great snake pill, he naturally knew that the great snake pill would not lie in this regard. Immortals. Immortals can indeed live forever, but can humans become immortals? It seems that it really can. Because newborn toads are still tadpoles, they are still very weak and do not seem to have a long lifespan, but as they grow up, become toads, practice immortals, and seem to slowly become immortals. Since toads can become immortals by cultivating immortal arts, why can't humans? Orochimaru has always been a talented genius. It does not seem incomprehensible that he can discover the secrets of immortals and find a way to become an immortal. No wonder the big snake pill was so happy. It turned out to be the hope of realizing the dream. So when will my dream come true? When will this world have true peace? Thinking of this, Jiraiya's mood is not so good. However, the big snake pill, who had expected this, continued unhurriedly, if I can obtain the immortal art of Miyama Mountain, I may be able to find a way to become an immortal earlier. Zilla, you should know the importance of strength. If you have more powerful power and master the power of immortals, will you have greater certainty and more time to fulfill your dreams? This sentence almost hit Jiraiya's death. The spirit was suddenly shocked, and Zilla also looked at the big snake pill with a positive and optimistic expression. Ha ha ha, big snake pill, you have really changed a lot. Since you said so, how could I refuse you? Tomorrow, I will go and sort out the immortal arts of Miyama Mountain, and then hand it over to you. Hearing Jiraiya's reply, the smile on Orochimaru's face also became even brighter. Plan accomplished. However, after Zilla's voice changed, he continued to speak, but I have already heard the reason why you are happy, so let me talk about the reason why I am happy. You know Watergate, my new student. It only took him 3 days to learn the Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger technique. I remember that it took you 3.5 days to learn this technique. Ha ha ha, my student talent is even stronger than yours. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru's eyes showed a different color. In 3 days, I learned the art of Shuriken Shadow Avatar, and this talent is indeed good. As for Zilla saying that Bofeng Shuman's talent is stronger than himself, the big snake pill does not think so. Does the ability to learn mean that the talent is stronger than yourself? He knows how talented he is. Strong learning ability is only secondary. Strong scientific research ability is the most important thing. Maybe this way Feng Shui Gate's learning talent is very good, but is his scientific talent also very strong? Orochimaru didn't feel it. A true genius, a genius stronger than himself, should be like Bai Xian, and a genius like Bai Xian would never become a student of Jiraiya. Since this way Feng Shui Men chose to become a student of Zai Lei, it means that his talent is definitely inferior to Bai Xian. As for whether it is stronger than his own talent, it is still a question mark. It's just that the big snake pill feels that this way Feng Shui Gate will probably not be stronger than his own talent. Seeing that the big snake pill did not reply, he could roughly guess what he thought. But Zai Lai is also very confident in his student Bofeng Shuman. Orochimaru, don't underestimate Watergate. He may be the son of prophecy foretold by the great Toad Immortal, and in the future, he may be able to become a Hokage and bring true peace to this world. I believe him. It won't be long before he becomes a powerhouse in the famous ninja realm. Looking at Zai Lei's appearance, the big snake pill felt that he was a bit like a toad sitting in a well watching the sky, and he didn't know how high the sky was and the earth was thick. A strong man in the famous ninja world. Even if Bofeng Shuman becomes a powerhouse in the famous ninja world, there is never a shortage of strong people in the ninja world. There is no shortage of strong people who have died. Even if he becomes a Hokage in the future, Bai Xian had the wisdom to change the world at the age of 10. What was he doing when he was 10 years old? To bring true peace to this world? Is it interesting to say this before you actually do it? A dismissive look flashed in the eyes of the big snake pill. Time will tell. Zai Lai on the side also looked at the expression of the big snake pill, and there was no idea of continuing to tell the big snake pill about the excellence of Watergate. He only hopes that Watergate can compete a little and prove his talent in the future, in front of the big snake pill. It seems that I am happy early, then let time tell. Saying this, Jiraiya drank a glass of wine fiercely. I believe that Feng Shuman has a good talent and will become an excellent ninja in the future, but you don't have to hope too much for him. Know that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Just calm down and let time tell. Let's not talk about this, let's change the subject. The calm words of the big snake pill also made Jiraiya nod gently. Okay, change the subject. Orochimaru, Tsunade said that she would leave Konoha when her niece graduated. As Jiraiya said the news, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Of course he knew why Tsunade wanted to leave Konoha. He is the teacher of the rope tree, and naturally does not want to see the sacrifice of the rope tree. But war is so cruel. Rope tree is dead, Broken is dead, plus other things that Tsunade can understand when he wants to leave Konoha. Just thinking of the rope tree, his mood also became a little gloomy. However, death does not rise from life. Naidame has developed a technique that can reincarnate the dirt that can summon the dead. If you continue to study, you may be able to create a technique that can resurrect the dead. In this world, anything is possible. First study the art of making the living immortal, and then study the art of resurrecting the dead. Orochimaru thought to himself in his heart, and at the same time began to think about how to obtain the immortal art of the wet bone forest on Tsunade's body. Broken Knee Shizun is only 5 years old now, and she is still a few years away from graduating from ninja school. A few years was enough time for him to obtain the immortal art of the wet bone forest from Tsunade, so he didn't have to worry. Just he thought, if he can gather the immortal arts of the 3 holy lands, then can he study the principle of immortal arts. Becoming an immortal is just the beginning. Not only must you have a long lifespan, but you must also gain great power. These thoughts flashed through the big snake pill's mind. After a slight pause, Orochimaru immediately spoke. I remember that the niece of the Broken is called Shizun. She is only 5 years old now, and it will take at least a few years to graduate from the ninja school. Maybe during this time, Tsunade's mind will also change. We all know Tsunade's personality, but we must be too worried about her. She's not that fragile. After a moment of silence, Zai Lai also nodded, and said with a little melancholy, that's what I said. Next, the big snake pill and Zilaya chatted a few more words. After drinking the sake on the table, the two left. Orochimaru is going back to experiment. I also have to take material for the novel. At this time, the stars and the moon were bright, as if it was still far from dawn. However, time passes like a white horse, fleeting. This weekend, Bai Xian doesn't have to go to school. So Bai Xian found Uchiha in the early morning. I need the knowledge of the Uchiha clan about the fire. Uchiha used to be Uchiha's subordinate, and there was even a copy of the notes left by Uchiha in his hand. Hearing Bai Xian's needs, Uchiha, who regarded Bai Xian as the hope of Yusaibo's future, made a decision without the slightest hesitation, and replied at the same time, I know, Lord Bai Xian, please wait for me for a moment. Not often. Uchiha instantly placed a pile of scrolls and a notebook in front of Bai Xian. These scrolls contain the knowledge of the Uchiha family that has been passed down for thousands of years, and this notebook was left by Madara-sama. Hearing Uchiha's words, Bai Xian's eyes couldn't help but show a little different color. He knew that Uchiha had been Uchiha's subordinate, and the two had a close relationship. It's just that he didn't expect that in Uchiha's hands, there was actually a notebook left by Uchiha. This is a good look. You know, Uchiha's fire dun and ordinary ninjas are not of the same level at all. That is the fire that can fight against the Ninja World Alliance and suppress the 5 shadows with the power of one person. Thank you, and I didn't expect that in the hands of the elder in an instant, there was actually Uchiha's notebook. It really helped. After returning to his room, Bai Xian began to continue reading. I have to say that the Uchiha family is worthy of being born to play with fire. Passed down for thousands of years, the understanding of fire is extremely deep and refined. How to release the fire ninjutsu faster, how to increase the temperature of the fire ninjutsu, how to expand the attack range of the fire ninjutsu, how to increase the hit rate of the fire ninjutsu, and so on. This knowledge and these skills are enough to make the ninjas of the Uchiha clan far surpass other fire ninjas in terms of the control of fire. Although Bai Xian had seen the relevant knowledge about fire in the Uchiha clan before, he had not read all of them, and there is some knowledge that Bai Xian cannot get. Just take this opportunity to systematically learn Huajun, and at the same time sort out the knowledge system of Huajun. For the next half-month, Bai Xian was studying. There is too much knowledge about fire in the Uchiha family, but Bai Xian, who cannot forget it, still read this knowledge in half a month. After reading it, Bai Xian did not stop, but opened Uchiha's notebook. This notebook happens to be the notebook that Uchiha used to record his experience when he practiced fire ninjutsu. Uchiha is the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. He is not an ordinary Uchiha, and even he is fundamentally different from ordinary Uchiha. His ability to perceive and control fire is also very different from ordinary Uchiha. Bai Xian stared at the words on the notebook, and his eyes flashed with a little understanding. Black thunder and purple electricity are both qualitative changes in the nature of Lei Dun Chakra. In fact, Uchiha is only one step away from mastering the qualitative change of the fire chakra, but the power of the Eternal Eye is too strong, so it is normal for Uchiha to not concentrate on studying the fire. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, Bai Xian's mind also understood how to complete the qualitative change of the nature change of the fire chakra. The unparalleled high temperature represents majestic and vast energy, and also represents the ultimate flame. Deduction. The left eye suddenly turned into a kaleidoscope, the triangle turned into a ring, the ring turned into a triangle, and the brain cells became extremely active, and a large number of sparks of thought converged to ignite the raging fire of wisdom. The Senfa Jinyan Chakra model was born. The moment the kaleidoscope closed, as Bai Xian's mind moved, golden fiery flames suddenly burst out from Bai Xian's body, dazzling, brilliant, like the fire of the sun. One after another golden flames wrapped around Bai Xian's body, like a set of flame armor, making Bai Xian look like the god of flame and the god of the sun. Of course, this is just the beginning. I had thought about using the upgraded version of inorganic rebirth to give life to this qualitatively transformed fire chakra. When I deduced Susanoo activation armor, I completed the upgrade of inorganic rebirth. So, when Bai Xian stretched out his right hand and formed a ninja seal, a steady stream of immortal chakra began to pour into Jinyan chakra. Whew! Golden flames began to converge. This is a fireball, like a miniature sun, more like an egg with high vitality. Under Bai Xian's control, the golden flame turned into a golden three-legged crow. After just thinking for a second, Bai Xian gave this special fire chakra life form a name. Fire Escape Artificial Tailed Beast Blazing Golden Crow. There is life, but there is no soul, or my will is its soul. Although it is not as strong as a real tailed beast, it is also much stronger than ordinary elite Shangnan, only a shadow-level powerhouse. Under Bai Xian's control, the fist-sized blazing golden crow flapped its wings and wrapped around Bai Xian's body, looking cute and lovely. But Bai Xian knew that as long as he gave his order, the blazing golden crow could turn into a giant beast with a body size of more than 10 meters, and the blazing golden flame was enough to destroy many existences in the world. It's just that the use of blazing crow is not directly used to fight the enemy. My purpose in creating the blazing crow is to achieve the Susa-tailed beast. Combining the blazing gold crow and Susanoo armor into one is what I want. When Bai Xian's mind moved, the platinum gloves appeared, entering the fairy chakra into it, and the platinum gloves also turned into Susanoo armor. Under the control of Bai Xian, the blazing golden crow flew directly towards the Susanoo armor, and directly merged into it between the electric flints. Whew! The golden flames burned, completely covering Susanoo's armor. The dazzling golden flame was like an abstract golden crow, setting off a blazing heat wave. When the wings of flame condensed, the form of Susanoo's armor stabilized. This state is called Susanoo Armor Blazing Gold Uchakra mode. Such a power is already the ultimate of the shadow level. Stretching out his right hand, clenching his fist, feeling the surging power, Bai Xian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This feeling of constant strength. It's wonderful. But strength alone is not enough. I also need to create some combat moves, or fairy arts, based on the Zono Armor Blazing Gold Uchakra mode. Attack, defend, move, control. At the same time, at the root base, Tuanzang's expression was as gloomy as ever. Uchiha Bakushuan and Uchiha have a close relationship. Ha! Uchiha is a man who tried to rebel. This Uchiha Bakushin must be eradicated as soon as possible, but his daily routine is very regular. Every day is a 2-point line. It is difficult to find an opportunity to start. Ninja school, graduation exam. No, Sarutobi will never let me put my hand in the ninja school. It seems that only some risks can be taken. Anyway, a dead genius is not a genius. Do it tonight. Thinking of this, Tuanzang's eyes also flashed with a cold killing intent. Walking into the darkness, Tuanzang's figure melted into the darkness. People with so-called roots have no name or feelings. There is no past, no future. There is only a task in mind, and what supports the big tree of Konoha village behind it is the will of the roots deeply rooted in the earth. And the will of his group is the will of the root. Selecting the 9 root elites, Tuanzang quietly stared at the sun going down and the night was deep. Over time, Bai Xian also used pupil art to deduce a set of combat moves in the Zono armor blazing gold Uchiha mode. It's finally done, and I don't know when I will have the opportunity to test it in real combat. How coincidental. Bai Xian, who was cultivating the Chakra Immortal method in Dragon Transformation chapter, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a strange expression. Chakra, which is composed of physical energy and mental energy, reflects the physical and mental state of the ninja to a certain extent. The root ninja's chakra is exceptionally cold. Swoosh! A bitter rod suddenly broke through the wind, shot into the room from the window, and nailed it to the wall. Oh, what a low-level means. His eyes suddenly became calm, and Bai Xian's figure disappeared in place. That's where it comes out. It seems that my speculation is not wrong. Tuanzang has always believed that there is no difference between high and low means, as long as it is useful. Seeing that the means worked, Bai Xian was actually let out so easily, and Tuanzang's mood relaxed a little. If Bai Xian's oil and salt did not enter and kept shrinking in the room, then it was really difficult for him to start. If only it attracted the rest of Uchiha. That's not going to be easy. With a gesture, Tenzo immediately led his men towards the forest. The farther away from the clan of the Uchiha clan, the easier it was for him to start. Although Bai Xian had a chance to catch up with Tuanzang, Bai Xian was not in a hurry, but followed behind Tuanzang unhurriedly. Tenzo wanted to stay away from Uchiha's clanland. Why didn't Bai Xian think so? If you want to test the power of the Zono armor blazing gold Uchiha mode, and want to kill Tenzo, Bai Xian certainly doesn't want anyone to disturb. The dense leaves covered the light of the stars and moons, and in the darkness, 10 shadows stood, and they looked at Bai Xian, their faces expressionless, and their eyes were cold. Uchiha Bakushin, your courage is really big enough. It's as if I feel like I've won the battle. Or maybe he wants to use words to create opportunities, and then kill Bai Xian foolproof through a sneak attack, and harvest a pair of Sharinan eyes by the way, so Tuanzang is not in a hurry to start. Hee, Tuanzang, you old pig dog, obviously want to kill me. What else is the ink here? 10-1 still thinking about how to create opportunities for sneak attacks? Do you want these Sharinan? Or are you afraid I'll be able to kill you? Bai Xian had a fearless expression, and although his tone was flat, he had an indescribable arrogance. Hearing these words, Tuanzang was first stunned, and then he was furious. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that. This Uchiha Bai Xian actually dared to call him an old pig dog. How dare he? It's how did he know that he wanted to use words to create opportunities to sneak up on him? Also, why does he have a fearless posture? Tuanzang couldn't figure it out, but he wasn't ready to think anymore. He was well aware of the consequences of indecision, so after making a gesture, the root ninjas went straight to work. The art of heart turning, shadow mimicry. The ninjas of the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan were the first to strike. Bai Xian smiled contemptuously and disdainfully. Then he directly turned on the Zono armor blazing gold Uchiha mode. The platinum Susanoo armor suddenly appeared, and the golden flames also rose. Whew! When the wings of Jinyan condensed behind Bai Xian's figure also disappeared in place. Standing in the void, the wings of Jinyan suddenly unfolded. Blazing feathers. The feathers condensed by Jinyan were like arrows, shooting towards Tuanzang and the others between the electric flints. The speed is like a stream of golden streamers. The temperature is so high that scorch marks are already appearing on the ground. With just this move, he easily killed the 3 root ninjas, the golden flames burned, and the flesh and blood turned into ashes. Looking at this scene, Tuanzang's pupils couldn't help but shrink into needles. How is this possible? Why is this Uchiha Bakushin so strong? Such power. It's horrible. Is this golden flame any special blood succession limit? Could it be that this Uchiha Bakushin is really sure that he can kill me? As soon as this thought came out, Tuanzang's heart couldn't help but give birth to a little fear. He hasn't become a Hokage yet, how could he die here? In that case, let's be more decisive. Without hesitating for long, Tuanzang's eyes showed a bit of determination. Ding, Li, Aoi, use the Ri4 elephant seal. With the order given, the 3 root ninjas began to move at high speed. They were climbing trees to get as close to Bai Xian as possible. It was too clear what Bai Xian was in the four-elephant seal. Simply put, it is the art of human bombs that all die. Although Bai Xian felt that the Susanoo armor in the blazing golden crow mode might not be able to defend against the RI-4 elephant seal, Bai Xian did not want to take risks. At the next moment, Bai Xian made a seal with one hand. With the yin seal, golden flames suddenly burst out, turning into 3 flame dragons. Whew! 3 flame sun halo array. The speed of the Yanlong was extremely fast, but the electric flint stone entangled the 3 root ninjas, turning them into ashes. This, Tuanzang did not expect that Bai Xian was so powerful. With just one move, Ding, Li, and Aoi were killed. So next, is it my turn? This time, it seems that he is really going to plant. Why is that? Uchiha Hakugen, who is only 10 years old now, is still a student of the ninja school. Why is he so powerful? No matter what Tuanzang was thinking, Bai Xian's figure had already disappeared in place. Blazing instantaneous technique. Golden flames flashed through the void. The remaining 3 root ninjas were entangled by Jin Yan and turned into ashes. Coming to Tuanzang's body, Bai Xian opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The scarlet color turns into a ring inlaid with a triangle pattern. Looking at this pair of scarlet eyes, Tuanzang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Of course he knew what those eyes were. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. This is the kaleidoscope chakra eye. This is the eye of Uchiha Madara. This is the power. Comparable to the ninja god, so it is. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan actually appeared in a child who was only 10 years old. Who would have thought of such an incredible thing? I don't complain about losing. Come on, kill me. I'm willing to gamble and lose, I just hope you don't destroy Konoha. Looking at Tuanzang, Bai Xian's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. The one who is dying is still acting. Bai Xian could see that although Tuanzang no longer had any hope of living, he still wanted to launch the 4 elephant seals and die with him. It's just, how could Bai Xian give Tuanzang this opportunity? However, it is too wasteful to kill Tuanzang simply and rudely. The knowledge in Tuanzang's brain, as well as a lot of confidential information, Bai Xian wants it. Writing wheel eye illusion. Although Bai Xian is not proficient in illusion, the powerful pupil power of the kaleidoscope allows Bai Xian to have the illusion strength that crushes the vast majority of ninjas in the world. You must know that Uchiha Obito, who also has a kaleidoscope, has controlled the 4 generations of water shadows for many years. Although Bai Xian is not Obito, Tuanzang is not a 4th generation water shadow. Although the current Bai Xian cannot control Tuanzang, it is not a problem to just read the memories in Tuanzang's brain. In Tuanzang's mind, there are many precious memories. At this point in time, although Tuanzang has not yet opened the Mu-Dun experiment, he has already collected the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars. With so many wind escape ninjutsu, the ninja talent of this group is indeed good. It is second only to the shadow level existence, and the degree of control over wind-done ninjutsu is also one of the best in the ninja world. And these sealing techniques, the seal of the tongue curse, the seal of self-karma curse, the seal of the 4 elephants. In terms of training and controlling his subordinates, Tuanzang still has a very good set. Although it is said that Tuanzang is hypocritical, short-sighted, paranoid, Bai Xian looked down on Tuanzang. But Bai Xian has never underestimated Tuanzang, and being able to become the darkness of forbearance and control such a huge root organization, Tuanzang must have his advantages and strengths. However, people died. All the strengths and advantages are reduced to nothingness. After reading Tuanzang's memory, Bai Xian sealed it with one hand. When a golden spark fell on Tuanzang's body, the flesh and blood also turned into ashes. The evil Tuanzang died like this. It's really emotional. Sorting out the memories hidden in his brain, Bai Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This time Bai Xian's gain was great, and he had the memory of Tuanzang. Bai Xian can also better lay out his next plan. And that's secondary. Because Bai Xian knows very well that strong strength is the guarantee to promote the development of the plan. Without great power, everything is empty talk. It just so happens that Tuanzang's memory can help him become stronger. Back home, Bai Xian began to think about how he should become stronger next. Wind and fire are a perfect match. After all, the wind rises and the fire rises. The next thing I want to do is to create the Immortal Law Wind Escape qualitative change chakra mode similar to the Immortal Law Jinyan chakra model, and the Wind Escape artificial tailed beast similar to the blazing golden crow. Also, I have never forgotten that the blood snare is one of the most powerful forces in the world. I also want to try to fuse the fire and wind to give birth to a blood succession limit. I remember that the fusion of fire and wind was called scorching, and in Cheyenne village, there is a burning messenger named Yakang. If I can get her cells, with the help of the ability to teleport, I should have a great success rate to be able to master the burning shadow. Once I master the burning dun, I will be able to develop the Immortal Law burning chakra mode, and even fuse the blazing golden crow and the wind dunning artificial tailed beast into one to create the burning escape artificial tailed beast. After completing all this, Bai Xian's strength will inevitably improve by leaps and bounds. In addition, Bai Xian was also able to guide the Great Snake Pill to accept part of the inheritance of Tuanzang and carry out Mu Dun experiments. Mu Dun knew too well what the kaleidoscope represented. If the kaleidoscope wants to evolve into the Eye of Eternity, or even into the Eye of Reincarnation, Mu Dun is the key. Even, Bai Xian felt that the sealing technique mastered by Tuanzang was also very valuable, and maybe it could be used to upgrade the chakra immortal cultivation method. After all, didn't the Great Snake Pill develop a spell that combines sealing and immortal art in the future? In addition to these, I think illusion is also very useful. The art of white shock can create strong light, sound waves, and vibration. If you complete the sense of smell and taste, can you create an illusion that affects the five senses? It's just that people's energy is limited. I have a full schedule for the next time. Let's wait for the future to study illusion. It's not too early now, it's time to go to bed. Although Bai Xian thinks that he is very smart, after all, people's energy is limited, and the efficiency of brain cells is not infinite. There are too many things that need to be learned, researched, and thought about, and Bai Xian also feels that his brain is also a little inadequate. Perhaps what I need most is a technology that can strengthen, optimize, and transform the brain. As long as you want to create this technology, it will take no less time and energy, so take your time. With this thought, Bai Xian fell asleep. Just after dawn, Ape Flying Sun Chopper got the news that Tuanzang was missing. This also made the Ape Flying Sun's expression become gloomy almost instantly. He and Danzo grew up together since childhood, and they are both second-generation Hokage Senjima students, and their feelings are extremely deep. Even if there were many contradictions between the two because of the power struggle, in the heart of Ape Flying Sunko, he still cared about Tuanzang very much. How could it be missing? Has something happened recently? Constantly thinking about the reason in his heart, the eyebrows of the Ape Flying Sun became tighter and tighter. Go to the root base. Without hesitating for long, Sarutobi planned to personally go to the root base to collect intelligence. 2 hours later, Ape Flying Sun fell into deep thought. He lit his pipe and began to swallow the clouds. Recently, Tuanzang is investigating Uchiha Baekhyun. He should be trying to kill Uchiha Baekhyun, a genius of the Uchiha clan. But Uchiha Hakugen is only 10 years old this year, and he is still a student of the ninja school. Tuanzang's strength is not weak, and he also mobilized 9 root elites last night. No matter how genius Uchiha Bai Xian is, can he really kill Tenzo and the 9 root elites? According to the intelligence collected by Tenzo, Uchiha Baekhyun is closely related to Uchiha Shina. So the reason why something happened to Danzo last night was because of Uchiha's moment? Uchiha used Uchiha Baekhyun as bait and took the opportunity to kill Danzo? It's possible, but I still need to investigate. The other party is Uchiha, I can't act rashly. But don't worry, I will definitely help you take revenge. After making up his mind, Ape Flying Sun Chopper immediately gave a mission. He needs to investigate the movements of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan last night, especially the man who tried to rebel in Uchiha. The immortal art of Miyama Mountain is really very different from the immortal art of Longdi Cave. Ninjutsu, physical arts, illusions, enchantments. It's all-encompassing. By studying the immortal arts of Miyama Mountain, the Great Snake Pill also had a deeper understanding of immortal arts, or fairy chakra. The fairy chakra is a chakra that is more powerful and closer to the origin of nature. It is precisely because of this that fairy chakra can be regarded as a more advanced chakra, and what chakra can do, fairy chakra can also do. Moreover, fairy chakra is closer to nature than chakra, so fairy chakra can also do things that ordinary chakra cannot. For example, promote the evolution of living organisms, or let living beings grasp the power of nature. Initially, the application of fairy chakra is divided into 2 broad categories. The first major category is to use the fairy chakra to strengthen oneself and obtain the evolution of the essence of life. The immortal art of the Dragon Earth Cave is actually closer to this category, and if the snake wants to transform into a dragon, doesn't it just want to obtain the evolution of the essence of life? The second category is the use of fairy chakra to make life bodies closer to nature and become part of nature as much as possible, so that they can not only strengthen themselves, but also take the opportunity to master part of the power of nature. Nature includes all things and is the origin of the world, and the force of nature is the power of the origin of the world. It is precisely because of this that the great Toad Immortal is able to master the ability to predict this horror. There is no difference between these 2 application directions, but I prefer the first. I want to understand the nature of life more than the ethereal nature. It's just that the second direction of application shouldn't be wasted either. Why not give it to Bai Xian along with the immortal art of Miyama Mountain? Thinking of this, the eyes of the big snake pill couldn't help but show a little expectation. He was curious to know what kind of immortal art Bai Xian could create after obtaining these materials. Moreover, he and Bai Xian are trading, and these materials are given to Bai Xian. What kind of knowledge will Bai Xian give him? Trading knowledge is really pleasant. The knowledge traded out will not decrease, but will gain new knowledge, which is a win-win situation. But unfortunately most people in the world are ignorant and like to hide it. After sighing, the big snake pill was about to go out to find Bai Xian. However, as soon as he walked out of the laboratory, Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Watch a gray snake spit out the scroll, take the scroll and open it directly. The above information also caused a ray of glow to flash in the eyes of the big snake pill. Tuanzang is actually dead, and it is very likely to be related to Bai Xian, although the big snake pill has not seen Bai Xian's true strength. But the big snake pill knew that Bai Xian was by no means simple, and Tuanzang was most likely killed by Bai Xian. Tuanzang, that disgusting guy, die if you die. I just don't know what the teacher will find. And with Bai Xian's wisdom, it is impossible not to think about the follow-up to this matter. Hee, this is really exciting, and I really want to see you more and more. Bai Suanjun, just like that, he whispered, and the figure of the big snake pill also disappeared in place. At the same time, Bai Xian was combing through the relevant knowledge of Feng Dun. Although Danzo's understanding of Feng Dun is very deep, it is even one of the best in the entire ninja world. It's just that even so, Tuanzang's understanding of Feng Dunning cannot be comparable to Uchiha's understanding of Huo Duan. Therefore, Bai Xian was able to easily create the Immortal Law Jinyan Chakra Mode and the Fire Escape Artificial Tailed Beast Blazing Golden Crow. But Bai Xian wanted to create the Immortal Law Wind Escape Qualitative Change Chakra Mode and the Wind Escape Artificial Tailed Beast, which was more difficult. Of course, difficulties are just difficulties, Bai Xian is sure to overcome them, it is only a matter of time. And ninjutsu has something in common, and Bai Xian is not without clues. The principle is similar, except that the properties have changed. According to my thinking, it can be completed in 2 months at most. It's not slow anymore. Suddenly, Bai Xian moved. The big snake pill actually came. There was a different color in his eyes, and Bai Xian immediately showed a faint smile. Senior Orochimaru, please sit. Hearing Bai Xian's words, the figure of the big snake pill suddenly appeared, and at the same time revealed a smile. You're an eye-opener, Bai Suanjun. Hearing this, Bai Xian naturally guessed what the big snake pill was saying, and then Yin replied lightly, if someone wants to kill me, I naturally won't wait for death. It's just killing someone, how simple. Saying this, Bai Xian's voice suddenly changed. And, killing is not without benefits, life dies, but memories can endure. As Bai Xian's words entered the ears of the big snake pill, the pupils of the big snake pill couldn't help shrinking. With a sweep of his eyes, he also saw the text that Bai Xian was writing, which was related to the knowledge of Feng Dun. Combined with Bai Xian's words, did this knowledge come from Tuanzang's brain? And in Tuanzang's mind, how could he only have this knowledge about Feng Dun? It seems that Bai Suanjun has a plan. In that case, then I'll wait and see. After saying this, Orochimaru also decided to get down to business. Bai Suanjun, I got the immortal art of Miama Mountain from Zi Lei, and I have also studied some results. I wonder if Bai Suanjun is interested. While speaking, the big snake pill handed the scroll to Bai Xian. Of course interested, and I have long been prepared with the knowledge of trading. While speaking, Bai Xian also handed over a scroll, which recorded an upgraded version of Inorganic Rebirth, which is an immortal art that can create artificial tailed beasts. The big snake pill paused slightly, and then revealed a more expectant expression. Exchanging scrolls, Bai Xian and Orochimaru opened the scrolls together in a very tacit understanding. The immortal art of Miama Mountain, and the research results of the great snake pill, close to nature, integrated into nature, mastering nature. This is the idea of the unity of heaven and man. With all this, I probably know how the Chakra Immortal method should be upgraded. Bai Xian was satisfied, and the big snake pill also felt a little surprised. I didn't expect that Inorganic Rebirth could actually be upgraded to this kind of immortal art, giving Chakra life force and controlling it, thus creating an artificial tailed beast. With this technique, wouldn't it be possible to create human pillar force in batches? And what if it is to give life to the fairy Chakra and control it? Is it possible to master a more powerful immortal mode? Give life to the fairy Chakra and control it, and then seal it in his body, making himself a human pillar force of the fairy Chakra artificial tailed beast. Enter the immortal mode with the power of the fairy Chakra artificial tailed beast and master the fairy art. What kind of power would that have? And the use of the fairy Chakra artificial tailed beast is not only used as a prop to enhance the immortal mode. He can also develop other application techniques of the fairy Chakra artificial tailed beast. After all, Chakra is the root of all extraordinary powers, and fairy Chakra is a more advanced Chakra. Inspiration poured out of his brain, and the big snake pill couldn't help but show a slightly morbid snake smile. I can't wait to turn these inspirations into magic. He looking at the big snake pill in such a posture, Bai Xian also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Senior Orochimaru, it seems that you are very satisfied with this knowledge. Very satisfying indeed. Orochimaru closed the scroll and showed a friendly expression towards Bai Xian. I am also very satisfied with this knowledge. The senior of the big snake pill is worthy of being a genius among geniuses, and this scientific research talent is really eye-opening. Bai Xian's sincere praise made the big snake pill's smile also brighten a little. Bai Suanjun, your scientific research talent also shocked and inspired me. The two looked at each other and smiled, and everything was silent. Well, now that the deal has been made, I should also go. Looking forward to our next deal, goodbye by Suan-jun. As the last word Jun fell, the figure of the big snake pill also disappeared in place. Looking at the time, Bai Xian also put away the paper and pen and began to cultivate the chakra immortal cultivation method. As time passed, one piece of information about Uchiha was placed on the desk in Hokage's office. The more Ape Fei Ri looked at it, the more solemn his expression became. How can it be so normal? Why is there no clue? Didn't Tenzo kill Uchiha? If Danzo wasn't killed by Uchiha, who would have killed it? It can't have been killed by Uchiha Bakushuan. His eyes flickered slightly, and the ape flying sun chop seemed to think of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait. There is another possibility, that is, Union. 2 years ago, Union spies infiltrated Konoha and wanted to steal the human pillar power. In the past 2 years, Union's small movements have never stopped, and he is doing everything possible to increase his strength, and he is also weakening the strength of other ninja villages. Maybe this time it was Union spies who seized the opportunity and took the opportunity to kill Tuanzang. Thinking of this, Ape Fei Rico felt that his speculation was likely to be the truth. It's just that his personality is also very rigorous and unwilling to let go of any clues. Union wants to investigate, and Ujibo Bakushuan also wants to investigate. After making a decision, Sarutobi immediately gave 2 tasks to the Dark Ministry. However, in the following period, Bai Xian has always been very honest, studying Feng Dun in the morning, studying immortal arts in the afternoon, and practicing the chakra immortal cultivation method in the evening. And just like that, a week passed. Bai Xian also completely grasped the essence of the Miyama Mountain immortal art, completely absorbed the research results of the Great Snake Pill, and even had his own understanding. The unity of heaven and man is not inherently contradictory to evolution itself. Man can be a dragon, and a dragon can be one between heaven and man. Therefore, the upgraded version of the chakra immortal cultivation method can be called the Heavenly Dragon Unity Technique. Deduction. The kaleidoscope of the left eye suddenly opened, the ring quickly turned into a triangle, and the triangle turned into a ring. Brain cells were activated by chakra, and the sparks of thinking gathered together and ignited a monstrous flame. The Heavenly Dragon Unity art was also born. Closing his eyes, Bai Xian adjusted his breathing unhurriedly. Exhale, inhale, exhale, exhale, inhale. Natural energy poured into the body continuously, combined with chakra, to produce immortal chakra. The fairy chakra constitutes a circulatory system and the meridian system of the human body. When the fairy chakra circulation system and the natural energy circulation system between heaven and earth reach a state of dynamic equilibrium, Bai Xian entered a state where he could continuously absorb natural energy and use natural energy to strengthen himself. Wonderful! Now I can finally practice all the time. This feeling seems to be a true and genuine immortal cultivator. With the Heavenly Dragon Unity Technique, even if I do everything, I will be able to become an immortal who can live for thousands of years in about 30 years. It's just 30 years, which is still too long for me. But this is not important. I will continue to upgrade the chakra immortal cultivation method in the future. According to my speculation, within 7 years, I will be able to become an immortal with 1,000 years of life, and within 10 years, I will be able to become a 6-level powerhouse. The feeling of cultivating the Heavenly Dragon Unity art is really wonderful. And the Heavenly Dragon Unity art is not only an upgraded version of the chakra immortal cultivation method, it is also an immortal art that can allow Bai Xian to enter the immortal mode in Heavenly Dragon Unity state. So, how strong can you be in the state of immortal mode, Tenrya Unity, Susanoo Armament and Blazing Gold Uchakra mode? It's just that the name seems too long. It's even more outrageous than the name that Feng Shui Gate gave to ninjutsu. But as I got stronger, I developed more and more techniques. If these techniques can be used on top of each other, it is normal for the names to be long. After all, at the rate at which I get stronger, my name in my strongest state has to be constantly changed. Thinking of this, Bai Xian's eyes immediately narrowed slightly. Forget it, then don't want to, so be it. Now the chakra immortal cultivation method has been upgraded. Then you just need to study the wind. And now I am practicing all the time, which means that I can spend all my time studying Feng Dun, hopefully completing my goal within a week. Created the Immortal Law Wind Escape Qualitative Chakra Mode and the Wind Escape Artificial Tailed Beast. When Bai Xian continued to study Feng Dun, the ape flying sun in Hokage's office showed a headache expression. Uchiha Bakushuan, there is nothing abnormal. Honestly, go to school, leave school, and practice every day. It can basically be ruled out that Tenzo was killed by him. As for Union's side, he did find 2 spies. But these 2 spies didn't know anything about Tuanzang. Therefore, it is not yet possible to rule out the possibility of cloud concealment. Who the hell did this? It's a headache to do it so seamlessly. Harm in the laboratory of the large snake pill. The incubator is filled with a light green viscous liquid with fine bubbles. Turn on the switch, pour a little pure white powder into it, and start stirring. Slowly, a wisp of materialized fairy chakra followed. And when the first immortal chakra was born, it was followed by the birth of a steady stream of immortal chakra. The pure white fairy chakra is like substance, like piece after piece of colloid. Looking at this scene, the big snake pill also showed a morbid smile full of expectation and excitement. It worked, it went so well. The fairy chakra derived from the white snake immortal cells is not an ordinary fairy chakra. Combined with my processing technology, this characteristic of fairy chakra should already be very close to the chakra of the tailed beast. In that case, the immortal chakra artificial tailed beast I created will naturally be very close to the real tailed beast. And the artificial tailed beast has no soul, no autonomous consciousness, or my will is its soul, which is much more obedient than the real tailed beast. And obedience means good use. More importantly, if this technology continues to be optimized, as long as the problem of excessive cost is solved, I can even mass-produce artificial tailed beasts and artificial human column forces. Thinking of this, the eyes of the big snake pill couldn't help but show a bit of fanaticism. He really knew too well how powerful the power of the tailed beast and the human pillar force was. If it can be mass-produced, what does that mean? It means that the pattern of the ninja world will be easily subverted by him. No, it's not just the ninja world. Even if it is the pattern of the entire world, he can easily subvert it. It's technology that's enough to change the world. Bai Suanjun, you have helped me too much. And you're still young, and you really don't know what kind of shocking technology you will be able to create in the future. What great technology can I create under your inspiration? I'm really looking forward to your future more and more. Unknown represents endless possibilities. When the amount of immortal chakra reached a certain level, the big snake pill stretched out his hands and began to keep imprinting. The hands turned into phantoms, and one by one the ninja seals appeared. The fairy chakra in the culture tank also produced strange changes. Life conceived. When the fairy chakra gave birth to enough life, it turned into a living creature and turned into an artificial tailed beast. It was a snake. Pure white and immaculate snake. Perfect. The smile became brighter and brighter, stretching out his palm, and the big snake pill controlled the white snake to drill out of the cultivation jar, fly to his palm, and merge into his body. With only one last step left, I will be able to become a human pillar force. 5-element seal. The hands turned into phantoms again, and as the seal was completed, a purple glow suddenly appeared on the 5 fingers. Press your danchin with 5 fingers, and the 5-element seal is complete. And his big snake pill easily became the human pillar force of the artificial tailed beast. Now he only needs to move his mind to be able to mobilize the immortal chakra of the artificial tailed beast, enter the immortal mode, and control the power of immortal art. Just like this, there was no need to seal it, just a thought. The pure white fairy chakra suddenly overflowed into the body, condensing into an energy cloak on the surface of the body. It's a wonderful feeling, the perfect combination of immortal art and human pillar power. This power is really powerful. Maybe now I have surpassed the teacher. And I know very well that this is just the beginning. With the power of the artificial tailed beast, I was also able to further transform my body and bring my body closer to the body of an immortal. As long as I complete the initial immortal transformation, I can have a lifespan of at least 500 years. But before I can start creating immortal transformation technology, I still have to meet Bai Xian. The upgraded version of the inorganic rebirth technique was handed over to me by him. Presumably there is also an artificial tailed beast in his hands, and the research results on the artificial human pillar force should also be shown to him. After all, with my teacher's cautious personality, he will definitely personally intervene in the near future to test whether you have a problem. My teacher is much stronger than Tuan Zhang, and the two of them are not at the same level at all. I don't know what kind of picture came to mind, but Orochimaru's face suddenly flashed with some expectation. He did not think that Bai Xian would die at the hands of his teacher. At the same time, he did not think that Bai Xian would kill his teacher. The final outcome is most likely that the teacher compromises in shock. Although it would also affect his great snake pill, he didn't care about these effects. After all, Bai Xian's help to him was too great. With this opportunity, I should be able to see the full strength of the teacher and Bai Suanjun. Hey, finally smiled, and the figure of the big snake pill disappeared in place. On the other side, Bai Xian's research on Feng Dun has also come to an end. The research is almost done. Within a week, I will be able to complete the Immortal Law Wind Escape Transformation Chakra mode and create the Wind Escape Artificial Tailed Beast. Although I can't fuse wind and fire to form a burning dun in a short period of time, the wind dun and fire dun can be superimposed together to form a compound immortal art. The name can be called the Compound Immortal Method Wind and Fire Chakra mode. Bai Xian, who had just taken his name, suddenly sensed a familiar and unfamiliar chakra, and then narrowed his eyes. Senior Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to create your own unique immortal art so quickly, and the efficiency is really high. The big snake pill in the immortal mode state suddenly appeared. He was not surprised that Bai Xian could sense his arrival. It's just that his mood is so good now. Because the power of the human pillar force and immortal mode is too strong, He loves this feeling, relying on his scientific research talent and wisdom to keep getting stronger. By Suanjun, your talent is obviously stronger than mine, so you don't have to praise me every time you meet. Although I know you are telling the truth, it doesn't have to be between you and me. While speaking, the big snake pill also directly exited the immortal mode, sat opposite Bai Xian, and then handed out the scroll. Bai Xian smiled slightly, took out a scroll with the pattern of immortal law Jinyan chakra, and handed it to the big snake pill. Sure enough, the big snake pill who took the scroll was not the slightest surprise. Looking at each other and smiling, the two opened the scroll at the same time. For the research results of the big snake pill, Bai Xian had long speculated. It's just that although the human pillar force technique is good, Bai Xian can't use it now. It is worthy of the technology created by the big snake pill, the effect is very powerful and very perfect. It's just that I can use the artificial tailed beast into Susanoo's armor, and its effect is more powerful than the artificial human pillar force technology. Of course, such a perfect and powerful technology, I will not waste it like this, I will have the opportunity to use it in the future. And, if I'm not mistaken, the big snake pill wants to continue to optimize this technology, and finally can manufacture artificial human column force in bulk at low cost. Interesting idea. With a bit of thought in his eyes, Bai Xian immediately put down the scroll on the other side. Orochimaru looked at the design principle of the immortal law Jinyan chakra pattern, and couldn't help but stretch out the snake-like letter. The change in the nature of chakra can actually make chakra produce this qualitative change form. It's kind of magical. So, the artificial tailed beast in Bai Suanjun's hands was created by giving Jinyan chakra vitality. Such an artificial tailed beast, the combat effectiveness must not be bad. I just don't know if in Bai Suanjun's hands is there a special technique for using artificial tailed beasts. There must be. Of course, the big snake pill also did not put too much thought into guessing Bai Xian. Instead, he began to think about how to use chakra qualitative transformation technology to upgrade his white snake artificial tailed beast. The qualitative transformation of chakras fusion. With Bai Suanjun's wisdom, he would definitely not let go of studying the power of the blood succession limit. Since the chakra of the 2 attributes can be fused into the blood succession limit, and the chakra of the 3 attributes can be fused into the blood succession elimination, then what kind of blood succession can the chakra of more multiple attributes and even all attributes be fused into? The fact that others in the ninja world can't master this power doesn't mean that Bai Suanjun and I can't master this power. Fire chakra can undergo qualitative changes, which means that other attributes of chakra can also undergo qualitative changes. If you master the qualitative change of all attribute chakra, you may be able to reduce the difficulty of fusing the 7 chakra attributes. And this may be the ultimate form of the artificial tailed beast. The ultimate blood inheritance formed by the fusion of 7 chakra attributes, and then completed the transformation of the blood chakra quality to create an adult tail-making beast. How powerful is such an existence? Maybe you can easily surpass the ninja god. Become a true god. These thoughts flashed in the heart of the big snake pill, and he didn't say it, because he felt that he could think of this, and Bai Suanjun could also think of it. In this case, the two of them can continue to make progress together by continuing to maintain this relationship of mutual trading and cooperation. Bai Suanjun, the third knowledge transaction is complete, and I should also go. Finally, I look forward to seeing your full strength. While speaking, the big snake pill also showed a meaningful smile, and then his figure disappeared in place. Bai Xian, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression, looking like a light breeze. The ape flies to the sun. Although the strength is good, it is only good strength. He wouldn't really think he was the strongest Hokage. Putting down the scroll in his hand, Bai Xian began to design the Senfa Kamikaze Chakra mode. Time continues to flow and does not change by human will. 7 days later. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi's expression became heavier and heavier. Tuanzang's death doesn't seem to have anything to do with Yunyin. So, Danzo was really killed by Uchiha Bakushuin. But Uchiha Hakugen is only 10 years old, and he hasn't even graduated from ninja school. How could he possibly kill Tenzo, as well as the other 9 root elites? Even the first adults can't do it when they are 10 years old. Could it be that Bai Xian's talent even surpasses that of the first adult? Recalling the powerful power that could be called a god between the original Hokage Senju pillars, Ape Flying Sun didn't know what to say for a while. If Uchiha Bakushuin really has the talent to surpass the original Hokage, does that mean that Uchiha Bakushuin is likely to have the power to surpass the original Hokage in the future? If in the future, he really surpasses the original Hokage, will he become a Hokage? Uchiha became Hokage, which is not a good thing. Thinking of this, Ape Flying Sun's expression also became extremely embarrassed. Although he is not as extreme as Danzo, he is bent on eradicating the Uchiha clan, but he really didn't have a good impression of the Uchiha family. As for making Uchiha a Hokage, he didn't even think about it. What's more, this Uchiha also killed Danzo. How could he make this kind of thing a reality? If Danzo is really killed by Uchiha Hakugen, then I must do whatever it takes to eradicate Uchiha Hakugen, and I can't let Uchiha Hakugen destroy Konoha in the future. If not, of course it's better. It's just not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Tonight, I'll test it. After making a decision, Ape Fei Ri's mood was a little more relaxed. At the same time, Bai Xian also finally completed the Immortal Law Kamikaze Chakra mode. One hand seals, one seal casts. The invisible Kamikaze Chakra suddenly diffused from Bai Xian's body, as if it turned into a wind armor. And that's just the beginning. Continue to seal and release inorganic rebirth. With the fairy chakra constantly integrated into it, the invisible Kamikaze Chakra gathered together and also gave birth to majestic vitality. But between breaths, a translucent tiger the size of a cat was born. This is the Wind Escape Artificial Tailed Beast Kamikaze Tiger. It looks a little cute. The left hand touched the cat-like Kamikaze Tiger, and the right hand opened to summon the blazing golden crow. That's all that leaves the final steps. As he spoke, Susanoo's armor also appeared. Controls the blazing gold crow and Kamikaze Tiger into Susanoo's armor. The wind and flames were also intertwined and fused together in the next instant. The wind and fire are raging, hot and bursting. When a pair of wings condensed, Bai Xian also entered the Immortal Law Wind and Fire Chakra mode. It's an amazing feeling. The lightness of the wind and the blazing heat of the fire are perfectly fused together to give birth to even greater power. How can Ape Flying Sun Chopper be my opponent? In the face of this force, he can only compromise. Stretch out your palm, bend your 5 fingers, and then clench your fist. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Bai Xian's mind. An inspiration arose in his heart. After the sun goes down, the night gradually becomes deeper. 3 generations of Hokage, since they are here, why hide and hide? As Bai Xian's voice fell, Ape Fei Sun's expression couldn't help but sink. Being able to find him so easily, this Uchiha Bakushuin is definitely not simple. Moreover, he didn't even call himself Hokage-sama. 3 generations of Hokage. Such a title came out of Uchiha Bakushuin's mouth, which only made him feel uncomfortable. Why do you dare to call yourself that? What a dare! There is no need to ask. Ape Flying Sun is 80% sure, and Tuanzang is definitely killed by Uchiha Bakushuin. That being the case, then he could be sure that Bai Xian was a genius who surpassed the original Hokage. Such a genius appeared in the Uchiha family. It was definitely a catastrophe for Konoha. He wants to get rid of Uchiha Bakushuin. But, looking at Bai Xian's appearance, it seems that he has been prepared for a long time. He would not underestimate this genius whose talent surpassed the original Hokage. So, what kind of hole cards does Bai Xian have? The unknown is the most terrifying. And now the ape flying the sun chopping and does not want to take risks. He is no longer the ninja he once was. Appearing in front of Bai Xian, Ape Fei Ri looked serious. It seems that I really underestimated you before. I didn't expect to commit such an evil deed at such a young age. Ha! Bai Xian smiled contemptuously, and then calmly replied, underestimate me, you're a 3rd-generation Hokage, why would you care about me as little Uchiha before? As for your claim that such evil deeds were committed at a young age, this is even more fanciful. If someone wants to kill me, can't I fight back? Then I want to kill 3 generations of Hokage, please don't fight back, okay? Or do you think that the life of that old pig dog in Tenzo is more valuable than mine? You, Ape Fei Ri was furious, he listened to Bai Xianxian and Yang's strange chi, he was simply angry and angry. It's just that for a while he can't think of how to return the favor, because he knew that Bai Xian was right. But in this world, does right and wrong make sense? I'm a 3rd-generation Hokage, how dare you talk to me like that? He said in an icy voice, his eyes were full of oppression, as if he wanted to use his identity and power to oppress Bai Xian, and wanted Bai Xian to take the initiative to admit his mistake. However, looking at the posture of the ape flying sun, Bai Xian also smiled. At the next moment, Bai Xian opened the kaleidoscope. The eyes turned scarlet in an instant, the circle inlaid with a triangular pattern slowly turned, the terrifying pupil power surging, and the incomparably terrifying sense of oppression suddenly burst out. Look into my eyes and have the ability to say it again. Old pig dog. Why did Bai Xian cut face for Ape Fei Ri? What is he? Isn't he weak? Doesn't he like to compromise? Then let him be weak to the end. Then let him compromise to the end. Looking at Bai Xian's pair of kaleidoscopes, Ape Flying Sun Chopper couldn't help but be stunned. Of course he knew what kind of eyes it was. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is Uchiha's eyes. This is a powerful, comparable to the ninja god. No wonder Bai Xian was able to kill Tuanzang. With these eyes, he can indeed let Bai Xian kill Tuanzang. It is said that the kaleidoscope is the eye of the mind, and each pair of kaleidoscopes has a different pupil. Although I don't know what Bai Xian's pupil technique is, but Ape Flying Sun knew that the pupil technique of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes must be extraordinary. Most likely, you can kill yourself. Otherwise, why would this Uchiha Bai Xian dare to be so arrogant? If Naruto-sama doesn't bark, forget it. Now he doesn't even call the 3 generations of Hokage. Call the old pig dog directly. How could he stand it? But what if he can't stand it? Hands on it directly? What if he himself is killed? I already knew that I had brought the dark part. It's a pity that this world didn't know it earlier. Watching the ape-flying sun chop fall silent, Bai Xian smiled easily. You know who is right and who is wrong. The murderer will always kill, this is a great truth. I know what you're worried about, why don't we go to the suburbs and have a talk? After all, you don't want anyone else to know that the third generation of Hokage actually lost to a 10-year-old Uchiha. As soon as these words came out, Ape-Face Sun's expression became a little more relaxed. This was exactly what he was worried about, since Bai Xian was so knowledgeable. Maybe you shouldn't have fought him. It's okay to compromise, and there's no need to risk yourself and fight with the little Uchiha Begun. Anyway, what he wants is to make Uchiha Bakushin unable to be a Hokage in the future. You can do it yourself by other means. To know. If you want to become a Hokage, you don't just fight and kill. Uchiha Hakugen. How many means can there be? As a Hokage, it is better to use some other means to use the genius of Uchiha Hakugen. Of course, the premise of all this is based on the condition that he cannot kill Bai Xian. If he can kill Bai Xian, then kill Bai Xian directly and avenge Tuanzang. In just a moment, Ape-Flying Sun Chopper figured out many problems and chose to compromise. And these are also expected by Bai Xian. Okay, then we'll go to the suburbs and have a discussion. Ape-Fei-Ri agreed. Bai Xian did not have the slightest surprise, and then smiled politely. Please, Mayo Hokage. Hearing Bai Xian call himself the third generation of Hokage, the corners of Ape-Flying Sun's mouth twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath, he didn't say anything. After nodding, he walked towards the suburbs, and Bai Xian slowly followed behind the Ape-Flying Sun. With a sweep of his gaze, Bai Xian saw a small gray snake in the grass. A slight smile. Seeing Bai Xian smile, the big snake pill who was far away in the laboratory couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It's really the same as I speculated. The teacher chose to compromise. It seems that the teacher is indeed old and no longer the original shinobi. It's just that although the teacher is old, his strength has not decreased much. Bai Suanjun, what kind of power do you have to be so fearless? I'm really looking forward to it. Not often. Bai Xian followed the ape-flying sun chop to the suburbs. Let's shoot. Ape-Fei-Ri looked at Bai Xian, looking high, ready to point Bai Xian's posture. 3 generations of Hokage, my strength should be much stronger than you think. If you're not ready to show your full strength, it's very likely you're going to lose badly. Bai Xian said while mobilizing the immortal chakra in his body. Whew! The wind howled and the fire roared. Wind and fire were intertwined on Susanoo's armor, and the dazzling flames swayed with the wind. Vaguely, you can see the phantom of the golden crow and the fierce tiger, which is simply domineering and cool to the extreme. This is Susanoo armor armament wind in fire chakra mode. Looking at Bai Xian's posture at this time, feeling this terrifying and powerful momentum, Ape-Fei-Ri couldn't help but widen his eyes. You know, in addition to the title of ninjutsu, Sarutobi also has a title called Ninjutsu Professor. Not only can he skillfully control the combination of ninjutsu of the 5 attributes, but he is also proficient in all the conventional ninjutsu of Konoha. With his understanding of ninjutsu, he could naturally see how amazing Bai Xian's state was at this time. That platinum metal armor should be the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and its power must not be underestimated. In addition, there is the blessing of wind and fire. This blessing method is very similar to Union's Thunder Dun Chakra mode, except that Bai Xian actually mastered this degree of change in the nature of fire and change in the nature of wind. Even I have not completed the qualitative change between fire and wind. What's more, I also felt the breath of fairy arts. The phantom of the 3-legged crow, as well as the phantom of the tiger, is similar to the existence of the tailed beast, is a living chakra, and is the product of fairy arts. Kaleidoscope, fire, wind, and immortal art, these 4 forces are perfectly combined, which is the power of Uchiha Bakushin at this time. Nope, not only strength, but also wisdom. This talisman compound immortal art was created by Uchiha Bai Xian, and this creative talent is really incredible. He's only 10 years old. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, this level of compound immortal art, Ape-Flying Sun Slash would not have believed that it would be created and mastered by a 10-year-old Uchiha. It's just that now the facts are in front of him, and he has to believe it if he doesn't believe it, which is a reality he has to accept. Since Bai Xian had mastered such a powerful power, what else could he do? Wanting to kill Uchiha Bakushin is almost impossible. If you don't go all out, it is estimated that it will be difficult to gain the upper hand. It was impossible for him to admit defeat for the sake of Hokage. So, then go all out. One hand took off his jacket, revealing a set of combat uniforms. His hands suddenly froze and he entered a combat state. Psychic Arts, Vajra Ruyi Stick. As a white smoke rose, an iron rod also appeared in the hands of the ape-flying sun. This iron rod is called the Vajra Ruyi rod, but it is not an ordinary weapon. Instead, it is transformed from the psychic beast of the ape-flying sun, the Ape King and the Ape Demon. The ape demon has a body that is not bad, so this Vajra stick naturally also has the ability of King Kong not to be bad. Not only is it extremely hard and heavy, but it also has the ability to change, and it is very strong. Crawling in the grass, the gray snake watched all this quietly. The big snake pill in the laboratory looked at this scene, and his eyes couldn't help but feel a little emotion. How long had it been since he saw his teacher show this fighting stance? There is also by Xian, Sarutobi-san can recognize that Susanoo's armament wind and fire chakra mode is a compound immortal art, and he can naturally distinguish it from Orochimaru, and because the great snake pill had traded with Bai Xian 3 times, he understood it better. It turned out that there were 2 artificial tailed beasts in Bai Xian's hands, one representing the qualitative change of fire and the other representing the qualitative change of wind. And Bai Xian actually has this technique of using artificial tailed beasts. Is it because of those eyes? Kaleidoscope Sherry Nan. It's really unexpected. But if you think about it, that's a matter of course. Expected, reasonable. Interesting, really interesting. By Suanjun, let me see more of your power. In the expectant and fiery gaze of the big snake pill, Bai Xian's figure suddenly disappeared in place, as if a flame wrapped in a violent wind, flashing in the void like a shooting star. Wind and fire flashing technique. The golden light flashes, the heat wave is raging. So fast. Ape Fei Sun's pupils shrank, almost making him make a decision in the first place. It is necessary to limit Bai Xian's speed, otherwise this battle will not be easy to fight. Shadow Doppelganger Art. The hands turned into phantoms, but in an instant, the ape flying sun slashed to create 5 shadow doppelgangers. The 6 apes flew and moved at high speed, but unfortunately, his speed was much slower than Bai Xian. However, between the electric flint, Bai Xian came to the body of the ape flying sun. One punch blast. The wind and fire. This move is called Wind and Fire God Airstrike. However, the ape flying sun chop was already expected. Gently turn the Vajra stick, and one will turn into dozens. King Kong Wall. Dozens of Vajra rods built a cube cage to protect the ape flying sun, and the 5 shadow doppelgangers had already stood in the 5 directions around them, and began to seal rapidly. Wind, fire, water, thunder, earth. This is the art of Wudun Dalian, and the ape flying sun slash is a big move. Bai Xian dismissed. The power of the wind and fire god air attack was extremely powerful, and it almost instantly broke the King Kong prison wall of the ape flying sun. Wind and fire were perfectly combined, and the terrifying power converged into a monstrous wave, fiercely slashing towards the ape flying sun. Even if he wanted to hide, how could he avoid this monstrous blazing wave of fire? In the next instant, the corner of Ape Face Sun's mouth overflowed with a little blood, and his whole person flew out directly upside down. If it weren't for the King Kong rod blocking in front of him, just this move of the wind and Vulcan airstrike, he would have to die. It's really a terrifying power. It's hard to imagine that Uchiha Bakushin is only 10 years old now. He has mastered such a powerful power at only 10 years old, and has developed such a terrifying technique. It is simply a monster-like existence. It's just that even if Uchiha Bai Xian's talent is high, it should be impossible for him to defend against my Wudun Dalian bullet technique without injury. Quickly stabilizing the center of gravity of his body, Ape Flying Sun Chopper landed on the ground as soon as possible, looking at Bai Xian, and also at his 5 shadow doppelgangers. When the seal is complete, the 5 attributes of ninjutsu come together. The terrifying compound ninjutsu was born. Wudun Dalian bullet technique. Just let me test this trick. 5 fingers clenched into fists, and Bai Xian mobilized the immortal chakra in his body with all his strength. This trick, it's called Divine Tiger Wings. When the 2 artificial tailed beasts, the Divine Wind Tiger and the Blazing Golden Crow, fused together, the wind and fire on Bai Xian's body also suddenly converged. Wind and fire mixed to form a divine tiger with wings. The moment this divine tiger condensed and completed, its figure disappeared, turning into a golden fire. The golden fire is extremely fast. In less than a second, the 5 Dalian bullet technique, as well as the 5 shadow doppelgangers of the ape flying sun, disappeared. And then, on Bai Xian's Susanoo armor, Kamikaze and Jin Yan appeared again. What happened? I only saw a flash of golden light, and my 5 shadow doppelgangers were wiped out. This also. That's a compliment. What a horrible attack. What would happen if Uchiha Bakushin had this move to attack himself? Ape Flying Sun fell silent for a while. I may die. I didn't expect that Uchiha Bai Xian actually had the ability to kill himself. Of course, nor is he incapable of killing him. Ghouls are sealed. The forbidden sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan can summon the Grim Reaper and harvest the souls of enemies. Of course, this trick needs to be unleashed at the cost of life. He doesn't want to die yet, so as a last resort, he won't use this trick. Of course, Bai Xian also knew this. Therefore, the current Bai Xian will not force the ape flying sun to a corner. 3 generations of Hokage, I think this competition can be over. The consumption of chakra by that move just now is too great. Bai Xian opened his eyes and said nonsense, and Ape Flying Sun Chopper naturally understood what Bai Xian meant, and then nodded with a smile. Yes, then this is the end of this discussion. Bai Xian, your talent is very high and your strength is also very strong. I believe that you will be your hope for the future of Konoha. The Ape Flying Sun Chop seems to have words in his words, containing deep meaning. And Bai Xian naturally guessed the idea of Ape Flying Sun, and then replied unhurriedly, 3 generations of Hokage. In fact, I am not interested in becoming a Hokage. So you don't have to be so hostile to me. After all, Uchiha is also part of Konoha, is it? The original Hokage firmly believes that Uchiha can be integrated into Konoha. Why didn't the third Hokage give it a try? Hearing Bai Xian say that he was not interested in becoming a Hokage, Ape Flying Sun Chopper's heart couldn't help but be happy. And listening to Bai Xian's next words, his eyes also flashed a bit of a complicated expression. This Bai Xian seems to be not only gifted, powerful, and politically wise, which does not seem to be low at all. And what he said is not wrong, maybe you can try it yourself. As long as Bai Xian is still a Konoha ninja, as long as he still abides by Konoha's rules, he can use him as much as possible. Is this bad? Of course, I'll try. Sarutobi smiled kindly. Bai Xian sneered in his heart. It's just a frog boiled in warm water. Since this Ape Flying Sun Chop has been put into the pot, then wait for death. The big snake pill looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. He knew that this game was won by Bai Xian. His own teacher not only chose to compromise and give in again, but also felt that this result was very good. There are 2 of these things, and there will be 3 and 4. What will the end be like if you keep compromising and giving in for the afternoon? It seems that the teacher is really old, or maybe he can't keep up with the times. The future is by Suanjun's, and it is also mine. That doesn't seem to be good. As soon as his mind moved, the gray light in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and the big snake pill set his eyes on the experimental table. Keep experimenting. Let me see how I can let the white snake artificial tailed beast control the qualitative change of the fire chakra, and the qualitative change of the wind chakra. When the big snake pill began the experiment, the atmosphere between Bai Xian and Ape Flying Sun Chopper has also become much more harmonious. Now that the atmosphere was in place, Bai Xian said directly, 3 generations of Hokage, I need some knowledge about thunder, I don't know how I can get it. As soon as this sentence came out, Ape Flying Sun Chopper couldn't help but be stunned. Based on Bai Xian's performance, he could probably guess what Bai Xian wanted to do. Bai Xian wanted to control thunder done, just as he controlled fire and wind. And in the future, water and earth will definitely not let go. Giving Lei Dun's relevant knowledge to Bai Xian will inevitably make Bai Xian more powerful. This is what he wants. But there was no way he could refuse. After all, Bai Xian didn't plan to become a Hokage anymore, and he planned to obediently become a Konoha ninja. As a 3rd-generation Hokage, he doesn't even give a little benefit. Why should he obey? After a slight pause, Ape Fei said in a deep voice, I know, tomorrow night I'll ask the Dark Ministry to give you what you want. Then thank you 3 generations of Hokage. Bai Xian thanked politely. Seeing the ape flying away, Bai Xian looked at the sky and prepared to wash and sleep. After waking up, start learning Lei Dun again. Bai Xian slept soundly tonight, and when he woke up, he only felt refreshed. After washing, eating, and taking some scrolls about Lei Dun from the Uchiha clan, Baekhyun went to school. The Uchiha family basically has the attribute of fire, and a few have the attribute of thunder. As for the other attributes, there are very few. Although the Uchiha family has the relevant knowledge of Lei Dun, it is the same as I imagined, too little and too shallow. But this is normal. Even if the ninja of the Uchiha clan has the thunder attribute, the probability is not as good as the fire attribute, so even if there is, they will not necessarily learn the thunder ninjutsu. Isn't the fire ninjutsu inherited by the Uchiha clan strong? It's just that something is better than nothing. I believe that the knowledge related to the thunder sent by the Ape Flying Sun Chopper to the Dark Department tonight will not be worse. I don't know what came to mind, and the corners of Bai Xian's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Doesn't the Ape Flying Sun Chop like to buy people's hearts? Then give him this opportunity to buy my heart. And since you want to buy people's hearts, the benefits you give naturally cannot be too bad. Lei Dun, thinking of Lei Dun, Bai Xian couldn't help but think of the Lei Dun Chakra mode, as well as the Chidori and Rachel created by Kakashi in the future, as well as the Chidori series Thunder Ninjutsu created by Suzuki. I have always liked the thunder power energy, and I also know that the essence of the thunder power is electromagnetic force. If I can combine the thunder power change chakra mode with the Chidori series of Thunder Ninjutsu, and then add the application of electromagnetic force, what kind of thunder immortal art will be created? With this expectation, Bai Xian walked into the classroom. Behind Bakujen, 5-year-old Kakashi watched Haku Hyun walk into the classroom, not knowing what he was thinking. After this period of hard study and cultivation, he thought that his strength had greatly improved. Wait for me Uchiha Bakushin, and when I fully master the White Fang sword art, I will challenge again. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Bai Xian got the knowledge of Lei Dun sent by the Dark Department of the Ape Flying Sun Slashing faction. Lei Dun Thunder Boom, Thunder Dun Pseudo Darkness, Thunder Dun Ground Walk. In addition to some conventional Lei Dun ninjutsu, there is also Ape Flying Sunko's own understanding of the morphological changes and nature changes of Lei Dun chakra. Although Ape Flying Sun Chopper is weak and short-sighted, its knowledge storage is really good. After all, there are few ninjas in the entire ninja world who can skillfully master the combination of the 5 attribute ninjutsu, and even master the compound ninjutsu of the level of the 5 Dundalian bullet technique. Although it does not involve the qualitative change of chakra's attributes, it is profound and comprehensive enough. Let me think about it. In almost a month, I will be able to create the Immortal Law Thunder Qualitative Transformation Chakra Mode, and the Thunder Dun Artificial Tailed Beast. Then it's time for me to graduate too. Bai Xian plans to become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan after graduation, and now he has the support of Uchiha Shina, a hawkish real power elder. But in the Uchiha family, there are not only hawks, but also doves, and even doves are even more powerful. Otherwise, Uchiha Fugaku would not have become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan in the near future. Of course, Bai Xian was absolutely sure that he would be able to become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, how to compete with himself? Forget it, don't think about it first. Strength is the foundation, and improving strength is the most important thing. Concentrate on studying Lei Dun. Finally, after secretly chanting in his heart, Bai Xian concentrated his mind. And as Bai Xian understood Lei Dun more and more, in Bai Xian's mind, there was a bold idea that became clearer. If I can master the electromagnetic force by using thunder, I remember that the 3 generations of Tokage mastered the Tsuka ninjutsu related to gravity, the Tsuchidun aggravated rock technique, and the Tsuchidun light and heavy rock technique. Gravity is gravity, that is, gravity, the fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism, gravity, strong interaction, weak interaction, and the grand unified theory. Although it may seem out of reach, it is not a fantasy. Step by step, I first tried to initially grasp the electromagnetic force through the thunder, and then with the help of the electromagnetic force, the fire, the wind, and the power of the thunder were perfectly combined. Immortal Law Wind Thunder Fire Chakra Mode, it's really exciting. At the same time, in the laboratory of the Great Snake Pill, looking at the relevant data on the experimental report, the Big Snake Pill's eyebrows locked. The experiment failed, but not completely. According to this pace of experimentation, it will take me at least a year to be able to let the White Snake Artificial Tailed Beast master the qualitative changes of fire and wind. It's been too long. It seems that I still have to complete the preliminary Immortal Transformation technique first. When I complete the preliminary Immortal Transformation, I also have a more powerful ability to create more powerful Immortal Artificial Tailed Beasts. When the time comes, start the Chakra Mass Change experiment, and the progress will be very fast. It's just that the reason why the Big Snake Pill suspended the Immortal Transformation experiment was because he encountered difficulties in the Immortal Transformation experiment. He wondered if he could help him get through this with the help of Chakra's Mass Transformation experiment. However, although the Chakra Mass Change experiment has not completely failed, the progress is not ideal. So now the Big Snake Pill, there is only one choice. Originally, I thought about going to Tsunade in 2 years, but now it seems, I'd better go see Tsunade and get the immortal art of the Wet Bone Forest as soon as possible. According to the Big Snake Pill's understanding of the Wet Bone Forest immortal art, it was the immortal art that had the greatest impact on the body, and after obtaining the Wet Bone Forest immortal art, he must be able to successfully complete the original immortal transformation technology. Let's go straight out. Indecision is not my character. With Orochimaru's understanding of Tsunade, although it was not early now, Tsunade definitely did not sleep. It's either gambling or drinking. Let's go to Kanaha's casino first. Not often, Orochimaru didn't accidentally see Tsunade shaking the dice in the casino. 2, 1, 2, little. Tsunade-sama, you lost again. Looking at the empty chips in his hand, although Tsunade was unhappy, he had long been used to it. Lost again. After muttering a word, Tsunade set his sights on Orochimaru. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Tsunade asked in an unkind tone, Orochimaru, why are you here? I invited you to drink, and I have something I want to talk to you about. As Orochimaru's flat voice fell, Tsunade frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to agree. Okay, you lead the way. Nodding gently, Orochimaru took Tsunade to the family wine house where he also drank alcohol. Why do you think about suddenly inviting me to drink? While drinking, Tsunade asked impatiently. Orochimaru knew that Tsunade didn't trust him. After all, his younger brother was taken out by himself and died in the task he arranged. He was able to understand that he had made a lot of preparations just to obtain the immortal art of the Wet Bone Forest. You look at this first. Taking out a piece of information, Orochimaru handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took the information with a little doubt, and then began to flip through it. As the strongest ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade can naturally understand this information about human body modification techniques. It was precisely because he could understand that Tsunade's expression became serious. Although this human body modification technology is not perfect, the framework is very complete, and only some problems need to be solved to completely improve this human body modification technology. What's more, the basis of this human body modification technique is fairy arts. From the last data of the data, it seems that this human body modification technology can transform the human body close to the body of an immortal, not only can have a powerful immortal power, but also can have a life expectancy far beyond the limits of human beings. This is simply a cross-era human body modification technology. And this technology, if nothing else, it must be the research result of the big snake pill. After reading it, Tsunade stopped talking. After being silent for a long time, Tsunade spoke. It seems that it was me and Jiraiya who underestimated you before. I didn't expect that the great snake pill you would be able to develop such amazing results. Although this technology does not allow humans to have an eternal lifespan, it can also allow humans to have hundreds of years of life. Continuing to study, it seems that it is not impossible for human beings to have an eternal lifespan, and I probably know the purpose of your coming to me. You want the magic of the wet bone forest. I'll ask the slugs tomorrow, it's probably no problem, wait for my good news. That would trouble you, Tsunade. After thanking him, the big snake pill paused slightly, and his tone changed. Tsunade, you should know that the second generation once developed a forbidden technique called dirt rebirth. If this technique continues to be developed, it may not be able to be used to resurrect the dead. Times are changing, ninjutsu is changing, maybe you can try to look forward. As Orochimaru's words fell, Tsunade's expression couldn't help but freeze. Rebirth of dirt, of course she knew about this forbidden technique, although she thinks this forbidden technique is evil. But what Orochimaru said was not unreasonable. As a top medical ninja in the ninja world, she knows very well that the development of medical ninjutsu is inseparable from human experiments. Human experimentation is destined to lead to the sacrifice of the experimenter. All of this is inevitable. Even she saw a lot of experimental reports between the 1,000 hands. I know that many experimenters died at the hands of 1,000 hands. Can she say that Senjima is an evil person? Development is bound to come with sacrifice. And sacrifice is not without value. How many medical ninjutsu have she improved and how many lives have she saved by relying on the experimental report of Senjukuma? Isn't that the value of sacrifice? What's more, if you can perfect the rebirth of dirt through human experiments, wouldn't it be possible to resurrect those who had fallen for the victim? Thinking about it this way, Tsunade did not resist studying the rebirth of dirt and trying to perfect this forbidden technique. My current self suffers from hemophobia. How can human experiments be conducted? Hemophobia is not so easy to cure, but I'm not going to give up on treating it. Looking forward, it's easy to say, but it's not so easy to do. Even the more anxious, the worse the condition will deteriorate and become more serious. The big snake pill naturally understood this, and then nodded gently, and his tone softened a little. I know, this topic ends here, continue to drink the bar. Well, keep drinking. After drinking a jug of sake, the two left the izakaya house. The next day, Tsunade also gave the wet bone forest's immortal art to Orochimaru as promised. The slug's immortal promised to give you the fairy art of the wet bone forest, but it has a request. I hope you will go to the wet bone forest after the research and development results, so that it can see this immortal transformation technology that is enough to change the times. No problem, I will. After getting Orochimaru's reply, Tsunade nodded gently. Okay, since the things have been given to you, then I will go gambling next. Orochimaru, I wish you success. Don't worry, Tsunade, I'll succeed. Watching Tsunade leave, until his back disappeared from sight, Orochimaru walked into the laboratory. Opening the scroll, carefully reading the immortal art of the wet bone forest, the eyes of the big snake pill couldn't help but light up. Sure enough, as I speculated, the fairy art of the wet bone forest really pays the most attention to the impact of the fairy chakra on the human body. This technique of influencing the body through the magic chakra is really exquisite. The normal physiological activities of the human body can be affected, and it can also strengthen many functions of the human body to a certain extent, so that the human body can maintain the best state to a certain extent. It seems that Tsunade has maintained his current physical state by studying the immortal art of the wet bone forest. This technology can completely allow human beings to maintain a state of youth for a long time. More importantly, my speculation is correct. The immortal art of the wet bone forest can indeed help me complete the original immortal transformation technology, and even this help is greater than I estimated. With the immortal art of the wet bone forest, it seems that it won't take me long to complete the original immortal body transformation technology. At that time, I will not only be able to master more powerful immortal powers, but I will also have a lifespan of at least 500 years. It's really exciting and exciting. I can't wait, let's start experimenting now. With a final mutter, the big snake pill began his immortal transformation experiment. So, time passes quickly. Half a month later, the big snake pill looked at the experimental product in front of him and opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly, hooking a joyful smile. It worked, it really worked. My big snake pill is indeed a genius. The original immortal transformation technology has finally succeeded. While excited, the big snake pill also began to test the various body data of the experimental product at this time. Good. Bodily functions have exceeded the limits of human beings. The first generation of immortal bodies only need to receive the most basic physical training, which is enough to use the combat power comparable to the elite shinobi. This data is already very staggering. If I combine the immortal transformation technology with the artificial human pillar force, I can even mass-produce artificial soldiers that are comparable to the five shadows. Strong, really too strong. And the big snake pill did not forget it again. The most important use of immortal transformation technology is not to strengthen the body. Even strengthening the body is only the least important function of the immortal transformation technology. Sure enough, the original immortal body's perception, absorption ability, and even carrying capacity for natural energy are much stronger than ordinary human bodies. It can be said that each primordial immortal body can easily master immortal art, and with the help of the power of immortal art, it has a combat power comparable to the five shadows. Of course, even if I don't rely on the power of immortal arts, I still have the combat power of the five shadows. The biggest and most important effect of the original immortal transformation technology for me is to use the fairy chakra to maintain the vitality of cells, have a lifespan of 500 years, and even be able to use the fairy chakra to maintain the youthful state of the body before death. 500 years of life, and 500 years of youth. For such a long time, I will definitely be able to continuously upgrade the immortal transformation technology and continuously extend my life until I obtain immortality. And the rebirth of filthy soil, for such a long time, I don't believe I can't perfect this forbidden technique. After checking the data and determining that the original immortal transformation technology had been very perfect, the big snake pill directly separated a shadow avatar and began to transform the immortal body for himself. 27 hours later, Orochimaru opened his eyes, felt the subtle changes in his body, and couldn't help but show an expression of enjoyment. It's wonderful, it's wonderful. This is the body of an immortal. Even if it is not complete, it is a body that has exceeded the limits of human beings. Great strength, abundant vitality, permanent youth, long life, and this affinity for natural energy, this unparalleled talent for immortals, is really intoxicating. The big snake pill knew very well that he had become much stronger through the immortal body transformation, but he didn't know how powerful he was now. Maybe now I have surpassed the teacher. I just don't know. Can I defeat the demigods now? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, known as the three shinobi. However, the name of the three ninja is given by the demigod Hanzo. Is this glory? Or shame? In fact, the big snake pill didn't care. At the current rate of strengthening, sooner or later he will surpass the demigods. When the time comes, do these still matter? Orochimaru was originally the most powerful ninja in the ninja world. There may be quite a few ninjas who can defeat him, but what about that strong man who can kill him with absolute certainty? Maybe not none. Therefore, in the eyes of the big snake pill, the strength is enough. What I pursue has never been the power that keeps getting stronger, but all the truth in the world. Only by having an eternal lifespan can we truly grasp the mysteries of chakra and ninjutsu, grasp all the truths in the world, and thus become an existence comparable to a god. Intoxicated for a long, long time, the big snake pill finally regained his calm. Today he finally opened the door of eternal life and saw the hope of eternal life. One step closer to truly realizing your dreams. This is just the beginning. I can't get carried away. I need to keep learning and improving. This immortal transformation technology, let's hand it over to Bai Suanjun first. I don't know what kind of precious knowledge is hidden in Bai Suanjun's mind. Thinking like this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, the figure of the big snake pill disappeared in place. At the same time, Bai Xian also had some achievements in Lei Dun's research. The essence of Lei Dun is to control the current, although the current and the electromagnetic force can be converted into each other, but the current is the current, and the electromagnetic force is the electromagnetic force. What is used to merge with wind and fire is electricity, and what is used to constrain current, wind, and fire is electromagnetism. That's important. And there's another point that's critical. Electromagnetic forces can not only be used to constrain currents, wind, and fire, but they can also control metals. What does that mean? This means that I can upgrade Susanoo armor even further, and this upgrade may allow Susanoo armor to be upgraded to Susanoo mecha. After all, the electromagnetic force allows me to manipulate more and heavier magnetic metals. Susanoo mecha. I can finally drive the mecha, and I really look forward to it. Thinking like this, Bai Xian couldn't help but show an expectant expression. However, when Bai Xian felt a familiar and unfamiliar chakra, a wisp of different colors also flashed in his eyes. This is the big snake pill? It seems that his experiment was successful. With a slight smile, Bai Xian said unhurriedly, "Senior of the Great Snake Pill, please sit down." Bai Suan Jun. As the voice of the big snake pill sounded, his figure also suddenly appeared. After sitting opposite Bai Xian, the big snake pill directly took out a pair of scrolls and placed it in front of Bai Xian. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. This is my latest achievement, please Bai Suanjun to take a look." Bai Xian, who had already planned for a long time, unhurriedly took out a glove and handed it to the big snake pill. "This is also a gift that I have prepared for you a long time ago, I hope you can like it." The moment he saw this glove, the big snake pill's pupils suddenly shrank. He witnessed Bai Xian's battle with the ape flying sun. At this time, he also clearly remembered how this glove appeared on Bai Xian's hand, and then turned into a set of armor. Isn't this a kaleidoscope pupil technique? Nope. This should be the product created by the kaleidoscope pupil technique. I just didn't think of it, it can actually be used by others. What this means is that the big snake pill will not be unaware. This means that Bai Xian can use this pupil technique to cultivate a group of powerful subordinates. I just don't know if Bai Xian wants to make this kind of glove, the consumption is not large, and the output is. And there is. How powerful is the armor transformed from this glove? Taking the gloves, the big snake pill put it directly on his right hand, and then entered the fairy chakra. Watching the metal continue to expand, extend, and deform, the big snake pill also felt a little surprised. What a magical existence! And when the white gold armor completely covered the body of the big snake pill, light and powerful, this set of armor can actually increase the physical fitness of the user. And it's actually alive. This should also be the application technology of inorganic rebirth. Incredible, incredible. Even if Naka Shinobu wears this set of armor, he can have combat power close to the shadow level. If such armor can be mass-produced, as soon as this thought came out, Orochimaru laughed instead. How is it possible to achieve mass production in a short time with such powerful armor? In the future, though, it is not impossible to achieve mass production. Artificial human pillar force technology, immortal transformation technology, and this active armor technology. If these technologies can be popularized and mass-produced, what will the world become? It's unimaginable. However, no matter what Orochimaru was thinking, seeing Bai Xian, who was the first generation of immortal transformation technology, he couldn't help but light up his eyes. This original immortal transformation technology is really wonderful. It can be used to upgrade the chakra immortal method. You can even use the chakra immortal cultivation method to further improve the original immortal transformation technology. The big snake pill is worthy of the big snake pill, and it can actually create such an exquisite human body modification technology, using the fairy chakra to transform the human body, making the human body closer to the body of the immortal, so as to have great power and a long lifespan. And the technique of using fairy chakra to maintain cell activity and make the human body in a state of youth should come from the wet bone forest fairy art. It's just that although the big snake pill is well applied, it has not fully realized the full potential of this technology. The use of fairy chakra to affect the physiological state of the human body, to know that the human body has a total of 8 systems. If you can make fairy chakra participate in the operation of the 8 major systems of the human body to the greatest extent, it will inevitably be able to strengthen the physiological functions of the human body to the greatest extent. Combined with the immortal law and heavenly dragon unity technique, I may be able to transform my human body into an incredible body of flesh and blood. For a while, Bai Xian's mind was filled with a lot of inspiration. After taking a deep breath, Bai Xian said with emotion, "Senior of the Great Snake Pill, this is really a great technique. It's really amazing technology. However, it is not perfect, and it needs to be upgraded many times before it can truly have immortality." The big snake pill's tone seemed to be pointed, and Bai Xian naturally knew what the big snake pill was thinking, and then said, "Indeed. I have an idea, Orochimaru-senpai, you can listen to it. It is said that the original Hokage can enter the immortal mode anytime and anywhere, perfectly control the power of immortal arts, and his physique is very special, with extremely terrifying self-healing ability. This kind of physique may be very helpful for upgrading the immortal transformation technology. Moreover, Mu Duan's power is too abnormal, as if it has exceeded the scope of the blood succession limit. Maybe there's some secret in it?" As Bai Xian's words entered the ears of the big snake pill, the expression of the big snake pill couldn't help but condense slightly, and his eyes showed a bit of thoughtfulness. It's really a good direction to study, but that's the original Hokage after all. Orochimaru's tone was tinged with some concern. Bai Xian, on the other hand, replied thoughtfully, "But Tuanzang has already prepared experimental materials. If you don't conduct experiments, wouldn't you waste such valuable experimental materials?" A simple sentence, but it shocked the big snake pill's heart. He looked at Bai Xian, although he knew that Bai Xian had read Tuanzang's memory, but he also did not expect that Tuanzang had actually done such a big contrarian thing. Since this matter has already been done, it seems that it is not a big deal for him to continue to do it. It's all Tuanzang's fault anyway. I see, it seems that Bai Suanjun has already thought about everything. Of course, and I think that the roots of Tuanzang are a very useful organization. If the senior of the Great Snake Pill has the heart, it is better to try to take over the inheritance of Tuanzang. Hearing Bai Xian's suggestion, the Big Snake Pill's gaze also froze. I'll think about it. Bai Xian nodded lightly and did not continue to make any further suggestions. He believed that Orochimaru would follow his advice. Root. It is indeed very suitable for large snake pills. Okay, that's it for today, goodbye Bai Suanjun. Finally, he smiled slightly at Bai Xian, and the figure of the big snake pill also disappeared in place. He needs to investigate the roots first. As for Bai Xian, after the big snake pill left, there was a little thought in his eyes. Do you continue to complete Lei Dun's research, or do you first use the original immortal transformation technology to upgrade the chakra immortal cultivation method? Bai Xian did not hesitate for too long and chose the latter. Because Chakra Shiu Immortal method is an exercise, and Lei Dun is just a spell. Completing the upgrade of the Chakra Immortal cultivation method and completing the transformation of his body means that he has a more powerful talent or qualification. At that time, studying the Thunder Immortal art will definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. So it was decided to use the original Immortal transformation technology to upgrade the Chakra Immortal cultivation method. Speaking of which, the Big Snake Pill's annotations on the original Immortal transformation technology are very detailed, and the principle is also clearly marked. In that case, it won't take me long to be able to fully control the original immortal transformation technology, and then I will be able to use the pupil technique of my left eye to upgrade the chakra immortal cultivation method. Thinking like this, Bai Xian quickly converged his mind and began to concentrate on studying the original immortal transformation technology. Time, day by day. Half a month later, Bai Xian finally fully mastered the original immortal transformation technology. Deduction. The kaleidoscope of the left eye suddenly opened, the ring gradually turned into a positive triangle, the positive triangle gradually turned into a ring, brain cells were rapidly activated, and the sparks of thinking converged together, raising a raging fire. Between the electric flint, Bai Xian completed the upgrade of the Chakra Immortal cultivation method. Tenryu-type Immortal transformation technology. After completing the transformation, it can not only greatly strengthen the physical fitness, so that it has a powerful physique comparable to the dragon, it also has a strong natural energy affinity, which can passively absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth, and automatically produce fairy chakra in the body. It is equivalent to being cultivating all the time, getting stronger all the time, and even enhancing your lifespan all the time. It only takes 20 years, the effect of this passive cultivation will reach the limit, and Bai Xian will also become an immortal with an immortal for thousands of years. In addition, the Tianlong-type immortal transformation technology has one of the biggest features. This is also the most powerful place in the Tianlong-type immortal transformation technology. That is, in the human body, fairy chakra will participate in the physiological activities of the 8 major systems of the human body, thereby comprehensively and greatly improving the physiological functions of the human body. Respiration, digestion, movement, nervous, endocrine, circulatory. What does that mean? This means that the human body will be optimized in all aspects, will become more perfect, not just become stronger. I didn't expect that I would be able to create such an excellent human body modification technology. This kind of transformation is simply the evolution of living organisms and the sublimation of living organisms. And from the Tianlong-type immortal transformation technology, I also comprehended a very important knowledge point, or the recognition of a very important property of chakra. Chakra can participate in the physiological activities of the human body. If you dig deep into this nature, can you maintain the normal physiological activities of the human body by consuming chakra? If you can, it means that as long as there is chakra in the body, you don't need to eat, you don't need to drink, you don't need oxygen, you don't need a lot of things. Then solve some other defects of the human body, such as the body's resistance to temperature, pressure, radiation, and other factors. So can humans survive in the sea and even in space? Thinking of this, Bai Xian couldn't help but look at the night sky. Looking at the silver moon and stars in the night sky, it is a vast cosmic sea of stars. The human body can survive in space, but it is the basic prerequisite for human beings to cross the sea of stars and shuttle between stars with the human body alone. At least the big tube would can survive in space. Therefore, if you survive in a vacuum, it must also be the most important topic for your future. Maybe you don't think too much about it, because I have a feeling that as long as I keep upgrading my immortal transformation technology, sooner or later I will be able to have a body that can survive in a vacuum. Since the dragon-type immortal transformation technology has been created, then it's time for human body modification. The Tianlong immortal transformation technology is much more complicated than the original immortal transformation technology. Therefore, Bai Xian wanted to use the Tianlong-type immortal transformation technology to transform his own human body, and he still needed a lot of preparations. However, with the help of Uchiha, it is not difficult to prepare a professional operating room and various tools and instruments. After all, the Uchiha family is not poor. A lot of money was spent, and in less than a week, Bai Xian was ready for everything. Then, Bai Xian began the Tianlong type immortal transformation surgery. When the anesthetic took effect, Bai Xian also closed his eyes. 3 shadow doppelgangers begin surgery. It took 49 hours for the operation to end. Slowly opening his eyes, Bai Xian seemed to see a brand new world that had never been seen before. Heaven and earth were filled with natural energy, and these natural energies were so clear that Bai Xian could even feel that these natural energies were made up of particles. This is the ability of the Tenryu-type immortal body to perceive natural energy. Sure enough, it is not comparable to the body of ordinary humans. And just like the results of Bai Xian's calculation, the heavenly dragon immortal body can passively absorb natural energy and synthesize immortal chakra in the body. The process is fully automatic and very comfortable. Strong, abundant, light and relaxed. This feeling was so beautiful that Bai Xian didn't know what language to use to describe it. Moreover, after the fairy chakra was synthesized, it spontaneously began to participate in various physiological activities of the human body, thereby subtly strengthening the functions of the human body. It's as if you breathe on your own to get stronger. I just finished the operation, and it took a while to get used to. My current body is not yet at its best. However, in the fairy chakra, it can replace growth hormone to a certain extent, thereby promoting my growth and development. I was supposed to be able to develop to my best state until I was 21, but now I only need to be 16 to develop to my best state, a full 5 years earlier. It's just that the body structure has developed to the best state, which does not mean that this cell has been strengthened to the limit state of the dragon-type immortal. It will take me 20 years to be able to grow the heavenly dragon-type immortal body to the limit and become an immortal with an immortal for thousands of years. However, as long as the Great Snake Pill has certain results in studying the cells of the original Hokage, I may be able to upgrade the heavenly dragon-type immortal transformation technology again, so as to become an immortal with 1,000 years of immortality in a shorter time. The cells of the original Hokage, chakra of Azura, immortal body. Some thoughts arose in his mind, and his eyes became deeper. When Bai Xian walked out of the operating room, Uchiha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he believed that Bai Xian would not do something that he was not sure of. But what if? In case something happens to Bai Xian, what will happen to the future of the Uchiha clan? Of course, Bai Xian knew what Uchiha was thinking, and looked at Uchiha's worried and concerned expression, and then smiled slightly. Elder Instant, don't worry, I have absolute certainty, it is absolutely impossible for something to happen. And the success of this operation is great news for you. After all, you shouldn't refuse to have a lifespan of 500 years and see the future of the Uchiha clan with your own eyes. As Bai Xian's words entered Uchiha's ears, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He certainly wouldn't refuse to have a lifespan of 500 years. Of course, he wanted to see the future of the Uchiha clan with his own eyes. And he's old. His incomparable fear of death, his incomparable nostalgia for youth. He dreamed of living a few more years. That's 500 years of life. He dreamed of it, how could he refuse? But who in this world can give him a lifespan of 500 years? If this sentence was not what Bai Xian said, he would definitely think that the other party was joking. But since this sentence was said by Bai Xian, he naturally wouldn't think Bai Xian was joking. Lord Bai Xian can really grant him 500 years of life. So what should he do next? What should he say? Kneel and kowtow. The body trembled, and the tone was excited. Thank you Lord Bai Xian for your gift. Uchiha is not only loyal, but also has decent abilities. Such a subordinate, Bai Xian naturally did not want him to die of old age, and naturally wanted to use it for a few more years. Don't kneel without moving. If you do things well, the rewards you should have will not be less. What's more, we are all for the future of the Uchiha clan. Yes. Uchiha stood up instantly. 3 days later, the operation began at 12 o'clock in the evening, and did not eat or drink for 24 hours before the operation. Yes, I made a note of it. Uchiha replied seriously. After leaving, Bai Xian ate and drank while adapting to the heavenly dragon-type immortal body as soon as possible. My food intake has increased, my digestion has become stronger, and my body's ability to tolerate hunger and thirst has improved, which is a wonderful change. Various subtle changes have created a growing gap between my body and the body of ordinary humans. The process of continuous strengthening of living bodies is the process of continuous evolution of life. If nothing else, my body will become more and more inhuman. Stretching out his right hand, Bai Xian looked at the back of his hand. The texture was very light, and the pores were difficult to see, as if there was no slightest flaw, as perfect as a work of art. I love this change. Recently, he raised slightly and hooked a smile. After eating and drinking, Bai Xian returned to his room and continued to study Lei Dun. Not bad, all the functions of the body have been improved, the work efficiency of the brain has also been enhanced to a certain extent, and the learning ability, calculation ability, and logical thinking ability have been improved. In this way, in a maximum of 10 days, I will be able to complete the research of Lei Dun and create the immortal law Lei Dun qualitative chakra model, as well as the Lei Dun artificial tailed beast. Once completed, I can develop the Senfa Wind Thunder Fire Chakra mode, as well as upgrades to Susanoo's armor. You know, this time the upgrade of Susanoo's armor, but upgraded to Susanoo's mecha. It's really not easy to finally drive a mecha. It's a little exciting to think about. Time passed quickly, and before you knew it, 3 days had passed. Bai Suanru performed the Tenryutype Immortal Transformation Surgery on Uchiha in an instant. Because of the experience of one operation, this operation only took Bai Xian 41 hours. 41 hours later, Uchiha opened his eyes in an instant, felt the changes in his body, and shed tears of joy and excitement. Although Uchiha's appearance has not changed much, but his body has regained its youth and is back to its best. Of course, his appearance was deliberately preserved by Bai Xian. After all, the phenomenon of rejuvenation is too conspicuous and swaggering, and it is easy to attract a lot of trouble. And Uchiha knew this, but he didn't care about his appearance either. As long as his physical condition is restored and he is at his best, he is very satisfied. What's more, how can this not only restore youth, but also restore the body to its best state? This is obviously the transformation of the body, the evolution of life. Stronger than ever, lighter than ever, easier than ever. People who have not experienced aging do not know how terrible aging is and how precious youth is. People who have not had great power will not know how wonderful powerful it is and how light the body is. This feeling, it's wonderful. When he thought of Bai Xian's instructions to himself, and when he thought that he still had hundreds of years of youth, his body couldn't help but begin to tremble. So excited, so happy. Moreover, these are still secondary. Since Bai Xian can do this immortal body transformation surgery for himself, it means that Bai Xian can do immortal body transformation surgery for other Uchiha. Coupled with Susanoo, this means that Bai Xian can easily greatly increase the overall strength of the Uchiha clan as long as he is willing. Uchiha, who had experienced the war, really knew the importance of strength all too well. Only if you are strong enough can you survive and have everything. And now Lord Bai Xian is only 10 years old. When Bai Xian grows up, how powerful will he become, and how powerful will he be able to make Uchiha become? If Uchiha has the power to dominate the world, then the world naturally becomes Uchiha's. Lord Bai Xian, I feel more beautiful than ever now. Adjust to your current body, and you should know the importance of strength. This is the fire immortal art I developed, cultivate well. Bai Xian said as he handed a scroll to Uchiha for a moment. This scroll has the immortal law imperial flame art, the immortal law Jinyan chakra mode, and the immortal law blazing golden Wujutsu style. As long as Uchiha learns these fire immortal techniques in an instant, combined with the power of the heavenly dragon immortal body, he will have the combat power of the 5 shadow level. I will. Uchiha took the scroll cautiously in an instant. Well, then I'll go first. Lord Bai Xian walked slowly. After watching Bai Xian leave, Uchiha opened the scroll in an instant. Just by looking at it for the first time, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Is this the wisdom of Lord Bai Xian? He was actually able to create such an exquisite fire. It's beyond the wisdom passed down by the Uchiha family for thousands of years. This wisdom is so shocking. With the Susanoo armor, with the Tenryutype immortal transformation technology, plus these fire immortal techniques, doesn't it mean that as long as you have the talent to become a ninja, all Uchiha can become a shadow-level powerhouse? Thinking of this, Uchiha's mood could not be calmed for a long time. Now he can be sure. Bai Xian is a genius who surpassed Uchiha, even the strongest genius born from the Uchiha clan for thousands of years. Under the leadership of Lord Bai Xian, how could Uchiha not be able to walk through the predicament that appeared? Under the leadership of Lord Bai Xian, sooner or later, the Uchiha clan will be able to become the overlord of this world. And with a lifespan of hundreds of years, he can definitely see the future of the Uchiha family with his own eyes. It's really exciting. No matter what Uchiha was thinking in an instant, Bai Xian's research on Lei Dun had now come to an end. The framework is now very clear. Lei Du Chakra can have 2 property changes, one is the qualitative change of the current, and the other is directly converted into electromagnetic force. The former is used to integrate into Kamikaze and Golden Yan, and the latter is used to restrain and control the power of wind, thunder, and fire, and maintain the stability of the wind, thunder, and fire chakra mode. Finally, electromagnetic forces can also be used to control Susanoo mechs. It's just that if you want to upgrade the Susanoo armor to a Susanoo mecha, you also need to change the nature of the material, and you need to make it have strong magnetism. Electromagnetic force is one of the basic forces of the universe, and there are too many science and technology related to electromagnetic force, and the powerful can almost be said to be innumerable. It's not that I can't convert some of these electromagnetic forces into ninjutsu or fairy arts. Since Susanoo Mecha will use electromagnetic force as the driving force, then I should also develop some electromagnetic force-related chakra application technology as a weapon and equipment for Susanoo Mecha. It looks like it's going to be a huge project, but I don't need to worry, take my time, first create the Thunder Immortal Art, then upgrade the Susanoo armor, and then design the weapons and equipment of the Susanoo Mecha. After a slight pause, Bai Xian converged his thoughts and concentrated on studying Lei Dan. A few days later, Bai Xian stretched out his right hand. The silver current suddenly burst out and converged into a ball of lightning. Crackle! Crackle! Listening to the thunderclap sound emitted by the silver current, Bai Xian also raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and hooked a difficult smile. The qualitative change of Lei Du Chakra, silver electricity. The Immortal Law Imperial Electricity Art and the Immortal Law Silver Electric Chakra mode have been completed. Next, it's time to create the Thunder-tailed Beast. The right hand holds the silver ball lightning, and the left hand is sealed. A steady stream of fairy chakra poured into the silver ball lightning, giving it a little life. As the vitality grew, the silver ball lightning began to deform and distort. It turned into a snake. Maybe it should be called the Silver Electric Serpent. Blazing Golden Crow, Kamikaze Tiger, Silver Electric Snake. It is Bai Xian's third artificial tailed beast, Lei Dan Artificial Tailed Beast Silver Electric Snake. Done! There's the last step left. Susanoo's armor gloves suddenly appeared in his right hand. As the immortal chakra poured into it, Susanoo's armor quickly condensed and covered Bai Xian's body. The silver electric snake did not enter it, and the blazing golden crow and the kamikaze tiger followed. Wind, thunder, and fire merge into one, accompanied by the seal of Bai Xian's right hand. Immortal technique, electromagnetic confinement. Bai Xian also finally entered the Immortal Law Wind Thunder Fire Chakra mode. Bai Xian's brows froze slightly. Although he could feel the power of the Immortal Law Wind Thunder Fire Chakra mode, he also felt the problem of the Immortal Law Wind Thunder Fire Chakra mode. As for what the question is, although the Immortal Law Electromagnetic Restraint Art has made the Immortal Law Wind Thunder Fire Chakra mode more stable, but it also limited the outbreak of the Immortal Law Wind Thunder Fire Chakra mode to a certain extent. I need to add a conditioning function to the Immortal Law and Electromagnetic Restraint technique. It's not a simple matter to just want to add a regulating function to the Immortal Law and Electromagnetic Restraint Art. His gaze froze slightly, and his eyes showed a bit of thought. Bai Xian felt that there was still a lot of room for optimization in the Immortal Law and Electromagnetic Restraint technique. Or if you don't upgrade the Immortal Law and Electromagnetic Restraint technique, Susanoo armor is also difficult to upgrade to Susanoo Mecha. It is also difficult to control Susanoo Mecha through electromagnetic force. I think we can try to combine the Immortal Law and Electromagnetic Restraint technique with the sealing technique, and construct a dynamic system in the body that converts the Immortal Chakra into electromagnetic force. This will not only allow me to perfectly control the Immortal Law Wind Thunder and Fire Chakra mode, but also provide powerful electromagnetic kinetic energy for Susanoo Mecha. So next, I can study those sealing techniques in Tuanzang's brain, especially the sealing technique of the four-elephant seal. Its principle is really interesting, and the Great Snake Pill's artificial human pillar force technique also has content related to sealing. Combined, it should allow me to complete this electromagnetic sealing technique. Thinking of this, Bai Xian withdrew from the Immortal Law Wind Thunder Fire Chakra mode. Sitting at his desk, he took out his knowledge about sealing from the drawer. Keep learning, keep researching. At the same time, Orochimaru came to Hokage's office. Looking at the big snake pill, the student who was once his proudest, the eyes of the ape-flying sun also flashed a bit of complexity. Thinking of what the great snake pill had said to himself about Bai Xian, Sarutobi Hinata opened his mouth and asked, "Big snake pill, how much do you know about Uchiha Bai Xian?" Listening to Ape Fei Arai's question, a wisp of different colors flashed in the eyes of the big snake pill. "Teacher, my understanding of Uchiha Bakushuin should be similar to yours. Uchiha Bai Xian is not an ordinary Uchiha, he is a true genius. If I could, I wouldn't want to be an enemy of him." Listening to the reply of the big snake pill, Ape Flying Sun Chopper did not have any accidents, but nodded gently. If he could, he didn't want to be an enemy of Bai Xian. It's just that Uchiha Bakushuin is too dangerous. Even if it is possible to coexist peacefully in a short period of time. In the future, Bai Xian's strength has reached the level of the original Hokage, and even surpassed the level of the first Hokage. How should he deal with Bai Xian? Endless, bottomless concessions and compromises? That's impossible. But even the current Bai Xian was not something he could deal with. Although it is said that the Ghoul Seal has the ability to kill Bai Xian with one blow, but whether he can hit Bai Xian is also unknown. As a Hokage, how could he fight hard? Take your life to bet Bai Xian to die? In case there is no hit, he is not a loss to death? And Bai Xian's attitude also made Ape Fei Riko not want to tear his face with Bai Xian. It is precisely because of this that the Ape Flying Sun Chop is so entangled. I see. As Ape Flying Sun's words fell, the big snake pill said unhurriedly, "Teacher, I don't think we have to think about how to deal with Bai Xian. For ninjas, strength is what matters. I have some scientific research results recently, and if I can do human experiments, maybe there will be amazing gains. While speaking, Orochimaru handed over a scroll. Listening to the words of the big snake pill, looking at the scroll in front of him, Ape Fei Chopper's heart also gave birth to a little curiosity. He opened the scroll, and looking at the first line of text on the scroll, his breathing couldn't help but become a little faster. Then he read the scroll seriously, carefully, and seriously. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be able to develop such amazing technology. The semi-finished immortal transformation technology made the ape-flying son very excited. If the great snake pill can perfect this technique, he can undergo immortal transformation surgery, obtain 500 years of lifespan, and even restore youth. He is no longer young, and his youth is lost very early. He also misses his youth. He is also afraid of physical aging, and even more afraid of death caused by aging. It's just that he originally thought that human beings can't escape life, old age, illness, and death. Who would have thought that the big snake pill actually came up with such a shocking technique? It seems that, teacher, I still underestimate your wisdom. You want to conduct human experiments, and I fully support it. He looked at the big snake pill, who was younger than him. So he is the one who needs this immortal transformation technology the most. It is precisely because of this that he pondered in silence and thought of the roots. There are many scientific researchers in the roots, and Tuanzang has also carried out many contraindicated human experiments. Although Danzo is dead, the roots are still there. Those researchers in the roots are still there, as well as a large number of experimental instruments and many precious experimental materials. Instead of wasting, it is better to give it to the big snake pill. As long as the big snake pill can complete the immortal transformation technology, he can live for 500 years. Moreover, the immortal transformation technology not only represents a lifespan of 500 years, but also the power of immortal magic. If he mastered the power of immortal arts, would he be able to defeat Bai Xian? He alone could not defeat Bai Xian's words. Plus, what about the big snake pill? There are also Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kiki Shuo. There are many strong people in Konoha. If these strong people have undergone immortal transformation surgery and mastered the power of immortal arts, together, can they defeat Bai Xian or even kill Bai Xian? Moreover, after killing Bai Xian, Konoha's strength has been greatly improved because of the immortal transformation technology. Not to mention that the immortal transformation technology can also increase the lifespan, 500 years of life. It can make the strong always survive and accumulate the strong, and Konoha's strength is finally above other ninja villages, and even above everything in the world. When the time comes, as long as Konoha doesn't want to start a war, who in the ninja world dares to start a war? Doesn't that mean, in his own hands, Konoha can bring true and permanent peace to the world in this way? Didn't his own merits surpass the first Hokage and the second Hokage? And if the big snake pill can continue to upgrade the immortal transformation technology, will you be able to attain eternal life? Become an eternal shadow of fire? Big snake pill, you should know the route. Now it's yours. With that, Sarutobi immediately took out a letter of appointment, wrote down the name of Orochimaru, and then signed his own name. Believe me, with roots, you will be able to carry out experiments smoothly. While handing over the letter of appointment, Sarutobi said thoughtfully. Orochimaru listened, and some complicated emotions arose in his heart, but he did not show anything on the surface. With a slight smile, he replied politely and confidently, "Please rest assured, teacher, I will definitely not let you down." Patting Orochimaru's shoulder, Sarutobi said with satisfaction, "You are my proudest student, I believe in you." This sentence sounded extremely sincere, and then the big snake pill only felt hypocritical. He nodded heavily. Next, the two exchanged a few pleasantries, and the big snake pill left. With the letter of appointment, go to the base of the roots. On the way, the big snake pill couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Teacher, when did you become so stupid and blind, greedy, and hypocritical? Is that ninja who used to be dead? Or are you not resisting the corrosion of power?" Human power. Soon, the big snake pill came to the base of the root. With Hokage's letter of appointment, he also quickly took over the roots. When the big snake pill began to understand the situation of the root, he couldn't help but be surprised. Although I knew that the power of the root was great, I did not expect that the power of the root was so great, to a certain extent, even greater than the power of the dark part. And what Tuanzang did was really bold. These secret techniques of the ninja clan, he actually dared to start, and more importantly, he actually succeeded. Interesting, really interesting. Now these secret techniques are cheap for me, and ninjas born into ninjas can also be my experimental material, and I have long wanted to study the principles of occult arts. And there are still some researchers in the roots, not bad, I just lack assistance. Finally, sure enough, as Bai Xian said, Tuanzang made a move on the body of the original Hokage before he died. "It's all mine." Thinking like this, the big snake pill's eyes also flashed with a ghostly light. He knew that his teachers didn't trust him, but the temptation of the immortal transformation technique for his teacher was too great. so he got the roots. But he also knew his teachers. In the roots, there are definitely nails left by his teacher. But he didn't care. How could his teachers know more about science than he did? Not to mention a nail. It's enough to do a simple play. Teacher, you can't even fight me. How can you fight by Suanjun? And by Suanjun, don't worry, since I have the cells of the original Hokage, it won't be long before I can upgrade the original immortal transformation technology. At that time, what will you come up with to trade? Whispering like this, Orochimaru couldn't help but look at his left hand. The platinum gloves were transformed gray by the large snake pill. Although the function has not changed, it is enough for the ape flying sun to be unable to distinguish. Orochimaru briefly studied Susanoo's armor. He found that this was definitely a product of a cross era, and there were many technologies in it that he could master. It's just that it is more important to upgrade the immortal transformation technology now. After he completed the upgrade of the immortal transformation technology, he planned to study the Susanoo armor and use his own technology to transform the Susanoo armor to make it more suitable for him. He even thinks he can use these technologies to develop some new ones. I don't think so much, it's still important to experiment. Finally muttering in his heart, the big snake pill was ready to start the experiment. And on the other side, after several days of research, Bai Xian finally completed his idea. It only takes a simple adjustment of the meridian system of the human body with the sealing technique to transform it into an energy system that can convert the immortal chakra into electromagnetic force. Sure enough, the difficult ones will not, and the ones who will not be difficult. After mastering the principle of sealing, I actually completed my idea so easily. Well, this sealing technique is called Immortal Magnetic Source Seal. The basic framework is complete, and then I just need to fill in some details, and it only takes me about 2 days to complete. After briefly thinking and calculating, Bai Xian said softly. After saying that, he concentrated his energy and began to create the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal. Just as Bai Xian expected, 43 hours later, Bai Xian completed the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal. After completion, Bai Xian suddenly gave birth to a strong sense of accomplishment. You know, the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal was created by Bai Xian little by little. Without the power of the kaleidoscope pupil technique, it was created purely by his own wisdom. The sense of accomplishment is really strong, and I've always wanted to experiment with the difference between the technique created with my own intelligence and the technique created with the kaleidoscope pupil technique. Or what happens if you use the kaleidoscope pupil technique to deduce the technique I created? With a bit of expectation, Bai Xian opened the kaleidoscope, his left eye glowed scarlet, and the ring was inlaid with a positive triangle slowly turning. As the pattern changes, the ring turns into a positive triangle, and the positive triangle turns into a ring, and the brain cells become extremely active in an instant, and the sparks of thinking burst and converge, raising a raging fire. However, between the electric flint, the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal has been further optimized, becoming more perfect and more powerful, and even derived a new function, the Biological Magnetic Field Control System. Interesting. The kaleidoscope closed, and the corners of Bai Xian's mouth raised slightly. Just between breaths, Bai Xian thought about how he should use this new function. However, the most important thing he should do now is to apply the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal to himself. One hand was sealed, and a silver brilliance suddenly overflowed on the tips of the 5 fingers. Gently pressing on the danchan, the human meridian system has been modified to a certain extent, and the fairy chakra spontaneously circulates in the body, first transformed into silver electric chakra, and then transformed into electromagnetic force. The electromagnetic force resonates with the human magnetic field at the same frequency, which can not only strengthen the human magnetic field, but also constrain the electromagnetic chakra with the help of the human magnetic field, so that it can be stably stored in the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal at the danchan. With the help of the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal, Bai Xian also gained the ability to control his own biological magnetic field. Chakra is a combination of physical energy and mental energy, an important part of the organism, and the biomagnetic field is an important characteristic of the organism, which can deeply sense and control the body. So the biological magnetic field can control chakra to a certain extent, and fairy chakra is naturally also a kind of chakra. Using the biomagnetic field, I can control the fairy chakra in more detail, so as to fully exert the power of the fairy chakra. So, with the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal, I can, while muttering, Bai Xian's heart immediately moved. With one palm, Jin-Yan, Kamikaze, and silver electricity suddenly converged, and then fused and intertwined. Gold and silver, seamlessly integrated. Fire and electricity blend, Kamikaze winding. Under Bai Xian's control, this wind, thunder and fire chakra actually condensed into a sphere in an instant, and the sphere spiraled at high speed, like the world's most famous ninjutsu spiral pill. The extreme speed of the kamikaze, the high temperature of the flame, and the explosion of lightning, perfectly combined, this is simply an extremely fast tracking missile, and its destructive power even surpasses the tailed beast Jade. But for me, I can use it as a bullet, firing dozens of them in a very short time. Even if it's a mountain, I can erase it in a very short time. And, when Bai Xian held this spiral pill that could blend wind and thunder and fire, pinch hard. This mixed chakra covered Bai Xian's body in an instant, condensing into a set of energy cloaks that blended gold and silver. The immortal law wind thunder fire chakra mode has become more stable and perfect. This form is very similar to the nine-tailed chakra pattern. Maybe I have touched the deeper power of chakra. Combined with the power of Susanoo's armor, I am getting closer and closer to the realm of surpassing the shadow level. While speaking, as Bai Xian's mind moved, Susanoo armor also automatically covered Bai Xian's body, which was perfectly combined with the immortal law wind thunder fire chakra mode. Cool and gorgeous. Noble and domineering. It's a powerful feeling, and I have a sense of being at ease. I can perfectly control my power with the help of the immortal magnetic source seal, and even control the Susanoo armor. This feeling can no longer be described as powerful. I perfectly dominate my own power. I am my own king. With this control over power, it seems that even if I upgrade the Susanoo armor to the Susanoo mecha, I will be able to control it perfectly. Good. Next, I can finally upgrade the Susanoo armor to the Susanoo mecha, and according to my experience in creating the immortal magnetic source seal, I think I will first complete the plan to upgrade Susanoo armor to Susanoo mecha, and then use Hitomi to deduce, and the final plan will be more perfect. Thinking of this, Bai Xian's heart also made a decision. Just do it. The next moment, Susanoo's armor turns into a glove, and the glove turns into a fairy chakra and merges into the body. The wind, thunder and fire mixed chakra on his body also converged. Bai Xian took out the pen and paper and began to design the upgrade plan for Susanoo's armor. Power systems, detection systems, weapon systems, defense systems, mecha is much more complex than armor. I'm graduating next month, and I feel like I shouldn't be able to finish until I graduate. It will take at least 3 months to create a perfect Susanoo mecha, but I don't lack time. Take my time, don't rush. That's it, time passes day by day. At the same time, in the courtyard of the Chinyu family, Kikishuo Shigeru is training against his son Kakashi. Although Kakashi is young, he seems to be gifted. Although not as strong as adults, the body is more flexible than most ninjas. He moved flexibly, constantly wielding the short knife in his hand. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, these 3 words were almost used by Kakashi to a point of pure fire. What's more, on the short knife in Kakashi's hand, it was also covered with an even and extremely thin layer of chakra. It was as if it were a white light. The short knife covered in white light also looked like the pure white fangs of a beast. Block, block, block. Kikishuo Mao is the famous Konoha white fang. Naturally, it is impossible to be weaker than Kakashi, but he lightly blocked all of Kakashi's attacks, and attacked Kakashi's weak points from time to time, training Kakashi's reaction speed and defensibility. He didn't speak, just silently watching Kakashi's every movement. He had already told Kakashi everything about the White Fang swordsmanship, so Kakashi didn't need his verbal guidance. If you can comprehend it, you will naturally be able to master the White Fang sword art. If you can't comprehend it, you naturally can't master the White Fang sword art. However, Kimushu Mao is very pleased that his son is very talented. He was only 1 step away from fully mastering the White Fang sword art. He mastered the White Fang sword art at the age of 5, and presumably in the future, his son Kakashi will definitely be able to carry forward the White Fang sword art and even further improve the White Fang sword art to make it more powerful. Moreover, in Kimushu Mao's opinion, the White Fang swordsmanship is already strong enough, otherwise he would not be able to obtain the incomparably glorious title of Konoha White Fang. What if the White Fang swordsmanship went to the next level and allowed his son Kakashi to become a strongman comparable to a demigod Hanzo? It seems not impossible to do so. It is precisely because of this that Kikishuo Shigeru has great hopes for Kakashi's future, and Kakashi seems to be responding to Kikishuo Mao's hopes. In the next moment, Kakashi seemed to understand something, and his movements suddenly stopped. Looking at this scene, Kimushu Mao couldn't help holding his breath and slowed down the action of wielding a short knife. So it is. In the next instant, the short knife in Kakashi's hand suddenly glowed with dazzling white light. That's right, it is this sharp nature that is close to the wind chakra. This is the essence of the White Fang swordsmanship. Through the change of the shape and nature of the chakra becomes extremely sharp, so that the blade and slash also become extremely sharp. As Kakashi swung his short knife, white light seemed to flash through the void. In the face of Kakashi's attack, Kikishuo Mao smiled gratifyingly. Then, the same dazzling white light flashed on the short blade in his hand. Blocked. The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded and reverberated. Kikishuo Mao smiled, and so did Kakashi. Father, I have finally mastered the White Fang sword art. Yes, Kakashi, you did a great job. Finally mastered the White Fang sword art. Now I should be qualified to challenge Uchiha Bakushuan. If you don't challenge him, he's going to graduate. I hope to beat him before I graduate, and then I apply for early graduation. On the way to the ninja school, Kakashi thought to himself, and his eyes couldn't help but show a little expectation. He is looking forward to defeating Uchiha Bekhyun, wash away the shame of the past. In this way, Kakashi came to the gate of the school and quietly waited for Baishian. Baishian, who had always been punctual, did not make Kakashi wait for a long time. Soon, Kakashi saw Hakugen. Uchiha Bekhyun, I want to challenge you. When Kakashi's voice reached Baishian's ears, Baishian couldn't help but pause slightly. Hakugen looked at Kakashi, and his gaze suddenly became deeper. Being able to create powerful thunder ninjutsu such as Chidori, Ratchet, and Purple Electricity, Kakashi's talent naturally goes without saying. In the original trajectory of Destiny, Kakashi did not fully develop his talents for many reasons, but now he has crossed and changed the future. So, what kind of achievements will Kakashi have in the future? Such a genius. Wouldn't it be a shameful waste not to use it? So Baishian did not refuse, but replied in a calm tone, after school in the afternoon, you come to me. Good. Kakashi didn't say a word more nonsense. After responding, he turned around and left directly. After this period of study, he has fully realized the importance of learning. Knowledge can not only assist him in his practice and improve his cultivation efficiency, but also improve his learning efficiency. Moreover, his father also told him that only by learning a lot of knowledge could it be possible to further upgrade the White Fang sword art and master more powerful power. Kakashi thought so he was studying very hard now. Of course, Baishian also studied very hard. The Wind Thunder Fire Spiral Pill can be used as ammunition for Susanoo Mecha's ranged attack weapon, but Susanoo Mechs also need melee attack weapons, defense systems, detection systems, flight systems, and so on, in which the detection system can use electromagnetic radar, defense systems. I think Susanoo's own defense power, as well as the defense power of the Wind Thunder and Fire Chakra mode, the two are already very powerful when superimposed. However, for the sake of safety, an electromagnetic repulsion field system is designed to enhance defense. It's just that the electromagnetic repulsion field system seems to be able to be used not only to enhance defense, but also to imitate the Shinra Tianzheng of the Eye of Reincarnation. The only thing to pay attention to is the flight system. Although the Wind Thunder and Fire Chakra mode has the ability to fly, but allowing Susa to fly with armor and Susa to fly with mecha are two different things. The electromagnetic force is so easy to use. Magnetic levitation technology must also be used. Well, it seems that electromagnetic force technology will be the core of Susanoo Mecha. Baishian's thinking is very clear, and the progress of the design is also advancing slowly, which is very smooth. Even if he encountered some difficulties, Baishian solved the difficulties quickly. In this way, time passes quickly. Before he knew it, school was dismissed, and Kakashi found Hakugen. Come with me. Listening to Baishian's words, Kakashi nodded obediently. He is not the same person he was a few months ago. He has deeply realized that he is only a genius, not a strong person, and he is not qualified to be arrogant and look down on others. Looking at the silent Kakashi, the corners of Baishian's mouth also curved. Now Kakashi looks much more pleasing than before. In this way, Hakugen took Kakashi to the forest near the Uchiha clan. Come on, let me see your progress. Baishian's tone was very calm, his posture was relaxed, and he looked like a light breeze. And after hearing Baishian's words, Kakashi took a deep breath. And then he rushed directly towards Baishian, and his speed completely reached the average speed of Shangnin. It's just that for Baishian, this is really too slow. But Hakuhyun knew that Kakashi's progress must be not small, otherwise he would not have come to challenge himself. He was not so stupid. And Baishian could probably guess that Kakashi should have mastered the White Fang sword technique. For the famous White Fang sword art, Baishian was naturally also curious and wanted to see it. In the next moment, Kakashi did not disappoint Hakugen, and his move was a move in the White Fang sword art. Pull the knife and chop. The moment the short knife was drawn, a dazzling white light suddenly bloomed. This move has reached the average level of middle patience. It can be said that Kakashi can completely crush his peers, but for Baishian, this is too weak. The palm stretched out, and the Wind and Thunder Fire Chakra suddenly burst out, covering Baishian's hand, like an energy glove. So, Hakugen held the short blade in Kakashi's hand. The White Fang sword art is truly extraordinary. But Kakashi, the gap between us is too big. Baishian didn't use any force, and the short knife in Kakashi's hand turned into ashes. Listening to Baishian's words, Kakashi's expression couldn't help but become extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect that Baishian was so powerful, so strong that he had no power to resist at all. What would happen if the terrifying chakra just now touched himself? His short knife turned into ashes almost instantly. And what about yourself? How is flesh and blood harder than steel? I lost. It's that I'm too self-sufficient. Although Kakashi was uncomfortable, he could afford to lose, and said very honestly. As for Baishian, he took out a scroll and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi, you are indeed a genius, but I am also a genius, and I am 5 years older than you. Isn't it a very normal thing for you to lose to me? Don't care, continue to study hard and cultivate hard, you will become stronger and stronger, and you can also become a good ninja. This is my gift to you, I hope you like it. Of course, I also hope you can give me a gift that I like. Listening to Bai Xian's words, Kakashi was slightly stunned, and then nodded gently. Well, I know, then I'll take it. Seeing that Kakashi accepted it, Bai Xian immediately smiled slightly. Goodbye, let's go back to each house. With a dashing wave of his hand, Bai Xian turned and left directly. After putting the scroll away, Kakashi took one last look at Hakugen's back and wrote it down deeply. After returning home, Kakashi opened Hakugen's gift. Then he couldn't help but be stunned, and then looked down with a serious face. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. There is actually such an exquisite thunder ninjutsu in this world. This is completely different from what I know about ninjutsu, and this chakra immortal method dragon transformation chapter, immortal art. There is actually such an existence as immortal arts in this world, immortal law imperial denjutsu, immortal law silver electric chakra mode. These immortal arts are more subtle, more complex, and more powerful than the white fang sword art. Uchiha Hakugen, the gift he gave me is so precious. Why did he give me something so precious? He wanted me to give him a gift that he liked. How do I know what he likes? Or is the gift he wants knowledge? But even if I give him the white fang sword art, the value between the two is also not equivalent. For a while, Kakashi's heart gave birth to a lot of questions and troubles, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Small head, big doubt. But doubts are doubts, he still has to continue to read this knowledge. Slowly, Kakashi became fascinated. This knowledge opened his eyes and planted a seed in his heart. Maybe, upgrading the white fang sword art is not a lofty ideal. Using this knowledge, he might be able to easily upgrade the white fang sword art. Even, he can use this knowledge to do more. Before you know it, time passes quickly. Kimu Shuumao also went home after the mission. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Kakashi, who was addicted to learning. There was a bit of doubt in his eyes, as he had never seen Kakashi so addicted to learning. Out of his relationship with his son, he slowly walked behind Kakashi and looked at it. At this look, his pupils couldn't help shrinking, and his face also showed a serious expression. Fairy magic. This is actually an immortal art. As the Konoha White Fang of the famous shinobi world, he certainly knew what fairy arts were. It is precisely because he knows that he is so shocked. How did his son Kakashi get such precious knowledge? Also, is this fairy art a real fairy art? He continued to look down. The more he looked at him, the more frightened he became. This is definitely a real immortal art, and it is also a very high-level immortal art. More importantly, the difficulty of learning is very low, and the effect is very amazing. It can permanently strengthen the body and spirit of the cultivator, and even have the effect of prolonging life. As for those thunder immortal arts, they are even more amazing. Immortal law and imperial electric technique only need a ninja seal, and you can even use a one-handed seal to release the thunder immortal art and control thunder and lightning. Immortal law silver electric chakra mode, which is a more powerful immortal art than lei dun chakra, almost uses the nature changes and form changes of lei dun chakra to the limit. This knowledge is even more precious than the white fang sword art. Even if it is an ordinary thunder ninja, there is a high probability of becoming a 5 shadow level powerhouse after getting it. And his son Kakashi is not an ordinary thunder ninja. With this knowledge, he may be able to become a demigod Hanzo, or even surpass a demigod Hanzo. Thinking of this, Chi Mu Shuumao's expression couldn't help but become stunned. However, in the next moment, Kakashi also found Kiki Shuo Shigeru standing behind him. Father. Kakashi's voice also brought Kiki Shuumao back to his senses. Kakashi, seeing his father's appearance, Kakashi knew that it was because of this scroll, a gift from Uchiha Hakugen. So after a slight pause, Kakashi spoke, "Father, that's it. This morning I challenged Uchiha Hakugen. He asked me to go to him after school, and then he beat me in one move and gave me this scroll, saying it was a gift for me. At the same time, he said that he wished he could give him a gift that he would like." Kakashi succinctly explained the ins and outs of the matter. After Kimu Shuumao listened, his expression became extremely serious. Gift, this knowledge is so precious, and unlike other ninjutsu in the ninja world, even fairy arts are so different, as if this knowledge does not belong to this world, or to this era. Bai Xian defeated Kakashi, who had mastered the white fang sword art, with one move. Could it be that these immortal arts and thunder dun were all developed by Bai Xian? He gave this knowledge to Kakashi as a gift, perhaps because he hoped that after learning this knowledge, Kakashi would be able to combine the white fang sword art to create a more powerful and amazing technique, and then give this technique to him as a gift. But he was only 10 years old. How could he have created such an amazing immortal art? If he didn't create it, where did he get this knowledge? Why give it to Kakashi? Or is there a mysterious organization behind him that wants to take advantage of Kakashi? For a while, Kimu Shuumao's mind gave birth to many speculations, but he wasn't sure that guess was correct. Just anyway. Whatever the truth of this matter is, it will affect his son Kakashi, so he must meet this Uchiha Hakugen. I know, Kakashi, you don't have to think too much, I'll go and see Uchiha Hakuhyun and know the truth of everything. Gently patting Kakashi's head, Kiki Shuumao revealed a WeChat. It was this smile that made Kakashi's heart relax a little. You continue to study, I'm going to find Uchiha Bakushuin. Came back early, father. I will. Kiki Shuumao turned and walked out the door. Kakashi looked at his father's back, and for a moment he had no intention of continuing to study. At the same time, Hakugen is designing Susanoo's mecha melee combat system. Kakashi gave me a hint that swordsmanship was a great option. The White Fang swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary, but the Uchiha Flow swordsmanship is not bad. Equipping Susanoo Mecha with a giant sword can greatly improve Susanoo Mecha's melee combat ability. And today I have gained insight into part of the principles of the White Fang sword art, and combined with the Uchiha Flow sword art, I may be able to create a White Suanliu sword art. But speaking of which, since I gave Kakashi a gift, I guess the White Fang should come to me too. It shouldn't be a problem to use this opportunity to get the full White Fang sword art. I don't know how powerful Bai Suanliu's swordsmanship will be. Just as Bai Xian was thinking about how he should design Bai Suanliu's swordsmanship, a special chakra aura also appeared in Bai Xian's perception. This is extremely sharp, unstoppable, and even has a similar chakra aura to Kakashi. No need to think that it should be Konoha White Fang. Don't knock, just come in. With Bai Xian's voice entering Kimu Shuumao's ears, Kimu Shuumao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he opened the door and walked in. Looking at Bai Xian sitting at the desk, he felt Bai Xian's extraordinary almost instantly. As a battle-hardened ninja, Konoha White Fang naturally can't tell the difference between the strong and the weak. In his perception, Bai Xian is a strong person, and he is also a very powerful strong person, even, not weaker than Naruto-sama. However, Bai Xian is only 10 years old. Why is it so powerful? Could it be that those techniques were really created by Bai Xian himself? Or is Bai Xian so powerful because of the mysterious organization behind him? Senior White Fang, there is no need to be so serious, and there is no need to guess wildly in your heart. If you have any doubts, ask as soon as possible, I know everything. While speaking, Bai Xian poured 2 cups of tea. The indescribable elegance of the posture also made Kimu Shuumao relax a little. Bai Xian's attitude was much friendlier than he thought. And since Bai Xian said so, then he doesn't have to hide it, and be careful to probe the intelligence. Good. After responding, Kiki Shuumao directly asked, I want to know where the knowledge you gave Kakashi came from? Bai Xian took a sip of tea first, and then his posture was indifferent, and he said unhurriedly that knowledge was created by myself. The purpose I gave Kakashi was actually very simple, just hoping that he could make the most of his talent. If he can combine the knowledge I gave him with the White Fang sword art to create a completely new and powerful technique. I hope I can get this technique, and if I can, I hope to have a second knowledge trade, a third knowledge trade. With Bai Xian's words, Qi Shuumao couldn't help but fall into extreme shock. He looked at Bai Xian and did not feel that Bai Xian was lying, but such a powerful, precise, and even outdated technique was actually created by Bai Xian. You know, Bai Xian is only 10 years old. What kind of talent is this? What kind of talent is this? And Bai Xian is still Uchiha. In the future, he may be able to surpass the original Hokage, the man known as the Ninja God. So that's it. Then I am relieved. His eyes flickered slightly, and Kimu Shuumao suddenly turned his words. I wonder if I can compete with you Bai Suanjun. He wanted to determine if Bai Xian had the qualifications to surpass the Ninja God. Of course it's fine, come with me. Good. With Kimu Shuumao, Bai Xian came to the place where he had last fought with the 3 generations of Hokage. And Kimu Shuumao looked at the surrounding environment and seemed to find something strange. It's just that he didn't say it, still looking at Bai Xian in silence. Although it's just a competition, if you don't give your all, Senior White Fang, you may be defeated by me in one move. With your observations, you should be able to spot the peculiarities of this land. A month ago, I easily defeated 3 generations of Hokage here. While speaking, Bai Xian completed the transformation. Susanoo is covered in armor. Blazing golden crows, kamikaze tigers, and silver electric snakes are integrated into it. Immortal Law Wind Thunder Fire Chakra mode starts. Immortal Magnetic Source Seal, Full Power Amplification Biological Magnetic Field. Jinyan, kamikaze, silver electricity. Perfectly blended together into a gorgeous and exquisite energy coat. Gold and silver. Noble and gorgeous. Looking at this scene, listening to Bai Xian's words, feeling Bai Xian's strength, Qi Shuumao couldn't help but be shocked. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated Bai Xian. I didn't expect that Bai Xian was so powerful. He is not weaker than the 3 generations of Hokage. He is already beyond 3 generations of Hokage. The 3rd generation of Hokage is Shinobu, but a ninjutsu professor. In any case, it is also a shadow-level powerhouse. And Bai Xian, who is only 10 years old now, has not even graduated from ninja school, but it has surpassed 3 generations of Hokage. Who would believe this kind of thing if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Even if it's incredible, it's unbelievable. The facts were in front of him, and he had to believe it. That being the case, this competition can only go all out. I see. Bai Xian, Jun, I will give it my all. Saying that, Kim Shuumao's figure seemed to turn into a white light, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. He's fast. And his short knife, faster. The dazzling white light suddenly bloomed, and the white light seemed to turn into a sword chi, slashing straight towards Bai Xian. Hiss, the white light tore through the air and hissed slightly. This is the true power of the White Fang sword art. The Konoha White Fang is worthy of the Konoha White Fang. It's just, I'm so strong now. Even Konoha White Fang can't pose the slightest threat to me. Bai Xian has no sorrow or joy. The golden fire on his body is intertwined with the silver electric light, and the figure disappears in place. The speed is extremely fast, as if a gorgeous flash. In the eyes of people with poor dynamic vision, this is teleportation. In silence, the white light cut out by the white teeth turned into nothingness in an instant. The power of wind, thunder and fire chakra is too powerful. Looking at this scene, Qin Mu Shuumao knew that Bai Xian's words were not exaggerated. His strength. It's horrible. This speed, this destructive power, definitely crushed the 3 generations of Hokage, even, also crushing his own. In the face of such a strong enemy, he can only go all out. Keep moving at high speed, dodging Bai Xian's attacks as much as possible, and finding the right attack opportunity. At the same time, he constantly waved the white-toothed short knife in his hand, cutting out one white light after another. The dazzling white light is clearer and more dazzling than the moonlight, and it is extremely sharp, and it can easily cut off steel, let alone flesh and blood. Not only that, it's also incredibly fast. As you can imagine, in the face of such a rapid and sharp attack, and how many ninjas can dodge and block it? If you can't dodge, you can't block it. Nature is a dead end. However, such a fierce attack did not have the slightest lethality for Bai Xian. In less than a minute, White Fang was completely suppressed by Bai Xian. His attacks became less and less frequent, and he began to dodge and defend with all his might. This is the first time that White Fang has encountered this situation. I was actually suppressed to death. It was just a competition, and I didn't want to use that trick, but look at the situation. I want to reluctantly resist it. It's not okay not to use that trick. After hesitating for less than 2 seconds, White Fang made his decision. He can accept that he lost, but he does not accept that he lost so badly. So, after successfully dodging one of Bai Xian's attacks, he suddenly made a knee-bending motion. Insert the white-toothed knife into the scabbard. Then, secret sword fangs tear empty. At this moment, the white light seemed to condense into substance, and suddenly became larger in an instant. Tens of meters of white light slashed towards Bai Xian fiercely, like bloodthirsty fangs. Tear, the air and sound barriers were easily torn apart, emitting a sharp hiss. This is a terrifying slash that surpasses the speed of sound. This trick is indeed beautiful. It's a pity that it's still weaker for me. Stretching out his palm, the wind and thunder and fire chakra surged up. The golden fire echoes the silver electric light, lightly obliterating the white light. When the white light turned into nothingness, White Fang couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is his killing move. No one in the ninja world can stop it. And this, it was the first time it was blocked. More importantly, it turned out to be blocked by Bai Xian in such an understatement. He's white tooth. Bai Xian, it's actually so strong. The strength is actually able to crush itself in all directions. He's only 10 years old. What a terrifying talent this is. Now the White Fang can be determined. Bai Xian's future will definitely be able to surpass the ninja god. And what is a ninja who has surpassed the ninja god? Is it a real deity? Also, the ninja god was able to end the Sengoku period and establish the shinobi village period. So what kind of changes will the true gods bring to this world? Kimu Shuumao couldn't imagine it. But that didn't stop him from thinking that Hakugen would be Konoha's future. There are such strong people. Who would dare to start a war against Konoha? Moreover, all 3 generations of Hokage have already lost to Bai Xian. Who else could stop Bai Xian from becoming a Hokage? I lost. Bai Suanjun. No, it should be Lord Bai Xian. Thank you for your teaching. White Fang Sr., you don't have to be so restrained. I believe you now have the most basic trust in me. If I could, I would like to learn the White Fang sword technique. You probably won't refuse. Of course. For this matter, Kimu Shuumao had expected it for a long time. So Bai Xian got the White Fang sword art very smoothly. White Fang Senpai, my gift to Kakashi, you can also learn. If you can have a new understanding, I hope I can also know. Before White Fang left, Bai Xian said thoughtfully. After hearing this, White Fang also nodded gently after a slight pause. I know, thank you Lord Bai Xian. After White Fang left, Bai Xian returned to his room and began to study White Fang swordsmanship. The principle of the White Fang swordsmanship is just an application technique for the change of chakra's form and nature. Chakra is not only materialistic, but also idealistic. Materialism is manifested in the fact that chakra follows physical and chemical properties, and idealism is manifested in chakra being influenced by spirit. The former is applied by changing the shape of chakra, constantly compressing to enhance its hardness and density, as well as sharpness. The latter is applied by influencing the nature of chakra through spiritual changes, such as elementalization, such as sharpness, hardness, etc., which is partly the principle of White Fang swordsmanship. And the principle of Uchiha flow swordsmanship is also inseparable from the morphological change and nature change of chakra, but Uchiha flow sword art is more inclined to the application of fire nature change. Thinking about it this way, I can completely integrate Jin-Yan, Kamikaze, and silver electricity into Bai Suan Liu's sword art. There is also electromagnetism, which can also be integrated into it to speed up the swing of the sword. After all, the sword is also metal. Thinking about it like this, Susanoo's melee combat system is almost perfect. Moreover, the Bai Suan Liu sword technique created can not only be used by Susanoo Mecha, but also by Bai Xian himself. The idea is very clear. Tomorrow I will be able to create the Bai Suan Liu sword art. Thinking of this, Bai Xian's eyes also showed some expectation. Next, Bai Xian studied for about 2 hours and then washed and slept. The next day, go to school during the day to study swordsmanship. When he returned at night, he created the prototype of Bai Suan Liu's swordsmanship. And then nature is to open the kaleidoscope. The left eye appears scarlet, and the ring inlaid with a positive triangle slowly turns. As Bai Xian used the pupil technique, the ring quickly turned into a positive triangle, and the positive triangle quickly turned into a ring. Brain cells are rapidly activated, and sparks of thinking suddenly burst out, gathering together to form a raging fire. Between the electric flint, Bai Suan Liu's swordsmanship was finally born. As I speculated, Bai Suan Liu's swordsmanship is similar to the derivation of the immortal law wind thunder fire chakra pattern, covering the wind thunder and fire chakra on the sword weapon, greatly enhancing the lethality of the sword weapon. And it can also use the biological magnetic field sealed by the immortal magnetic source to increase the speed of the sword weapon swinging and enhance its lethality. And with the help of some techniques in the Uchiha stream sword art and the White Fang sword art, the wind thunder and fire chakra can be cut out as sword chi for long-range attacks. I'm still satisfied. Not only has my melee combat ability been enhanced, but it has also enhanced the melee combat ability of Susanoo Mecha. It's just that since I created the Bai Suan Liu sword art, I also have to create a sword weapon that suits my use. This sword weapon can also serve as an extension of Susanoo's armor. Of course, I also need to design and create a sword weapon for Susanoo Mecha. Creating Bai Suan Liu's swordsmanship was just an episode for Bai Xian. Bai Xian's research focus is still on Susanoo Mecha. It's just that because of the birth of Bai Suan Liu's swordsmanship, Bai Xian also gave birth to a new inspiration. Speaking of which, although I want to upgrade the Susanoo armor to the Susanoo Mecha, there is no need for the Susanoo armor to be eliminated. It may become part of the Susanoo Mecha, or it may become my combat suit for piloting the Susanoo Mecha. Even, why can't I design the Susanoo Mecha into the second form of the Susanoo armor? One transformation is Susanoo armor, the second transformation is Susanoo Mecha, and there can be 3 transformations in the future. There are too many elements of transformation in anime, movies, and novels. Armor becomes mecha, and mecha becomes larger mecha, or mechanical beast, vehicle, or other form. So for a while, Bai Xian's mind also gave birth to many ideas. It's just that ideas are ideas, and it's not so easy to turn them into reality. At present, he still honestly designs Susanoo Mecha as the second form of Susanoo's armor. There is no need to think about the rest, and we will talk about it in the future. Energy system, power system, long-range attack system, melee attack system, defense system, flight system, detection system, control system. The basic 8 systems of Susanoo Mecha are almost complete. It's just that there are still some details that need to be improved, and if these 8 systems are perfectly combined, it will be the last problem for me to design Susanoo Mecha. Well, it will take almost half a month for me to finish. It's fast too. After graduating from the ninja school, completing the Susanoo Mecha, shocking the doves of the Uchiha clan, becoming the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and then reforming the Uchiha clan. There is also waiting for the big snake pill to be able to study the secret of the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars, and then with the results of the big snake pill, upgrade the Chakra Shiyu immortal method, and most importantly, upgrade the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Speaking of which, since the big snake pill has become the master of the root, he should also start studying the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars. Presumably, he's coming to me soon, too. This thought flashed through Bai Xian's mind. At the same time, the lowest level of the root base, in the Muta Research Institute. Orochimaru looked at the many data that appeared on the screen, and his eyes couldn't help but show a little different color. This is the cell between the original Hokage Senju pillars. Sure enough, the ninja god is the ninja god, such a terrifying life force. Is this still a cell that humans can have? It is really amazing. Such a majestic vitality, if not restrained or suppressed, will inevitably cause distortion of the human body, resulting in death. Therefore, if you want to complete the Mudun experiment, the most important thing is to find a way to control this huge vitality. However, speaking of which, if such a huge vitality can be used reasonably, it will definitely be able to complete the upgrade of immortal transformation technology. And the second generation immortal transformation technology has a great possibility that I can have a real immortal body, so as to obtain a lifespan of thousands of years. Bai Suanjun really didn't lie to me, but how did Bai Suanjun know this secret? Bai Suanjun, Uchiha, maybe I need to see Bai Suanjun. Looking at the time, the big snake pill also had a plan in his heart. 2 hours later, the big snake pill left the root base and also found Bai Xian. Senior Orochimaru, congratulations on becoming the Lord of the Roots. I think you should be very satisfied with the root of the big snake pill, Senior. Very satisfying indeed. Orochimaru showed a smile and replied unhurriedly. He looked at Bai Xian, and there were thousands of thoughts in his mind. At this time, Bai Xian's voice also continued to sound. Since the senior of the great snake pill has become the master of the root, he must have begun to study the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars. I wonder what the elder of the great snake pill discovered. Since Bai Xian had already guessed the purpose of his arrival, the big snake pill naturally did not intend to go around the corner, but went straight to the opening of the theme and said, "Of course, I have discovered, and I came for this matter. The cell between the 1,000 hand pillars is structurally different from ordinary human cells, and more importantly, his cells contain huge vitality. This vitality will easily induce flesh and blood aberrations, and if you want to use the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars, the most critical place is to control this extremely large vitality. And I think Bai Suanjun should know something. After all, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have been entangled enemies for thousands of years." Hearing the big snake pill say this, Bai Xian smiled thoughtfully. "Since you have already thought of the senior of the big snake pill, can't you guess the answer to the question?" As Bai Xian's words entered the ears of the big snake pill, the big snake pill's gaze also flickered suddenly. "My guess is actually true. If you want to control the vitality of the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars, you need to use the Sharingan." However, listening to the words of the big snake pill, Bai Xian continued to speak. "The answer is true, but the truth is not so simple. Vitality is the embodiment of yang, but the eye of the writing wheel is the embodiment of yin. And whether it's yang or yin, the root is genetics. I think Senju has the same ancestor as Uchiha, and this ancestor may be the 6 Dao immortals." Bai Xian's tone was very flat, but it made the big snake pill couldn't help but shake his heart. Although Bai Xian said "I think," it is maybe. But with the great snake pill's understanding of Bai Xian, he felt that Bai Xian could definitely be 100% sure that what he said was the truth. That is, Senju and Uchiha are both descendants of the 6 Dao immortals? And the 6 Dao immortals are not myths and legends, but real human beings? No, perhaps the 6 Dao immortals are not human. It's a real immortal. But why did the immortals of the 3 Holy Lands live until now, but the immortals of the 6 Paths died 1,000 years ago? It stands to reason that if the moon was really created by the 6 Dao immortals, then the power he possessed should be far stronger than the immortals of the 3 Holy Lands. And power also reflects lifespan to a certain extent. Since the 6 immortals are known as immortals and have mastered the power of immortals, how can he only have the lifespan of ordinary humans? When this thought came out, the body of the big snake pill couldn't help but tremble slightly. This speculation is really amazing. If this speculation is true, then this ninja world, but it's so interesting. Who knows what other amazing existence is hidden in the ninja world? Of course, anyway, since Bai Xian told this truth, he also knew how to continue the Mudun experiment. No, this is no longer a Mudun experiment. Moreover, the 6 Dao immortal experiment, I don't know what kind of power can be produced when the power of 1,000 hands and Uchiha is combined. Mudun and the writing wheel eye are still the legendary reincarnation eye. Wait a minute. Jiraiya, the country of rain, the little ghost of the Whirlpool clan, seems to have the eye of reincarnation. And the Vortex clan is also a distant relative of the 1,000 hands clan and a descendant of the 6 Dao immortals. If Bai Suanjun, what you said is true, it seems that I still underestimated this ninja world. There may be many powerful beings, all hidden in the shadows, not knowing what they are planning, Orochimaru said calmly. And Bai Xian also looked like a light and breezy. Orochimaru Sr. is right, this ninja world is not simple. But you and I are even more difficult. Knowledge is power, and new knowledge is stronger power. As long as we continue to improve and have the power to destroy the world, those reptiles hidden in the shadows are just crawlers after all. Although this tone was very flat, the big snake pill felt Bai Xian's full confidence. This is good. He was a confident and proud man. Bai Xian's words, he liked it very much. Bai Suanjun, you are right. Since it is hidden in the shadows, the reptile is just a crawler after all. As long as we have enough strength, all crawlers are not to be afraid of. So in order to be more powerful, I wonder what Bai Suanjun wants to give me. I was ready. When performing Tianlong-type transformation surgery for himself, Bai Xian collected some blood and muscle tissue. Taking out a storage scroll, Bai Xian handed it to the big snake pill. And after the big snake pill took this scroll, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Sure enough, Bai Xian had prepared everything for a long time. Bai Suanjun, you really didn't disappoint me. When the research has results, I will find you as soon as possible. Let's look forward to it. Orochimaru said as he put away the storage scroll. Goodbye. Looking at the back of the big snake pill disappearing, Bai Xian didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Big snake pill, it's really easy to use. Without further ado, continue to design Susanna Mecha. So, time passes quickly. Before you know it, it's the end of the semester. It's time to graduate. The graduation assessment is a cultural assessment and a three-body assessment, that is, a stand-in technique, a doppelganger, and a transformation technique, and Bai Xian naturally passed with a full score. It's just that ordinary graduates will become shinobi and perform tasks under the guidance of shinobu, but Bai Xian is not an ordinary graduate, and he also needs to be mentored, and he doesn't want to do those time-wasting tasks. After receiving Bai Xian's application, the third-generation Hokage met Bai Xian. Bai Xian, can you tell me about your plans? Absolutely. Glancing at the 3 generations of Hokage, Bai Xian said unhurriedly, regarding my information, you should find out very clearly about the 3 generations of Hokage. I have a close relationship with Uchiha Shina, and to be precise, Uchiha has become my person. He will fully support me to become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and after I become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I will also reform the Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I will let the Uchiha clan integrate into Konoha. There will be no more Uchiha clans to be an alternative to Konoha. Listening to Bai Xian's answer, Ape Flying Sun couldn't help but be stunned. He had thought about many kinds of answers, but he had never thought that Bai Xian would actually answer like this. Become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, change the Uchiha clan, and let the Uchiha clan integrate into Konoha. He looked at Bai Xian. Although Bai Xian was only 10 years old and had just graduated from ninja school, he knew that Bai Xian was a monster-like genius. Perhaps, Bai Xian can really do these things. It's just, Bai Xian was originally a genius. In his hands, will the Uchiha clan become more powerful? If the power of the Uchiha clan becomes too strong, this is also a very dangerous thing. Of course, now he does not have the strength to suppress Bai Xian and suppress the Uchiha clan, so he can only let it go. If he has enough strength to control Bai Xian and control Uchiha, that Baekhyun and Uchiha will not be a threat to him. Orochimaru, I hope you don't disappoint the teacher sooner. After secretly saying a sentence in his heart, Ape Flying Sun Chopper nodded gently. I see, great idea, I wish you success. He took a deep look at Bai Xian and left. As for Bai Xian, he casually threw Konoha's ninja guard on the desk. Ninja, ha! Picking up the design of Susanoo's mecha from the desk, Bai Xian's eyes also showed a bit of blazing. Susanoo mecha, finally finished. I just know it's not perfect, but I can make it perfect with kaleidoscopic pupils. Whispering softly like this, Bai Xian also directly opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. The color of scarlet appeared in the left eye, and the ring inlaid with a positive triangle slowly turned. Deduction. When Bai Xian activated the pupil technique, the kaleidoscope also changed. The ring turned into a positive triangle, the positive triangle turned into a ring, the brain cells were suddenly activated, and the sparks of thinking burst out, gathered together, and ignited a raging fire. Design drawing of Susanoo's mecha. It has become more and more perfect and powerful. Perfect. Although it's only a 10-meter level mecha, it's already powerful enough. You must know that Susanoo mecha is not only a size, the 8 major systems are interconnected and complement each other, and the power that can be generated is extremely powerful, at least more powerful than the tailed beast. Even, the power of Susanoo mecha will be more powerful than that of the 3rd stage Susanoo mecha, and I don't need to consume pupil power to use Susanoo mecha. What does the 3-stage Susanoo look like? Not only flesh and bones, but also a set of Yushin dog armor, and even weapons. For example, the 10-fist sword, plus the Earth Life Sword. This is a force that ordinary kaleidoscopes are difficult to use for a long time. However, as long as Bai Xian created the Susanoo mecha, he would be able to have powerful powers beyond the 3-stage Susanoo. Who can refuse to fly a mech? There was no color in his eyes, and Bai Xian turned on a switch unhurriedly. This is the basement that Uchiha prepared for Hakugen, and it is very large and can be used to create Susanoo mecha. Let's get started. A kaleidoscope emerges in the right eye, rapidly changing with the scarlet pattern. Piece after piece of metal was born. Deformation, distortion, turning into one part after another. 20 minutes later, Bai Xian looked at a pile of parts on the ground, and suddenly stretched out one hand, forming a ninja seal. Immortal Magnetic Source Seal. As a large amount of immortal chakra was consumed, the biological magnetic field suddenly rotated. Metal parts with strong magnetic properties suddenly levitate and then quickly assemble. 5 minutes later, the pure white Susanna Mecha is assembled. It stood like a small mountain in front of Bai Xian. How handsome! Bai Xian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Then he put his palm on the metal, and the cold touch also made Bai Xian couldn't help but feel a little excited. Looking at this Susanna Mecha, Bai Xian's heart moved. Through the biological magnetic field, slowly levitate. Come to the hatch of the cockpit of Susanna Mecha, open it with a biomagnetic field, and fly into it. Considering the powerful defensive capabilities of the Susanna armor, I did not design a very powerful shock absorption ability for the Susanna Mecha. So if I want to drive the Susanna mech, I also need to use the Susanna armor as a combat suit. As soon as his mind moved, Susanoo's armor had already appeared on Bai Xian's body. And then that's the key. Start, buzz, airplanes. As the humming sounded, electromagnetic force quickly covered Susanna Mecha. And then, Bai Xian's palm was open, and the blazing golden crow, the kamikaze tiger, and the silver electric snake suddenly appeared, and they became larger in an instant. As the three-headed behemoth that exceeded 10 meters in size merged into the Susanna Mecha, golden fire and silver electric light also covered the pure white Susanna Mecha. Although Bai Xian could not see the appearance of Susanna Mecha at this time, but it's conceivable. The pure white mech was bathed in golden flames and silver thunder, and an invisible wind was entangled around him. Such a gesture must be extremely cool and handsome. This feeling, I really want to control Susanna Mecha to destroy as much as I want. Well, that's going to give it a try. After the corners of his mouth raised slightly, Bai Xian quickly put away the Susanna Mecha, and then left Konoha with the Susanna Mecha and came to a very remote barren mountain. 62 meters of barren mountain. Could it be smaller? Forget it, just use it. Bai Xian couldn't wait, quickly took out the Susanna Mecha, and then entered the cockpit. Start, buzz, airplanes. When the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake merge into Susanna Mecha, golden fire, silver electric light, and furious kamikaze also completely covered Susanna Mecha in an instant. Flames roar, winds hissing, thunderbolts. Controlling Susanna Mecha, his left hand quickly transforms into a cannon muzzle. And then, as the immortal chakra gathered, a wind thunder fire spiral cannonball also condensed. Golden fire and silver thunder are intertwined, the wind winds around the spiral, and the invisible electromagnetic force blessing. SHHH with a roar, the head-sized wind thunder and fire spiral shells were also launched in an instant, and then fell on the barren mountain. Boom! As the mountain trembled slightly, a huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared, large and small rubble sputtered in all directions, and billowing dust and smoke slowly rose. Seeing that the power of the wind thunder fire electromagnetic cannon was actually so great, feeling the consumption of the immortal chakra in the body, Bai Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. And then boom! 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 However, between breaths, 9 wind and thunder electromagnetic cannons suddenly flew out. It was like 9 shooting stars streaked through the void, and the speed had long exceeded the speed of sound. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! In the terrifying roar, one giant pit after another emerged, large and small rubble sputtered, billowing dust and smoke flew. A barren mountain 62 meters high turned into a pile of rubble in the breath and disappeared into the land. 10 rounds of wind and thunder fire electromagnetic cannons are enough to flatten a barren mountain 62 meters high. I am very satisfied with this power. Feeling the consumption of the immortal chakra in his body, Bai Xian felt that even if he fired 20 more wind thunder fire electromagnetic cannons, it would not be a problem. But then again, this barren mountain, which is only 62 meters high, is really not enough. Find another barren mountain. After a secret thought, Bai Xian continued to control Susanna Mecha. As the back deformed, a pair of mechanical wings suddenly unfolded. Wind thunder and fire chakra also wrapped the pair of mechanical wings in an instant. And then, mechanical wing flap. Susanna soared into the sky. Whew! Call. The speed is more than twice the speed of sound, which can be about 700 meters per second. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Xian found the second barren mountain. This barren mountain is larger, about 84 meters high. Bai Xian, who was flying in the sky, looked at the barren mountain 200 meters below him, and Bai Xian's heart moved. Might as well test Susanoo's Mecha's defense system. Electromagnetic repulsion field. Start. When a large number of immortal chakra were transformed into electromagnetic force, the electromagnetic force wrapped in wind and thunder and fire chakra, forming a protective cover of gold and silver. And then the mechanical wings suddenly contracted, and Susanna free fell the Mecha. Whew! Call. In the howling wind, Susanna Mecha landed violently in front of the barren mountain. Boom! With a roar, the top of the barren mountain suddenly shattered. This 84-meter barren mountain, just this collision, is less than 1/3 of the mountain. Very good, unscathed. After getting up and standing up, Hakugen manipulated Susanoo Mecha to pull out the giant sword at the spine. Then, by Suan Leo's swordsmanship, the dance of reincarnation. The wind and thunder fire chakra covered the blade, and as the blade turned, flames, winds, and thunder and lightning mixed together, turning into a ring and spreading rapidly. Boom 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 dash. The remaining 2/3 of the mountain also collapsed in half at this moment. Without a second sword, the barren mountain has turned into ruins. It's a powerful force. Although there is still a certain distance from Uchiha Madara using a complete body Susanoo, and splitting a mountain with a sword, it is not far away. Perhaps, I only need to upgrade the Susanoo Mech one more time, and I will be able to make the Susanoo Mecha have a power comparable to that of a complete body Susanoo. And that power is Susanoo's true form, and it is also the divine power of Uchiha in Uchiha's mouth. After testing the performance of the Susanoo Mecha, Hakugen put away the Susanoo Mecha and returned to his room. Actually, Susanoo Mecha still has some room for optimization. I thought I should look into storage scrolls and develop space folding technology. Then use the space folding technique to combine the Susanoo armor with the Susanoo Mecha, so that I can transform into the Susanoo armor in an instant, and then transform into the Susanoo Mecha in the second stage. It's just that space folding technology. Will it be difficult? Let's try to study it first. After all, practice is the only test of truth. Among the Uchiha family, there must be no shortage of information related to storage scrolls. After reading these materials, Bai Xian also found that the spatial folding technology of the storage scroll was not as difficult as he thought. The core of its technology lies in a special or in the ninja world, which has spatial properties and can produce a miniature pressurized space after absorbing chakra. It is impossible to store living things, but it can be used to store dead things. By analyzing the structure of this substance, Bai Xian also gained the ability to make this substance with pupil technique. Next, just design a trigger-type sealing technique to complete your own vision. Give yourself the ability to transform. A transformation, Susanoo armor. Second stage transformation, Susanoo Mecha. It was perfect. However, this did not affect Bai Xian's actual combat effectiveness, and the difficulty was not high. Therefore, it is only a secondary task for Bai Xian. Now Bai Xian's main task is to become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Lord Bai Xian, the family gathering will begin at 7 o'clock tonight. I have taken control of all the members of the Hawks, and they will all be your strong backing, Lord Bai Xian, Uchiha said respectfully. Bai Xian listened, and nodded gently. Good. Elder Instant, you should know that in the Uchiha clan, no one can stop us. So you don't have to worry either. Uchiha Fugaku, how can you compete with me? Listening to Bai Xian's words, Uchiha couldn't help but laugh instantly. Although Uchiha Fugaku has a good talent, his ability is also okay. But compared to Lord Bai Xian, how can this be comparable? With Lord Bai Xian's talent, wisdom, and strength, who can stop Lord Bai Xian? Lord Bai Xian, you said so. The two looked at each other and smiled, their expressions indescribably relaxed. Before you know it, time passes quickly. At 7 o'clock, Bai Xian, surrounded by Uchiha and others, walked into Nanga Shrine. This scene was seen by Uchiha Fugaku and others, and their eyes couldn't help but show a little doubt. Especially Uchiha Fugaku, he has already obtained the full support of the doves. As long as he suppresses the Hawks, he can become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. And he knows that no peer in the Hawks is better than him, which means that the Hawks have no successor. Wouldn't he be able to suppress the Hawks and become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? It's just that he didn't expect that the Hawks actually chose to support this Uchiha Bakushuin. Of course, he is just Uchiha Bakushuin is a genius. But he was also a genius back then. Who wasn't a genius back then? It is precisely because of this that he finds it ridiculous. A 10-year-old kid who has just graduated from ninja school. Hawks actually push out such people to compete with themselves. It's ridiculous. Amusing. It's ridiculous. Uchiha moment, you Hawks are really getting more and more degenerate. I actually brought out a 10-year-old child. If you really have no successors, then directly let Uchiha Fugaku become the patriarch of our Uchiha clan. Don't grandstand here, it's simply a disgrace to our Uchiha clan. The one who spoke was Uchiha Fire Core, who was once also Uchiha's elite subordinate, but he was also the leader of the doves. When Uchiha wanted to lead the Uchiha clan out of Konoha, he was the first to oppose Uchiha. Uchiha Fire Core, you shut up for me. You don't know at all how powerful Lord Bai Xian's talent is. Even if it is Lord Ban, it is far inferior to Lord Bai Xian. Uchiha reprimanded Uchiha in a moment of righteous words. And after Uchiha Fire Core listened, his eyes couldn't help but widen. He certainly didn't think Uchiha would lie at the family gathering. But the man, Uchiha's strength is too clear to him. That is a strength comparable to a god. This Bai Xian really has a talent far beyond Uchiha? You know, Uchiha said far beyond. And after listening to Uchiha's words, not only was Uchiha Fire Core shocked, but the others present couldn't help but boil. Uchiha moment, do you know what you're talking about? That's Madara-sama. His talent has been one of the best in Uchiha's thousands of years of history. The power of the Eternal Eye is comparable to that of a god. How can this Baishian have a talent far beyond that of Madara-sama? Don't take your word for it, especially Uchiha Fugaku. His expression had become extremely embarrassed. Since Uchiha dared to say such a thing at the family assembly, presumably, this Uchiha Baishian's talent must be more powerful than him. Uchiha Baekhyun. This is a variable. With this variable, can he still smoothly become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? Only now, no one cares what Uchiha Fugaku thinks. Everyone looked at Uchiha Baishian, as if they wanted to see if Baishian's talent was so far beyond Uchiha's spot. As for Baishian, he was a light and breezy posture. This little thing, Uchiha will help him deal with it in an instant. Listening to these noisy sounds, Uchiha couldn't help but be angry for a moment. Shut up, this is the family assembly of the Uchiha clan. What kind of system is noisy? Uchiha couldn't have told such a clumsy lie at a family assembly. As long as Lord Baishian makes a move, you will naturally understand everything. Now all you have to do is calm me down. I have to say that what Uchiha said in an instant is still very reasonable. And few of the people present were really fools. They naturally knew that if they wanted to know the truth of this matter, it was enough for Baishian to show his talent or strength. So they quieted down and looked at Baishian with different expressions. Lord Baishian, please. Baishian nodded slightly, and then glanced at everyone present. In the Uchiha clan, I want to prove my talent and strength. There's a way you should all know. While speaking, Baishian directly opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The scarlet color flashed in the eyes, and the ring inlaid with a positive triangle slowly rotated, and the incomparably terrifying sense of oppression almost instantly oppressed on everyone's body. How is this possible? At the age of 10, I opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. This is a kaleidoscope chakra eye. Uchiha Hakugen has been studying at the ninja school. What stimuli can he receive? How is it possible to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? For a while, Uchiha who was present couldn't help but be shocked. Uchiha Fugaku, who had not yet opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, looked at this scene and knew that he had lost. In the Uchiha family, the gap between the Sharingan is the biggest gap. Not to mention, Baishian is only 10 years old now. Such a terrifying talent has really surpassed Uchiha. As for the others, it doesn't matter if they can't believe it, it's hard to accept. The truth is right in front of them, and they can only accept this reality. After a slight pause, Baishian continued to speak. You should all know that each pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes represents a different pupil technique, and my pupil technique is very special. Not only can I have great power, but I can also give you great power. While speaking, Baishian activated the Susanoo armor and also turned on the Wind Thunder and Fire Chakra mode. Whew! Call! The golden flames roared and raged. Crackle! Cracking sound. Silver thunderbolts burst into thunderbolts. There is also a furious kamikaze wrapped around Susanoo's armor. Vaguely, you can see the roar, and neighing of the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake. Not only is the appearance extremely cool and handsome, it made Baishian's sense of oppression even more terrifying. Everyone present, at this moment, seemed to feel that there was an invisible mountain oppressed on their hearts. Make it difficult for them to move, to breathe. Instant elder. As Baishian's voice fell, Uchiha also understood what he was going to do next. Yes, Lord Baishian. After responding, he also activated the Susanoo glove, which quickly extended and deformed, turning into the Susanoo armor. The figure of the blazing gold crow suddenly appeared, and then merged into the Susanoo armor, which also made Uchiha enter the blazing gold Uchakra mode in an instant. Whew! Call! The golden flame was blazing and dazzling. Uchiha stood behind Baishian in an instant, although the sense of oppression was far inferior to Baishian, and the blazing gold Uchakra mode was not as cool as the Wind Thunder and Fire Chakra mode. But his sense of existence cannot be underestimated, and everyone present couldn't help but feel an indescribable shock in their hearts when they looked at this scene. Of course, they understood what this scene represented, representing Baishian's pupil technique, which could give them the power that Uchiha displayed in this moment. What a cool, powerful force. If you have this power, how powerful you can become. The Uchiha family. It is a people who are hungry for strength. It is also a family that worships the strong, and there are some smart people among them. They looked at Baishian, and now Baishian was only 10 years old. In the future, Baishian will definitely be able to continue to become stronger. So will the power he gives others also continue to become stronger? The only thing to worry about, it is that Baishian's kaleidoscope is not an eternal eye, and he has no brother. Will the future be blind? Of course, Baishian was naturally able to guess the concerns of many people. So Baishian continued to speak after looking around. I know that there are still people who are worried about whether my kaleidoscope will lose its light. Rest assured, I have found a way to give the kaleidoscope permanent light. What you have to do now is to support me, make me the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, obey my orders, and master the power I give. As Bai Xian's words fell, Uchiha took the lead and knelt down in an instant, kowtowing and shouting, "Please Bai Xian-sama become the patriarch of our Uchiha clan, and make Uchiha great again. Make Uchiha great again." This sentence sounds simple, but it seems to have an inexplicable infectious power. So the members of the Hawks knelt down without hesitation. "Please Bai Xian-sama become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and make Uchiha great again." Part of the doves faltered, they also knelt. Shouting, "Please Bai Xian-sama become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and make Uchiha great again." Bai Xian looked at those who had not yet knelt. With a terrifying sense of oppression, they did not dare to look at Bai Xian. Soon, one after another, Uchiha knelt. "Please Bai Xian-sama become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and make Uchiha great again." When everything was crawling at his feet, Bai Xian couldn't help but smile. The process of becoming the Uchiha patriarch was smoother than he thought. I want to kill a chicken to guard the monkey. Only then can he become the Uchiha patriarch. But that's fine. Please rest assured, I will definitely make Uchiha great again, even leading the Uchiha family to an unprecedented brilliant future." After becoming the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Bai Xian began to reform the Uchiha clan step by step according to his own plan. The first is the police force, which began to be reformed according to the police institutions of the previous life, divided into civilian police and criminal police, responsible for different incidents. Of course, whether it is the civilian police or the criminal police, they must receive special training, they must not be high-minded, they must smile, be friendly, and be patient. In addition, the publicity work should also be done well. Serving Konoha, having trouble finding a police officer. The more these words are shouted, they will naturally penetrate into the hearts of the people. As Bai Xian launched the reform, Uchiha Fire Corps and the others couldn't help but be in awe. They didn't expect that Bai Xian was not only gifted, but also surpassed Uchiha. With this kind of wisdom, these means are not something that Uchiha can think of. The more awe-inspiring, the more obedient it is. And with their help, the reform work promoted by Bai Xian has also become easier. A week later, the police force has completed its initial reforms, and the Uchiha family is on track. Bai Xian, on the other hand, also completed the analysis of space folding technology, and further improved the Susanoo armor and Susanoo mecha. Looking at the gloves on his left hand, the pure white main color, the pitch black sealing technique style pattern, Bai Xian's eyes also glowed with a bit of satisfaction. "Very good, very smooth, and I am also satisfied." Bai Xian did not rush to start testing, because the Susanoo armor and the Susanoo mecha only had one more function, and there were not many changes in the comprehensive combat power method. His first task now is the reform of the Uchiha family. The reform of the police force is for reputation, and the development of business is the focus. With enough money, we can promote the development of science and technology and industry. Supermarkets, shopping malls, various promotions, you can give it a try, but market research is also done. I still have to discuss it with the elders. Development needs the escort of the strong, and talents in other fields need to play their own value. The reform of the Uchiha family is advancing in an orderly manner. Ape Flying Sunko, who had been paying attention to the Uchiha clan, also showed a solemn expression in the Hokage office at this time. "Uchiha Hakugen. I didn't expect him to actually choose to do this. The reform of the police force can indeed change the reputation of the Uchiha family." Just as he said, the Uchiha clan will merge into Konoha under his leadership. But would that be a good thing? Sarutobi began to ponder why his teacher Senju had put the Uchiha clan in charge of policing. It is to calculate the character of the Uchiha family, knowing that even if the Uchiha family does a good job in policing, it will inevitably lose its reputation. But now, under Bai Xian's reform, the Uchiha clan not only did a perfect job in policing, but also gave the Uchiha clan a better reputation, and even gained the trust of the villagers of Konoha. The Uchiha family has strength, reputation, and even credibility. The position of the Hokage. The struggle for power. Even if Uchiha Hakugen really doesn't want to be Hokage, the rest of the Uchiha clan may also be able to become Hokage in the future. In this way, the Uchiha clan not only controls the police force, but also the Dark Department, and even Uchiha itself is a huge force. At that time, won't Konoha be a family member of the Uchiha clan? But what can I do now to stop the reform of the Uchiha clan? Or can I only take the opportunity to strengthen my power when Orochimaru perfects the immortal transformation technique? No, it is Konoha's power, so as to suppress Uchiha for a long time. Ape Fei Ri Chopper was very hesitant, unable to make up his mind. Still waiting, whispering, the ape Flying Sun chopped the pipe in his hand and began to swallow the clouds. Harm Ape Fei Sun sighed faintly, but the big snake pill in the laboratory couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, Bai Suan-jun, Bai Xian's inference is indeed not wrong. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan share the same ancestor, and the power of Uchiha and the power of Senju can also complement each other perfectly. Once the power of yin and yang reaches a state of equilibrium, it can be perfectly fused together, just like the birth of the blood succession limit. Bai Suan-jun's cells can restrain the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars to a certain extent. With a simple dilution, I can balance the power of yin and yang, so as to obtain the power of yin and yang, which I can then use to upgrade my immortal transformation technique. It's just that if you want to get Mu Duen, or right wheel eyes, it's not that simple. However, my goal is to upgrade the immortal transformation technology, and it is enough to achieve the goal. As for Mu Dun and Sherry Nan, continue to study it in depth. And I think the power of yin and yang may not only be used to upgrade the immortal transformation technology, but this power should be more important for Senju and Uchiha. I don't know what kind of results Bai Suan-jun will develop after he gets this power. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, revealing a bit of expectation. No matter, I'll improve this achievement first, complete the upgrade of the immortal transformation technology, and then go to Bai Suan-jun. It's night. After dealing with the day's affairs, Bai Xian returned to his room. It seems that there are still a lot of talents in the Uchiha family. That's fine, and I'll be able to make it easier. Now that I've analyzed and mastered the space folding technology through the storage scroll, can I develop other space technologies? If there is a flying thunder god technique, I should be able to master the spatial teleportation technique, but how do I obtain the flying thunder god technique? It's better to ask the Great Snake Pill directly next time. With the current identity of the Great Snake Pill, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain the flying thunder god technique. But speaking of the Big Snake Pill, I don't know when the Big Snake Pill will be able to research the results. With my understanding of the Big Snake Pill, it shouldn't take long. This is really something that makes people look forward to it. At this point, Bai Xian converged his thoughts. It is enough to have these things in your own mind. Bai Xian, who had become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was already able to consult the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Among them, Bai Xian valued the two forbidden arts most by Izanagi and Izanami. Among them, the requirements for the use of Izanagi are relatively low, and the holders of the Sharinan can master it, and the three seals of Izanagi can be activated. The Sharinan holder uses Izanagi to turn things that have happened for a period of time that are unfavorable to them into nothing, and only choose things that are beneficial to them to become reality, and the activation time varies according to each person's ability. However, after using it, it is bound to be blind, it is dangerous, and when it is in the middle of the activation time, even if it dies, it can change reality, and it is a terrifying pupil technique that can make you invincible. And Izanami is even more powerful. It is the only illusion that can stop Izanagi, and when used, it will also cause blindness, and Izanami can record a scene where the other party and himself act, and let that same scene play out again. The opponent who has been caught in the illusion will be imprisoned in the time between the first scene and the second scene in his mind, and enter the world of infinite reincarnation. If the opponent wants to unravel Izanami's illusion, he must accept his original fate, repent, and the opponent who has hit Izanami will not be able to move. All pupil techniques are yin ninjutsu, and yin is the power of the spirit, the power of imagination, and the power of creating out of nothing. The technique of creating something out of nothing and visualizing it is an advanced application technique of yin. Izanagi and Izanami also belong to the power of yin. Bai Xian paused slightly, and also fell into deep thought. The reason why Izanagi and Izanami have such a big side effect is because the yin chakra that these two techniques need to consume is too large. The release of this taboo pupil technique by oversqueezing the pupil force will inevitably lead to the blindness of the chakra eye. So as long as you have a powerful enough yin chakra, it is enough to use Izanagi and Izanami without side effects. The chakra immortal cultivation method, or the heavenly dragon immortal body transformation surgery, has given me spiritual power far beyond ordinary Uchiha, but it's not enough to use Izanagi and Izanami without side effects. But what if I weaken the effect of Izanagi and Izanami? Wouldn't it be possible to reduce the consumption of yin chakra? If Izanagi only lasts for 1 second to protect against fatal injuries, how much yin chakra will be needed to consume? It must not be too much. Just by making the timing of Izanagi's activation manageable, I was able to drastically reduce its side effects and make it a life-saving technique for me. And it is also a life-saving technique that is enough to distort reality, except for Izanami, which can already be called invincible. And I also have Izanami's materials in my hands, and if I dig deeper, I can't fuse Izanagi and Izanami to create a pupil technique that distorts reality without any defects. Reality is reality. Unreal is unreal. But chakra, can distort reality and illusion. Thinking of this, Bai Xian's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Whether it is illusion or pupil magic, they are the power of yin. Previously, he combined the white shock technique with the illusion technique to create an illusion that can control the 5 senses. I remember that there is information about the Kurama clan in the roots, and even the ninjas of the Kurama clan. Thinking of this, a wisp of different colors also flashed in Bai Xian's eyes. The Kurama clan is a very old ninja clan that is good at illusion, but it gradually declines due to the small number of people who can inherit the blood inheritance limit. And the Kurama clan's blood succession limit is even more incredible. It is a terrifying blood inheritance that can dominate the 5 senses and make illusions come true. The former dominates people's 5 senses and makes others become puppets. I can do that. Rua can't help his words, his body can't help himself. What are you sees, what are you hears, what are you hears, what are you tastes, what are you touches, everything I know is what I want are you to know. Moreover, it can create the world of illusion, and everything that happens in the world of illusion can be real, such as damage or repair to things or the human body, and so on. It is even possible to visualize the existence in the painting and become a reality. Of course, with such a powerful blood succession limit, there is also a side effect. That is, awaken the blood successor, the personality will be split, and the heart demon will become a monster named Ido. Maybe this Udo can be used as a yin escape artificial tailed beast. The Sharingan is the strongest yin blood succession limit, and the Kurama clan's blood succession limit is also the yin blood succession limit. If the two can be fused, or superimposed, it will definitely be able to produce incredible results. Even, I think that the blood succession limit of the Kurama clan may be able to make the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye evolve into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye. Although the Tianlong type immortal body transformation surgery not only strengthened by Xian's physique, but also strengthened by Xian's spirit, coupled with the effective chakra immortal cultivation method, Bai Xian's body and spirit were extraordinary, and even exceeded the limits of human beings. This allows Bai Xian to reduce the loss of kaleidoscope chakra eyes using kaleidoscope pupil technique, so that Bai Xian can have more opportunities to use kaleidoscope pupil technique than ordinary Uchiha. But this is not unlimited after all, and if you use more, you will still be blind, so Bai Xian naturally hopes that his kaleidoscope riding wheel eye will evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye as soon as possible. Of course, the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars have a great possibility of allowing the kaleidoscope chakra eye to evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye. Bai Xian also guided the big snake pill to start the study of the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars. Just multiple paths can also increase some possibilities. After all, according to Bai Xian's research, the reason why the kaleidoscope chakra eye is blind is the same as the one who uses Izanagi. It is because yin chakra is insufficient, or the spiritual power is not strong enough. The reason why the kaleidoscope chakra eye can evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye by changing eyes, or absorbing the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye of the brother. It is because the chakras of the brothers are similar, the yin-dun chakra can fit perfectly and can be absorbed from each other, thereby enhancing spiritual power and enhancing the yin-dun chakra. The focus is on mental strength, and yin chakra can greatly enhance mental strengthening. The chakra immortal cultivation method can also enhance the spirit, but the enhancement effect is not strong enough, or I have not been cultivating long enough. If I can calculate the spiritual strength requirements of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan Evolution Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, I can calculate how much time it will take to make the Kaleidoscope Sharingan evolve into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan without other external forces, relying only on the chakra cultivation immortal method. But this is meaningless, can use external forces, why don't I use it? Looks like I need to meet with Orochimaru. The current Bai Xian is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. With the help of the power of the Uchiha clan, it was still very easy to deliver a message to the big snake pill. Soon, when night fell, the figure of the big snake pill also appeared in Bai Xian's room. Senior Orochimaru, I need the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the information and blood succession limit of the Kurama clan. Since he and the big snake pill were already so familiar, then Bai Xian was not polite, and said directly to the subject. As he spoke, he handed out a scroll. Above are some information about chakras qualitative transformation and artificial tailed beasts, as well as some knowledge passed down by the Uchiha family. Hearing Bai Xian's request, the big snake pill's eyes narrowed slightly. If you want to fly the Thunder God technique, it seems that Bai Suanjun wants to start studying the time and space ninjutsu. This is also normal, compared to the power of time and space ninjutsu, which is not comparable to ordinary power. It is naturally worthy of Bai Suanjun's in-depth study. As for the information of the Kurama family and the blood succession limit, in studying the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars and Bai Xian cells, the great snake pill discovered the power of yin and yang, and these two forces can be fused, and they are easier to fuse than other attribute chakra to form a blood succession limit. The blood succession limit of the Uchiha clan is the yin blood succession limit, and the blood succession limit of the Kurama family is also the yin blood succession limit. Although the big snake pill has not yet begun to study the Sharingan, he can also speculate that the evolution of the Sharingan must be related to the spiritual strength, or the quality and quantity of the yin chakra. If Bai Xian obtained the blood succession limit of the Kurama clan, the quality of yin-dun chakra would definitely be enhanced to a certain extent. Perhaps, Bai Suanjun's kaleidoscopic chakra eye can evolve again. In this way, Bai Suanjun may be able to take advantage of this opportunity to have a chakra eye of the same level as Uchiha, or even more powerful Sharingan than Uchiha. In just an instant, many thoughts flashed in the big snake pill's mind, which also made the big snake pill's eyes flood with a little expectation. You know, the big snake pill has already developed some of the results related to yin and yang. If nothing else, it won't be long before he can use this achievement to upgrade his primordial immortal transformation technology. And this result, he will also trade to Bai Xian. According to his research, this achievement could not only help Bai Xian improve immortal arts, but also had a special beneficial effect on the Sharingan. If the Flying Thunder God art can allow Bai Xian to master the time and space ninjutsu, if the Kurama clan's blood succession limit could make Bai Xian's Sharingan I even more powerful, coupled with the results of Yin and Yang escape, Bai Xian's immortal art and writing will eyes became stronger again. Combined, how powerful would Bai Xian become? Orochimaru was looking forward to it. Leave it to me, I'll send it to you tomorrow. While replying, Orochimaru took the scroll. By Suanjun, if there is only this matter, then I will leave. Looking at the appearance of the big snake pill, Bai Xian roughly guessed the reason. It seems that the senior of the big snake pill is very busy, presumably the research should be very smooth, and the results will be produced soon. Since that's the case, then I won't disturb you, Senior Orochimaru. When the research results are completed, we will naturally meet. Yes, then goodbye, Bai Suanjun. The two looked at each other, and then the figure of the big snake pill disappeared. The speed of the big snake pill is really getting faster and faster. After seeing Orochimaru leave, Bai Xian unhurriedly picked up the information of Izanagi and Izanami and continued to study. Yin Shun outside the window, dark clouds covered the silver moon, and the night became darker. Unknowingly, the next day arrived. The Great Snake Pill also sent the information of the Flying Thunder God art and the Kurama clan that Bai Xian needed as promised, as well as a bottle of blood. Because Bai Xian had mastered the spatial folding technique, and was also able to use the pupil technique of his right eye to generate substances with spatial properties, Bai Xian first opened the Flying Thunder God technique. I may have a talent for space, otherwise I wouldn't have mastered space folding technology so easily. Of course, part of the reason is that because of the nature of chakra can affect space very easily. Otherwise, the psychic arts involving space transfer technology would not be so easy to master. Almost all ninjas with psychic beasts are able to use psychic arts. Of course, psychic arts are easy to learn, and almost every ninja can learn it. But the art of Flying Thunder God is very difficult to learn. The key to the Flying Thunder God technique lies in the Flying Thunder God technique. Only by leaving the Flying Thunder God technique can the ninja perform spatial teleportation. Simply put, you need a coordinate. Therefore, the difficulty in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique lies in remotely sensing the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God technique, and the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God technique being activated remotely. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God art also consumes a lot of chakra, and the burden on the body for spatial teleportation is not small. No wonder it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to learn the art of Flying Thunder God. Without specific talent, they really can't learn it, and even if they barely learn it, they can't control it freely. It's like the future of the unknown fire Genma, and the similarity, and the three of G. Ivahi. They only have 3 people in a formation to transfer objects or human bodies within the formation to other places. But for me, mastering the Flying Thunder God art is really not that difficult. It can even be said that my talent is much stronger than Bofang Shuman. There is only the basic Flying Thunder God technique on the scroll, that is, the Flying Thunder God technique is inscribed on the special Kuwu, and with the help of Kuwu to release the Flying Thunder God technique, teleportation. However, Bai Xian knew that the Flying Thunder God art could also derive the Flying Thunder God Thunder, which could transfer the enemy's attacks through space. This was created by Bofang Shuman. The time that Bofang Shuman can do it, Bai Xian can naturally do it, and even better. My kaleidoscope pupil technique can generate matter with spatial properties. If I use this substance to create a shield, or use it to create a shell of Susanna Mecha, wouldn't it be able to use the power of space to defend, devour enemy attacks, and even rebound? It's a wonderful idea. It's just that the Flying Thunder God art needs to be able to teleport with the help of the Flying Thunder God, and if you want to directly teleport in space, it is still difficult to do it in a short period of time. However, teleportation with the help of the Flying Thunder God Kumu seems to be somewhat inappropriate for Susanna Mecha. Or do I need to design a special firearm to fire the Flying Thunder God Kuno, or the Flying Thunder God bullet? It seems to work, you can give it a try. The brain was working quickly, and Bai Xian soon had 3 plans to upgrade Susanoo's mecha using space technology. The first plan is to use psychic art combined with the art of Flying Thunder God, and enter the cockpit directly the moment when Susanna Mecha is summoned using space folding technology. The second plan is to use space folding technology combined with the Flying Thunder God technique to modify the shell of Susanna Mecha, so that it can use subspace devouring attacks and rebound attacks. The third plan is to design and build a Flying Thunder God firearm to fire the Flying Thunder God bullet, so as to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport in space. The thinking is very clear and the theoretical knowledge is enough, but to implement these 3 solutions, I need at least a month, which is already fast. After muttering in his heart, Bai Xian turned his gaze to the information of the Kurama family, as well as the bottle of blood. There are immortal arts and distant shadows from the Dragon Earth Cave, plus the Sharingan is the strongest Yin escape blood succession limit. Bai Xian is very sure that he can obtain the Yin escape blood succession limit of the Kurama clan. It's just that it also takes a lot of time, researching data, obtaining blood succession, controlling blood succession, and then using the yin blood continuation of the Kurama clan to strengthen the Sharingan. First complete the 3 plans to upgrade Susanoo Mecha using space technology, and then come to study the blood lineage of the Kurama clan. And this is also an opportunity to test the effect of the immortal art and transmission of the distant shadow, if I succeed in mastering the yin blood inheritance of the Kurama clan. Presumably, as long as I obtain Yakang's cell tissue, there is a high probability that I will be able to obtain the burning escape. At that time, I will be able to develop the immortal law burning qualitative chakra mode and create the burning artificial tailed beast. After completing this, I can also try to integrate the thunder into the snare, and then fuse the blood follower snare step by step, develop the bleeding follower chakra model, and create the bleeding follower snare artificial tailed beast. Take your time, don't rush. Successfully extracted. This is the yin-yang chakra elixir extracted from the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars and by Suanjun's cells as raw materials. Looking at the pale green translucent liquid in front of him, the big snake pill couldn't help but show a slightly morbid smile. Yin-yang elixir can not only greatly strengthen physical fitness and mental strengthening, but also can be used to upgrade preliminary immortal transformation techniques. I can't wait to upgrade my original immortal transformation technology. It's not the immortal body that has added the yin-yang elixir. What kind of changes will it make me? It's really exciting. Hey. With a smile like this, the big snake pill immediately began to design an upgrade plan for the original immortal transformation technology. Of course, in order to explore the best upgrade plan, the big snake pill naturally had to conduct human experiments. And at the root, the last thing he lacks is experimental products. That's really cool. Soon, the great snake pill completed 13 upgrade plans. Then he ordered his scientists to conduct control experiments. As the subjects are consumed, the big snake pill also got a lot of valuable data. In less than a month, he found the best upgrade plan for the original immortal transformation technology. The white snake immortal body transformation technology is not only more suitable for my physique, but also has a special resonance with the white snake artificial tailed beast. This way of resonating can make the fairy chakra produce a special change. Not only will the quality become higher, but it will even make the vitality and spiritual power of the white snake artificial tailed beast more powerful, thus improving the quality of the immortal chakra again. And the higher quality fairy chakra can also enhance the body and spirit to a greater extent, and can also make my fairy art more powerful. Of course, these are secondary. The most important thing is naturally that the white snake type immortal body can allow me to have a longer lifespan, and I have previously overlooked the fact that the body affects the mind, or that body and soul influence each other. As long as the body and soul are in a state of dynamic equilibrium, the lifespan of the body is the lifespan of the soul. This means that as long as my body lives 1,000 years, I can really live 1,000 years, and the soul will not affect my lifespan. Of course, if the dynamic balance between body and soul is broken, it's something else. So in the future, I still have to study the soul to ensure that I can obtain a stable immortality. Thinking of this, the big snake pill also converged his thoughts. Since the white snake type immortal transformation technology has been perfected, then, he naturally had to perform the white snake type immortal body transformation surgery for himself. When I finish the transformation, I can go to see by Suanjun. I don't know what kind of surprise he will bring me this time. Hey, with a sick smile, Orochimaru walked into the operating room. Sealed, summoning 2 shadow doppelgangers. The body lay on the operating table and slowly closed his eyes. The operation began. As the operation progressed, a large amount of yin-yang escape pill was also absorbed by the body of the great snake pill. The body of the first immortal also began to change slowly. Tiny snake scales grew on the skin, and the snake scales were like transparent crystals, faintly visible but not obvious, but only made the big snake pill look even paler. The muscle fibers became thinner and tighter, and although the entanglement did not cause obvious changes in the body shape of the big snake pill, it greatly enhanced the physique and strength of the big snake pill. The bones became harder, like a piece of fast steel, the internal organs became more perfect, the blood became more viscous, and all the organs and tissues above and below the body underwent subtle changes. And the biggest change is naturally the cell. Whether it is somatic cells, red blood cells or white blood cells, most of the cells in the body of the big snake pill have become smaller, fuller, and denser. And such a cell also represents that the physique of the big snake pill has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his lifespan has also been greatly enhanced. The current big snake pill can really live to be 1,000 years old. And the changes in the body will naturally affect the spirit, and even more affect chakra. The pure white fairy chakra flows in the body of the great snake pill, circulating in the meridian system, promoting the changes in the body of the great snake pill. Wait until Orochimaru opens his eyes and feels this unprecedented feeling. Powerful, light, relaxed, wonderful. The world has become like never before, and it has become different. He felt the natural energy more clearly, and also felt the close relationship between himself and the natural energy. It's wonderful. After whispering, he felt the white snake artificial tailed beast in his body, and also felt this subtle resonance. This feeling, then let me give it a try. As soon as the big snake pill's mind moved, he directly entered the white snake chakra immortal mode. The pure white chakra also turned into an energy cloak in an instant, like fire and electricity, and the pure white brilliance shone, making the big snake pill look like a god. And just after the energy cloak was condensed, the immortal chakra suddenly turned into one snake after another. Pure white snake, translucent snake, glowing snake, snake with life. Interesting. Now I can easily give life to fairy chakra and then manipulate them, which has even become an instinct of mine. It seems that in the future, I can use my psychic snakes that can replace these fairy snakes to use my snake ninjutsu. No, it should be said that it is snake fairy art. Stretching out his finger, with a gentle click, the fairy chakra on his body turned into hundreds of pure white lights, and these hundreds of pure white lights were hundreds of fairy snakes, galloping out. The moment it was about to touch the wall, it suddenly stopped. Really obedient. Although I also want to test the destructive power of this trick. But this is the root base, and destroying public property is my experimental budget. In the next moment, these hundreds of immortal snakes turned into pure white light again and reintegrated into the body of the great snake pill. The pure white light on the big snake pill also converged, causing the big snake pill to return to normal. Although it will take some time to adapt to this force, it will also take some time to develop various combat moves based on this force. But this doesn't prevent me from meeting Bai Suan-jun, and I don't know what kind of treasure this yin-yang elixir will exchange for me. Bai Suan-jun, what kind of surprise will you bring me? Full moon night. The figure of the big snake pill appeared in Bai Xian's room. Bai Suan-jun, I'm done. While speaking, the big snake pill handed out a scroll, as well as a pale green potion. Looking at this potion, Bai Xian very clearly felt the breath of yin and yang, and the combination of yin and yang seemed to be able to spontaneously fuse together without other conditions. This kind of chakra, which contains the power of yin and yang, may be called yin and yang chakra. But it's not yin and yang, but it doesn't matter. The important thing was that Bai Xian was very aware of the importance of this potion to himself. If nothing else, it can not only enhance one's physical fitness, but also enhance one's mental strength, thereby enhancing the power of yang and yin, and then enhancing the power of the chakra I. The power of the Sherinan has been enhanced, and naturally it also represents that Bai Xian has become farther away from losing light, and it is one step closer to the evolution of the kaleidoscope Sherinan into the eternal kaleidoscope Sherinan. As for that scroll, Bai Xian also felt the change in the great snake pill. He should have completed the upgrade of the original immortal transformation technology and obtained a more powerful and perfect immortal body. The most obvious manifestation is that the characteristics of the snake on the big snake pill have become more and more obvious. This also means that the big snake pill has more life, and this lifespan is about 1,000 years. Senior Orochimaru, your speed is really fast, it is worthy of you. While speaking, Bai Xian also took out a set of scrolls. Above is the Tenryu-type immortal body transformation technology, as well as some research materials on yin, and even a partial analysis of his Inagi and his Inamai. Since the great snake pill had already developed this potion with the properties of yin and yang, presumably he would also study yin and yang in depth in the future. Therefore, this research data on yin escape will definitely be able to help the big snake pill. After completing the transaction, the big snake pill did not leave in a hurry. Because he has completed the upgrade of the original immortal transformation technology, the next scientific research project has not yet started, so he is not in a hurry now. Seeing that the big snake pill sat in front of him, Bai Xian didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. Then he opened the scroll, and sure enough, the scroll was the white snake-type immortal transformation technology, as well as the relevant information of the yin-yang escape elixir. The upgraded version of the original immortal transformation technology is called the white snake-type immortal transformation technology, and it seems that the big snake pill and the snake really match. The basis of the white snake-type immortal body transformation technology is the yin-yang escape potion, and the yin-yang escape potion actually has such a great impact on the body and spirit. This is a little unexpected to me, but it is indeed good news. It seems that the yin-yang escape elixir will improve the Sherinan more than I speculated. Referring to the white snake-type immortal body transformation technology, I can also further upgrade the Tianlong-type immortal transformation technology, and this upgrade may allow me to have an immortal body comparable to the three major immortals. I already have an idea, and with this opportunity, I can even take the opportunity to master the yin and yang escape. The yin and yang dun here is not yin-yang dun chakra, it's the true yin and yang escape. Yin dun represents the power of the spirit, while yin dun can create a body invisibly. Yang dun represents the power of the body, and yang dun's art can inject life into the body, and the combination of the two is yin-yang dunshu. Bai Xian's kaleidoscopic chakra I originally has the power to create. This also means that Bai Xian's yang dun talent is very powerful. And the chakra I is the power of yin. If Bai Xian mastered the yin and yang void, there was even a certain possibility that he could make the kaleidoscope writing wheel I evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I. Even if you can't, you can greatly strengthen the power of the kaleidoscope chakra I. In this way, Bai Xian can stay away from blindness, and can use the power of the kaleidoscope chakra eye more frequently. Even yin and yang are the force that creates life. And the artificial tailed beast is also a special chakra life form. With the power of yin and yang, he can also upgrade the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake to make them more powerful. And their strength is already very strong, and if they upgrade again, they will definitely be able to have the combat power of the shadow level. Also, the artificial tailed beast can be integrated into the Susanna Mecha to increase the power of the Susanna Mecha. 3 shadow level combat power blessings on Susanna Mecha will definitely allow Susanna Mecha to have super shadow level combat power. However, between breaths, Bai Xian deduced what kind of impact this transaction would bring to him and what kind of improvement it would bring to himself. And on the other side, for the big snake pill, the contents of this scroll were indeed very surprising to him. The Tianlong Immortal Transformation technology is more powerful, more perfect, more precise, and more complex than the original Immortal Transformation technology. Through the Fairy Chakra, the optimization of the human body is almost enhanced to the extreme, and all functions of the human body have been improved. Unlike the original Immortal Transformation technology, in addition to improving lifespan, it is to improve combat effectiveness. Bai Xian's thinking seems to have jumped out of the category of ninjas. His vision is higher than mine, and from a human point of view, he has almost used the function of Immortal Transformation technology to the extreme. This has also brought me a lot of inspiration. It seems that my White Snake Immortal Transformation technology still has a lot to be desired, and it can be further optimized. After sighing in his heart, the big snake pill continued to look down. After seeing Bai Xian's research on Yin Dan and the research materials of the 2 forbidden arts of his Inagi and his Inamai, his pupils couldn't help but show a little shock and surprise. Is this the heritage of the Uchiha family? Is this Bai Xian's wisdom? And the power of Yin is so powerful, twisting fantasy and reality. I just don't know what to say. Doesn't this phenomenon mean that as long as the power of Yin is strong enough, ninjas can fantasize without limit, so that humans are still human? This ability is not an ability that only gods have. This ability is really terrifying. However, this is the power of darkness. Perhaps, the power of Yin and Yang is a power that surpasses the other 5 attributes, and I know what I will study next. I want to continue to study the power of Yin and Yang, and from the perspective of Yin and Yang, to study wood and chakra. By the way, I can't let go of the blood succession limit of the Kurama clan. 1,000 years of time may allow me to master the power of God to make my fantasies come true. By Suanjun, are you guiding me to delve into Yin and Yang? After a slight pause, the big snake pill suddenly spoke, and his tone was pointed. Hearing this, Bai Xian just raised the corners of his mouth, and Yun replied lightly, "Isn't the prospect of Yin and Yang pill worthy of in-depth study by the predecessors of the Great Snake Pill? Of course it's worth it, but I don't know what Bai Xian is studying in depth about the project." Orochimaru's gaze became deeper, and he asked softly, "What am I studying?" "I'm studying chakra, studying fairy arts, studying time and space ninjutsu, studying yin and yang, studying blood succession limits. Senior of the Great Snake Pill, we will all go the same way, and in the end, we will definitely be able to grasp all the truth, right?" Bai Xian's tone was flat and full of confidence. Listening to Bai Xian's words, the big snake pill also smiled slightly sickly. "Yes, that's so true. We will eventually grasp all the truth. Then this deal ends here. Looking forward to our next meeting." As he said this, the body of the big snake pill suddenly glowed with pure white brilliance, and then disappeared between the electric flints. This realistic way, the white snake type immortal doesn't seem to be as simple as I speculated, and it has other functions that seem to be related to the artificial human pillar force technology. A wisp of color flashed in his eyes, and an inspiration suddenly arose in Bai Xian's mind. Perhaps the upgraded version of the Tianlong type immortal transformation technology can be deeply combined with the artificial tailed beast. Chakra and chakra may be able to use electromagnetic force to resonate and then fuse. Of course, this fusion should be closer to the principle of compound ninjutsu, rather than a permanent fusion into the blood succession limit. The chakra immortal cultivation method is an exercise and a trace, and it has the greatest weight, and I should suspend the study of the 3 major space technologies now. First complete the upgrade of the Tenryu type immortal transformation technology, and then continue to study the 3 major space technologies and upgrade the Susanna Mecha. Finally, study the yin blood succession boundary of the Kurama clan. After arranging the short-term planning for the future, Bai Xian set his sights on that yin-yang elixir. Let's get started. Bai Xian couldn't wait to know what kind of effect the upgraded heavenly dragon-type immortal body would have. At the same time, after returning to the route, Orochimaru did not rush to open the next study, but found his teacher, the 3rd generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sunday. He took out the perfect primordial immortal transformation technology and placed it in front of the Ape Flying Sunday. "Teacher, I have completed my research." The big snake pill seemed modest and polite, but he had 1,000 thoughts in his heart. However, when Ape Fei listened to the words of the big snake pill, the whole person couldn't help but get excited. He couldn't help but pick up the scroll and flip through it carefully. As a professor of ninjutsu, he was naturally able to understand the contents of the scroll, as well as the principles and effects of the original immortal transformation technology. This also makes it difficult to hide the excitement and joyful smile. Good, this is really good. Big Snake Pill, you really make me so proud. With this immortal body transformation technology, my Konoha's strength will be greatly improved, even far surpassing other shinobi villages. In this way, Konoha will have enough strength to quell all wars. Of course, that's what Sarutobi said verbally. But what he thought in his heart was that he was about to have a lifespan of 500 years. Even as the Great Snake Pill continued to upgrade the immortal transformation technology, he was able to obtain it for a longer time. 1,000 years, even 10,000. As long as he is alive, he is the third generation of Hokage of Konoha. He has the highest power in Konoha. He wants become the eternal Hokage. He wants forever hold the power of Hokage. The Big Snake Pill looked at the ape Flying Sun Chop. He knew his teacher, and he could also see the hypocrisy of the ape Flying Sun Chop. It is precisely because of the understanding that he does not show the slightest hope. Teacher, I will always be your student. Orochimaru smiled, his expression and tone sincere. Sarutobi gently patted Orochimaru's shoulder to show closeness. I know. Orochimaru, when do you think I should undergo surgery? Teacher, I can do it any time, and I think the sooner the better. So, how about tonight? No problem. Ape Flying Sun Chopper can't wait, and the Big Snake Pill can't wait. After being determined, the Big Snake Pill left, and the Ape Flying Sun Chop is silently handling official business until the end of work. He went directly to the root base. After a simple preparation, the operation begins. Watching the anesthetic injected into Ape Fai's body, the Big Snake Pill's eyes also showed a deep glow. Teacher, it seems that your rationality has been occupied by greed. In that case, then you will become my pawn. By Suinjun, I won't let anyone hinder our research. We are people destined to grasp all truth, gods of the future. How can we let these ignorant and rotten human beings prevent us from changing the world? Of course, teacher, as long as you can be honest, you will not get rid of you. Even, I hope and look forward to you being able to witness my future. I will tell you that I am right and you are wrong. A wisp of complexity flashed in the eyes of the Big Snake Pill. Finally, after taking a deep breath, the Big Snake Pill began to wholeheartedly carry out the original immortal transformation operation. Before you know it, time passes quickly. By the time Ape Fai opened his eyes, he had already felt the changes in himself extremely clearly. Youthful, strong, energetic, light, relaxed. There is also the ubiquitous energy of nature between heaven and earth. The body is passively absorbing these natural energies, and the chakra in the body also begins to combine with the natural energy and transform into the fairy chakra. As a professor of ninjutsu, he naturally knew how powerful fairy art really was. And now, he has been able to master the power of immortal arts. Good. 500 years of lifespan, and a stronger body and spirit, as well as the power of immortal arts. It only takes a certain amount of time for me to adapt to this power perfectly. Then I will be able to upgrade the Wudun Dalian Bullet Technique to the Immortal Law Wudun Dalian Bullet Technique. And Bai Xian also gave me an inspiration, that is, Wudun can produce qualitative changes. When I master the chakra qualitative transformation of the 5 escape techniques, combined with the Immortal Law 5 Hidden Dalian Bullet Technique, how strong will I be then? Can you kill Bai Xian? Big Snake Pill, hard work on you. Sarutobi said sincerely. I'm your student, and these are all things I should do. Surface work, the Big Snake Pill is still willing to do. Hearing the words of the Big Snake Pill, Ape Fai smiled gratifyingly. I'm relieved to hand over the roots to you. If you have the opportunity, you can give Jiraiya and Tsunade a fairy body transformation surgery, you guys. It's all my students. Orochimaru, no matter what you do, I will support you. Teacher, I know. The Big Snake Pill looked moved. Finally, Sarutobi patted Orochimaru's shoulder. I'm leaving, no need to send it. Well, goodbye, teacher. Looking at the back of the ape flying sun, Orochimaru smiled. Teacher, your hypocrisy is too obvious. Why didn't I see you support me before? It's too late to say you'll support me, nope. It should be said that it is just right. That way, no matter what I do in the future, you'll support me, won't you? A morbid smile. Orochimaru looked at the operating room and looked at the flesh and blood he had collected. His gaze suddenly became deeper. But speaking of which, the teacher asked me to do a fairy body transformation surgery for Jiraiya and Tsunade, but Jiraiya didn't have anything, but Tsunade's flesh and blood are of great research value. Senju, looking at the time, Orochimaru was ready to take a break. In the evening, I'll go find Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sleep. Eyes closed. The sun went down. As soon as the moon rose, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade arrived at the tavern they frequented. The big snake pill that had been prepared for a long time placed 2 scrolls containing the original immortal transformation technology in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade. My research is complete, you can take a look. Along with Orochimaru's words reaching Jiraiya and Tsunade's ears, the two looked at each other in unison, and then picked up the scroll. In order to obtain the fairy arts of Mount Myoki and the Wet Bone Forest, Orochimaru and Jiraiya and Tsunade have told him about his research. And Jiraiya and Tsunade naturally knew what was written in this scroll. It's just that they didn't expect that the big snake pill would actually complete his research so quickly. It seems that they all underestimated the talent of the great snake pill. But speaking of which, Orochimaru has been smarter than them since childhood. This also seems to be a normal thing. It's worthy of you, big snake pill, you are really too smart. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya was sincerely happy for the big snake pill. As for Tsunade, as the most outstanding medical ninja in the ninja world, she could naturally realize that this immortal transformation technology must have been perfected after a large number of human experiments. Thinking of the big snake pill becoming the head of the root soon after, she could also guess that their teacher, Ape Flying Sunko, must also know about the research of the great snake pill, and even let the great snake pill complete his research, which made the great snake pill the head of the root. Human experiments. Sacrifice. Although she can understand, there is still some unbearability. It's just that she also understands. Now that this technology has matured, and the big snake pill is still in front of them, that meant that she could undergo fairy modification surgery as long as she wanted to. The sacrifice of those experimental objects ultimately benefited herself. It is precisely because of this that Tsunade's mood is complicated. Congratulations, Orochimaru. Anyway, since the technology is mature, then she naturally can't waste it. You know, this is a lifespan of 500 years, and the power of immortal arts. What's more, she is the best at medical ninjutsu, and with this immortal transformation technique, she can even further transform her body to make herself younger and more beautiful. If she didn't care about that, why would she change and maintain her appearance? Congratulations to me, congratulations. Without your help, I wouldn't be able to complete this immortal transformation technique. I came to you this time to see when it would be convenient for you to undergo surgery. After all, you should all know the importance of this immortal technique. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's expression couldn't help but change and became serious. Although he is unrestrained, he is not stupid. Of course, he knew the importance of this immortal transformation technology. 500 years of lifespan and the power of immortal arts are enough for them to stand at the apex of the ninja world. It can be said that after undergoing the immortal body transformation surgery, they will be able to guard Konoha for 500 years. And in 500 years, if the Great Snake Pill can continue to improve the immortal transformation technology, they may be able to protect Konoha for a longer time. Just like the immortals of the 3 Holy Lands, they have guarded the 3 holy places for thousands of years, and they have also given peace to the 3 holy places for thousands of years. Perhaps this immortal transformation technology is the hope of peace. I know, I haven't had anything lately, and I can get surgery at any time. Jiraiya replied seriously. Ichigo's Tsunade replied unhurriedly, me too, let Jiraiya undergo surgery first, I will be behind him. Anyway, Tsunade didn't finish speaking, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya knew what Tsunade wanted to say. She now suffers from hemophobia, and even if she undergoes surgery and masters the power of fairy arts, she will not be able to fight. And if she wants to cure hemerophobia, it must also be a long process, so she is not in a hurry. Of course, this time, the mentality of Orochimaru and Jiraiya is very relaxed. Because he underwent the immortal body transformation surgery, it meant that Tsunade had a lifespan of 500 years. With such a long lifespan, how could Tsunade not be able to cure hemophobia? Especially the big snake pill, he also mastered the white snake type immortal transformation technique. 500 years is not enough. Is 1,000 years enough? If 1,000 years is not enough, he can also continue to upgrade the immortal transformation technology. Now the last thing is time. Therefore, he is not in a hurry at all. Okay, then Jiraiya, let's have the operation at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Yes. Jiraiya smiled. As for Tsunade, I'll do it for you when I'm done with the surgery, I'll take a day off. Okay, I'm alright. After discussing all this, Orochimaru's mood also became more pleasant, and a bright smile appeared on his face. That's great news. Ha 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 ha, we won't get drunk tonight. Orochimaru, Tsunade, come, drink and drink. Jiraiya was also unrestrained, and Tsunade did not have the slightest concern, and directly drank the wine in the cup. Only the big snake pill unhurriedly drank, smiling and looking at Jiraiya and Tsunade. The original immortal body modification surgery is hardly difficult for the big snake pill. Therefore, he easily completed the first generation of immortal body transformation surgery for Jiraiya and Tsunade, and also successfully obtained the flesh and blood tissue of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya's flesh and blood organization may be useful in the future. However, Tsunade's flesh and blood tissue can assist him in studying the cells between the Senju pillars. After all, although Tsunade did not awaken Mu Duen, her cell activity was far beyond that of ordinary humans, and she could quickly heal herself. Yin and Yang are special, the former represents spiritual power, the latter represents vitality. The strength of Yin and Yang also represents the strength of spiritual power and vitality. And the stronger the Yang, the stronger the vitality, the stronger the cell activity, the self-healing ability, chakra, will be greatly improved. As for Yin Dan, the stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the brain power, and the stronger the effect of illusion. If the spiritual power is strong to a certain extent, Bai Suanjun's inference is to be able to influence reality with spiritual power. And Yin and Yang will influence each other, Yin and Yang, mutual survival and complementarity. The cells between the Senju pillars and the cells of Tsunade. It is enough to greatly strengthen my vitality. Maybe I can take the opportunity to master Mu Duen. By studying the genes between the Senju pillar and Tsunade, Orikimura naturally discovered the genetic commonalities and differences between the two. The missing gene fragment of Tsunade's gene is likely to be the gene fragment that represents Mu Duen. Chakra can affect genes, and the blood succession limit is evidence, so the gene also hides the secret of the blood succession limit, and even the secret of chakra. The eyes of the big snake pill showed blazing, and he had already found a way to delve into Yang and Yin. This method. Its genes. When the big snake pill began to conduct the experiment, Zi Lai also happened to have completely mastered the power of the original immortal body. As soon as his mind moved, he also entered the immortal mode. And there are no toad features on the face, only red eyeshadow and yellow horizontal bars that appear in the pupils. Ha 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 ha, this immortal has finally mastered the immortal mode perfectly. Watergate, do you see if the teacher is handsome now? Zi Lai's current posture is not only handsome, but also has a strong sense of oppression, which makes it difficult for Bofang Shuman to breathe. Jiraiya-sensei, your current momentum is so terrifying, it's only been a few days. How did you suddenly become so strong? While speaking, Bofang Shuman looked at Zi Lai's eyes with a little adoration. Looking at Bofang Shuman's expression, Zi Lai couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, I'm not just getting stronger. But why it became stronger can't tell you yet. It's a secret. But I believe that you, Watergate, will definitely know this secret in the future. Then you'll know why. Listening to Zi Lai also say this, Bofang Shuman nodded thoughtfully. I know, don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. Zi Lai also smiled, looking at Bofang Shuman's eyes full of expectation. The talent of Bofang Shuman is already good, and the character is also gentle, strong and sunny. Such a person will definitely become a hero who protects Konoha. So in the future, Watergate will also be able to qualify for immortal modification surgery. He was looking forward to that day. And on the other side, Tsunade looked carefully at himself in the mirror. He seemed to be much younger, and his body returned to the state he was when he was 18. Light, relaxed and full of vitality, this is the breath of youth. Moreover, the surging power, as well as the majestic and vast fairy chakra, made her feel very wonderful. She certainly knows the importance of strength. The power of the body, as well as the power of the fairy chakra, they are superimposed together. How terrifying can it make her have? The big snake pill is really a genius among geniuses. It's a pity that I'm still suffering from hemophobia. But this doesn't stop me from learning the magic of the wet bone forest. And I've always wanted to combine the immortal art of the wet bone forest with the yin seal to create some medical forbidden techniques. 500 years of life, enough for me to fulfill the ideas I had in mind. I just don't know how long it will take. I will be able to forget those tragedies and cure my hemophobia. A ghost light shone in Tsunade's eyes, looking inexplicably sad. At the same time, Bai Xian also completed the framework of the Tianlong type immortal transformation technology upgrade plan. I'm really a genius, and I actually thought of using the immortal magnetic source seal as the key to upgrading the heavenly dragon type immortal body transformation technology. The immortal magnetic source seal can convert the immortal chakra into an electromagnetic force, and then manipulate the fertility magnetic field through the electromagnetic force. Now I directly designed the immortal magnetic source seal as an immortal chakra biomagnetic field system, and integrate it into the 8 major systems of the human body to control and unify the 8 major systems of the human body. In this way, I can get a perfect immortal body, which can not only strengthen the functions of the human body to the extreme, but also allow me to control the deep human body through the biological magnetic field. What does it mean to have deep control over the human body? It means that I can use the magic chakra to strengthen my body in more detail. Moreover, the setting of seeing gods and not bad in national art is that the cultivators of national arts have derived all kinds of incredible powerful forces through their meticulous control of the human body. When I complete the upgrade of the heavenly dragon type immortal body transformation technology, I can even create a national art cultivation system, and with the blessing of Chakra's version of national art will inevitably be more powerful. Of course, in this world, the Chakra version of the national art should probably be called the Bai Xian fluid technique. And the Bai Xian fluid technique can even be combined with the Bai Xian flow sword art to derive a new set of chakra melee combat techniques. Not only that, these are just the basic abilities derived from the upgrading of the Tianlong-type immortal transformation technology. A more powerful biomagnetic field will also allow me to control a larger and heavier Susanna mech. More powerful biological magnetic field control ability can also allow me to try to use the magnetic field resonance effect to fuse the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake together in a short period of time to form a more powerful artificial tailed beast. Of course, the most important thing is the yin and yang escape derived from the upgrading of the Tianlong-type immortal transformation technology. Create the power of life, upgrade the artificial tailed beast, strengthen the kaleidoscope chakra I. Immortal transformation technology is a very important part of chakra immortal cultivation. Every technological innovation is like a breakthrough in the realm, and the changes brought about are not single changes, but will produce chain changes. It only takes a week for me to complete the upgrade plan of the Tianlong-type immortal transformation technology. The reform of the Uchiha family, it is enough to have Uchiha control in an instant. Then for the next period of time, I will concentrate on improving my strength. Finally, after secretly thinking in his heart, Bai Xian collected his thoughts, concentrated his mind, and concentrated on perfecting the upgrade plan of the Tianlong-type immortal transformation technology. And on the other side, Kakashi, who did not choose to graduate early from ninja school and became a Konoha ninja, also mastered the gift that Hakugen gave him in his concentrated study and practice. Chakra Xiaxian Law Dragon Transformation Chapter, Immortal Law Imperial Electricity Art, Immortal Law Silver Electric Snake Technique, Immortal Law Silver Electric Snake Chakra Mode. After mastering these magic techniques, Kakashi also discovered a very important point. These fairy arts. It doesn't seem to suit me, I can also tweak it a little to make it work better for me. Then combine these immortal arts with the White Fang sword art, and I can create my own Kakashi Ryu sword art. Just when Kakashi was concentrating on thinking, the familiar and loud voice couldn't help but frown. Kakashi, I'm challenging you again. Let's duel for youth. Looking up, a row of large white teeth made Kakashi a little upset. If it weren't for his father saying that this Metkai would be his future rival, Kakashi really didn't want to pay attention to this Metkai. A green tights, a pot lid, big white teeth, and this stupid look, and the youth that is shouted all the time, all made Kakashi unbearable. Sighing helplessly, Kakashi knew that although it was unbearable, he also knew that there was no malice in Metkai, and his persistence and self-discipline also made him admire such people. He doesn't like to speak ill of each other. He couldn't do such a thing. How many times have we all tried? Haven't you seen the gap between us clearly? You are not my opponent. What's the point of always being defeated by my move? Listening to Kakashi's words, although Metkai knew that he had never won, he still looked confident. Kakashi, today I am not yesterday's me. Just last night, I finally mastered the forbidden art that I have been practicing for a long time. Today, I will definitely not be defeated by your move. Listening to Metkai's words, Kakashi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Forbidden? No way. Metkai actually mastered the forbidden art? But with what he knows about Meti, how can Meti deceive? So his expression also became serious. Since it is a forbidden technique, how can you use it at will? Are you sure you're going to challenge me with forbidden techniques? Aren't you afraid of what will happen? Looking at Kakashi's serious expression, Metkai showed a sunny smile. Don't worry, Kakashi, my father taught me forbidden arts, which are different from other forbidden arts. There will be no surprises, you'll know when you've seen it later. Looking at Metkai's confident appearance, Kakashi nodded gently, although he was still a little worried. To be honest, he was also curious about what kind of forbidden art Meti had mastered. It's different from other forbidden techniques. What's different? Then you wait for me to pack my bag. Aha, I'll wait for you. Hearing Kakashi agree, the smile on Metkai's face also became even brighter. Soon, Kakashi and Metkai left the classroom. Arriving at the empty training ground, Metkai began to unload the weight on himself. Boom, boom, piece after piece of weight fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Although it was not the first time Kakashi had seen such a scene, but every time he saw such a scene, the corners of Kakashi's eyes couldn't help twitching slightly. It's so ruthless. Meti was so himself. I was only 5 years old, and I carried such a heavy load. This endurance and persistence is truly extraordinary. Kakashi, I'm going to use it. Saying that, Metkai used the technology in the 8 doors of Dunjia to open the door of the 8 doors of the human body's 8 door systems. When turned on, the restriction of the brain domain can be lifted to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the body's ability, overloading the body energy to increase strength and speed. You can also use the physical skill move, Table Lianhua, first kick the opponent's jaw to make the opponent fly, and then quickly move behind the opponent, similar to the shadow dance leaf, hug the opponent, hit the ground, causing the opponent to suffer a lot of damage, and the opponent who is hit by the move is usually the head on the ground, which can be said to be a fatal move. However, there is also a certain degree of damage to yourself, and you can also circle around the opponent at high speed to confuse the opponent before using it. At this time, Metkai's figure had disappeared in place, and was circling Kakashi at high speed, trying to confuse Kakashi and find Kakashi's flaws. Such in breath. This is the forbidden art that Maddie has mastered. The speed is indeed much faster, and the strength should also be greatly increased. However, the consumption is also very large. Looking at the current appearance of Metkai, it is absolutely impossible to maintain this state for a long time. It's just, do I need a way to delay time to beat Medi? Not at all. After narrowing his eyes slightly, Kakashi stretched out his right hand and made a seal. Immortal Silver Electric Snake Chakra Mode. Silver electricity suddenly burst out of Kakashi's hand, turning into a silver thunderbolt snake between the electric flints. When the thunder serpent wrapped Kakashi's body, it was like turning into a lightning armor, densely packed with silver currents, dazzling silver electric light. Gorgeous and powerful. Matkai's speed is fast, but Kakashi's speed is fast at this time. Moreover, the Immortal Lost Silver Electric Snake Chakra Mode is not an 8-door dungeon, and there are no side effects. What is this? I didn't expect Kakashi to actually master such power. It's really too strong. It is worthy of being the opponent I want to catch up with all my life. Maddie seemed to be even more excited. And in the next moment, after dodging Matkai's kick, Kakashi kicked Matkai's shoulder directly. However, Matkai's reaction was not difficult, and with a twist of his body, he dodged this move and began to fight back. Collide. Constant collisions. Kakashi and Matkai are getting faster and faster, punch after fist, palm to palm, elbow to elbow. Although Kakashi's physical skills are not as good as Matkai's, Kakashi's speed is faster, his strength is stronger, and he has the blessing of Silver Electric Chakra. The wisps of silver electricity were transmitted to Matkai's body, which also made Matkai can't help but show a painful expression. This also makes Matkai slower and weaker. However, Matkai is very tenacious, and even if he does not see any hope of victory, he will not admit defeat. Instead, squeeze the last trace of physical strength and chakra in your body, dodge, defend, and even counterattack as much as possible. Bang! The two kicked each other. Matkai was kicked off unsurprisingly. The body rolled twice in mid-air before finally landing on the ground. Matkai, you've lost. Ahem. As Kakashi's voice reached Matkai's ears, Matkai coughed as he scrambled to his feet. Yes, I lost. But this time, I wasn't defeated by your Kakashi. It means I'm getting closer to you. Kakashi, I'm not going to give up chasing you or even surpassing you. With that, Matkai also showed his big white teeth. Looking at Matkai's expression, Kakashi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. I can't stand you. There is no doubt that he has endorsed Matkai. Looking at the sun that was about to set, Kakashi turned to Matkai and said, "It's getting late, I'm going home, see you tomorrow, Kai." "See you tomorrow, Kakashi." Matkai straightened up, got up directly, smiled and waved hard at Kakashi. For the first time, he heard Kakashi say, "See you tomorrow." So he smiled brightly and waved hard. After returning home, Kakashi looked at his father, who was cooking, and couldn't help but speak. "Father, Kai challenged me again today, and he also used a forbidden jutsu." As Kakashi's voice came into Heiji Shiroshi's ears, Heiji Sao Mao couldn't help but pause slightly. "Forbidden art, I didn't expect Kai to master the 8 dunjia at such a young age." 8-gate dunjia? Father, do you know the forbidden technique that Kai uses? Hearing his father's voice, Kakashi asked curiously. "Yes, I know, because I know Matkai's father, who is a venerable ninja." "In this way, then father, can you tell me about this Beiman dunjia?" "I know a little bit about it, but I don't know much about it. This is a forbidden technique that temporarily gains great power by opening the passage through which chakra is bound in the human body. It has very strict requirements for the human body, it takes a lot of exercise to master, and the side effects are very large. I heard that if you open the last door of death, you will burn out your life and die." Well, it was a terrible forbidden spell. Kakashi's expression suddenly became serious. Then he suddenly realized something. Then the gift that Bai Xian gave him was really too precious. From today's effect, it can be seen that the power of the Immortal Lost Silver Electric Snake Chakra Mode is more powerful than that of the 8-gate dunjia, but the Immortal Lost Silver Electric Snake Chakra Mode has no side effects. At most, the consumption of chakra is a little larger. But is this a disadvantage? Isn't that a normal thing? The more powerful the technique, the more chakra it needs to consume. I feel like Kai is really a pity. There is no other choice. If you want to gain strong strength, you can only cultivate the forbidden technique of the 8 doors dunjia, which has very strong side effects. With his persistence and self-discipline, he can learn other techniques as well. Not only is it more powerful than Beiman dunjia, but it hasn't had such serious side effects. If you open the last gate, you will die, and the 8 gates dunjia is really a terrible forbidden technique. Listening to Kakashi's emotion, Hakiki Shuashi's movements couldn't help but pause. Isn't knowledge monopoly a matter of course? Matkai had no choice. What about other people's choices? Many more people don't even have the opportunity to contact forbidden arts. Kakashi, you're still young. You'll know what the world is like in the future. Kai, that kid is already lucky. it's just that you're luckier. Hearing what his father said, Kakashi glanced at his father in surprise. Lucky. Actually, he understands everything. Kakashi was lucky to have such a strong and excellent father. Do other people have such fathers? How is that possible? I know. Because I'm young, I need to learn Shi and understand the world. Father, I'm not the same person I used to be. I'm not going to be so arrogant. Of course I know, Kakashi, wash your hands and eat. At the same time, Mate Kai was also talking to his father, Mate Day, about his duel with Kakashi. Great, son, you finally got Kakashi's approval. It's so hot-blooded. This is youth. Yes, father. I really had so much fun today. The father and son were laughing like fools. Then Mate Dai suddenly proposed to celebrate my son's approval from Kakashi. I'm going to run 50 laps around Konoha and do 1,000 squats. Dad, I'm with you. I can't wait to start exercising. Okay, let's get started. Soon, Konoha has 2 more fathers and sons running in green tights. Before you know it, a week has passed. Bai Xian also completed the upgrade plan of the Heavenly Dragon-type Immortal Transformation Technology. The upgraded Tianlong-type Immortal Body Transformation Technology was named the True Dragon-type Immortal Body Transformation Technology by Bai Xian, because after this transformation, Bai Xian will have a true immortal body, enough to live for 1,000 years. Such an immortal body would naturally allow Bai Xian to derive many magical powers that only real dragons possess. For example, the 9th system of the human body, the in-depth control of the human body, the in-depth control of the biomagnetic field, the yin and yang escape, the strengthening of the riding wheel, and so on. Fully adapting to these changes, and then developing the abilities that these changes represent, is enough to greatly improve one's own strength. Even let Bai Xian have super shadow level combat power. Now that the plan is complete, then it's time to get ready for surgery. Bai Xian has never forgotten that Uchiha has not died yet. Although Uchiha is very old, some outer path golems have a great possibility in hand, and they can burst out beyond the shadow level of combat power. If Uchiha thinks that he will hinder his plans for the Eye of the Moon, he wants to eradicate himself at all costs. Maybe there will be real danger, but as long as he has super shadow level combat power, Uchiha is no longer a threat. He was also able to take the initiative to find Uchiha. After all, whether it is his corpse, Baiju, or the outer path golem, it is a very precious experiment. Not to mention, there is also a black one. Even if Heiju is the 3rd son of Datumo Kagaya, he has lived for thousands of years and has a lot of hole cards. Bai Xian also did not believe that the power of the super shadow level would not be able to deal with Heiju. Power is everything. When I have the combat power of the super shadow level, I can barely be considered invincible. When the time comes, he said, you can also leave Konoha and collect the precious experiments you need. Finally, after whispering a word in his heart, Bai Xian began to prepare for the true dragon-type immortal body transformation operation. After becoming the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Bai Xian was able to mobilize more resources. In less than half a day, Bai Xian prepared a professional operating room and many sophisticated surgical instruments. 3 shadow doppelgangers were assigned to perform the surgery. 49 hours later, Bai Xian slowly opened his eyes. This is the body of a true dragon-type immortal. Sure enough, it is comparable to the physique of a real dragon. The strength is majestic and vast, the vitality is vigorous, and the quality of the immortal chakra in the body has also improved a lot. The chakra magnetic field system is also very powerful, perfectly integrating the 8 major systems of the human body, and the fairy chakra is also more deeply involved in the operation of the 8 major systems of the human body. This powerful biological magnetic field can even allow me to directly control the electromagnetic force, as if I already have the ability to control the electromagnetic force. You know, even the magnetic blood succession limit needs to be sealed to be able to control the magnetic force, so just the basic ability of the true dragon-type immortal body has already surpassed the power of the blood succession limit. This basic capability alone can lead to a lot of powerful technologies. For example, the national art that uses the biological magnetic field to deeply control the body, the electromagnetic martial arts based on electromagnetic force, or it is directly developed as a special energy to control the magnetic force. Of course, in this chakra world, the most promising development direction is naturally the combination of electromagnetic forces with chakra, resulting in many technologies. His eyes flickered slightly, and Bai Xian's heart had already had an idea. The above ideas can be combined to develop a white Xian fluid technique. Moreover, the strengthening of the biological magnetic field can also allow Bai Xian to control the more powerful Susanna Mecha. After a slight pause, Bai Xian also stretched out his right hand and opened his palm. With the overflow of chakra, the power of yin and yang are perfectly combined, and the true dragon-type immortal body also allowed me to master yin and yang escape. With yin and yang escape, Bai Xian was not only able to upgrade the artificial tailed beast, but also strengthen the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. The upgraded Blazing Golden Crow, Kamikaze Tiger, and Silver Electric Snake are also fused with magnetic field technology. There was a bit of anticipation in his eyes, and Bai Xian's mind had already thought about what he should do after the operation. First, use the biological magnetic field, national art, and electromagnetic martial arts, combined with chakra to create the Bai Xian fluid technique, focusing on enhancing physical fitness and improving melee combat ability. Secondly, use yin and yang to upgrade the 3 artificial tailed beasts, and create magnetic field fusion technology, which can fuse 3 artificial tailed beasts in a short time, thereby greatly strengthening the immortal law wind thunder fire chakra mode. Then naturally it is to upgrade the Susanna Mecha, and this upgrade of the Susanna Mecha can also complete the 3 major space technologies, so that Bai Xian can drive the larger, more powerful, and also loaded space technology Susanna Mecha. Finally, it is also a top priority. Study the blood succession limit of the Karama clan, and use the immortal law transmission distance shadow to obtain the blood succession limit of the Karama clan. Combine the power of yin and yang, try to make the kaleidoscope chakra eye evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye. Succeeded the best. Without success, wait for the next research results of the big snake pill. Anyway, in Bai Xian's plan, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye will definitely be able to evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye after a year. At that time, Bai Xian will be able to use the pupil technique unscrupulously, and even master the complete body sutra. Moreover, Bai Xian also thought about how to combine the complete body Susanna and Susanna Mecha technology. What terrifying power can you master? That must be beyond the power of immortal law, Muduan, Thousand Hands True Number, and Avatar Buddha. I can't wait to get started. After resting for one night, Bai Xian began to design Bai Xian's fluid technique. Because Bai Xian's thinking is very clear, the design process is very smooth. Use the biological magnetic field to deeply control the body, master the various organs, tissues, and even glands of the human body, and when the mind moves, you can control the operation of organs and even the secretion of hormones, so as to control the power contained in the human body to the greatest extent. Combining the biological magnetic field and the fairy chakra, it can strengthen the physical fitness to the greatest extent, which is also the point that Bai Xian attaches the most importance to the White Xian fluid technique. Because no matter what kind of power system, the body is always the foundation and the top priority. And in the process of Bai Xian's design, there was an unexpected discovery. The biological magnetic field combined with the immortal chakra, coupled with the power of yin and yang, can completely simulate the power system of electromagnetic martial arts, which is the so-called magnetic field rotation. And the magnetic field rotation technology can also make Bai Xian burst out very terrifying destructive power. This destructive power is much more powerful than Tsunade's strange power. Magnetic field rotation technology, combined with the upgraded version of Immortal Law Wind Thunder Fire Chakra mode, I can even integrate Bai Suan Liu sword art into Bai Xian fluid technique. Thinking about it this way, how powerful will my Bai Xian fluid technique be? 5 days later, Bai Xian designed the Bai Xian fluid technique, and also opened the kaleidoscopic chakra eye of the left eye. As the scarlet kaleidoscope pattern slowly turns, the ring turns into a positive triangle, and the positive triangle turns into a ring. However, between the electric flint, brain cells are activated, and sparks of thinking come together, igniting the fire of wisdom. The White Xian fluid technique was born, and it was more powerful than Bai Xian imagined. Even, it also gave Bai Xian the hope of permanently opening the 8 gates Dunjia. Maybe it's because the Sherry Nan has been strengthened by the true dragon-type immortal body. Bai Xian fluid technique can actually strengthen the body so deeply and tap the potential of the human body. More importantly, the impact of the biological magnetic field and the fairy chakra on the human body has affected the 8 systems. The principle of the 8 gates of Dunjia is to temporarily obtain powerful power by unlocking the passage that binds chakra in the human body. The 8-door system is the body's self-protection mechanism, as if excessive chakra damages the human body. And this means that as long as the human body is strong enough to withstand more chakra, it is useless for the 8-door system to limit the function of chakra. Or in other words, the 8-door system can perform another function of it, which is to greatly enhance the quality of chakra and speed up chakra's movement in the human body. The 8-door system is a treasure contained in the human body, and mining it can make the human body more powerful, and it can also allow the human body to carry and control a more powerful chakra. In this way, as long as I obtain the 8 gates of Dunjia, I will be able to further upgrade the Bai Xian fluid technique and upgrade it into a body refining technique with 8 realms, so as to permanently open the 8 doors of Dunjia in the human body in turn, and finally permanently master the power of the 8 doors of Dunjia array. Yakai. That's enough to warp space. Of course, chakra has a certain quality, and coupled with fast enough, chakra is able to distort space. Thinking of this, Bai Xian was already excited, because he really knew too well what kind of power he would have if he permanently opened the 8-gate Dunjia array. That was a power that was infinitely close to the 6 levels. And this is still physical skills. If you combine other forces with technology, For example, the future immortal law-blood succession snared chakra model. What kind of power would that be? Does one punch distort or even break space, kick the power of shattering the moon, or even shattering the sun? It seems that I have to go and get the 8-gate dunjia first. For Bai Xian, it was too simple to obtain the 8-gate dunjia. Someone was sent to deliver the news to the big snake pill. That night, the big snake pill let his psychic beast, a black snake, send the scroll containing the 8 doors of dunjia to Bai Xian. It seems that the great snake pill has already begun to study Yang Dun and Yin Dun in depth, otherwise he would definitely come in person. This is good news. After secretly reading, Bai Xian directly opened the scroll. The content of Beiman Dunjia is very similar to what Bai Xian speculated. This is not a very complex forbidden art. It's just that wanting to master the 8 gates of Dunjia is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. Matt Day and Matt K are indeed different geniuses, especially Matt Kai, who is much better talented than his father. In the future, I have the opportunity to teach the Bai Xian fluid technique to Matt Kai, and I don't know if he will bring him any surprises. Although the Bai Xian fluid technique would inevitably be more powerful than the 8-gate Dunjia, but the Bai Xian fluid technique is definitely easier to master than the 8-gate Dunjia. Matt Kai can open the 8-gate Dunjia array in the future, and there is no reason why he cannot master the Bai Xian fluid technique. Perhaps, he will also be able to modify the Bai Xian fluid technique into the Medi fluid technique. You can expect it. In less than half an hour, Bai Xian had read all the relevant content of the 8-gate Dunjia. It's pretty much what I guessed. And the Bai Xian fluid technique is also just enough to contain the 8 gates of Dunjia. So, let's just get started. After muttering, Bai Xian opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye again. The scarlet color emerges in the left eye, and the ring is inlaid with a positive triangle that slowly turns. As you turn, you change. The ring becomes a positive triangle, and the positive triangle becomes a ring. Brain cell sparks, thinking sparks burst out, and the flame of wisdom burns. However, between the electric flint, the 8 doors of Dunjia have been perfectly integrated into the Bai Xian fluid technique. The Bai Xian fluid technique in body forging chapter has also become a method to permanently open the 8 gates of Dunjia. As long as the physical fitness is up to standard, you can permanently open the 8-door Dunjia. With my current physical fitness, I can probably permanently open the first and second doors of the 8-gate Dunjia. Then just try it. The first door of the 8 doors of Dunjia is called Kaiman, located in the right brain area, and after opening, it can lift the restriction of the brain domain to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the physical ability, overloading the consumption of body energy to increase strength and speed, and can also use physical moves in Table Lotus. Of course, Bai Xian couldn't look at the physical moves of Table Lianhua. Therefore, Bai Xian decided to develop his own physical moves corresponding to the 8 doors of Dunjia. No, it should be said that it is a physical technique move corresponding to the Bai Xian fluid technique. As Bai Xian mobilized the immortal chakra in his body, he used the technique of opening the 8 doors of Dunjia in Bai Xian's fluid technique, but between breaths, the door was permanently opened. This feeling, the change is really subtle. However, after touching the restrictions on chakra's brain domain by opening the door, my ability to control my body has also improved, and I can already vaguely perceive cells, and by expending the body's energy to increase strength and speed, combining yin and yang can even do more, and the effect will be better. Just opening the door permanently has produced these changes, and I can't wait to open the second door of the 8 doors Dunjia. The second door of the 8 doors of Dunjia is called Human, located in the left brain area, which can lift the limit of physical fatigue after opening, restore physical strength by overloading the body's energy, and also offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of opening the door. As long as the physical fitness is up to standard, it can permanently open the 8-door Dunjia, and the process of opening is very simple. And as long as the physical fitness is not up to standard, then it will not be possible to permanently open the 8-door Dunjia no matter what. This is similar to the fact that it is not difficult for those who will meet, and it will not be difficult for those who will not. In one breath, Bai Xian permanently opened the second door of the 8 doors Dunjia. Whew, it's a really good feeling. Strength, speed, physique, and control over the body have all improved. Having permanently opened the first 2 doors of the 8 gates of Dunjia, I can also correspond to the Bai Xian fluid technique and develop some physical art moves. Let me think about it. What kind of physical moves should I develop? His eyes narrowed slightly, and Bai Xian's mind also gave birth to a lot of inspiration. Without going out, Bai Xian continued to research and began to design how to use yin and yang to upgrade the 3 artificial tailed beasts of blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake. Yin and yang can create form from nothing, give it life, simply put, create life. The artificial tailed beast is the fairy chakra life form, but the artificial tailed beast is not a real life form. However, yin and yang can give real life to artificial tailed beasts. And real life, there must be a specific body structure. As for wisdom, I think artificial tailed beasts do not need wisdom. So all I have to do is design the specific body structure for the artificial tailed beast, which is not difficult for me. After all, the blazing golden crow is a lifeform similar to a crow, the kamikaze tiger is a lifeform similar to a tiger, and the silver electric snake is a lifeform similar to a snake. I only need to refer to these three animals to be able to design the specific body structure of the artificial tailed beast. It only took 3 days for Bai Xian to design the body structure of the blazing golden crow. Summon the blazing golden crow, and press the palm of your hand on the blazing golden crow's feathers. With the power of yin and yang entering it, the vitality in the body of the blazing golden crow also became more and more majestic, and the immortal chakra that constructed the body of the blazing golden crow also condensed one organ and tissue after another. In less than half an hour, blazing golden crow completed the upgrade and became a true immortal chakra lifeform, with regular shadow level combat power. I don't know when blazing golden crow will be able to have the combat power of the super shadow level, or even the 6th Dao level. Looking at the noble and gorgeous blazing golden crow in front of him, Bai Xian secretly thought in his heart, then began to design the body structure of the kamikaze tiger. 3 days later, the palm pressed on the body of the kamikaze tiger, and as the power of yin and yang was integrated into it, the kamikaze tiger also completed the upgrade. Another 3 days, as the silver electric snake completed the upgrade, Bai Xian began to design the magnetic field fusion technology, trying to use the power of the magnetic field to fuse the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake. The principle is similar to compound ninjutsu, not blood succession, so the difficulty is not high. After all, although artificial tailed beasts have become real living forms, they are ultimately made of chakra, and chakra has characteristics they all have. It's nothing more than the change in the form and nature of chakra. How can it be difficult to get me? Magnetic fields are truly an amazing power, everything has magnetic fields, and chakra is no exception. Bai Xian certainly knew that matter was made up of particles. Molecules are made up of atoms, which have nuclei, neutrons, electrons. In the presence of electrons, a magnetic field is formed. And chakra, perhaps, is also a substance. Matter, particles, magnetic fields, magnetic field fusion technology is also difficult for Bai Xian, and in less than a week, Bai Xian completed the magnetic field fusion technology. It's finally done. Let me see what kind of existence the magnetic field fusion technology can make the 3 artificial tailed beasts of blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake fuse. Go to the basement and summon the blazing golden crow, the kamikaze tiger, and the silver electric serpent. Bai Xian stretched out his right hand, sealed the seal with one hand, and cast a spell with one seal. Immortal magnetic field fusion technique. Launch. However, in an instant, dense spells appeared on the bodies of blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake. The magnetic fields of the 3 began to resonate, and chakra began to merge. Golden fire, silver electric light, invisible wind. The 3 are intertwined, blooming with incomparably dazzling gold and silver brilliance. The breath became more and more terrifying. In the golden and silver brilliance, a dragon slowly formed. The slender and winding body, the hideous and domineering dragon head, the golden firelight and the silver electric light are intertwined, and the invisible kamikaze is entangled, which is simply handsome to the extreme. It's actually in the form of a dragon. Since this dragon controls the 3 powers of Jinyan, kamikaze, and silver electricity, then it is called the 3-phase Jiao. Saying this, Bai Xian couldn't wait to stretch out his right hand. When Bai Xian's palm pressed on Sangxian Jiao's head, Senfa Wind Thunder Fire Chakra Mode, or it is called the Immortal Law 3-phase Chakra Mode, and it is suddenly activated. When the golden fire, silver electric light, and invisible divine wind were wrapped around Bai Xian's body, a dragon phantom shadow faintly appeared. Such a form is really too handsome and cool. It also made Bai Xian's eyes and face show a satisfied color. Try it on Susanoo armor. As Bai Xian's mind moved, Susanoo's armor also appeared on Bai Xian's body. Susanoo armor 3-phase Chakra Mode. So handsome. Not only handsome, but also very strong. This kind of power is really too powerful. This is the power that surpasses the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Of course, although this force has surpassed the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, it is still far from the strength of the 8 gates Dunjia array. Next, let's develop the physical moves in this state. After all, such a powerful physical strength, it is too wasteful not to use it. After muttering in his heart, Bai Xian made a decision. 7 days later, Hakugen created the counterpart technique in the Susanoo armor 3-phase Chakra Mode. Move, defend, attack. It was comprehensive and perfect, especially the last move, the power of 3 phases, the dragon. I really want to test it. Then go test it. There was a ray of expectation in his eyes, and Bai Xian's figure turned into a stream of gold and silver and disappeared in place. When Bai Xian appeared in the deserted wilderness, looking at the barren mountain hundreds of meters in front of him, Bai Xian's movement suddenly paused. Jin Yan, kamikaze, yin electricity, the 3 are intertwined, turning into a dragon. The dragon wrapped around Bai Xian's body and blasted out with Bai Xian's punch. The three-phased Jiao also circled and flew out with Bai Xian's fist, and turned into a real dragon in the process. Boom 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 dash. The terrifying power sets off a rolling thunder, the air is torn, the airflow is shattered, the sound barrier is broken, and the terrifying kinetic energy represents the pure power of destruction. One punch blasted. With the earthquake, this 100-meter barren mountain suddenly collapsed. The power of Jinyan, Kamikaze, and silver electricity also spread rapidly. Mountain after mountain was ignited, cut, and shattered into smaller rocks and clods. As the dust and smoke rose, the barren mountain turned into ruins. Looking at such a spectacular scene, Bai Xian also showed a cheerful expression. Good, good, good. It's worthy of me. Such destructive power is already a super shadow-level destructive power. One punch to break the mountain, it can be called a myth. Next, it's time to upgrade Susanna Mech. Yin and Yang have given me a stronger creative power. The true dragon-type immortal body also gives me the ability to manipulate the magnetic field, which allows me to control the more powerful Susanna Mecha. As for the three major space technologies, the Sharingan after being strengthened by the true dragon-type immortal body can also allow me to complete the research of the three major space technologies faster. Psychic summoning technology, subspace defense counterattack technology, and flying thunder god weapon technology. I hope that this time, I can design a 20-meter Susanna Mecha. After a secret thought, Bai Xian began to design an upgrade plan for Susanna Mecha. Just like Bai Xian's budget, there was almost no difficulty. In a maximum of 1 month, he will be able to complete the upgrade plan of Susanna Mecha. It was a short period of peace, and nothing could disturb Bai Xian. That's it, a month's time. Before you know it, it's gone. Bai Xian also completed the upgrade plan of Susanna Mecha very smoothly. Of course, after completion, Bai Xian also planned to use pupil technique to deduce. The scarlet color emerges in the left eye, and the ring is inlaid with a positive triangle that slowly turns. As you turn, you change. The ring becomes a positive triangle, and the positive triangle becomes a ring. Brain cell sparks, thinking sparks burst out, and the flame of wisdom burns. However, between the electric flint, a more perfect Susanna Mecha upgrade plan was born. The enhanced kaleidoscope chakra eye is really powerful. I didn't expect to be able to design Susanna Mecha like this. The three major space technologies were actually perfectly combined to form a flying thunder god system. Psychic summoning technology and space folding technology are perfectly combined, allowing me to summon Susanna Armor and Susanna Mecha in a single thought. Subspace defense counterattack technology has also been perfectly applied to Susanna Mecha, so that Susanna Mecha has space defense capabilities without dead ends. The changes in flying Thor weapon technology are even more dramatic. The flying thunder god weapon becomes an electromagnetic flying sword, which controls the electromagnetic flying sword through the magnetic field, and teleports through the flying thunder god technique. Not only more convenient, but also more handsome. I can't wait to see the upgraded Susanna Mecha. After secretly thinking in his heart, Bai Xian's figure disappeared in place. In the basement, as Bai Xian's right eye glowed scarlet, the ring inlaid with a triangle also began to rotate slowly. As Bai Xian activated the pupil technique, the ring turned into a positive triangle, and the positive triangle turned into a ring. In front of Bai Xian's body, piece after piece of material was generated, and then quickly deformed, turning into piece after piece. Gears, screws, nuts. Half an hour later, all the parts were made by Bai Xian's kaleidoscope pupil technique. It's time to start assembling. Bai Xian, who can manipulate the magnetic field, easily dominates these parts with strong magnetism and begins to quickly splice and assemble together. Soon, the 20-meter-tall Susanna Mecha was born. The pure white body looks sacred and flawless. The delicate and ornate shape makes it look like a perfect work of art. It's very sci-fi. Bai Xian nodded in satisfaction, and then stretched out his right hand. One hand seals, one seal casts. With the surging of the immortal chakra, the dense spell suddenly appeared on the Susanna Mecha. The pitch-black technique, like a dragon snake, looks complex and mysterious, but it is also perfectly combined with Susanna's Mecha. It's done. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Bai Xian froze again. When a flying thunder god technique appeared on the back of Bai Xian's right hand, Susanna Mecha suddenly disappeared in place. The upgraded Susanna Mecha, be sure to test it. While speaking, Bai Xian's body also shone with gold and silver intertwined. In the next moment, Bai Xian seemed to turn into a light and disappeared in place. This is extremely fast. However, between breaths, Bai Xian appeared in front of a barren mountain. Poor barren mountain. If nothing else, this time to test Susanna Mecha, Bai Xian will destroy more than one barren mountain. Let's get started. Bai Xian, who couldn't wait, just moved his mind. As the fairy chakra poured into the flying thunder god technique on the back of his right hand, Susanna Mecha also suddenly appeared in place, and Bai Xian's figure also appeared in the cockpit. Senfa 3-phase chakra mode. Without any pause, Bai Xian directly entered the strongest mode. Golden flames, silver thunderbolts, and invisible winds were intertwined in an instant, completely covering Susanna Mecha, as if as a gorgeous energy cloak. Vaguely, the phantom shadow of the dragon appeared, as if Susanna was the guardian spirit of the Mecha. On the pure white Susanna Mecha, it is a pitch-black dragon snake technique. In the invisible wind, there are golden fires and silver electric lights. Black and white, gold and silver. The four colors are perfectly combined. This makes Susanna Mecha look like a giant god controlling wind, thunder, and fire. Hi! Look down on everything on earth. This is a scene that can only be seen in mythology. And this is Bai Xian's power now. The test has begun. Under the control of Bai Xian, Susanna Mecha moved. With the activation of the Flying Thunder God technique, one electromagnetic flying sword after another flew out from Susanoo's Mecha. Under the action of the magnetic field, 100 electromagnetic flying swords began to circle around Susanna Mecha at high speed. Electromagnetic rotation. Boom. Rumble. The electromagnetic flying sword easily surpassed the speed of sound. Even up to 10 times the speed of sound. Then these 100 electromagnetic flying swords smashed the small barren mountain in front of Bai Xian's eyes in an instant, turning into large and small rubble and falling to the ground, forming a ruin. What a speed, what a terrifying destructive power. There was unconcealable satisfaction and joy in his eyes, and Bai Xian's heart moved. The Flying Thunder God technique is naturally launched. Susanna Mecha disappeared in place, and also appeared where an electromagnetic flying sword was. When the electromagnetic flying sword continued to move at high speed, Susanna Mecha also began to quickly teleport in space. Swoosh! As fast as the electromagnetic flying sword goes, Susanna teleports through Mecha space. In less than 10 seconds, Susanna Mech arrived in front of another barren mountain. This time, Bai Xian wants to play a big one. 100 electromagnetic flying swords flew around Susanoo's Mecha at high speed, and then suddenly turned stab at Susanna Mecha. When the tip of the electromagnetic flying sword touched the body of Susanna Mecha, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and invisible spatial ripples were set off, and these 100 electromagnetic flying swords disappeared. At what speed you enter the subspace, you can get out of the subspace at what speed. Although this cannot change the limit speed of the electromagnetic flying sword, it can reduce the acceleration process of the electromagnetic flying sword, thereby increasing the explosive power of the electromagnetic flying sword. And the application of this space technology can defend against almost all conventional attacks in the ninja world. Only attacks that are fast enough, and attacks that can distort space, can break this subspace defense. In other words, I am invincible in the face of an enemy who does not have the above two means of attack. How wonderful! Bai Xian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and then looked at the barren mountain in front of him. Control Susa no Mecha palm outstretched. Immediately, 100 electromagnetic flying swords turned into a torrent and shot out. Boom! Rumble. However, in an instant, the barren mountain was crushed by the torrent of electromagnetic flying swords, turning into ruins. This is a power comparable to the complete body of Susanoo. And in other performances, my Susanna Mecha is even more powerful than the full body Susanoo. Of course, although my Susanna Mecha has surpassed the full body Susanoo in all aspects, this does not prevent me from evolving the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye into an eternal Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye and controlling the complete body Susanoo. Even combining the complete body Susanoo with the Susanna Mecha to create the complete body Susanna Mecha, that must be a very huge celestial god gesture. Just thinking about it, Bai Xian felt very excited and excited. Such a terrifying existence. Maybe it can make human beings despair when they see it. Okay, since the upgrade of Susanna Mecha has been completed, then comes the most important part, devouring the cells of the Kurama clan with the immortal method of transmitting the distant shadow, so that I can obtain the yin escape blood inheritance of the Kurama clan, combined with the yin and yang escape, try to make the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye evolve into the eternal Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye. Although he had not yet begun to practice, Bai Xian felt that the process would go more smoothly than he had predicted. Since Bai Xian was able to use the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope to write the wheel eye to optimize the inorganic rebirth of the immortal method, he was naturally able to use the pupil technique to optimize the immortal method transmission of distant shadows. After devouring the cells of the Kurama clan very easily with the optimized immortal method transmission of the distant shadow, Bai Xian also felt the subtle changes in his body. It really works. The principle of the immortal law transmission distant shadow is to record genetic information with the immortal chakra through phagocytes and load it on the user's body. This also allows the user to obtain the genetic information of the cell owner, thereby controlling the blood succession limit of the cell owner. Although the owner of the cell I devoured is a ninja of the Kurama clan, he has not awakened the blood inheritance of the Kurama clan. So although I can feel the subtle changes in my body, I can't awaken the blood inheritance of the Kurama clan. But I already know how to awaken the yin blood of the Kurama clan. I only need to use the immortal magic transmission distant shadow to devour more cells of the Kurama clan ninjas, and I can awaken the yin blood lineage of the Kurama clan. Now that he knew the method, Bai Xian immediately took action. First, send a message to Orochimaru and ask him to give himself a copy of all the cells of the Kurama ninja in the root. Secondly, let the Uchiha clan trade with the Kurama clan and collect as many Kurama cells as possible. The former has no difficulty, and the latter has no difficulty. The Kurama clan has declined. How can you refuse the Uchiha clan? Of course, the Uchiha family did not let the Kurama family suffer, and the large number of resources also made the Kurama family very satisfied. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. In this way, in less than 3 days, Bai Xian devoured enough cells of the Kurama clan, thus successfully awakening the yin blood of the Kurama clan. With this practice, I probably know how to use the immortal magic transmission shadow to devour the cells of other blood succession ninjas, so as to control other blood succession limits. Wind and fire are scorching, wind and thunder are magnetic. So fire and thunder, as long as I control enough blood succession limits, I will definitely be able to discover the mystery of elemental fusion, so as to fuse all attributes and master the power of blood succession snares. Of course, in a short period of time, I still aim to integrate fire, wind, and thunder to master a kind of blood succession elimination. This thought flashed in Bai Xian's heart. Then Bai Xian concentrated his mind and began to perceive the subtle changes in himself, especially the subtle changes in his spirit. Sure enough, after awakening the yin blood of the Kurama clan, the spiritual power will continue to become stronger, but the spiritual power will also be separated. Extreme emotions are also part of spiritual power, and they combine chakra under the yin blood succession of the Kurama family, thus forming a special existence. It can be a second personality, or it can be a so-called demonym. Of course, the formation of Yudu takes time, and during this time, Bai Xian is completely able to make Yudu into a yin hidden artificial tailed beast. But that's not the point, and it's not the point. The focus is on the growing spiritual power, and the yin chakra that keeps getting stronger. Bai Xian wants to combine the power of yin and yang to make the kaleidoscope writing wheel I evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I. The enhancement of spiritual power and the improvement of the quality of yin chakra are already strengthening the Sharingan. It's just that this kind of strengthening also needs to make the kaleidoscope chakra I evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope chakra I. Boldly speculate that if you want the kaleidoscope chakra I to evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope chakra I, you need a qualitative change in yin chakra. Quantitative change will naturally cause qualitative change, but if you use yin and yang to interfere, then you can catalyze the qualitative change of yin dun chakra in advance. Yin and yang, the principle of yin and yang, the principle of mutual survival and restraint, the principle of taking yang to supplement yin. His eyes lit up slightly, and Bai Xian suddenly gave birth to an inspiration. The kaleidoscopic chakra eye of the left eye is opened. Deduce. When the ring turns into a triangle, the triangle becomes a ring. Brain cells spark, thinking bursts, and the fire of wisdom burns. Bai Xian also got an immortal art. Immortal law yin and yang escape yang transformation yin technique. Fortunately, I got the 8 doors of Dunjia, and also permanently opened the first 2 doors of the 8 gates of Dunjia, knowing how to use body energy, otherwise I would not be able to create the technique of transforming yang and yin. After whispering, Bai Xian stretched out his right hand. 1 hand seals, 1 seal casts. The current Bai Xian has no intention of developing the yin blood inheritance of the Kurama clan. Now Bai Xian just wants to evolve the kaleidoscope writing wheel I into the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I first. Isn't it good to wait until you have the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I and then develop the yin blood inheritance of the Kurama clan? Definitely more efficient. Under Bai Xian's guidance, a large amount of physical energy poured into the brain, and after opening and closing the door, it was transformed into spiritual energy. Under the action of the fairy chakra, spiritual energy is constantly synthesized into yin chakra. The yin chakra continued to increase, and it also continued to pour into the eyes of the 373 flower tube writing wheel. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye has opened. The rings inlaid with positive triangles are turning, and they are getting faster and faster. It's already reached the extreme, it's starting to compress. Carefully perceiving this process, Bai Xian suddenly realized a little. If fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water want to produce qualitative changes, they need to change their properties through the extreme. If yin and yang want to produce qualitative changes, they may only rely on the strength of spiritual power and vitality to reach the standard from quantitative change to qualitative change. This discovery is also a bonus. However, since yin and yang have the nature of mutual survival, then I, who controls the qualitative change of yin, may be able to easily control the qualitative change of yang and even yang. After all, the cathode can give birth to yang. Just as Bai Xian was whispering in his heart, the compression of yin dun chakra had also reached its limit. The particles of yin chakra have begun to reorganize. Changes in the structure of particles can produce changes in density, and can cause changes in essence. Qualitative. Here we go. The qualitative change of yin represents the breaking of the boundary between spirit and reality. Spirit, which has the power to interfere with reality. With a movement of his mind, Bai Xian could easily feel the change in the air. Under the action of spiritual power, the air is stirred. My conjecture is indeed correct. The yin after the qualitative change will definitely be able to make the kaleidoscope writing wheel I evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I, and the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I also represents the qualitative change of yin and a more powerful yin escape. Using the eternal kaleidoscope to write the wheel I to develop and control the yin blood inheritance of the Kurama family will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort, and it will be easy. Almost finished with evolution. My eternal kaleidoscope Sharinan I is about to be born. When the yin chakra completes the qualitative change, when the qualitative change of the yin chakra pours into the eyes of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, the rotation of the kaleidoscope writing wheel I also began to slow down slowly. The pattern in the eyes of its kaleidoscopic writing wheel has also changed. Originally, by Xian's kaleidoscopic writing wheel I, the pattern in which was a ring inlaid with a positive triangle. When the kaleidoscope writing wheel I stopped turning, the pattern that appeared in the mirror was an infinite symbol, inlaid with 2 hexagrams. This feeling, this change, it turns out that the kaleidoscope writing wheel I evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I, and not 1 + 1 = 2. It's 2 × 2 = 4. The power of 1 pair of eternal kaleidoscope chakra eyes is equivalent to the power of 4 pairs of kaleidoscope chakra eyes. It's too powerful. I really like it. Unable to help it, Bai Xian raised the corners of his mouth and revealed an extremely brilliant smile. Under the power of the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, the yin blood of the Kurama clan is like a toy of Bai Xian. As Bai Xian's mind moved, Bai Xian knew how to manipulate the 5 senses of others, how to control the 5 senses of living beings, and how to make the illusion come true. Fingers stretched out, and a butterfly suddenly appeared. It is the butterfly of darkness, both illusion and reality. In the next moment, a yin butterfly turned into thousands of yin butterflies, and in an instant, it turned into nothingness. The yin blood of the Kurama clan is indeed powerful. However, compared to the power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharinan, it is more than 1 section worse. Read more novels for free on our website tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. The left eye is thoughtful and divine, and I can deduce knowledge, which has now become a permanent augmented wisdom that allows me to deduce knowledge all the time. The right eye is not the 5 gods of heaven, can generate matter. This was originally the power of creation, now it has become the power of creation, combined with yin and yang, and even allows me to easily create life. It's like, as the right eye glowed with scarlet light, with Bai Xian's palm, a pure white kitten suddenly appeared. It's just that if I want to create a life form in an instant, I can only create a very weak life form, and I also need to understand the physiological structure of this life form very well. Of course, it's not impossible to create more powerful life forms, but it takes a lot of time and chakra, and I need to design specific, logical physiological structures. In a sense, creating clones is also a very easy thing for me. It's just that only a body, a clone without a soul, is just a toy. Do I need it? And, since even life can be created, it is naturally easier to generate matter. Finally, it's Susanoo, and it's still a complete Susanoo. There are many forms of Susanoo, from the initial form with only ribs and arms, but the first, second, third, and even fourth forms are all complete Susanoo. Only the complete Susanoo is the true form of Susanoo. Its size surpasses the mountain, it takes on the posture of a martial god, its combat power is enough to crush the tailed beast, and the wings that change from the armor on its back can soar in the sky, and it can use the ninjutsu that the caster is good at. Uchiha 1.8 Madara uses a complete body Susanoo, and only needs to easily swing the giant sword to split a mountain with one sword. Its destructive power is comparable to Hakugen's Susanoo Mecha. Completely aware of Susanoo and Susanoo Mecha, it will never be difficult for me to combine them. This is equivalent to designing an exoskeleton power armor for complete body Susanoo, which can greatly enhance the power of complete body Susanoo. It is also equivalent to letting the complete body Susanoo control the Susanoo Mecha instead of me, so that I can control the larger Susanoo Mecha. In the future, I can even let the full body SA control a larger mech. If you can make Shusa able to control a mecha the size of a star, how shocking will that scene, that kind of power, be? Bai Xian's eyes were already filled with expectation. His eyes flickered slightly, although Bai Xian had not yet used the full body Suza. However, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharinan had already allowed Bai Xian to instinctively know the body shape and form of the complete body and body. It was a pure white sword-wielding giant god. A pair of light wings resemble mythical angels. Of course it can also be God. There is no need to deduce a completely new technology, just modify the Susanoo mech and modify it into a full-fledged Susanoo exoskeleton power armor. This is not a difficult task for Bai Xian. Since knowledge deduction has become a passive skill that can be used all the time, what is Bai Xian waiting for? After 5 minutes, the modification is complete. When the densely packed parts are manufactured, they are quickly spliced and assembled with the rotation of the magnetic field, turning into a complete Susanoo Mecha. Flying Thunder God Technique. 27 one-hand seals, 1 seal casts. When Susanoo disappeared, Bai Xian's figure also disappeared in place. Of course, this is the application of the flying thunder god technique. Appear in the wilderness and look at the majestic mountains in front of you. Psychic summoning. The 100-meter-tall complete-body Susanoo, wearing a delicate and gorgeous exoskeleton alloy power armor, appeared in front of the mountain. Raise the great sword in your hand well. The height of the tip of the sword has reached 180 meters. Slash hard at the mountain that is only 200 meters high in front of you. Boom 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 dash. With the ground shaking, the majestic mountain is directly divided into two. It's really powerful. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise. Bai Xian couldn't help but stretch out his right hand. The palm of the hand is pressed on the body of the complete body of Susanoo made of chakra. Then Immortal Law 3-phase chakra mode. Golden flames, silver thunder, invisible kamikaze. Intertwined, turning into an incomparably huge dragon. The dragon wrapped around the body of the complete body of Susanoo, and merged into it in an instant. It also makes Jin Yan, kamikaze, and silver electricity another layer of weapons that are completely equipped with a body and a mecha. Raise the great sword again. By Suan Liu's swordsmanship 3-phase power turns into a dragon. When the huge hideous dragon wrapped around the giant sword, it swung down with the giant sword. The phantom of a true dragon also appeared, circling, roaring and rushing out, like sword chi. Sonic booms, growls, whistles, hisses, the terrifying sounds combined like rolling thunder. Boom 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 dash. Thousands of meters away, a mountain suddenly shattered and turned into ruins. Such a power, it is simply terrifying. This is the power that surpasses the shadow level. Even if Uchiha controls the power of the Nine Tails and uses the power of Susanoo, it is definitely not my opponent. However, Yakai of the 8-gate Dun armor array can definitely break the defense of the complete body Susanoo mecha, but it is also difficult to kill me directly. I just don't know how much stronger the power of immortal magic Musha and thousands of hands to transform Buddha is than Yakai. His eyes flickered slightly, and Bai Xian didn't know the answer to the question. It's just that Bai Xian knows very well that when the 1,000-hand pillar appears in front of him, his strength will definitely surpass the thousands of hands of immortal magic Mu Dunzin to transform Buddhas. Let's go back first. With the Flying Thunder God technique launched, the complete body Susanoo mecha and Bai Xian's figure disappeared in place. After returning to his room, Bai Xian fell into deep thought. I have mastered the qualitative change of Yin, and even mastered the Yin blood lineage of the Kurama clan. Next, I can try to develop the immortal Yin hidden transformation chakra mode, and create an artificial Yin tail beast. It's just that there is a problem now. The qualitative transformation form of Yin Dun is the power of thought, not a simple element, and it is not easy to develop the immortal Yin qualitative change chakra model. It's easier to create the Yin escape artificial tailed beast. After all, the Yin escape blood inheritance of the Kurama family has already helped me create a prototype. Perhaps. Can I first create a Yin Dun artificial tailed beast, and then use the power of the Yin hidden artificial tailed beast to create the immortal Yin hidden qualitative chakra mode? Great idea. Then first create the Yin hidden artificial tailed beast. Thinking like this, Bai Xian closed his eyes after thinking slightly. The Kurama clan's blood succession realm is able to create an illusion world, which is similar to a realm and can turn illusion into reality. Simply put, it's about making fantasies come true. The world of illusion is the world of imagination, the world of spirit. And here, it is Bai Xian's spiritual world. In the endless nothingness, dense knowledge floats. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. All emotions, feelings, instincts. It is one spot after another of different colors, like dust. As for Bai Xian's ideals, dreams, pursuits, goals, it's a sun. A colorful sun. Immortal, omniscient and omnipotent, dominating truth, dominating everything. This is arrogance and greed. It's even more. Bai Xian's heart demon. It's only been a long time since it became such a spectacular scale, but that's my fault. Who made me so arrogant and greedy, huh? With a self-deprecating smile, Bai Xian raised his head and stared at the sun, controlling his spiritual power to the greatest extent. All of a sudden, turned upside down. 810 Bai Xian's body is constantly getting bigger, and constantly getting bigger. What emotions, what feelings, what instincts, what arrogance, what greed. None as important as myself. I am my own master. I'm going to dominate everything I have. When Bai Xian became bigger than the sun, when Bai Xian held the sun in the palm of his hand, when Bai Xian opened his eyes, on the palm of his hand, a colorful ball of light suddenly appeared. It is Yudu, and it is also the embodiment of qualitative change in Yin. Immortal law Yin and Yang inorganic rebirth. When Bai Xian made a seal with one hand, one seal launched the immortal magic. This sun suddenly deformed and distorted, turning into a real dragon. The translucent body, as if any color, as if it has all colors, it is the most perfect work of art, and every corner of the body can affect the spirit of the living body. It is the fantasy dragon of the hidden artificial tailed beast. Ordinary people will fall into the world of illusion and lose themselves. And this fantasy dragon also has the power to make the 5 senses and fantasies come true. Interesting. The fantasy dragon actually has all the power of the Kurama clan's yin blood succession, and the fantasy dragon can also increase the yin escape blood inheritance of the Kurama clan. Of course, more importantly, looking at the fantasy dragon suspended above his palm, Bai Xian's eyes also became deeper. The power of fantasy coming true, although it cannot make the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake permanently fuse with the fantasy dragon into an artificial tailed beast with 4 attributes. However, it can allow the 3-phase Jiao and the fantasy dragon to fuse together in a short period of time to form a dragon with 4 attributes. This dragon, perhaps it can be called a 3-phase phantom dragon. At the next moment, with Bai Xian's mind moving, when the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric serpent were summoned, when the dragon of fantasy uses the power of fantasy to come true, the 4 artificial tailed beasts fuse together. This is a real dragon with gold and silver. Dragon horns, dragon whiskers, dragon scales, dragon claws, lifelike, with extraordinary coercion, can be big and small, can be virtual and real, and can also control gold yan, silver electricity, kamikaze. This is already very close to the mythical real dragon, and its power is also very strong, very close to the super shadow level. Such a blessing of power on my body can naturally allow me to have super shadow level combat power. Immortal Law 3-phase Phantom Dragon Chakra mode, I can use it. Susanoo armor can also be used, and full body Susanoo mecha can also be used. Strength can be constantly superimposed. And the 3-phase power dragon trick can also get an upgrade. The name is called 3-phase Dragon Annihilation. Finally whispering in his heart, Bai Xian also placed his palm on the head of the 3-phase Phantom Dragon. This real feeling also made Bai Xian fall into deep thought. If I want to continue to be stronger, my thinking is clear. First of all, the experimental results of the Great Snake Pill can allow me to obtain new done and a deeper immortal body. The body of the immortal here must be a manifestation of the qualitative change of yang. The combination of extreme yin and extreme yang can make my eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye evolve into a reincarnation eye. Secondly, I can also study Tu Dun, Water Dun, and Yang Dun to develop their qualitative transformation chakra patterns in corresponding artificial tailed beasts. The combination of the power of the 7 artificial tailed beasts will definitely give birth to a very amazing existence, and it will also allow me to develop an extremely powerful battle mode. It's just that the short-term combination is really not interesting, since he has obtained the blood succession limit of the Kurama clan through the immortal law yin and yang escape distant shadow. Then you should master some more blood succession boundaries, and then fuse them in turn, and finally master the power of blood succession snares. This is the most powerful force in this world. In the end, it's about creating a giant mech that can be fully controlled by Susa. It's just that it's necessarily difficult and time-consuming. Of course, the prospects are very broad. After all, in the future, it may be a mecha comparable to the stars. His eyes flickered slightly, and Bai Xian fell into deep thought. It takes time to wait for the study of the big snake pill. The last one is too time-consuming. It is better to wait for yourself to continue to become stronger, improve your knowledge storage, and then come to research. Then you can definitely do more with half the effort. It feels like it's time to leave Konoha too. It's time to take a trip to Cheyenne Village. There is a burning escape in Cheyenne Village, which is a combination of wind and fire. Cheyenne Village also has a magnetic escape, which is a combination of wind and thunder. There is also a tail in Cheyenne Village, and the chakra Baekuan of the tailed beast naturally has to be collected. After all, the 10 tails is the seedling of the divine tree and the origin of chakra. By studying the tailed beast chakra, he may be able to give Bai Xian insight into the mystery of the divine tree. At last, in the land of winds there are also dragon veins, that is the existence of the power of time. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Then let's take a trip. As soon as these words were finished, Bai Xian's figure disappeared in place. Flying Thor. After coming to the wild, Bai Xian directly summoned a complete body Susa-capable mecha. Then, through the electromagnetic flying sword combined with the flying thunder god technique, he rushed at 10 times the speed of sound. Soon Bai Xian came to the land of wind. It's just that before Bai Xian arrived in Cheyenne Village, he saw Lulin. By the way, 100-foot has already crossed to Lulin at this point in time. With the help of the power of the dragon vein, he made a lot of puppets, and even achieved the initial industrialization of Lulin to a certain extent. Kind of interesting. If I can develop a machine that can absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth, is it possible to achieve unlimited energy to a certain extent? And the sun in the sky, if I can collect solar energy with chakra, maybe this world, this planet will soon be able to complete a comprehensive modernization, and even become a sci-fi world with chakra as the main energy source within 100 years. It just so happens that the kaleidoscope chakra eye has just evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, and has also mastered the yin of the Kurama clan, and made the yin artificial tailed beast fantasy dragon. It's better to directly control Lulin, and then slowly study the Dragon Vein, while using the Dragon Vein to develop chakra industrialization, while deeply exploring the power of time and space of the Dragon Vein. Now that he had made a decision in his heart, Bai Xian's figure suddenly disappeared in place. When Bai Xian reappeared, he saw the pseudonym on Lushan. You, a look of horror had just appeared on his face, and as soon as the word you was spit out, the scarlet light was reflected in his pupils. The pattern of the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye also dominated his spirit at this moment. Read the memory. So it is. This 100-footed puppet technique is still very good, and the brain is also very flexible, and he can actually think of this method to use the Dragon Vein. And the nature of the Dragon Pulse chakra is also unique, and it can be used to carry spirits, so that the puppeteer of the 100 feet can control hundreds of puppets. Okay Zhao, it's just that if you want to use the Dragon Vein, you also need to use the special ability of Queen Lulin. But this is not a difficult task for me. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sherinan allows me to easily control Queen Lulin. Queen Soon Bai Xian's figure disappeared in place, and then very soberly controlled the Queen of Lulin. Then with Queen Lulin in 100 feet, Bai Xian came to the location of the Dragon Vein. Sensing the terrifying chakra contained in the earth, Bai Xian's eyes couldn't help but show a little strangeness. What a horrible chakra! Is this really a natural formation? This must not be the root whisker of the divine tree. Even the root whiskers of the divine tree cannot have the power to travel through time and space. Could it be the result of the mutation of the roots of the divine tree? There is a saying in the Xianxia novel, this dragon vein may be a spiritual vein that can produce natural energy, combined with the special existence formed by the root of the divine tree. No matter what the dragon vein is, I just need to know that it has very valuable research value, and I need to study the dragon vein in depth. It's just that judging by the current intelligence, if you want to study the power of time and space contained in the dragon vein, you will definitely not be able to research the results without spending a lot of time and energy. In that case, then it's better to let Beiju continue his plan, build Lulin into a puppet city, and form an army of puppets. Of course, I'll help him improve. Industrialization, mechanization, sustainable development are also important, and in addition to development, I can also conduct in-depth research on the dragon vein by controlling the 100 feet. That's pretty much it. Thereupon over the next 3 days, Bai Xian formulated a 5-year plan for the development of Lulin. Then continue to Cheyenne village. In the endless desert, buildings made of gravel stand one after another. On the tallest building, a red wind character is very conspicuous. Cheyenne village, it's here. A scarlet light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and the world of illusion suddenly unfolded. Using the power of illusion to come true, Bai Xian swaggered 780 into Cheyenne village. Go to Yak Kang first. Yak Kang should be about the same age as me now. 20 minutes later, Bai Xian saw Yak Kang. Using the power of the illusion to come true, she blinded her little friend, knocked Yak Kang unconscious, took her to a corner, and then took out a syringe. Of course Bai Xian didn't want to inject Yak Kang with any medicine. It's about drawing blood. After smoking, Bai Xian directly threw Yak Kang aside. It went really unexpectedly. But think about it, with my current strength, who is my opponent in the ninja world? Smooth is what goes for granted. Thereupon after Bai Xian collected Yak Kang's blood, he went to the prison in Cheyenne village. In Bai Xian's perception, the chakra of the tailed beast was like the moon in the night, which was too dazzling. Of course Bai Xian also knew the information that the Ichigo Zoo was dividing the blessings. In the era of the second generation of Kaze Cage, the young Fenfu body was implanted with a Ichio Xiaojuru and became a Ichio human pillar force. After hard cultivation, Fenfu was able to master Ichio skillfully, and maintains a friendly relationship with Ichio Moritsuru, and Fenfu says to Ichio that as long as they can truly accept each other, there is no difference between humans and tailed beasts. His clear mind made Xiaoerhe praise his qualities as similar to those of the 6 Dao immortals, and this evaluation made Fenfu feel quite relieved and moved to tears. Later, in order to prevent the violent departure of the human pillar force, the upper echelons ordered that Fenfu be imprisoned in prison, and since then, Fenfu has been imprisoned until he is old. Over time, the name of Fenfu was forgotten, and people called him Xiaoerhe after the tailed beast in his body. The moment he saw Bai Xian, his expression couldn't help but change. But without waiting for him to say more, the scarlet light of the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel I had already shone into his pupils. Abominable. These eyes. In the body of Fenfu, Xiaoerhe couldn't help but fall into panic when he saw Bai Xian's eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. How could it forget these eyes? Be obedient, I just want you some chakra. If you don't obey, I'll teach you a hard lesson. Read more novels for free on our website tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Feeling the oppression from the eternal kaleidoscope of chakra eyes, Xiaojuru obediently gave up resistance. And Bai Xian also successfully collected the chakra of Xiaoerhe. Get a good night's sleep, you'll forget everything. After putting away the chakra of the crane guard, Bai Xian walked out of the prison and set his sights on the Wind Shadow building. 3 generations of wind shadows. Speaking of which, magnetic retreat is indeed a very special kind of blood succession limit. The magnetic escape of Cheyenne Village comes from Shao'erhi, but the magnetic escape of the Wind Shadow of the past generations has different, J, and in addition to Cheyenne Village, Union Village also has magnetic escape blood. The third generation of Wind Shadow can control Sand Iron, and the fourth generation of Wind Shadow Luisa can control Placer Gold. The future 5 generations of Wind Shadow Iai Luo not only inherits the magnetic blood inheritance of the 4th generation of Wind Shadow Luisa, but also the pillar power of Shao'erhi, and can also use Shao'erhi's magnetic escape to control the gravel. In addition, Troy of Union Village also controls the magnetic escape, but Troy's magnetic escape is much weaker than the magnetic retreat of the Wind Shadow of previous generations. The conventional method is to magnetize the enemy's body, and then use the magnetic special ninja to track the attack. Although Bai Xian felt that he could also control the magnetic escape by studying the chakra of Shao'erhi. But if you obtain the cells of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows, and use the immortal method Yin and Yang to devour their cells, so as to master the magnetic escape, wouldn't it be faster? Although the 3 generations of Wind Shadows are known as the strongest Wind Shadows, in the original Fate track, they were killed by scorpions that were only 15 years old, and even the corpses were made into human puppets. Such a person should not be a threat to me. It's just that thinking of this, Bai Xian suddenly wanted to see the scorpion. At the age of 15, he was able to kill 3 generations of Wind Shadow, and not only made 3 generations of Wind Shadow into human puppets, but also made himself into a human puppet. Such a person is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Bai Xian knew that Scorpion was an artist. He believes that art is something that can be preserved for a long time, that is, eternal beauty is art, so he makes everything a puppet that will not disappear. What is eternal in the world does not exist, but the Scorpion believes and practices it. This path of deviating from the principle of life pushes the puppet and art of the Scorpion to a climax, to make himself a puppet that will never decay and never decay. If the puppets of this world are metal and mechanical, then does this mean that the Scorpion has achieved mechanical immortality? There is also a regenerative nuclear technology that can store souls and chakras, isn't it consciousness uploading? If the Scorpion masters mechanics, then what kind of surprise will it bring me? Thinking of this, Bai Xian's footsteps also turned. Soon Bai Xian saw the Scorpion in a puppet manufacturing room. Although the Scorpion, who is only 11 years old this year, looks young, his calm and deep eyes can make people see his difference at a glance. Speaking of which, the Scorpion is a year older than Bai Xian. Who are you? Looking at Bai Xian who suddenly appeared in front of him, the Scorpion did not panic, but asked vigilantly. This man seems even younger than me. He is definitely not from Cheyenne Village, but how did he get here? Why did he come to me? What exactly is his purpose? Who am I? Do you think this question is important? Bai Xian said with a relaxed posture. And listening to Bai Xian's words, the Scorpion couldn't help but smile. This question can be important or not. Now that he saw that Bai Xian had no malice towards him, the Scorpion also relaxed a little. Since he has come to himself, no, probably nothing. His purpose, sooner or later he will say it himself. At that time, you will know for yourself. The idea of the Scorpion, Bai Xian can naturally see it at a glance. You are really smart and very responsive. While speaking, a ray of scarlet light suddenly flashed in Bai Xian's eyes, and the pattern of the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye flashed. Looking at this scene, the Scorpion's gaze couldn't help but condense. Although he didn't know what kind of eyes they were, he could clearly feel the terrifying oppression from these scarlet eyes. Such a sense of oppression, such a strength. This teenager is obviously younger than himself. Why is he so powerful? The Scorpion actually had a feeling of panic. But in the next moment, his gaze was attracted by a special existence. His gaze looked uncontrollably at Bai Xian's right palm. Where is it? There is a small robot suspended in mid-air. This is a broken version of Susanna Mecha, which contains many precious technologies. Of course these technologies are of no value to the average person, and they cannot take advantage of it. But Bai Xian believes that Scorpion will definitely be able to master these techniques in the future, and even apply them to his puppet art. Create out of thin air. What is this? Looking at the Scorpion's reaction, Bai Xian also smiled slightly. What you think it is, it's what it is. While speaking, Bai Xian handed the robot toy to the Scorpion. Looking at the robot suspended in midair and slowly flying towards him, the Scorpion was stunned, and finally stretched out his right hand and held the toy. Such a subtle structure. Is this a puppet? I said, what you think it is, it's what it is. Bai Xian's words also frowned slightly. Now he doesn't know what Bai Xian's purpose is. But this robot toy is indeed too sophisticated, he is very interested and wants it very much, so he can't refuse. A thought suddenly came out of his mind, which made the corners of Bai Xian's mouth couldn't help but slightly hook. Ask you a question, why do you want to kill 3 generations of Wind Shadow? Listening to Bai Xian's question, the Scorpion couldn't help but be surprised. How do you know I want to kill the 3 generations of Wind Shadow? Is this important? Listening to these familiar words, the Scorpion's eyebrows also froze. Yes, it doesn't matter, because you already know. Actually, the answer is very simple, I think you should guess. It's just revenge. Listening to the scorpion's words, a wisp of different color also flashed in Bai Xian's eyes. Bai Xian knew that when the scorpion was young, the scorpion's parents were killed by Kimu Shuumao while on a mission. Now it seems that perhaps the 3 generations of Wind Shadow have eliminated his potential enemies in order to consolidate their power. After all, Scorpion's father is Cho's son. Cho's status in Sunahide village is very high, and Cho's younger brother Karazo's status in Sunahide village is also very high. In this case, as long as the father of the scorpion wants to be the Wind Shadow, so it is. So, if you want to become a 4th generation Wind Shadow, I can help you avenge. I am looking forward to what Cheyenne village will become under your leadership. If Scorpion mastered mechanics and applied it to his puppetry, will he turn Sand Hidden Village into a mechanical city? Consciousness upload, mechanical immortality, cyberpunk. Bai Xian was well aware of the importance of mechanics to interstellar aviation technology. Is also very clear about the talent of the Scorpion. If the Scorpion controls the mechanical technology that can be called science fiction, then he can promote the development of science and technology in this world faster and enter the interstellar era in advance. However, listening to Bai Xian's words, the Scorpion couldn't help but be stunned. He certainly craved revenge, but also want revenge with their own hands. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Just become a Wind Shadow. His father's dream seems to be become a Wind Shadow. Under his leadership, what will become of Cheyenne village? He looked at the mechanical toy in his hand. With his wisdom, the power of the Ranchu collective is very great. If he becomes a Wind Shadow, he will have enough resources and conditions to study this toy and promote the development of puppetry. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Are you sure you can kill Wind Shadow? 0 for flowers 0 if you help me avenge. What price will I have to pay?" After getting Scorpion's reply, the smile on Bai Xian's face also became even brighter. "Don't worry, I can easily kill 3 generations of Wind Shadow. As for what price you need to pay, let's talk about the future. You don't have anything to give now." Scorpion's brow furrowed deeper. "Aren't you afraid that I will backtrack in the future?" "I'm sure you won't backtrack, because what I want, you want." Bai Xian was very confident. But the Scorpion couldn't help but secretly think in his heart, "I hate riddlers. Then that's it, goodbye." After smiling slightly at the Scorpion, Bai Xian's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Not often. The Scorpion saw a translucent divine dragon that suddenly fell from the sky, destroying the Wind Shadow building almost instantaneously ago. Boom 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 dash. The building made of gravel collapsed suddenly, and the billowing yellow sand kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Looking at this scene, the Scorpion was stunned. He didn't expect that Bai Xian would directly attack the Wind Shadow building. It's so confident. Not only the Scorpion was shocked, but all the ninjas and villagers in Sand Hidden Village were shocked. They didn't think about it either. There are actually such bold madmen in the ninja world who dare to attack the Wind Shadow building in broad daylight. Soon hundreds of figures moved quickly approached the Wind Shadow building, yet they have only just seen it. Just see an extremely shocking scene. 3 generations of Wind Shadows have just dominated countless iron sands and want to defend. However, as soon as this iron sand was levitated, it fell directly to the ground. You know, Bai Xian can also control the magnetic field. The 3 generations of Wind Shadow want to use magnetic escape to deal with Bai Xian. Isn't this looking for death? How is this possible? The 3 generations of Wind Shadow did not expect that the enemy could actually interfere with the magnetic field. But even if he is unbelievable, facts are facts. The 3 generations of Wind Shadows who lost their defensive power could only watch the fantasy dragon open its mouth. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. This is the power of illusion to come true. This is the power of mindfulness. And then this. How is this possible? Lord Wind Shadow, he was actually eaten by the enemy. Impossible. No way, this must be an illusion. Countless people lost their souls, only the Scorpion, and their eyes showed a bit of blaze. Such a power. This teenager is really not simple. Since he will find me, it means that he values me very much, values my talent, values my potential. In the near future, I will definitely be able to master this power. Finally thinking in his heart, the Scorpion turned and returned to the puppet manufacturing room. He wanted to disassemble that sophisticated existence. He wants to promote the development of puppetry. He wants to become the Wind Shadow. He reforms the Sand Hidden Village. Bai Xian didn't care what kind of tremor there would be in Cheyenne Village. After getting what he needed for 19-0, Bai Xian returned to his room. Immortal Law Yin and Yang spread distant shadows, whispered, one hand sealed, one seal cast. As Yakang's cells and the cells of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows were devoured by the immortal chakra, Bai Xian also felt the subtle changes in his body. Scorching. Magnetic escape burning done is the same as what I speculated, that is, the fusion of wind done and fire done, and the use of wind done to strengthen the fire done to the greatest extent. make the fire more hot and gain explosive properties. As for the magnetic escape, but I was a little surprised. Magnetic retreat can change the biological magnetic field so that it has a specific magnetic field frequency, which is why the magnetic retreat of the wind shadow of the past generations can control different magnetic substances, using wind chakra and thunder chakra to change the biological magnetic field, so that the biological magnetic field has the same magnetic field frequency as a certain magnetic substance, so that these magnetic substances can be manipulated. And in this process, the wind dun chakra will also fuse with the thunder dun chakra to form the magnetic dun chakra. This also means that I can use my own biomagnetic field to fuse the wind chakra and the thunder chakra into a magnetic chakra. What does this finding mean? It means that different chakra attributes, as long as they follow a certain rule, can be combined like a chemical reaction to fuse new elements, that is, the blood succession limit. Once the blood succession limit is born, it can also affect genes and thus pass it on to the next generation. Chakra with different attributes can have different effects on the human body and genes. This also means that, conventionally speaking, ninjas who control more chakra attributes will have stronger talents, and ninjas who master the blood succession limit realm are naturally more powerful than ordinary ninjas. The more blood succession limits, the stronger the talent. Every time a new blood succession boundary is synthesized, it is a genetic level enhancement. Thinking about it this way, I'm not wrong in my thinking. What I'm going to do next is to synthesize as much blood as possible. As for how to synthesize blood succession, that is to conduct research and find synthetic conditions with different properties, which is similar to finding reaction conditions for different chemical reactions. However, before I can start the attribute fusion experiment, I have to create the burning artificial tailed beast and the magnetic artificial tailed beast. Opening his palm, Bai Xian looked at the burning chakra overflowing from his palm. The orange-red chakra came together to form a fiery fireball. The brightness of its fire is much higher than that of ordinary fireballs. I see. You can inject Jinyan chakra and Kamikaze chakra into the scorching retreat, so that the scorching chakra will produce qualitative changes. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Bai Xian began to inject Jinyan chakra and Kamikaze chakra into this burning fireball. When the orange-red fireball turns crimson gold, just as Bai Xian expected, burning chakra completed a qualitative change. Crimson gold fireball, high temperature, high speed, and can explode. The blood succession limit is indeed more powerful than the basic attribute. And this crimson golden burning chakra is more like the sun than the golden yin chakra. Blazing golden crow. Burning golden crow. I don't like to change my name either, so let's just call it burning golden crow. After a secret thought, Bai Xian decided on the name. Then seal with one hand and cast spells with one seal. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b Immortal Law Yin and Yang Inorganic Rebirth. When the fairy chakra poured into it continuously, a crimson three-legged golden crow also appeared in front of Bai Xian's eyes. The scorching gold crow is hotter, more dazzling, more gorgeous, and more noble than the blazing golden crow. Perfect. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Bai Xian's eyes also flashed with a bit of satisfaction. Since the power of scorching has been mastered 0, then it's the turn of the magnetic escape. And I think there's something special about magnetism. Maybe it will surprise me a little. Stretching out his palm, when the fairy chakra emerged, it turned into an invisible magnetic field in an instant. According to the qualitative transformation method of scorching, inject Kamikaze chakra and silver electric chakra into the magnetic chakra, and I can make the magnetic chakra produce qualitative change. When the silver electric light burst out, an invisible Kamikaze swept through. The magnetic chakra also showed a pale silver halo. What a magical change, it actually derives a halo. Is this radiation or rays? Or is it a laser? Aurora, could it be that this is a magnetic storm? Bai Xian knew that when solar activity is active, the number of flash bursts on the surface of the sun increases, and flash bursts radiate X-rays, ultraviolet rays, visible light, and high-energy protons and electron beams. The electric current formed by the charged particles in it hits the Earth's magnetic field, causing what is called a magnetic storm in shortwave communication. Magnetic storms will enhance the ionization of the ionosphere in the atmosphere, and will also make the aurora in the polar region particularly gorgeous, in addition to the noise that masks the normal signal during communication, and even interrupts communication. It may also cause instantaneous ultra-high voltage in high-voltage wires, causing power interruptions and also causing damage to aircraft. The overall effect of magnetic storms is to reduce the geomagnetic field on the ground. This effect lasts until 0.6 for 2 or 3 days after the recovery phase, which is called the aftereffect of the magnetic storm. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But that doesn't prevent me from calling this force a magnetic storm. Maybe the magnetic-tailed beast will be in the form of a dragon. Magnetic dun is formed by the fusion of wind and thunder, and is mainly thunder. Wind represents high-speed motion, thunder represents current. The wind causes an electromagnetic reaction of the electric current, which creates a magnetic field. The thunder-tailed beast is a silver electric snake. then the magnetic-tailed beast will of course be an evolution of the snake. Immortal law yin and yang inorganic rebirth. Hurry up and be born, my magnetic-tailed beast, the magnetic Tyrannosaurus. Magnetosaurus was born. Bai Xian looked at the burning golden crow on the left and the magnetic Tyrannosaurus on the right, and his eyes couldn't help but show a little different color. Now I can use the power of the fantasy dragon to fuse the burning golden crow, the magnetic Tyrannosaurus, and the fantasy dragon in a short period of time. The existence born must not be a three-phase phantom dragon formed by the fusion of the blazing golden crow, the kamikaze tiger, the silver electric snake, and the fantasy dragon. It was precisely because of this that a ray of expectation flashed in Bai Xian's eyes. Let's get started. The winding and slender translucent figure of the fantasy dragon suddenly appeared. Under Bai Xian's control, the fantasy dragon carries the burning golden crow and the magnetic Tyrannosaurus with the power of fantasy come true. So a noble and ancient figure appeared in front of Bai Xian's eyes in the next moment. It was a dragon with wings. It was a sun-like existence. Under the constraints of the magnetic escape, the burning chakra seems to have a fusion reaction. This terrifying heat and dazzling brilliance are like the real sun, like a sun god. Winged dragon. I didn't expect that the combination of these three forces would actually give birth to such a powerful existence in 03. This particular chakra property, or reaction, is like a fusion reaction. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Bai Xian remembered a piece of information. In the future, Naruto Uzumaki will be able to master a very powerful combat mode, heavy particle mode. This model is similar to the principle of nuclear fusion, that is, the principle that the sun produces energy through nuclear fusion, combining many light particles to produce heavy particles. The nine tails completely fused their own chakra with Naruto's chakra, resulting in a new chakra, which instantly released a large amount of energy, but the price of Naruto's great power was heavy, and it would quickly exhaust the nine tails' life and chakra. Because chakra creates a connecting effect, it will give birth to a new power while reducing the life of the nine tails, and when the user touches the enemy's body, this new power will quickly burn and consume the enemy's chakra, and continue to erode the enemy's flesh like nuclear radiation. In the heavy particle mode, due to the large number of new chakras, the power and speed have been greatly improved, and the perception ability has also been greatly improved, surpassing the other nine tails modes. At this time, the winged dragon, as if mastering the chakra fusion reaction, dominated the powerful power like the sun. The power of the pterosaur is already inferior to the heavy particle mode, but it will not be too far apart. After all, the principle is similar. If I have enough chakra, the power of the winged divine dragon will definitely be able to have the power comparable to the heavy particle mode. Anyway, the power of the winged divine dragon is undoubtedly very powerful. Even in the level of super shadow, it is a very powerful force, and the birth of the pterosaur gave me a direction to study. Perhaps by constantly compressing the burning chakra with the power of the magnetic escape, it can make the burning chakra produce a fusion reaction, and then the magnetic dun and the burning chakra will also fuse into a powerful blood succession elimination, hang dun. The theory is feasible. Then my first goal is to fuse the magnetic and burning into a constant escape, so as to completely control the power of chakra fusion. After completing this research, I will study the Shao'erhi chakra in my hand to see how the chakra of the tailed beast is different from the ordinary chakra, and then use the tailed beast chakra according to its nature. Thinking of this, Bai Xian converged his thoughts, and studied how to synthesize Hung Dian. Meanwhile the big snake pill also finally studied the mystery of Mu Duan. Mu Duan. Mu Duan, no wonder Mu Duan's power will far exceed the ordinary blood succession limit. It turns out that Mu Dun is so special. It is formed by combining earth and water, with chakra as the source of life. If the chakra here is Yang Dun chakra, Mu Dun is equivalent to containing the power of earth, water, and Yang Duan, which is the power of the blood succession elimination level, which is naturally far beyond the ordinary blood succession limit. And Mu Dun also has a special power. It is very affected by the quality of chakra, and Mu Dun chakra is very easy to fuse with natural energy, which also represents the increase of immortal chakra for Mu Duan, far beyond other blood succession limits. Read more novels for free on our website tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. In other words, in the hands of the original Hokage, Mu Dun seems to be just a blood succession limit, but Mu Dun actually contains the four powers of Earth Dun, Water Dun, Yang Dun, and Immortal Art. In that case, isn't it a very normal thing for Mu Duan's power to far exceed other blood succession limits? So now the problem is, the original Hokage just combined the power of Earth, Water, Yang, and Immortal Arts, and had the power of being called the Ninja God. If I can perfectly fuse the 7 chakra attributes with the power of immortal arts, how powerful will I master? Would that be a power comparable to the true God? It's a really exciting question. However, it is not an easy task to perfectly combine the 7 chakra attributes with the power of immortal arts, and I need a lot of time. It's just that the road always has to be taken step by step, and mastering Mu Dun is the first step I have taken on this path. 140 whispered like this, and the big snake pill also set his eyes on the cultivation tank in front of him. In the culture tank, scarlet flesh and blood tissue is absorbing yin and yang fluid, thus secreting a gray-white substance. The life hormone can control the terrifying vitality of the intercolumn cells, so that I can steadily absorb the intercolumn cells, so as to master Mu Duen. The physique between the 1,000 hand pillars is extraordinary, and my white snake-type immortal body is not an ordinary physique. The 1,000 hand pillar has mastered the immortal art, and I have also mastered the immortal art, and my immortal art definitely surpasses the 1,000 hand pillar. In that case, once I master Mu Duen, does that mean I have the power to surpass the ninja god? This is the power to pacify the warring states and create the shinobi village era. With this power, I may be able to easily change the world. It's a pity that all I want is immortality and mastery of the truth. Change the world, this kind of thing, let Bai Suan-jun do it. Hee while laughing, the big snake pill extracted the life hormone and began to make the Mu Duen potion. The big snake pill, which had already been calculated and verified many times, completed this process very smoothly and concocted a dark green wood dun potion. When the needle pierced into the flesh and blood, and the cold Mu Dun elixir was integrated into the body, the big snake pill also felt an indescribable comfort. The effect of the Mu Dun potion is fast, but there is a warm heat flow between breaths that is born under the body, and this heat flow seems to be the embodiment of life force. Moisten, hold high, and that's just the beginning. As the heat flow surged up and down the body, the limbs and bones began to produce subtle changes. Mu Dun medicine is enough to modify injectors at the genetic level, and genetic changes naturally affect everything in the injector. Slowly squinting his eyes, feeling the subtle changes in his body, the big snake pill also instinctively mastered Mu Duen. Mu Duen. Not only is it a very powerful blood succession limit, but it can also change the physique. This physique full of life not only allows me to have a strong body, a physique far beyond ordinary ninjas, but also has the ability to regenerate at super speed, and even enhances the upper limit of chakra. This physique can even be regarded as a kind of blood succession limit. Between the 1,000 hand pillars, the 1,000 hands clan, the advantages of ninjas are really unique, especially the descendants of the 6 Dao immortals, Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki. Maybe there are other ninja in the ninja world, and they are also descendants of the 6 Dao immortals. If I can master all the blood succession limits in the ninja realm, I wonder if it will be more powerful than the 6 Dao immortals? The power that created the moon. I'll have it too. After finally whispering a word in his heart, the big snake pill also converged his thoughts. Since his current self has awakened Mu Duen, it is time to test Mu Duen's strength. Glancing at the laboratory, the big snake pill knew that this place was too small to cast a wooden dun here. Immediately, the body was filled with pure white brilliance, and the whole person disappeared in place. Not often, Orochimaru came to a deserted suburb. Stretch out your hands and quickly seal the print. Immortal wood dragon art. With the majestic and vast immortal chakra, the earth suddenly shook. Boom 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 dash. But in an instant, the earth cracked, and a hideous wooden dragon head appeared. The dragon head of the wooden dragon dragged the feet of the big snake pill, and also made the big snake pill stand on the dragon head of the wooden dragon. As the wooden dragon grew out of the earth, soared into the air, and soared into the sky, the big snake pill also came to 100 meters in the air. The wooden dragon hundreds of meters long seems to exist in mythology. Moreover, the big snake pill could feel the majestic vitality in the wooden dragon's body, as if it were a living creature. Such a huge volume, such a terrifying power, and this chakra full of life. I know that wood dragons can regenerate at super speed. In other words, just the wood dragon art has a combat power comparable to that of a tailed beast. But there's more to me than that. You know, the great snake pill also mastered the artificial tailed beast technology and the artificial human pillar force technology. In the body of the big snake pill, there was also a white snake artificial tailed beast. As soon as the big snake pill's mind moved, he directly entered the white snake chakra immortal mode. The pure white chakra also turned into an energy cloak in an instant, like fire and electricity, and the pure white brilliance shone, making the big snake pill look like a god. And just after the pure white energy cloak condensed, under the control of the big snake pill, the pure white brilliance suddenly covered the body of the wooden dragon. When the wooden dragon put on the pure white energy coat, the originally hideous and domineering appearance also became exquisite and sacred. This is a power that the ninja god does not have. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. The wooden dragon that enters the immortal mode will have more powerful power and more terrifying speed, which is enough to crush the tailed beast. Such a powerful force, even if the ninja god is reborn, I may not be able to compete with it. Such a power must have surpassed the demigod Hanzo. So who else is my opponent in the ninja world? Bai Suan-jun? Thinking of this, an idea suddenly arose in the heart of the big snake pill. He wanted to talk to Bai Xian. Let Bai Xian see his strength, and he also wants to see what kind of ability Bai Xian has mastered and what kind of power he has. Then it was decided. Take the Mu Dun potion to Bai Suanjun, and after the transaction, discuss with him. Saying that, the big snake pill began to conduct a simple test on the wooden dragon. After the test was completed, he left the suburbs. Only the land is left in shambles. When the night was deep, the figure of the big snake pill also appeared in Bai Xian's room. Senior Orochimaru, it's so gone. As soon as the big snake pill appeared, Bai Xian was as good as receiving the majestic vitality in the big snake pill's body. You don't need to guess, since this is Mu Duan's power. Congratulations, Mu Duan's power should be stronger. Listening to Bai Xian's words, the big snake pill couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and hooked a smile. I really can't hide anything from you, Bai Suanjun. Mu Duan's power is indeed very powerful, but I can also feel that Bai Suanjun, your changes are not small. It just shows that we're all making rapid progress. Bai Xian smiled slightly and took out a scroll, which contained the research materials of yin and yang qualitative change, as well as his own speculation on yang qualitative change, as well as the study of attribute fusion. The big snake pill handed over a dark green potion, plus a scroll, which contained the relevant information of Mu Dun potion and Mu Dun's research information. After Orochimaru took the scroll, he sat down directly, opened the scroll, and began to read it carefully. And Bai Xian is the same. The big snake pill really didn't disappoint me, so quickly developed the technique to obtain Mu Dun potion, really a good technique. As long as I inject Qian Li Hao Mu Dun potion, I will be able to awaken Mu Dun naturally, and I will also be able to obtain the immortal body of the Thousand Hands clan. This is the power of Yang Dun qualitative transformation, and it also means that as long as you inject Wu Dun elixir, you can not only create Mu Dun artificial tailed beast, but also create Yang Dun artificial tailed beast. 5 artificial tailed beasts. Contains all the attributes of chakra. What kind of existence will they merge into? I'm really looking forward to it, gee. And, once you directly grasp the qualitative change of yin and yang, you can try to combine the power of Mu Dun with the power of the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, the eye of reincarnation. It's already close to me. That's the eye of reincarnation. Manipulate repulsion, manipulate gravity, the power of the 6 paths, seek the path jade, and the unique pupil technique contained in each pair of reincarnation eyes. Once you have the eye of reincarnation, your strength will definitely be able to improve by leaps and bounds. The big snake pill looked at the contents of the scroll, and his eyes couldn't help but show a little strangeness and abruptness. It turns out that the changes brought by Mu Dun to the physique are the qualitative changes of Yang Dun, and it is a change brought to the human body after the vitality breaks the limit. And Yin Dun has a similar change. Spiritual power interferes with reality, and fantasies come true. Yang represents the body, and Yin represents the spirit. Constantly strengthening the body and spirit can derive the ability of infinite strength, super speed regeneration, mental interference with reality, fantasy coming true. There is also the spirit representing Yin Dun chakra, the body representing Yang Dun chakra, and Yin Dun chakra and Yang Dun chakra can be fused into one. Yin and Yang. It is also a blood succession limit, and it is also a very powerful and very special blood succession limit. Orochimaru fell into deep thought. However, the power of Yin and Yang Dun needs to be studied, and chakra's other attributes, as well as other blood succession limits, also need to be studied. And Bai Suanjun also focused on chakra's attribute fusion. If chakra's 7 attributes can be fused into one, what kind of power will eventually be born? If you want to fuse the 7 attributes of chakra into one, do you need to master the fusion technique of different permutations and combinations of the 7 attributes of chakra? Although I have mastered Mu Dun, I still don't know exactly how Tudun 243 and Shuadun fuse into Mu Dun, and I feel that its principle also needs to be studied. Thinking of this, the big snake pill also knew what experiments he should conduct next and how to become stronger. After a slight pause, the big snake pill turned his gaze to Bai Xian again. At this time, Bai Xian also put down the scroll in his hand. The two looked at each other, and the big snake pill immediately spoke. Every time I trade with you, I can understand that Bai Suanjun, you are rapidly becoming stronger. I'm really curious about your current strength. It just so happens that my recent progress is not small. The power of immortal art combined with Mu Dun is not an ordinary power. I think Bai Suanjun you want to see it. So, why don't we talk? As the words of the big snake pill fell, Bai Xian's gaze froze, and the corners of his mouth raised. Okay. The two looked at each other and smiled, and everything was self-evident. However, in the next moment, the body of the big snake pill suddenly burst into pure white brilliance, and then disappeared in place. Bai Xian, on the other hand, disappeared directly. Near Konoha, Bai Xian left a lot of flying thunder god technique. Adv J, not often. The two went to the wilderness. Bai Suanjun, it seems that you have perfectly mastered the flying thunder god art, and you have also upgraded and optimized the flying thunder god technique. Yes, so does Orochimaru-senpai have the means to deal with space-time ninjutsu? Listening to Bai Xian's answer, the big snake pill smiled slightly. Bai Suanjun, time and space ninjutsu is not invincible, you can know the answer if you try. Senior Orochimaru, the two of us don't have to be humble to each other. Next, let you see my latest results. As Bai Xian's mind moved, the figures of Burning Golden Crow, Magnetic Tyrannosaurus, and Fantasy Dragon suddenly appeared. Looking at this scene, the big snake pill's gaze couldn't help but condense. With his vision, he can naturally see that the Burning Golden Crow is a burning artificial-tailed beast, the Magnetic Tyrannosaurus is a magnetic escape artificial-tailed beast, and the Fantasy Dragon is a yin escape artificial-tailed beast. Then at the next moment, looking at the picture in front of him, the big snake pill couldn't help but be shocked. Under the power of the Fantasy Dragon's fantasy come true, the three artificial-tailed beasts suddenly fused into one, turning into a winged divine dragon like the sun. The winged divine dragon looks so noble and sacred. Like the sun, it releases endless light and heat, making it impossible for mortals to see directly. Mortal, how can you look directly at the sun? That terrifying coercion may not be able to withstand many upper patients. This is definitely a terrifying existence beyond the shadow level. Even the Nine Tails did not have such a powerful power. It's worthy of Bai Suanjun. It is indeed the genius whose wisdom transcends the times. This power is already comparable to that of a god. If I hadn't awakened Muduin, maybe after seeing this sun-like artificial-tailed beast, I wouldn't have the slightest fighting intent, and I would have directly admitted defeat. But I awakened Muduin, that is the blood succession limit of the original Hokage and the ninja god. That's also a power comparable to that of a god. Bai Suanjun, let you come and see it. Boom 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 dash. The earth cracked in a roar, and a hideous and domineering wooden dragon grew out of the earth, soared into the air, and soared into the sky. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. The pure white brilliance was like a flame, and it was like thunder and lightning, shrouding the big snake pill in an instant, and completely covering the wooden dragon. However, between breaths, a 100-meter-long pure white dragon appeared in front of Bai Xian's eyes, and also appeared in front of the winged dragon. Two mythical beasts stand tall in the air. Bai Xian stood on top of the head of the winged divine dragon, and the big snake pill stood on top of the head of the immortal wood dragon, and the two looked at each other and both laughed. Senior Orochimaru, this is indeed a power comparable to the gods. Then let's enjoy this battle of myths. As Bai Xian's words fell, the winged divine dragon had already opened its dragon mouth. The crimson lasers suddenly burst out, like the breath of the sun, dazzling light, blazing heat, as if everything will turn to ashes. In the face of the attack of the winged divine dragon, the immortal wood dragon was not to be outdone. The dragon's mouth was open, and the pure white brilliance also converged into a laser cannon, shooting out fiercely. But between electric flint, the two laser cannons collided together. Boom! A terrifying roar suddenly sounded, which was even louder than thunder. The sound waves and waves set off are like typhoons, sweeping the heavens and the earth. With the emergence of cracks, the large strata shattered. The rippled shock wave rushed straight into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were also torn apart. Billowing dust and smoke rise. Such a scene is like a natural disaster. It's the battle of myths. It's really a battle of myths. Bai Suanjun, I'm really happy. This world can produce geniuses like you. If it weren't for you, I would definitely not be able to give full play to my talents, let alone have the power comparable to that of a god. Come on, Bai Suanjun. You don't need any temptation, just go all out. The big snake pill shouted, his eyes and face were full of excitement. He controlled the immortal wood dragon and mobilized the immortal chakra with all his strength. Buzz, airplanes, light, endless light, hundreds of pure white lights. Ang, the immortal wood dragon roared and rushed towards the winged divine dragon. Although the place where the winged divine dragon and the immortal wood dragon fought was wilderness. However, the winged divine dragon and the immortal wood dragon were too huge and dazzling. If the pterosaur is a crimson golden sun, then the fairy wood dragon is a pure white bright moon. Endless light, endless heat, the sky seemed to be divided in half. Half crimson gold, half pure white. Even if they are tens of thousands of meters apart, countless commoners, nobles, and ninjas see it. Oh my god, what is this? This is nothing short of miraculous. Is this the god of the sun and the god of the moon fighting? The world is not going to be destroyed, it. Ha 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 ha. There really is a god in this world. Oh gods, if you could hear my prayers, please bless me. Why is there such a powerful existence in this world? Could it be that these two gods are also from outside the heavens? If I can find these two gods, can I get eternal life? If I had eternal life, I would be able to control my power forever. Enjoy my life, ha ha ha. This feeling, is it chakra? Is it a ninja who is fighting? But how could a ninja have such great power? Even the 5 shadows of the 5 great villages can't have such a powerful power. But this is clearly chakra. I heard that the original Hokage is called the god of ninjas, and it is like a godlike existence. Could it be that these two who are fighting now are ninjas comparable to the god of ninjas? It is incredible that such a powerful existence is hidden in the ninja world. It is really incredible. Besides, on the ground, a white head suddenly appeared, looking at the scene in front of him, and a terrifying wave was set off in his heart. There is actually such a powerful existence hidden in the ninja world. They are even stronger than Madara-sama. I want to report this information to Madara-sama as soon as possible. Bai Xian knew that this battle was destined to be seen by the world. But Bai Xian didn't care. When he possessed the power beyond the shadow level, he had unbridled capital. This is a competition. Or rather, the battle, more and more intense. The red gold fire of the winged divine dragon could easily tear through the defenses of the immortal wood dragon. It's just that the regeneration speed of the fairy wood dragon is too fast, or it would have turned to ashes long ago. Of course, Bai Xian did not go all out either, because Bai Xian was also very interested in the current strength of the great snake pill. As for the immortal wood dragon, although its attack looks vast, it covers the sky. But that pure white light could not tear the winged divine dragon's defenses. It's just that because the regenerative power of the immortal wood dragon is really strong, the big snake pill doesn't care. If you can consume it, then consume it. Anyway, the super speed regeneration and chakra's recovery speed are both advantages of Mu Duen, and also the advantages of his big snake pill. And in the fierce battle, Orochimaru came to his senses. Mu Duen's power is indeed very compatible with the power of immortal arts. Bai Suanjun can create a magnetic dun artificial tailed beast and a burning artificial tailed beast, and I can also create a wooden dun artificial tailed beast. Combine the Mewtwo artificial tailed beast with my white snake artificial tailed beast to create a wood dragon artificial tailed beast. When I become a wooden dragon artificial tailed orc pillar force, my strength can go further. Of course, now Bai Xian has already obtained the Mu Dun potion. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2AA54Z8B. Wait until Bai Xian injects Mu Dun potion and awakens Mu Duen. Presumably, he will also create a Mewtwo artificial tailed beast, or even a Yangdun artificial tailed beast. When the time comes, Scorching artificial tailed beast, Magnetic artificial tailed beast, Mewtwo artificial tailed beast, Yin artificial tailed beast, and Yangdun artificial tailed beast. What kind of existence can these 5 artificial tailed beasts be born when combined? I'm really looking forward to it. I seem to have seen Bai Xian's future. And what about my future? Do you want to learn from him, or do I go my own way? I'm a big snake pill, but I want to go my own way. Thinking of this, the big snake pill also converged his thoughts. He looked at Bai Xian quietly. There was an earth-shaking roar in my ears. Boom 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 dash. Boom 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 dash. 0 for flowers 0 boom 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 dash. The winged divine dragon and the immortal wood dragon are too powerful. Every collision between them is like a natural disaster, capable of setting off a terrifying storm, tearing the earth apart and shattering the clouds. One shock wave after another, unbridled, and shattered everything around. The earth, which was already in shambles, was even more broken. Such a scenario. It was like the end had come. And in the continuous battle, Bai Xian also understood the power of the winged divine dragon better. He even perfected the immortal winged divine dragon chakra mode in his mind. The power of the pterosaur is the power of the chakra fusion reaction, and it is also a controlled fusion reaction. This fusion reaction can perfectly fuse the burning and magnetic escape, and maybe it won't be long before I can master a blood succession. The blood succession elimination that fuses fire dun, wind dun, and thunder dun into one hen dun. Hang dun is the power of the chakra fusion reaction. If I can master the chakra fusion reaction, I may be able to master a more powerful blood succession, nuclear dun. Bai Xian knew that the fusion reaction was a form of nuclear reaction in which 2 lighter atomic nuclei were combined into a heavier nucleus and an extremely light nucleus, or a form of particle reaction. In this process, matter is not conserved because a part of the material from the nucleus of the fused atom is converted into photons, which is a type of energy. The fission reaction is a change in the split of an atomic nucleus into several nuclei, both of which can release a very large amount of energy, and this energy is naturally called nuclear energy. Maybe the 5 chakra basic attributes are fused together, and the blood inheritance formed is the nuclear dun. But what if you add yin and yang? Nyadun represents a huge amount of energy, and the combination of yin and yang is yin, which holds the power of creation in nothing and gives life. If you can create everything, you can destroy everything. The power of blood snare must be the supreme power. And I don't seem far from mastering this supreme power. Just as Bai Xian was thinking, the battle had already come to an end. When the crimson gold laser flooded the fairy wood dragon, when the crimson gold fire submerged the immortal wood dragon, the figure of the great snake pill suddenly turned into a pure white light and disappeared in place. Watching the crimson golden fire bake the earth to a charred black, the afterlight reflected in the eyes of the big snake pill also made him show a bright smile. That's pretty much it. So he didn't choose to let the fairy wood dragon continue to regenerate. He was already roughly clear about Bai Xian's strength, as well as his own strength. He even figured out how he should become stronger next. so he can't wait to get back in the lab and start experimenting to take it to the next level. The feeling of experimentation, the feeling of becoming stronger, made him enjoy it immensely. Watching the immortal wood dragon turn into ashes, the figures of Bai Xian and the winged divine dragon also disappeared in place out of thin air. Senior Orochimaru, are you admitting defeat? 887 Bai Xian, who appeared in front of the big snake pill, had a slightly upward curve at the corner of his mouth, and said in a relaxed tone, "That's true, that's enough for this battle. I've got what I want, and I already have the idea to get stronger next, so I can't wait to get back to the lab for the next experiment." As I suspected, I also benefited a lot from this competition. If that's the case, let's leave it at that. See you again. Orochimaru and Bai Xian looked at each other and smiled. Then Bai Xian activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared out of thin air. The big snake pill turned into a pure white brilliance and disappeared in place. After returning to your room, Bai Xian took out the Mu Dun potion. Looking at the dark green liquid, Bai Xian's gaze also became deeper. Come on, pierce directly into the heart and inject Mu medicine. As the heat flowed, the majestic and vast vitality erupted in the body. Feeling the subtle changes in the body, Bai Xian couldn't help but squint his eyes. What a wonderful feeling. Changes in genes that trigger changes throughout the body, cells, tissues, organs. This is the body of an immortal, and sure enough, only the ultimate yang power can carry the ultimate yin power. Without the immortal body, it is impossible to carry the immortal eye and become a 6th-level life form. I have already felt that my eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan eye is becoming ready to move under the nourishment of the immortal body. It's a sign of evolution. It's just, Bai Xian thought of Uchiha. After the end of the battle, Senjima, who was immersed in the mystery of the Sharingan, did not immediately dispose of Madara's body, but hid Uchiha's body in the mountains of Konoha. However, Uchiha calculated before the war that even if he lost to Senjujima's men, Senjima would not immediately dispose of his corpse. So before he died, through the characteristics of the kaleidoscope chakra eye, he set the forbidden artisanagi in his right eye, rewrote reality at the expense of his right eye, and revived it, and pretended to be a corpse, and then quietly left the deep mountains of Konoha. In the previous battle, Uchiha bit off a piece of meat from the pillar, and after resurrection, he spit out the meat and transplanted it into the wound, thus successfully obtaining the cells between the Senjukuma. However, after transplanting the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars, there was no reaction at first, and even Uchiha himself slowly felt puzzled. Because the Uchiha stone tablet records that two forces are mutually exclusive, and each other is one, pregnant with all things, Uchiha is convinced of this time past, and it was not until Uchiha was about to end that he accidentally opened the Eye of Reincarnation. This information also means that even if you have the body of an immortal, it will take a long time to make the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye evolve into the reincarnation eye. Although Bai Xian is not short of time, wouldn't it be better if he could get the Eye of Reincarnation as soon as possible? Yin and Yang may be able to promote the evolution of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. It's just that my Yin and Yang are still very weak, and if I develop it deeply, I may be able to awaken the Eye of Reincarnation within a year. As for how to develop it in depth, Bai Xian naturally will not be without ideas. That is to create the Yin and Yang hidden-tailed beast. Read more novels for free on our website tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. However, before creating the Yin and Yang artificial tailed beast, Bai Xian still planned to create the Mu Dun artificial tailed beast first, and then try to fuse the burning Dun and the magnetic tailed beast to master his first blood succession elimination, Hang Dun. Mu Duen, Bai Xian whispered, and after making a seal with one hand, a sapling suddenly grew out of the earth. I have a hunch that the Mewtwo artificial tailed beast may exceed my expectations and bring me an unprecedented surprise. Zero. After all, just as the great snake pill said, Mu Dun is not an ordinary blood succession limit. He whispered like this, and Bai Xian immediately closed his eyes. Run the brain with all your strength, activate the brain cells to the extreme, and the sparks of thinking suddenly burst out, setting off a monstrous flame of wisdom between the electric flints. The qualitative change of Shui Dun chakra was mastered by Bai Xian in 1 minute. The Blackwater chakra pattern was perfected in 3 minutes. The qualitative change of Tuta chakra was mastered by Bai Xian in the 4th minute. In the 7th minute, Bai Xian had perfected the heavy earth chakra mode. In the 15th minute, Bai Xian mastered the qualitative change of Mu Dun chakra, which was a more vibrant Mu Duen, which was a Mu Dun that fused with the immortal chakra. Then Bai Xian spent another half an hour to finally develop the immortal wood chakra mode. Immortal law yin yang inorganic rebirth. When a steady stream of fairy chakra poured into the saplings in front of him, this sapling has also changed dramatically. It is growing rapidly. Root, germinate, flower, bear fruit. And after completing the results, the root whiskers of this small tree are shrinking rapidly. It was as if it no longer needed the root whiskers to absorb nutrients and water for it. Is it because of this fruit? Fruits that absorb light energy and even absorb natural energy. My hunch is not wrong. Mewtwo artificial tail beast fruit 0.5 Ran brought me a big surprise. Being able to absorb nature is an incredible ability. This is the ability of the divine tree. Maybe the Mewtwo artificial tailed beast will be able to become an existence comparable to or similar to a divine tree in the future. And absorbing light energy, it is even more amazing. Light energy is solar energy, and the energy contained in solar energy is an astronomical amount for human beings. If solar energy can be fully utilized, it is only a matter of time before human civilization enters the interstellar era. Or rather, only by maximizing the use of solar energy can human civilization enter the interstellar era. After a slight pause, Bai Xian suddenly thought of the famous Sanfen Genren in his previous life. He has a dance song called The Rootless Tree. The so-called tree has no roots, there is a thought. The heart is like a dream, floating 3000, intoxicated, true or false. The sight of high and low, not divided between near and far, looking at its comprehensiveness, gain and loss are like sleep. There is no birth, there is nothing, there is nothing, there is no movement, black and white, yin and yang, nature. Dharma-wise, enlightened heaven, rootless, cultivation. Mu Dun has an extremely close relationship with natural energy and immortal arts. The rootless tree may allow me to further upgrade the chakra immortal cultivation method. Qi training, foundation building, Jindan his eyes gradually became deeper, and Bai Xian already had some ideas in his mind about how to upgrade the chakra immortal cultivation method. However, now is not the time to upgrade the chakra immortal cultivation law. The Mewtwo artificial tailed beast has been created. Then it's the turn of the Yang Dun artificial tailed beast. As soon as his mind moved, the rootless tree suddenly disappeared in place. Stretching out his palm, Yang Dun chakra began to gather. Yang Dun Dai 03 expresses body energy, represents vitality, but also represents life intensity, life essence. What will the Yang Dun artificial tailed beast look like? Immortal law yin and yang inorganic rebirth. One hand seals, one seal casts. With a steady stream of immortal chakra, it poured into the Yang Dun chakra. Yang Dun chakra, which originally represented vitality, became more vibrant. Soon, the substantial Yang Dun chakra turned into an egg. The egg seems to contain infinite vitality. Poof, poof, with the sound of the heartbeat, the eggshell shattered. A golden phoenix suddenly appeared. The phoenix of life not only has the ability to regenerate at super speed, but also has the ability to regenerate after death. As long as chakra is not exhausted, it can be reborn indefinitely. And its ability is my ability. Burning golden crow, magnetic tyrannosaurus, rootless tree, fantasy dragon, life phoenix. I don't know what kind of existence can be born after these 5 artificial tailed beasts are fused into one. An existence that is more powerful than a pterosaur, but it will also be an existence similar to a pterosaur. With a movement of his mind, Bai Xian summoned these 5 artificial tailed beasts. When the power of the fantasy dragon's fantasy came true was launched, the 5 artificial tailed beasts quickly fused into one, turning into a golden winged dragon. Perhaps it can also be called a pterosaur. Although I think it is very similar to the mythical Yinglong in the previous life, it may not be worthy of being called Yinglong now. After all, Yinglong is in the earliest mythology, but the dragon of the ancestors controls the 3 supreme powers of creation, and destruction. Even in some records, Yinglong is the ancestor of Kylin and Phoenix. But even the current winged divine dragon is not worthy of the title of Yinglong. But now the winged divine dragon undoubtedly also has very powerful power. That's the power closer to the sun. More fiery flames, more dazzling brilliance, and the ability of rootless trees can also give the pterosaur the power to absorb solar energy. There is also the ability to absorb natural energy, which can also allow the winged Shenlong to have more chakra, dominate more powerful power, and have a longer endurance. And the ability of the life phoenix to regenerate at great speed and endless rebirth is also perfectly inherited by the winged divine dragon, so many abilities combine to make it more powerful, and more like a god, the god of the sun. And the power of the winged dragon is my power. Winged Dragon Chakra Mode. Looking at the noble and ancient winged divine dragon in front of him, Bai Xian's eyes couldn't help but show a bit of blaze. Next, what I want to do is to fuse the magnetic escape and the burning dun into one, and master the Heng Dun blood succession limit. If you want to fuse the burning and magnetic revelation into a permanent escape by fusion reaction, it is not so simple. According to Bai Xian's calculations, it would take about a month. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. When Bai Xian and the Big Snake Pill began to experiment, the information about the 3 generations of Kaze Cage being devoured by a dragon in the Kaze Cage building also spread throughout the ninja world. That dragon, it's definitely some kind of ninjutsu. Who the hell is there such a powerful existence in the ninja world? Cheyenne Village has lost 3 generations of Wind Shadows, who will become the 4th generation of Wind Shadows. Now that the Cheyenne Village is leaderless, will there be a ninja village who takes the opportunity to start a war? Ninja. It seems to be messing up, especially Union Village. After the 3 generations of Lei Ying father and son saw this news, they showed excited expressions almost immediately. Father, this is our opportunity in Union Village. The son of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, the future 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, he can't wait to start a war, make meritorious achievements, and lead Union Village to become the overlord of the ninja world, because he knew that only unity could achieve true peace. As for his father, although the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow also believe so, only unification can achieve true peace. Unification would necessitate war, but he was not as eager as his son. Son, I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry. You see, now the entire ninja world knows that Sandian Village has lost 3 generations of Wind Shadows, and the dragons are leaderless. Do you think Cheyenne Village knows about this matter? They know for sure and will be ready for war. If we Union Village launches a war against Cheyenne Village, we will inevitably be resisted by the desperate resistance of Shaz 057 Hidden Village. Then the other ninja villages will definitely fall into the hole. As the voice of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows fell, AI was not so eager, and his face also showed a pensive expression. In that case, what do you think we should do, my lord, father? It's impossible for us to do nothing at such a good time. Seeing that his son finally began to think, the 3 generations of Lei Ying also showed a relieved expression and showed a confident smile. Do it. Of course we have to do it. How can we not do anything at such a good time? Son, let me ask a question. What do you think our Union Village needs most? As soon as this question came out, it also made AI fall into deep thought. What does our Union Village need most? He thought about it for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he thought of something, and blurted out, it's a weapon. Our Union Village needs weapons the most right now. That's right. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying nodded and replied, our Union Village needs weapons the most now. But the weapon forging level of our Union Village is not bad, so what our Union Village lacks the most is actually ore. And in the ninja world, only Yuan Village has the most ore. No one would have thought that we would sneak up on Union Village. By the time the others reacted, we had successfully obtained a batch of ore. When the 3 generations of Lei Ying said his plan, his son already showed an expression of admiration and admiration. Father, you are so good. If it is the compliment of others, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow may disdain. But this is a compliment from his own son. How calm does this make the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow? The 3rd generation of Lei Ying showed a proud and smug expression and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, son, you study hard. I believe you will be able to become a qualified Thunder Shadow in the future. Yes, my lord, I will definitely study hard, AI assured seriously. In this way, Union Village made a decision. On the other side, under the earth near the Bridge of God, the old Uchiha Madara was closing his eyes, feeling the chakra entering his body by the golem of the outer way, feeling the feeling of life slowly passing. Madara-sama, it's not good. In the land of fire, there are 2 very powerful ninjas fighting, and their battles are comparable to natural disasters, dyeing the sky in 2 colors. One is crimson gold, the other is pure white. The destruction of the earth is a mess, and the people nearby even regard it as a battle of the gods. As Baiju's words fell, Uchiha's brows couldn't help but frown. Baiju is a tool he created, and he naturally does not think that the tools he created will deceive him. So, there are still 2 such powerful beings hidden in the ninja world? Why didn't I find out back then? According to Baiju, these 2 powerful people can dye the sky in 2 colors, perhaps no worse than me and the pillar back then. Could it be that they are the strong people born over the years? Something is wrong, something is so wrong. If this kind of strong person hides more in the ninja world, then can his Moonai plan really be successfully completed? Uchiha opened his eyes were extremely complicated. Meanwhile, the black hidden in the shadows is definitely more shocking than Uchiha. How can it be? I have lived for thousands of years and know the world inside out. How can such a powerful being be hidden among ninjas? The power that can surpass the shadow level is only the reincarnation of Asura and Indra. How can ordinary ninjas have power beyond the shadow level? Variable. This is definitely variable. Such variables will definitely affect my plans. But how do I eliminate these 2 variables? That's an existence beyond the shadow level. Even if Uzumaki Nagato grows up and controls the power of the reincarnation eye, but this pair of reincarnation eyes is not his after all, he cannot have the power of the 6 realms. They are all existences below the shadow level and the 6 realms. Can he eradicate these 2 variables? This also seems to be an unknown. However, although Heiju's face was very embarrassed, he could not give up his plan. Because he is the creator of Kagaya Atsuki, the meaning of his existence is to rescue his mother. He had all the memories of Kagaya in his head. Therefore, it is not impossible for Uzumaki Nagato to master the power of the 6 levels. It's just that it will make his plan more complicated, but there is no way around it. After all, variables have already appeared, and there are still 2. Go and find out their intelligence. No matter what the variables, the enemy is in the light, we are in the dark. As long as we have their intelligence, we still have an advantage. Yes, Madara-sama. They are tools. Under the will of Uchiha, he will naturally obediently obey. And Heiju listened to Uchiha's decision, and his heart was also very satisfied, and he thought the same. Uchiha spot. After all, it is not mediocrity. No matter how many undercurrents are surging in the outside world. At the root base, Orochimaru has devised an upgrade plan to transform the white snake artificial tailed beast into a Mewtwo artificial tailed beast. Read more novels for free on our website tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Although Mew Dun contains the 4 powers of Earth Dun, Water Dun, Yang Dun, and Immortal Art, but only the power of Earth and Water is perfectly integrated. The power of Yang Dun and Immortal Art is only very suitable for Mew Dun, which can bless Mew Dun and greatly enhance the power of Mewtwo. It is precisely because of this that Mew Dun is only a blood succession limit. But now, I have perfectly combined the white snake artificial tailed beast with Mewtwo, and I have achieved the perfect fusion of Earth Dun, Water Dun, and Immortal Art. This also made Mew Dun have a fundamental change, become more powerful, and become a kind of blood succession. This kind of blood succession elimination can also be perfectly increased by Yang Dun, which also makes my blood succession elimination Mew Dun more powerful than ordinary blood succession elimination. Of course, although I also want to perfectly integrate the power of Earth Dun, Water Dun, Immortal Art, and Yang Dun, I can't do it yet. It's better to take it one step at a time. After completing the perfect integration of Earth Dun, Water Dun, and Immortal Arts, then design how to perfectly integrate Yang Dun into it. Let me see the power of blood succession to eliminate Mew Dun first. At the same time, I look forward to Mewtwo, who will perfectly combine the 4 forces in the future. While speaking, the big snake pill had already summoned the white snake artificial tailed beast. At the same time, both hands turned into phantoms. Immortal Wood Dragon Rebirth Technique. Boom 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 dash. As the earth cracked, a small wooden dragon suddenly grew out, completely entwining the white snake artificial tailed beast. Mew Dun originally had the ability to absorb chakra. Under the control of the big snake pill, the wooden dragon quickly devoured the white snake artificial tailed beast. And under the action of the Immortal Wood Dragon Rebirth Technique, strange changes have occurred. It shrunk into an egg. In the continuous absorption of natural energy, the wooden, Myojiao's, dragon body Mew Dun chakra, in the rapid transformation into fairy chakra. When the transformation is completed, a different aura has been born in this wooden dragon egg. It was the chakra aura produced by the perfect fusion of Earth, Water, and Immortal Art. Now comes the final step. Immortal Law Inorganic Rebirth Artificial Tailed Beast Art. His hands turned into phantoms, surging with the fairy chakra. The dense spell immediately appeared on the wooden dragon egg. But in an instant, the lungs. The wooden dragon egg is engraved with pitch black techniques. And in the next moment, a dazzling pure white light suddenly appeared. In the silence, Mew Dun artificial tailed beast Immortal Wood Dragon was finally born. On the wooden divine dragon is densely packed with techniques, pure white fairy brilliance, completely covering the fairy wood dragon. Finally born, my fairy wood dragon. His eyes showed a bit of blaze, and the big snake pill couldn't help but stretch out his palm. After pressing on the head of the fairy wood dragon, the fairy wood dragon was directly integrated into the body of the big snake pill. This is the artificial human pillar force technology of the big snake pill. Since the seal was not broken, the Immortal Wood Dragon naturally replaced the white snake artificial tailed beast and became the power of the great snake pill. This feeling, it's really satisfying. The body is filled with incomparably majestic power. And Zion Mew Dragon, it's no longer a snake, but a dragon, and this is indeed the power of the dragon. The power of the Immortal Wood Dragon is my power. Immortal Dragon Chakra Mode. As the great snake pill whispered, hundreds of pure white rays of light suddenly burst out from his body. The pure white light was woven into a cloak of energy on his body. Mew Dun has the property of devouring chakra. The Immortal Wood Dragon is naturally able to devour chakra. It can even devour the immortal chakra. This also means that conventional ninjutsu and even fairy arts can no longer hurt me. Chakra has been devoured. What is the power of ninjutsu and immortal art? 703. And even if I get hurt, I can regenerate at super speed. So, what existence in the ninja world can kill me? This is already an invincible force. Not to mention, the endless stream of chakra in my body can make my unbridled trend pure white immortal light to destroy everything. This kind of power is too powerful. Now Su Ren's hand pillar is closer to the gods. And this is not the end of me, I can continue to get stronger. Let me think about how I can perfectly integrate Yang Dun into the blood succession elimination Mewtwo. Then again, what should the blood inheritance that contains the 4 attributes be called? Maybe Bai Suanjun has already chosen a name. Meanwhile, in Bai Xian's laboratory. When Bai Xian calculated the result in his mind, the corners of Bai Xian's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly, and a bright smile was hooked. Great, the chakra fusion formula I speculated is correct. In that case, I can fuse the burning and magnetic Dun into one and dominate the chakra fusion, the power of Hengdu. And chakra fusion technology. Not only can I master Hengduan, I can also combine sealing techniques to construct a chakra fusion system in the body. Transform all the chakras into Hengduan chakra, thereby greatly improving the quality and quantity of chakra. It also means that I will control a larger amount of chakra energy, so that I can exert more power. With the chakra fusion system as the energy system, I can naturally control the larger Susanna Mecha. So what I'm going to do next is to synthesize the burning and magnetic escape into the constant void, construct the chakra fusion system in the body, create the constant tailed beast, and upgrade the Susanna Mecha. Very good, clear thinking. You can come step by step. First of all, the first step, closing his eyes, Bai Xian began to wholeheartedly control the chakra in his body. Use magnetic chakra to continuously compress the burning chakra, while constantly increasing the temperature of the burning chakra. To make it reach a state of high temperature and high pressure, Bai Xian, who has been carefully calculated, knows very well how much temperature he needs to reach, and how much pressure he needs to reach. 14 minutes later. The temperature and pressure meet the standards of chakra fusion reactions. Then countless tiny chakra particles began to combine to become larger, heavier, and denser chakra particles. When chakra-heavy particles were synthesized, magnetic chakra and burning chakra also began to fuse rapidly, and Hunduan chakra, which contained huge energy, was born. Hunduan chakra is the true power of the sun. It not only contains an incomparably huge amount of energy, which can release infinite brilliance and endless heat, but also releases incomparably terrifying chakra radiation. This chakra radiation contains a very terrifying power of destruction. Not only can it destroy matter, but the impact on living organisms is also extremely huge. Even if the living body is not killed in the first time, it will bring permanent damage and distortion to the living body. And the residual chakra radiation will continue to devour the life of the living body and destroy the body of the living body. Of course, this chakra radiation will not harm Bai Xian. And this chakra radiation not only will not harm Bai Xian, but also strengthen Bai Xian's body little by little. This wonderful feeling, how can Bai Xian describe it in words? It's a wonderful feeling. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. I didn't expect Hangdun to have this kind of magic use. Chakra radiation can even strengthen my physique. The strengthening of the body also means that the vitality becomes stronger, and it also represents the stronger quality of Yangda chakra. When I construct the chakra fusion system in my body, I can let Hangda chakra release chakra radiation all the time, and continuously strengthen my body. When my physique is strengthened to the limit of the efficacy of chakra radiation, I may be able to continue to develop the 8-door Dunjia system in the human body. Permanently open the first 4 doors of the 8 doors of Dunjia. The third gate of the 8 doors of Dunjia is called Shenmen, which can further increase the attack and speed. The body begins to be engorged and turns red, and the last safe zone of the 8-gate Dunjia is the body, and the body begins to emit green energy. The fourth door of the 8-door Dunjia is called the injury door. Further increasing the attack and speed, the body begins to be damaged, enters the danger zone of the 8-door Dunjia, and enters the state of the 8-door Dunjia in the true sense. After permanently opening the first 4 doors of the 8 gates of Dunjia, Bai Suanda was a little difficult to calculate how powerful he could be at that time. Could it be that with just one fist, it would be able to destroy a mountain? If not, can the 5th door of the 8 doors of Dunjia be permanently opened? The 5th door of the 8 doors is called Duman, and after Matkai opens the Duman, it is enough to stir the ground just by the fierce wind set off by high-speed movement. It's really exciting, but what I'm looking forward to more now is the Hunduan artificial tailed beast. Perhaps I'll get a real golden crow. Stretching out his left hand, opening his palm, Hunduan chakra quickly gathered. The qualitative change of magnetic chakra and the qualitative change of burning chakra are integrated into it, so that the constant chakra produces qualitative change. The pure golden brilliance shone, and Bai Xian immediately sealed it with one hand. Buzz! Airplanes! The humming sound sounded, and Bai Xian felt that his biological magnetic field and Hunduan chakra produced a magnetic field resonance phenomenon of the same frequency. Hangdun blood has eliminated all the characteristics of wind, fire, thunder, scorching, and magnetism, and has also greatly strengthened their characteristics. In particular, the characteristics of magnetic escape, the magnetic field resonates at the same frequency, which means that I can control the electric magnetic force more deeply and in more detail. In this way, a lot of electromagnetic knowledge that I only know theory and cannot translate into practical technology can be used. And I can also control chakra with the help of electromagnetic forces, and controlling chakra more deeply and in more detail can also allow me to do more. Finally, when I controlled the qualitative transformation of Tuta chakra, I gained the ability to manipulate gravity, or rather gravity. Electromagnetic force plus gravity, combined with chakra, perhaps I can use the ability of fantasy to come true to a certain extent, complete the chakra grand unified theory, and manipulate the fundamental force of the universe. All this, it's all the changes that Hangdun has brought me. Just as Bai Xian whispered, the Hunduan artificial tailed beast was finally born. That's a golden crow. Dazzling, noble, gorgeous, like the god of the sun. This is an existence comparable to a winged dragon. If it is mainly based on Hunduan Jinyu, it fuses the rootless tree, the fantasy dragon, and the life phoenix, the pterosaur that was born. And how powerful will it be? Perhaps his current self is only one step away from the 6th level. I can't wait to see that great being. With a movement of his mind, Bai Xian directly summoned the rootless tree, the fantasy dragon, and the life phoenix. Then the sun god winged dragon was born. This is a complete sun god winged divine dragon, because he has the true power of the sun. The sun is like gold, more dazzling than I thought. Stretch out your right hand and open your palm. The moment Bai Xian's fingertips touched the winged divine dragon, the winged divine dragon was directly integrated into Bai Xian's body. However, between the electric flint, this power belonging to the sun has become the power of Bai Xian. Immortal winged divine dragon chakra mode. With this power, it seems that I can easily complete the chakra fusion system. Use sealing techniques to transform the meridian system of the human body to construct the chakra fusion system. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a scarlet color suddenly appeared. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The immortal yin-yang escape chakra fusion system technique has been completed. 1 hand seals, 1 seal casts. As the dense pitch-black technique condensed in Bai Xian's body, the human meridian system also changed rapidly under Bai Xian's control. Less than 3 minutes. The chakra fusion system is complete. A steady stream of fairy chakra was transformed into Hunduan chakra. Hunduan chakra is like the sun, continuously releasing chakra radiation. Chakra radiation began to strengthen his physique little by little, and this feeling of getting stronger all the time made Bai Xian couldn't help but show an expression of enjoyment. It's warmer than ever, it's easier than ever. Hangdun's power is indeed extremely powerful. At this rate, it only takes me about 3 months for my physique to be strengthened to a very powerful level by chakra radiation. That kind of strength is enough for me to permanently open the first 4 doors of the 8 doors Dunjia. It's getting closer and closer to permanently opening the 8-gate Dunjia array. If my physique reaches the 6th level, the spirit also reaches the 6th level, and the chakra also reaches the 6th level, then how terrifying will my combat power reach? A punch to break the star is by no means wishful thinking, and it is not even far away. Now there's the last step. Upgrade Susanna Mecha. How do I upgrade Susanna Mecha? There is a limit to the power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sherinan. Completely Sanu is the limit of the eternal kaleidoscope Chakra I. When Susanna became a complete body, if he wanted to continue to improve his combat effectiveness, he could only rely on external forces. This external force can be a tailed beast. Uchiha once used the complete body Susanna to fuse the tailed beast and master the power Susanoo. The future Uchiha Suzuki even combined the chakra of the 9-tailed beast with the full body Susanoo to show the ultimate form of Susanoo. The Pterosaurus is an artificial tailed beast that can strengthen Susanoo. Read more novels for free on our website tinyurl.com/2AA54Z8B0. Ask for flowers. The Susanna Mecha can also be used as a full body armor for Susanoo, and further strengthens the full body Susanoo. Maybe this upgrade will allow my Susanoo to have 6-level power. If not, then upgrade again, and it will definitely work. Finally, after secretly thinking in his heart, Bai Xian withdrew from the immortal winged divine dragon chakra mode and began to concentrate on thinking about the upgrade plan of Susanna Mecha. Meanwhile, in the village of Cheyenne, in a puppet manufacturing room, Scorpion has successfully disassembled the mechanical toys that Bai Xian gave him. It's really a wonderful structure, so it is. It turns out that metal can still be combined in this structure, this thing. It can be defined as a metal organ puppet. But defining this kind of thing is the most boring. If I can fully control this technology, I can completely combine the art of human puppets and turn myself into a metal puppet. At that time, I will be an eternal and immortal being. With infinite time, I can continue to research and upgrade this technology, so as to continue to become stronger. At the end of time, I will eventually become a godlike being. When the time comes, what shall I call myself, and what shall the world call me? This is simply a divine magic. However, it is not realistic to directly become a godlike existence. War should be about to break out. In order to obtain battle merits in the war, so as to become the 4th generation of Mechai, I need to create a metal puppet as soon as possible to improve my combat effectiveness. And I already have an idea. There is an empty cabin inside this metal organ puppet. If the puppeteer can control the puppet in this empty cabin, will the body still be the puppeteer's weakness? If you can't defeat the puppeteer, you can't defeat the puppeteer. I already know how I should make my first metal puppet. Mysterious boy. I know you'll keep an eye on me. This war, let you see my talent and talent. Kakashi was pondering. He was almost finished with his Kakashi Ryu sword technique. This is a sword art based on the White Fang sword art, combined with the Chakra Immortal Cultivation Dragon chapter, the Purple Electric Chakra mode, and some illusion principles. The gift that Bai Suan-jun gave me explained the principle very clearly, and my father's teaching to me did not hide in the slightest. Being able to complete Kakashi Ryu swordsmanship, both Bai Suan-jun and my father-sama have given me a great help. And the strength of this Kakashi Ryu swordsmanship did not disappoint me. It won't even disappoint Bai Suan-jun and Lord Father. The body is the root of strength, and the Chakra Immortal Transformation Dragon chapter allows me to have a strong physique and be able to wield heavier blades. Moreover, the performance of swordsmanship also requires the support of the body. 330. Only a strong physique can use exquisite and powerful swordsmanship. For ninjas, although the body is powerful fundamentally, chakra is the most powerful force. By Suanjun Silver Electric Chakra is not suitable for me. After my modification, the Silver Electric Chakra has become a Purple Electric Chakra, which can make me have more terrifying agility and a reaction speed beyond humans. Only in this way can I wield faster, steadier, and more accurate sword techniques. Of course, swordsmanship does not need to be fast, steady, and accurate, but also requires a spirit, a will, and a momentum. Lord Father said that only an incomparably calm mental state can make the body enter a state of extreme relaxation, and then burst out all the strength of the human body, thereby wielding the strongest sword. So I combine some of the principles of illusion to hypnotize myself and give myself this incredibly calm, extremely relaxed state of mind. And all this perfectly combined, which gave birth to my Kakashi Ryu sword art. Finally, it's done. Couldn't help it, Kakashi showed a bright smile. Although he was wearing a mask, his crooked eyes could still tell that Kakashi was laughing. At this time, the classroom was empty. Kakashi simply packed his bag and went home without a pause. Seeing his father, who was resting, Kakashi couldn't help but speak, "Father, I'm finally done." As Kakashi's words fell, Kiki Shuumao was first stunned, and then revealed a relieved smile. Great! Of course he knew what Kakashi was doing. It is also very clear how amazing Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship is. Kakashi, who created Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship, will inevitably surpass him in the future and surpass Konoha White Fang. Great, really good. Kakashi, do you want to test your Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship? Of course, Father-sama, I can't wait to see the power of Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship. Kakashi's eyes were full of expectation. Very good, then come on. In fact, not only Kakashi can't wait, but Kiki Shuumao is also looking forward to it. While speaking, Kimu Shuumao pulled out his white-toothed short knife. Although the Kiki clan is not large, it also has a courtyard that is enough for Kakashi and Kiki Shuumao to compete in swordsmanship. Looking at his father who pulled out the White Fang short knife, Kakashi also pulled out his short knife. This is a birthday gift from his father, a short knife forged from chakra conductive metal, which has a very strong thunder chakra conductivity, which Kakashi named Thunderbird. Father, it's up. In the next instant, purple thunder and lightning suddenly burst out from Kakashi's body, wrapping around Kakashi's body. The cells were activated by the purple electric chakra in an instant, and after having a more powerful explosive power, Kakashi's figure suddenly disappeared in place, like a purple thunderbolt. And in the process, Kakashi has completed self-hypnosis, and his eyes are calm, like Dead Lake. What a speed! This speed is already very tolerable, and Kakashi is only 5 years old now. He really deserves to be my son. Thunderbird Thousand Shadows. When Kakashi swung out the Thunderbird short blade, the purple thunder and lightning also suddenly diverged, turning into hundreds of thunder rays and shadows, making the Thunderbird short blade also turn into hundreds of blade shadows. The blade of true and false. Who can tell? Kimu Shuumao, as the White Fang of Konoha who shocked the ninja world with the name of swordsmanship, can naturally be distinguished. When Kimu Shuumao swung the White Fang short knife zero, a white blade light also suddenly flashed in the void, cut down the hundreds of thunder rays and sword shadows that were true and false. Of course Kakashi also doesn't think that a single move will work against his father. In the next instant, the purple thunder and lightning on Kakashi's body suddenly twisted, condensing a pair of thunder wings on Kakashi's back. Purple lightning wings 80 flashes. Kakashi's figure disappeared. There was only a purple thunderbolt. How gorgeous it looked, like a flying bird. Crackle. Cracking sound. The sound of thunder and thunderbolts is endless, and the birds turned into purple thunder and lightning continue to disappear, constantly appear, constantly cut through the void, and from different angles, crashing towards Kimu Shuumao. And the sharp mouth of the Asuka is the Thunderbird short blade in Kakashi's hand. Block. Obstruct. The sound of metal clashing continued to sound, although Kakashi's move was very powerful, but Kikishua Shigeru was Konoha White Fang, and he waved the White Fang short blade in his hand to accurately block Kakashi's every attack. It seems that speed alone cannot pose the slightest threat to my father. Although strength is not my strong point, Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship is much stronger than White Fang. Some of these moves should be able to work against my father. In an instant, Kakashi made a decision. The figure suddenly paused, and his knees bent to charge 4.2. When purple thunder and lightning converge on the tip of the Thunderbird short blade. Squeaky. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping suddenly sounded. And in the next moment, the purple thunder light suddenly bloomed, and Kakashi jumped with it. Purple lightning, thunder, 1,000 birds skimming the sky. His feet were nearly 10 meters off the ground, and then he suddenly swooped towards Kimu Shuumao. This trick is already comparable to patience. If you are surprised, even Shangnin can kill it. It's just that I'm not a shinobi. Pure white light is constantly intertwined with purple electric light. Kakashi's rivalry with Kikishuo Shigeru also became more intense. Kakashi developed many moves, and they were used one by one at this time, showing extremely terrifying speed and destructive power. Although Kimushuomao was able to block it easily, he also had to marvel in his heart. This is Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship, and it is really exquisite. Much stronger than my White Fang swordsmanship. With Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship, Kakashi only needs to practice step by step, and he is destined to be able to stand at the top of the ninja world. What could be happier than a father watching his son create a bright future for himself? Kimushuomao even had a feeling of death without regrets. That's it, accompanied by hundreds of collisions between blades and blades. The battle is finally over. Kakashi was defeated without surprise, because Chakra was exhausted and had little stamina left. Few gasping for breath, although his body was very tired, Kakashi's heart was extremely excited. Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship did not disappoint him. Very strong 03, very comprehensive and perfect. Although he did not defeat his father, he was able to fight back and forth. This has made Kakashi very satisfied. After all, he knew he was still very young. Kakashi, your stick. Your future will definitely surpass me. His father's praise also made Kakashi can't help but smile brightly. Father, I will be your eternal pride. Kimushuomao smiled gratifyingly. After a moment of silence, Kakashi suddenly spoke. Father-sama, do you say I should go and meet Hakugen-kun? Hearing Kakashi's words, Kikishuomao's expression also froze. After pondering for a moment, Kimushuomao nodded. It's time to meet by Suinjun. Give Kakashi Ryu's sword art to Bai Suinjun, maybe Bai Suinjun will give you other gifts. Thinking of the battle between himself and Bai Suinjun, Kimushuomao only felt that Bai Suinjun was unfathomable, and there must be many whole cards hidden in his hands. If he was optimistic about Kakashi's talent, maybe he would really give Kakashi some very precious gifts again. When the time comes, Kakashi can continue to become stronger again, and with the continuous improvement of Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship, Kakashi's future can even surpass his imagination. Hearing his father's words, Kakashi's eyes couldn't help but show a little expectation. Although he is not very old, he is very intelligent. What Kimushuomao thought of, he could also think of. If Bai Suinjun continued to give gifts to himself, then what kind of changes would happen in his future, the future of Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship? I know my father, I will go to see Bai Suinjun today. Take a good rest, then eat and wash. The current Bai Suinjun is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, so it will be more formal when he meets him. I see, my lord. Unknowingly, the night shrouded the earth. Kakashi also came to Hakugen's room. Kakashi, you've changed a lot. After mastering Hengdun, Bai Xian's perception of magnetic fields has also become much stronger. You know, ninjas not only have a life magnetic field, but also a spiritual magnetic field, as well as a chakra magnetic field. By perceiving these three magnetic fields, Bai Xian was able to accurately judge a person's physical strength, mental strength, and chakra quality. At this time, just by glancing at Kakashi, Hakugen judged Kakashi's current comprehensive state. Indeed, thank you very much Bai Suinjun for the gift you gave me. Without these gifts, I would not have the power I have now. Looking at Kakashi's polite and modest appearance, Bai Xian also smiled slightly. Don't be so modest. Although I have tried my best to reduce the difficulty of learning those techniques and the difficulty of understanding those techniques and knowledge are not something that ordinary people can learn and master. Kakashi, you are indeed a rare genius, and that's why I gave you a gift. Bai Xian wanted to raise the upper limit of Chakra's power system, and naturally hoped that the more geniuses, the better. I also hope that these geniuses can easily learn the knowledge they have deduced, and then innovate and be harvested by themselves. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Only in this way can the development of the chakra power system be accelerated, and he can become stronger faster. After all, human beings are a precious resource. Genius is an incomparably precious resource. Only genius can promote the progress of human civilization. Thank you very much Bai Suinjun for your appreciation and recognition. This is my return gift, please Bai Suinjun smile. Looking at the young Kakashi saying nonsense words, Bai Xian didn't say anything, just looked at the scroll that Kakashi handed out, and his eyes showed a bit of strangeness. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, Kakashi. Hopefully it will surprise me. While speaking, Bai Xian took the scroll and opened it directly. When Bai Xian saw Kakashi's sword technique, his eyes also flashed with a bit of interest. Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship, there is already a bit of a shadow of swordsmanship in martial arts novels. 283 sword move, sword chi, sword momentum, sword intent. It's kind of interesting, but it can be improved. Speaking of which, the chakra fusion system was set by me in the Danshin, with the Danshin as the energy center. If I use chakra as an internal force, or true chi, it seems that it is not impossible to restore the martial arts power system in martial arts novels. I probably know how I can upgrade the Chakra Immortal Cultivation method. I had a misconception at the beginning. Since the Chakra Immortal Cultivation method can refer to the Immortal Cultivation Power System, why can't it refer to the Martial Deo Power System? Even the power system in many fantasy novels can be referred to and borrowed. With the Chakra Fusion System as the core, the Immortal Transformation Technology as the aid, and the horizontal martial arts, body refining exercises, and special physiques in martial arts novels and fantasy novels, I can completely create a Chakra version of the Great Sun Divine Body Cultivation method. Well, just do it. His eyes lit up slightly, and Bai Xian's heart had a plan. Then he turned his gaze to Kakashi, recalling Kakashi's swordsmanship, and Hakugen began to think about how to use Kakashi's talents and talents. Kakashiria's swordsmanship continues to be improved and upgraded. Kakashi's talent and talent go without saying. Even if you become self-defeating in the original track of Destiny, or even indulge in bad books, you can still have the title of 5 or 5. Sharinan can be Kakashi's burden or not. Anyway, Kakashi, who has 7 chakra attributes, is really talented. And being able to develop the Chidori series of Thunder Escape also proves that Kakashi's ninjutsu creative talent is far superior to ordinary people. If Kakashi can master the blood snare and integrate the blood snare into Kakashi Ryu's sword art, then what will Kakashi Ryu's sword art look like? Bai Xian was also looking forward to how amazing the Kakashi sword art would be if he could really master the blood snare and combine it with swordsmanship. And his own Bai Suan Liu's sword art actually has to follow the same path. After all, this is the Hokage world, a world with chakra as a power system. So the strength of chakra is the real strength. But there is still a difference in how to use this powerful force. Ninjutsu can exert the power of chakra, so can physical skills, why can't swordsmanship? After having a plan in his heart, Bai Xian immediately opened his right palm. As the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, a scroll also appeared. This is Bai Suan Liu's swordsmanship, which is fundamentally to use sword art to carry chakra of different attributes, and try to combine and even fuse chakra with different attributes. Kakashi, your gifts and talents are unique in a million. I hope you can make good use of such a talent. This is my second gift to you, and I look forward to your second gift in return. While speaking, Shiroichi handed the scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the scroll, and his eyes couldn't help but show a strong look of expectation. Sure enough, it was the same as he calculated. Bai Xian would give him a second gift. No matter what knowledge is contained in this second gift, it must be very precious knowledge that will make him more powerful. Thank you very much, Bai Suan-jun. After taking the scroll, Kakashi directly bent down and bowed. Chen pleadingly thanked him. However, Bai Xian didn't care about this. Don't make this gesture, as long as you give full play to your talent and talent, it will be the best reward for me. Go back, I still have research to do. Okay, Bai Suan-jun, then I will quit in the next step. With that, Kakashi left. And Bai Xian also fell into deep thought. Although I plan to upgrade Susanoo Mecha first, but now I feel that I can first create the Great Sun Divine Body Cultivation method to further improve the Chakra Fusion system, and then upgrade the Susanoo Mecha. Because the Chakra Fusion system has been improved, I can also control a larger and more powerful Susanoo Mech. Of course, the title of the Great Sun Divine Body Cultivation method is just a title. Well, perhaps it is more appropriate to call it the Great Sun Immortal Body. Great Sun Immortal Body, or Hunduan Immortal Body. The name is not very important. In the future, I will continue to upgrade the blood succession and integrate more attributes into the Hengdan, until I master the blood succession snare. And with the upgrade of blood succession, this technology will naturally be upgraded. Could it be that after I master the blood snare, this technique should be called the blood snare type immortal? It doesn't seem impossible. When Bai Xian began his research, Kakashi also returned home. After opening the scroll and seeing the relevant knowledge of Hakugen Ryu's swordsmanship, Kakashi's eyes couldn't help but light up. Because the idea of the Begenrya swordsmanship is very clear, the construction is very simple, and even some of the principles are very similar to Kakashiria's swordsmanship. Yes, Kakashiria's swordsmanship is a combination of thunder chakra and swordsmanship, and I can also combine chakra with other attributes with swordsmanship, so as to continuously upgrade Kakashiria's swordsmanship. Chakra has 7 attributes, which also means that Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship can be upgraded 6 times. No, it's not just 6 upgrades. Chakra with different attributes can also be fused into the blood succession limit, and even blood succession elimination. If I fuse all 7 attributes of chakra into one, and then use sword art to exert its power, how powerful will that sword art be? Listening to Kakashi's excited murmur, Kiki Shuamao couldn't help but be surprised. The idea. It's too bold. If the blood succession limit realm was so easy to synthesize, wouldn't all ninjas with multiple attributes be able to master the blood succession limit? But then again, ordinary people can't do it, but is Kakashi an ordinary person? There are so many blood succession limits in the ninja world, and many of them are synthesized by the ancestors themselves. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. So why can't Kakashi do it? And Kiki Shuumao also knew that Kakashi had 7 chakra attributes. So Kakashi's vision just now, is it really impossible to do it? What if it does? What an amazing power would that be? Although a huge wave was set off in his heart, Kiki Shuumao did not speak, but stood quietly behind Kakashi, looking at the contents of the scroll. Is this the sword technique created by Suunjun? The nature of different chakra attributes changes in combinations, and even merges. Is this the path that Suunjun is taking? Thinking of the scene of the last discussion with Bai Xian, Kimu Shuumao showed a thoughtful expression. Presumably, the current Suunjun must have already achieved results. Maybe he has mastered one or even more blood succession limits. If Bai Xian masters the fusion technique of chakra's attributes in the future, what an amazing genius that can easily change the world. If this technology is mature, there will be more and more ninjas in the future who can easily synthesize chakras with different attributes, so as to master the blood succession limit. Such a future is really unpredictable, Zoo. It's just that in order to adapt to the changes of the times, I may also continue to work hard to cultivate and strive to become stronger. There is a ray of glow in his eyes. He can become the famous Konoha White Fang, and Kimu Shuumao's talent is naturally very powerful. It's just that he has always had concerns before, but now, he has made up his mind. He wants to learn about the gift that Hakugen gave to Kakashi in order to continue to become stronger. As for how he wants to become stronger, he actually has an idea in his heart. If I can combine immortal art with sword art, what will become of White Fang's sword art? Ape Fei stretched out his right palm, and the red flame burned. The next moment, the water ball turned blue and fickle. In an instant, the wind howled into a translucent cyan wind ball. Immediately, another dark purple thunder suddenly condensed into a ball, eventually leaving pitch-black rocks suspended in midair. I have mastered the qualitative changes of fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth. The next step is to combine the power of immortal art to create the art of immortal magic. 5 consecutive bullets. Only by achieving a state of dynamic equilibrium can I master this compound immortal art. And this compound immortal art will definitely be able to pose a threat to Bai Xian. As long as I am fully prepared, I can give him a thunderous blow. Thinking like this, Ape Fei Riko couldn't help but show a smile of anticipation and excitement. In his opinion, as long as he gets rid of Uchiha Bakushuin, he can perfectly suppress the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Uchiha Bakushuin is a genius, and the knowledge he created, he can give to the Great Snake Pill. This will not only make the Big Snake Pill more grateful to him, let him make better use of the Big Snake Pill, but also make a more perfect immortal transformation surge Reborn. When he has an eternal lifespan, then he will become 587 as the Eternal Hokage, permanently controlling the power of the Hokage. The technique of the Great Snake Pill can continue to increase the strength of Konoha. At that time, Uchiha will no longer be a threat. And Konoha, whose strength has greatly increased, also has the power to quell all wars. So eternal peace is born. He who brought all this must be the strongest, greatest, and most sacred fire shadow that deserves to be. Next, let me give it a try. Hands outstretched, countless imprints. Using the fairy art chakra to release the compound ninjutsu 5 done 5 consecutive bullet techniques. 5 chakra balls appeared in the palm of the hand last Wednesday, red, blue, cyan, purple, black, and the 5 colors represented different chakra attributes. With the surge of fairy chakra, the 5 chakras fused together and turned into a colorful giant chakra ball. The chakra ball, which was nearly 1 meter in diameter, was raised high by the ape flying sun, and then thrown abruptly. Silently. The brilliance spread rapidly, the colorful brilliance spread, targets, earth, rocks, trees, everything seemed to disappear suddenly. There is nothing wrong with that. Just, disappeared. Looking at this scene, Ape Fei couldn't help but be stunned, and a little thought appeared in his eyes. Is this dust? Can everything be broken down into atoms? But shouldn't this technique be more powerful than dust? Isn't it decomposition and complete annihilation? Able to erase everything. If that's the case, what else in this world can block my immortal law 5 escape 5 bullet technique? As long as it is still material, it will be annihilated. Uchiha Bai Xian is also a substance, naturally he can't block this trick. Very good, with this move, I also have a whole card to deal with Uchiha Bakushuin. But without complete certainty, I will never make a move. One whole card is not enough, I need more whole cards. Bai Xian can create a similar Thunder Chakra mode, but more powerful techniques, I can too. I can try to transform the Immortal Law 5 Escape 5 bullet technique into a specific chakra pattern. If this force representing annihilation can be used for defense, I will not only have absolute attack, but also absolute defense. At that time, how can Uchiha Bakushuin escape the palm of my hand? And, since the 3 generations of wind shadows are dead, war is bound to break out. I can also use war to see if I can test the details of Uchiha Bakushuin. The silent ape flew into the sun, and many thoughts were born in his mind. He was already looking forward to war. On the other side, the research on the Great Snake Pill has also come to an end. The relationship between Mu Dun and Yang Dun is closer than I thought. The process of integrating Yang Dun chakra into Mu Juan chakra is also simpler than I thought. Looking at the cultivation tank, Yang Dun chakra merged into Muta chakra, or the process of Mu Dun chakra devouring Yang Dun chakra, the eyes of the big snake pill couldn't help but show a little hot. It really shouldn't be called fusion, it should be called devouring. Mu Duan, who became a blood succession, has the ability to devour life. Mu Duan, who is the blood succession limit, is able to devour chakra, and Mu Duan, who has been upgraded to blood succession eliminated, has gained the ability to devour life. In this way, isn't it a matter of course that Mu Dun can devour Yang Dun chakra? And most importantly, one thing, Mu Dun can grow continuously by devouring chakra, and can devour life to obtain a more tenacious and longer life, and the two are combined. It means that Mu Dun has a strong growth nature, devouring chakra and devouring life. I'm already looking forward to how powerful Mu Duan, who is above the blood succession elimination, will be. I am even more looking forward to what kind of existence my artificial tailed beast Immortal Wood Dragon will grow into after devouring endless chakra and life. War, about to begin. This opportunity is not to be missed. I don't know what came to mind, and Orikimura showed a sick smile. He began to conceive in his mind how to let Mu Dun devour Yang Dun, so that the blood succession eliminated Mu Dun to be upgraded to a blood successor that was above the blood succession elimination. He also began to think about how to use this blood inheritance to upgrade his immortal dragon, and how he could use the roots during the war so that the immortal dragon could devour more chakra and life. By Suanjun, with the help of this war, I may soon be able to become a god above the ninja god. I wonder what your plans are. It's really exciting. The big snake pill is not only looking forward to his own future, but also to Bai Xian's future. As for Bai Xian, at this time, he had also preliminarily completed the Hung Duan immortal body cultivation method. Originally, I also wanted to integrate the 8 gates of Dunjia into the Hengdun immortal body cultivation method, but think about it, after all, the Hengdun immortal body cultivation method will be upgraded with the upgrade of blood succession technology, but the 8 gates of Dunjia is constant. With this Hung Duan immortal body cultivation method, it only takes 2 months for me to be able to permanently open the 3rd and 4th gates of the 8 gates of Dunjia one after another. How strong will my physical strength be then? And the war is coming. As long as I take the opportunity to collect more blood ninja cells, I will definitely be able to master the blood ninja as soon as possible. The blood snare is the ultimate variation of chakra, and also represents a specific level or realm. It is not a fixed ability, but represents a different technique at the same level. In a sense, Bai Xian felt that the blood snare was more like another name for divine power. For example, Atsuki Kagaya and Atsukippo Shiki can use the blood snare Huanquan Harasaka. Secondly, Kagaya also possesses other blood succession techniques such as Infinite Moon Reading, Birth of the Divine Tree Realm, Rabbit Hair Needle, 80 Gods Airstrike, Tenogaku, Huanquan Harasaka, Killing Ashes Together, Swelling and Seeking Deo Jade, and other blood succession techniques. So after mastering the blood succession snare, what kind of technique will be derived? There is no weak technique in the blood snare level. Let the whole world sink into the Infinite Moon Reading in the fantasy realm. Being able to freely control 6 spaces, it can even be said to be the Heaven Emperor of the small world. There is also the advent of the Divine Tree Realm that can transform all human beings into white absolutes. No matter what kind of blood snare move, it can easily affect the entire world. In other words, affecting the entire planet. Bai Xian's eyes showed a ray of expectation. After he controls the power of the blood snare, he will be able to deeply transform this world, this planet, and the entire human civilization. Meanwhile, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow also came to the mining area of Union Village with 6 ninja tools, amber clean bottles, and a dark elite army of Union Village. Move faster. Yes, Lord Thunder Shadow. Under the charge led by the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, the elite troops of the Cloudian Shadow Department also followed closely behind the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and killed towards the enemy. The guards of Union Village were not enough to resist the raids of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow at all. I could only watch the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow open the Thunder Chakra mode, and the violent blue thunder and lightning wrapped around the body of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, as if condensed into a thunder armor. More than 10 Earth Dun ninjutsu fell on the body of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and fell on the Thunder Dun armor, and they couldn't make the slightest wave. Don't break the defense at all. Hell spurt 4 books. The fingers were covered by the dark blue Thunder Chakra, and the attacks of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow easily penetrated the 7 walls of rock and earth, and then tore the enemies behind the walls apart. Ha 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 ha. It was an unexpected smooth. After easily defeating the guarding enemy, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow looked at the mountains of high grade ore piled up in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but rise a little hot. Their Union Village has been working hard to develop the military, and weapons and equipment are the top priority. However, Union Village lacked veins, so they could not manufacture enough weapons and equipment. But now, with these ores, their Union Village will have more sophisticated and abundant weapons and equipment. There are too many, the quality of the ore of the Earth country is really up. While speaking, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow also activated the amber clean bottle, and as the cap was opened, a large amount of ore was continuously absorbed. The amber bottle is a 6-item ninja tool that contains far more storage space than a storage scroll, and can even easily seal tailed beasts. The ore is in hand, let's hurry up. Yes, Lord Thunder Shadow. Perhaps in a hurry to grab the ore, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and even the entire elite troops of the Cloud Shadow Department did not find it. In the middle of the earth, there is a rock ninja who is hiding in the rock with the art of earth and rock. If I survive, I will tell Tsuchikage-sama the information here as soon as possible. The demon leech finally took a breath, and after taking a few breaths of fresh air, he immediately transmitted information to Union Village. And on the other side, the 3 generations of Lei Ying, who successfully obtained a large amount of ore, couldn't help but show a happy smile. Ha 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 ha, great, great. With these ores, the military strength of our Union Village will definitely be greatly improved. But I still want to get more ore, and now that Union Village hasn't reacted, I think we can attack another mine. What do you think? I think Lord Lei Cage's proposal is very good. Me too. I can't wait to grab more ore for our Union Village. At one time, dozens of people should be with 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. Such a reaction also made the smile of the 3 generations of Lei Ying even brighter. Good, good, good. Zero ask for flowers. Since that's the case, then it's so decided. We'll leave after half an hour. Yes, Lord Thunder Shadow. It was also at the same time that the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow made a decision. The 3 generations of Tokage also received information from the Demon Leech. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Abominable. 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, it's simply too deceptive. Oniki's first reaction was anger, but he soon calmed down. Oniki is the grandson of the first-generation Midokage Iokawa, with outstanding ability since childhood, and grew up under the strict education and careful care of the first and second-generation Midokage. The first Midokage personally gave him the task of cleaning the stone of the town village and personally guided him, during which his will to the village of Iwayne symbolizes the will of the stone that is tenacious and unmoving. A profound explanation was given, and this speech had a profound impact on Oniki's life. It is precisely because of this that after Onoji calmed down, he began to think about how he should deal with this matter. With his understanding of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, since the Demon Leech survived, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow must not have found the magic leech. Case the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow may have thought that he did not know that he had robbed the mine. He's greedy and will definitely go and grab the second mine. So, I can take the opportunity to set up an ambush. Thinking of this, Oniki couldn't help but light up his eyes. Just do what you say. Although he has always planned and then moved. But as soon as a decision is made, it will be resolute. Iwahide Village is known for its unity, and Oniki mobilized all of Iwayne's ninjas with a single order. Soon tens of thousands of Iwayne ninjas have gathered. Oniki took the Iwayne army to the second mine overnight. Ha 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 ha. Union Village really didn't react. The operation went so smoothly. With these ores, Union Village can produce more and more sophisticated weapons and equipment, so that in the face of war, it can also greatly reduce the casualty rate. I can't wait to start a war. 3 generations of Lei Ying are arrogant. Unaware at all, Iwayne's army has surrounded him under the leadership of Oniki. You can't wait to start a war? Since you want war, then I will give you war. 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, today next year will be your festival day. As Oniki's icy voice sounded, the expressions of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow couldn't help but change. In the last second, he was still arrogant and full of spirit. At this second, his eyebrows were locked, and his face was extremely embarrassed. Abominable, it's actually exposed, and that old thing of Oniki actually came so quickly. With the character of this old thing, it will inevitably be fully prepared. Could it be that I'm going to admit it this time? Although he was very uneasy in his heart, the 3 generations of Lei Ying still tried to calm down. Tutai, the amber clean bottle will be handed over to you. You must bring him back to Union Village. This is an order. Tsukade originally wanted to say 633, but the 3rd generation of Lei Ying's sentence, this is an order, could only make him say yes, Lord Lei Ying. After taking the amber bottle, Tudai clenched his fists, and his green tendons burst out. He had already guessed what the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow wanted to do. 3 generations of Thunder Shadow will lead the way in every mission, and it is precisely because of this that so many ninjas worship him and follow him. Hitsukade is the same, he admires the 3 generations of Thunder Cage, but as a ninja, he naturally has to follow orders. When others saw this scene, they also knew the seriousness of the matter. However, they all trust the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and are willing to obey the orders of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. If the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow want to keep them alive, they will try to survive as much as possible. If the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow want to fight to the death with them, they will not be deserters, let alone fear death. I am responsible for attracting the enemy, and the others are responsible for protecting the retreat of the earthen platform. Yes, Lord Thunder Shadow. Listening to the subordinate's replies, the 3 generations of Lei Ying showed a relieved smile. With such a group of subordinates, his 3rd generation Lei Ying is still very successful. So next, it's time for him to do his last duty as the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow. In the next instant, the thunderlight on the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows suddenly triumphed. As if turning into a dark blue thunderlight, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows suddenly rushed out of the mine, while running, yelling, "Oniki, you old thing, if you have the ability, you will kill me with your own hands." What is the dog barking behind the crowd? Is it a wild dog? Huh. Listening to this reply from the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, Oniki smiled dismissively, and then gave the order in a calm tone. Ninjutsu class, release the earth flow wall. With Oniki's order, tens of thousands of IWA shinobi began to seal, and then released this oversized earth ninjutsu. When the thick earth flow wall rose up, covering the entire vein and trapping the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, Oniki's voice continued to sound, 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, when you die, you will know what I am. Listening to these words, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, who were already extremely angry, became even more angry. But all he wants now is anger. Charge, raise your hand. Hell spurt 4 books. Boom 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 dash. Layers after layers of earth flow walls were penetrated, large and small gravel sputtered, billowing dust and smoke were raised. Although the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are very strong, the number of people in Yin Yan's army is too much. Without the order of Oniki, there is naturally a rock hidden to release the earth flow wall. You can destroy as much as you want, I'll see how long you can last. 10,000 Yin Yan army is consumed with you, I bet you can't kill alone, Oniki said confidently. It was also this cold words that made the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow like crazy demons. Black Thunder Chakra mode. When pitch black thunder and lightning burst out from the body of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. Vaguely, when there seemed to be a phantom shadow of a cheetah, the expression of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows became more and more painful and hideous, but his strength became more and more powerful. Hell spike in 1 book. Boom 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 dash. Time as if the ground was shaking, the incomparably thick walls of earth flowed through one after another. A passage emerged. Sukade, it's now. With a roar from the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, Sukade and the other Union ninjas used their fastest speed to cross this passage. Although Yin Yan's army was already trying its best to release the earth flow wall, the speed of the earth platform was too fast. And there are 3 generations of Thunder Cage, as well as other ninjas, who have smashed the earth wall one after another to buy time for the earth platform. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Looking at this scene, Oniki frowned, and then his hands were sealed 0. The art of the Tudungang subordinate style. When the rock giant more than 10 meters high rises from the earth. For more Union ninjas chose to use their lives to delay time. Thunder is fake. Thunder away. It's just that how could they be Onoji's opponents? It's just that although Oniki is very powerful, it is also limited. With the sacrifice of dozens of Union ninjas, Sukade finally escaped. Looking at the distant back of Tutai, the 3 generations of Lei Ying immediately laughed boldly. Ha ha ha, Oniki, you are an old thing, my subordinates have already escaped with the ore. With these ores, the military strength of my Union village will inevitably be greatly improved. In the near future, they will definitely avenge me. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadow roared while desperately rushing towards Oniki. Oniki said he couldn't kill a person today. Then he would have to kill a few, or even more, Iwane ninja today. Hell assault 4 books. Hell spurt is a. Boom 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 dash. Boom 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 dash. Boom 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 dash. The roar is endless, and the rolling thunder constantly echoes in this canyon. But the number of enemies is too much. 1.9. Endless earth done ninjutsu fell on the body of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, consuming his chakra and physical strength little by little. Someday, he will run out of stamina, exhaust chakra. Until he died, Oniki also knew this, so he just watched calmly and calmly commanded Iwane's army. Before you know it, time keeps passing. 1 day, 2 days, 60 hours, 70 hours. The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow is already about to exhaust his physical strength and chakra. His body was shaky, as if he couldn't stand steadily. Returning Oniki, although his face was a little tired, he was still awake and happy. 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, about to die. 3 days and 3 nights. 3 generations of Thunder Shadow finally died, but he was not killed by Iwane's army. Instead, he died of physical exhaustion and chakra overdraft. Such a feat even Oniki couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such characters. It is also worthy of the name of Thunder Shadow. But admiration is admiration. His hero, my enemy. 3 generations of Thunder Shadow robbed the ore of the land of earth, and there is a remnant of death. If he doesn't kill the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, wait for him to grab more ore, and wait until the strength of Union Village grows, Union Village will have greater sacrifices. That being the case, what else to say? The 3 times Lei Ying started first, and now the ore of Union Village is in Union Village. They can't wait for Union Village to digest these ores, so the Union Village must start a war to snatch back these ores that belong to their Union Village. Determined ninjas of Iwahide Village. Since their Union Village dares to rob our Union Village's ore, they must let them see the unity and strength of our Union Village. Snatch back the ore of our Union Village. We can't let Union Village 03 bully our heads. Onaki's words are not gorgeous. It is a truth as simple as earth and rock. Suchikage-sama is right. We want to snatch back the ore of our Union Village, and we can't let Union Village bully the head of our Union Village. It is precisely because of this that tens of thousands of Iwamura ninjas, no one has any objections. This is a just act. Also a just war. Meanwhile, the son of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, also surrounded by Union ninjas, became the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, and also inherited the name AI. Brave ninjas of Union Village, I swear in the name of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow that I will never let my father die in vain. Please ask the blacksmiths in the village to forge these ores into weapons and equipment as soon as possible to arm the ninjas of our Union Village. Onaki has decided to start a war. We want to protect our homeland and protect our village. Next, I will desperately lead Union Village to win this war. Yes. For generations of Thunder Shadow, we believe in you. For generations of Lord Lei Ying, the war between Union and Union broke out just like that. The Scorpion, who was far away in Cheyenne Village, couldn't help but smile after getting this information. I didn't expect Union and Union to fight first. It's really impermanent. It seems that in a short period of time, Sand Hidden is still safe. So I also have enough time to finish my first metal puppet, the Crimson Stream. While whispering, the Scorpion also turned his gaze to the production table in front of him. The densely packed metal parts have been spliced into a humanoid machine. With a height of 3 meters, a hideous shape, and a precise metal mechanism all over the body, it is loaded with various weapons. 1,000 guns, chainsaw arms, and 2 scorpion tail-like machine weapons. In addition, the Scorpion also set up many ninjutsu scrolls in Crimson Sui's body. Flames, poisonous mist. Such a metal puppet is like a weapon born specifically for killing. I can't wait to finish my Crimson Stream and let the world see my gifts and talents, and my strength. I will become a 4th generation Mikaze in the war, and I will also lead the village to a new and bright future. After a final mutter, the Scorpion began to assemble his Crimson Amber. Meanwhile, on the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow and the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow have also begun to fight. The art of the Tudungong subordinate style. In the beginning, Onaki summoned a rock giant. When the rock giant blocked the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows, Onaki directly sealed his hands. The art of stripping the dust origin realm. After completing the sealing, a transparent cube enchantment also appeared between the palms. With a forceful throw, this translucent cube enchantment quickly flew towards the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Then, in the face of the entanglement of the rock giant, looking at the attack of Onaki, the body of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow suddenly erupted with violent blue-white thunder, and its speed suddenly increased, as if it turned into a thunderlight and disappeared in place. Old thing, although my physique is not as good as my father, my speed is faster than my father. No matter how strong your dust is, it will be in vain if you can't hit me. And I know that a technique as powerful as dust done must be very consuming chakra. How many times can you use it in a battle? While speaking, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow quickly rushed towards Onaki. Seeing this, Onaki's expression couldn't help but sink. The hands continue to be printed. The art of earth escaped super light and heavy rock. After reducing its own gravity, Onaki took off directly into the air. Onoji, who was suspended in midair, stared at the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow with icy eyes, and calmly replied, "The young people are really rude now. You think I can't hit you, but can you fly? Your speed is not bad, just say wild words here. Just let me, a senior, teach you what a battle between ninjas is really like. And what is the war between the Shinobi Village and the Shinobi Village? I'll teach you a good lesson. Soil and nucleus." As he spoke, Onaki froze. When the land under the feet of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows suddenly sank, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows, who reacted quickly, also directly closed their mouths 307 and quickly bypassed this area. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow wants to win with speed, then Onaki directly limits the speed of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. Looking at this scene, the 4th generation of Lei Ying did not speak. He knew that Onaki's combat experience was definitely far better than his. So in this battle, he must pay full attention and go all out so that he will not lose. As long as it can hold 3 generations of Earth Shadows. In this war, their Union Village still has a chance to win. Just wait until a new batch of weapons and equipment is forged. Perhaps their Union village will be able to turn defeat into victory and quickly end this war. Thunder instantaneous, thunder instantaneous. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow constantly moved at high speed, dodging Oniki's attacks and looking for opportunities to counterattack. It's just that Oniki is the most calm. Unhurriedly, he launched one Earth-done ninjutsu after another. Limiting the speed of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, he also tried to kill the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Look at what you look like now, you really look like a little mouse. Just keep hiding, I'll see how long you can hide. Oniki taunted while attacking. He knew that all generations of Thunder Shadow had a hot temper, as long as he could provoke the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow and let him show flaws. He only needs one blow to be able to kill 4 generations of Thunder Shadow with dust. However, although the fourth generation of Lei Ying was angry, he also knew the priority of the matter. The war between the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow and the third generation of Earth Shadow is destined to be a war without victory or defeat. It was like the war between Union Village and Union Village. It is destined to be a tug-of-war between up and down. Meanwhile in Konoha, at the roots, in the laboratory of the Great Snake Pill, the ultimate Mudun that combines Earth Dun, Water Dun, Immortal Art, and Yang Dun has finally been born. It is the embodiment of life and can devour all chakra and all life. It exudes a dazzling white light, giving birth to a pure white and flawless wood of life. The wood of life zigzags and turns into a delicate and elegant true dragon. The white light is like substance, sacred and powerful, turning into the scales of a true dragon. The final fairywood dragon has finally been born. When he said this, Orochimaru's tone was full of emotion, because he knew that the limit of Mudun was to contain the 4 powers of Earth Dun, Water Dun, Immortal Art, and Yang Dun. If other forces are added, such as wind, thunder, fire, or yin, Mudun will not be Muduan, but will become another form of blood succession. But none of that matters. Importantly, with the power of the ultimate fairywood dragon, he was able to reach a higher realm and become a more powerful existence, surpassing the ninja god, which is the true god. Come on, I can't wait. Whispering, Orochimaru directly stretched out his right palm. When the ultimate immortal wood dragon merged into the body of the Great Snake Pill, the Great Snake Pill couldn't help but narrow his eyes, intoxicated by this incomparably powerful feeling. The power of the ultimate fairywood dragon, the power that devours all chakra and life force. As long as I devour enough chakra and life force, I will obtain endless chakra and life force. At that time, eternal life will only be within reach. And the endless chakra can also give me the power comparable to that of the gods. When the pure white light overflowed from the body of the big snake pill, condensing a set of energy coats, feeling the power he had at this time, the big snake pill couldn't help but laugh. Even now, to mortals, to ninjas, I am a god, because my strength is enough to crush them easily. This is a power comparable to the ninja god, and even now I am more powerful than the ninja god, but the gap is not very large, and it belongs to a level. After a secret thought, the big snake pill immediately converged the pure white light and returned to its normal form. Picking up the scroll on the side, I looked at the recent information. Sure enough, I didn't expect it. The military strength of Union Village and Union Village is not much different, and the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow can still contain the 3 generations of Taiying, so the war between Union and Union will definitely not last long. Moreover, Union and Union will not allow the other 3 ninja villages to watch from the wall and sit on the mountain to watch the tiger fight. They will definitely drag Konoha, Sunaku, and Mist into this war. That's when the nutrient program begins. But before that, I think I still need to meet Bai Suanjun. I don't know what Bai Suanjun is planning. Thinking of this, the eyes of the big snake pill couldn't help but show a different color. On the other side, Bai Xian had already completed the cultivation of the Hunduan immortal body. Hunduan chakra fills every corner of the body, and the continuous radiation strengthens every cell and maintains the activity of the cell. The body became extremely powerful, as if the body contained the power of a miniature sun. The first 4 doors of the 8 Dunjia had all been opened, and the flow of Hunduan chakra was surging like a flood. This feeling, there seems to be something subtle. Bai Xian felt that when he transformed all the chakras in his body into Hengdun chakra, after the natural energy was inhaled into his body, he would combine with Hunduan chakra to form the immortal art Hengdun chakra. This kind of chakra, and the change in the nature of the control fairy chakra, the formation of the constant chakra is essentially different. It's like, the former is a simple combination, similar to compound ninjutsu. The latter is similar to the blood succession boundary, a perfect fusion of 2 forces. After feeling it carefully for a moment, Bai Xian couldn't help but show a surprised expression. It really is. It was a real bonus. Bai Xian has never forgotten that although chakra only has 7 basic attributes, there is still natural energy between heaven and earth, and chakra can also combine natural energy and transform into immortal chakra. This means that chakra actually has 8 attributes, the last of which is called nature. This also means that the blood succession snare can continue to upgrade, then fuse natural energy to form an immortal blood snare. Therefore, the Hangdun that I have mastered now is a blood inheritance that contains the 4 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, and immortal art, and it is a blood inheritance that overrides the elimination of blood succession. Interesting, it's so interesting. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Opening his palm, when Hungduan Chakra condensed a miniature sun on his palm, when the golden brilliance was reflected in Bai Xian's eyes, Bai Xian couldn't help but laugh. It's really good. Now that Hangdun's power has been strengthened again, I can also create even larger Susanna Mecha. Maybe this time, I can make a 300-meter tall Susanna Mecha. That will be the Susanna Mecha that uses the chakra fusion reaction as an energy system to control the power of the sun. Seeing the sun in his palm re-enter his palm, Bai Xian immediately took out a pen and paper and began to design a new Susanna Mecha. While designing, Bai Xian thought while thinking. The war between Yunyin and Yinyin, Bai Xian had already expected. After all, Bai Xian is a traverser. It is precisely because of this that Bai Xian can roughly calculate what will happen in the future. The war between Yunyin and good Yinyin cannot be won or lost, and continuing it is just a plain consumption of human lives and materials. So they will attack Konoha next. Even when the village of Sunahide elects the 4th generation of Kazekage, it will attack Konoha. 5 villages. When the 3 shinobi villages attack Konoha together, Weian village naturally will not miss this opportunity. It will also attack Konoha. Of course, there are other small ninja villages that will also sweep in. For example, Kayan village will be invaded by Yinyin village. Even in the original track of Destiny, Tuanzang would put the root's hand into Yuan village and mutilate the 1st generation of Xiao organization with Hanzo. But now Danzo has been killed by himself. So next, this 3rd shinobi war. What kind of changes will there be? Just as Bai Xian expected, on the evening of the same day, the figure of the big snake pill appeared in Bai Xian's room. Bai Suanjun, what an amazing change. Whether it's your chakra or your breath of life, it gives me a feeling like the sun. If I'm not mistaken, you should have mastered the power of the 4th level. Listening to the words of the big snake pill, Bai Xian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. However, Bai Xian quickly reacted. The so-called 4th level should be the blood inheritance containing the 4 attributes. Senior Orochimaru, aren't you too? The power of Yang Dun and immortal art is perfectly integrated into Mu Duan. This power is really amazing. 4th level, this definition is really simple and clear. Listening to Bai Xian's words, the big snake pill also smiled. He looked at Bai Xian's eyes, and some thoughts also arose in his heart. Originally, he thought that after he mastered the ultimate Mu Duan, he would not say surpassing Bai Xian, but at least the gap with Bai Xian was very close. But now it seems that since Bai Suanjun also controls the blood inheritance of the 4th level, moreover, Bai Xian also has Mu Dun and Sherinan. Especially the Sherinan, if nothing else, Bai Xian already has eyes that are comparable to or even surpass Uchiha. In this way, he should still have a big gap from Bai Suanjun. It's just definition, it doesn't matter. 217 Presumably Bai Suanjun should have guessed that I would come to you. In that case, let's make a deal first. Saying this, Orochimaru also handed over a scroll. Then let's trade first. While speaking, Bai Xian also handed out the relevant information of Hangdun. After exchanging the scrolls, Bai Xian opened it and saw that it was indeed the relevant information of the ultimate Mu Duan. And the big snake pill opened it, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but be the same. Sure enough, it was the relevant information of the 4th level. Because of frequent communication, although Bai Xian and the great snake pill have different ideas, they also have many similarities. Both sides believe that fusing all of Chakra's attributes into one would produce amazing power. It's just that Bai Xian knows that the power is called the blood snare, but the big snake pill doesn't know. Of course it doesn't matter. Importantly, Hangdun is a fusion of the power of wind, fire, thunder, and immortal arts. The ultimate wooden dun is formed by the fusion of earth dun, water dun, yang dun, and the power of immortal arts. Except for the power of immortal arts, which are common, the other 3 attributes are different. From the relevant materials of the ultimate Mu Dun, Bai Xian can see how to fuse the earth dun, water dun, and yang dun together. After the big snake pill mastered Mu Duan, he actually studied how Mu Dun was formed, and he really deserves to be a rigorous scientist, and he will understand how his power is composed. It's good, it helps me a lot. Especially among them, the technique of integrating Yang Dun into the blood G elimination Mu Dun allows the blood successor to eliminate Mu Dun to devour Yang Duan. I may be able to use Hang Dun to ignite Yang Dun, so as to integrate Yang Dun into Hang Dun, making Hang Dun a 5th level force. The power of the 5th level. After whispering, Bai Xian's eyes couldn't help but show a wisp of a different color. Hang Dun is already extremely powerful. If it absorbs Yang Dun, what will it become? Especially the Hung Duan artificial tailed beast. What kind of changes will there be? Golden Crow and Life Phoenix. Should it still be birds? Maybe it will become a real golden crow? Or should it be called the immortal golden crow? While Bai Xian was thinking, the big snake pill on the side also found the knowledge that made him overjoyed from Hengdun's relevant information. Wonderful, wonderful, Bai Suanjun is worthy of being Bai Suanjun. According to this information, I can also master Hengdun step by step, and if I can fuse Hengdun and Mujuan into one, then I will only have the last Yin Dun left from fusing all the chakra attributes into one. Speaking of its yin escape, the big snake pill also remembered the yin and yang escape potion. Some, adek, inspiration suddenly appeared in my mind, and a thoughtful smile appeared on my face. Maybe it's not bad. Soon both of them finished reading the contents of the scroll and stopped thinking together. By Suanjun, it is indeed amazing wisdom, and he was actually able to fuse Hengdun, a fourth-level power that surpassed the elimination of blood succession, from scratch. Senior of the Great Snake Pill, you are not bad. The fusion technique of the ultimate Mudun is really ingenious. After the two praised each other, they laughed in unison. Okay, let's not talk about that. By Suanjun, after reading the relevant materials of the ultimate Mudun, you should know what I want to do. The third ninja war is about to break out, such a good opportunity, we can't let it go. The ultimate Mudun can devour chakra and life force to grow, so I will devour as much chakra and life as possible in the third ninja world war. Bai Suanjun, what about you? The big snake pill looked at Bai Xian expectantly, waiting for Bai Xian's answer. Bai Xian replied unhurriedly, I will collect as many cells as possible from the blood succession ninja to study the ultimate mystery of the blood succession limit, so as to master the power of the 8th level. At the same time, collecting the chakra of the so-called tailed beast, trying to fuse the chakra of all the tailed beasts together, may give birth to some amazing power. And if this power is fused with the power of the 8th rank, I'm also curious about what kind of power will be born. Bai Xian's words entered the ears of the big snake pill, which first made the big snake pill stunned, and then he showed a sick smile. Yes, I've been too obsessed with my own experiments lately, and the power of the ultimate Mudun. It's still Bai Suanjun, your vision is higher, and I also look forward to what kind of powerful power will be born when all the chakras of the tailed beasts fuse together, and I am even more looking forward to what kind of amazing power will be produced if this power is fused with the power of the 8th level. Senior of the Great Snake Pill, there is no need to be presumptuous. The road is to be taken step by step, let's take it slowly, not in a hurry, but the experimental materials can be collected first, Bai Suanyun said lightly, and the big snake pill nodded gently when he heard it. Indeed, since it is so be it. When the time comes, we will cooperate with each other. By the end of the Third Ninja World War, maybe we'll all get what we want. When the time comes, we might be able to get Konoha to change owners. There was no need to say more. Bai Xian knew that the ape Flying Sun Slash had accepted the immortal transformation technique of the Great Snake Pill. Therefore, Bai Xian did not believe that the big snake pill would not leave any secret hands. Sarutobi Hinata seems to be the same three-generation Hokage who dominates Konoha. But in fact, he has long been a puppet of the Great Snake Pill. Let Konoha change owners. Just one of the right timings is needed. Don't worry, the turtle in the urn is only the turtle in the urn after all. That's what I said. The two looked at each other again and smiled, and then the big snake pill gave Bai Xian a look, and then turned into a white light and disappeared in place. Meanwhile, in the village of Shan, Scorpion is assembling his crimson amber. With the continuous splicing and assembly of metal parts, the 3-meter-tall metal puppet finally took shape. The hideous and domineering shape, a sophisticated mechanism, seems to be armed to the teeth, and in fact, the crimson amber is indeed armed to the teeth by the scorpion. This is a pure weapon of war, a weapon of killing. There are weapons all over his body, and even if the scorpion has not tested the performance of the crimson amber, it is very clear that the crimson amber is definitely a god-killing existence on the battlefield. Highly poisonous, flame, senbon, blade, metal scorpion tail, finally assembled. While muttering, the scorpion immediately extended its right hand. When his palm touched one of Scarlet Amber's organs, this crimson amber also quickly deformed and distorted, turning into a bracelet. Looking at the metal bracelet on his right hand, the scorpion couldn't help but laugh. Although I don't know who that mysterious boy really is, the gift he gave me is too subtle. This ingenious folding mechanism almost uses the word deformation to the extreme. Convenient and handsome. After gently touching the crimson amber bracelet in his hand, the scorpion looked at the time again. Tomorrow is the day when Cheyenne Village elects the 4th generation of Meijing. My competitor was only a guy named Luo Xia, who I remember, very hypocritical, very vicious, and also learned to be magnetic. Although my crimson amber is a metal puppet, it is not afraid of magnetic escape. After all, magnetism is such a thing, and it is not impossible to eliminate. It's just that after I become the 4th generation of Wind Shadow, I can also learn magnetic escape, and after mastering magnetic escape, I will be able to create more powerful metal puppets according to the characteristics of magnetic escape. There is also a tailed crane. How can the power of the tailed beast be so powerful? How can it be wasted? I may be able to make Xiao Erhe into a metal puppet's energy system, specifically to provide chakra for metal. How successful, I can't imagine how powerful a metal puppet I can create and manipulate. Just whispered like this, and the scorpion's eyes couldn't help but show a bit of expectation. The energy system of making the tailed beast into a metal puppet, using the magnetic dun as the control system of the metal puppet, combined with its own puppet, this is definitely beyond the power of the ninja god. Even wait until your future self makes yourself into a metal puppet, then you are a god. It's the god of puppets. It's the god of metal. Under the leadership of this god, what will become of Cheyenne Village? The scorpion was looking forward to it. Don't think so much, wash and sleep first. Tomorrow morning, I will also become the 4th generation of Wind Shadow. Finally, after a secret thought in his heart, the scorpion went to wash. Before you know it, the sun is still rising. The scorpion washed up, ate breakfast, sorted out his clothes, and walked towards the Wind Shadow building. At this moment, at the door of the Kaze Cage building, many ninjas have gathered. The scorpion's mother-in-law, Cho, is also among them. Cho, Kaizo, and the high-ranking members of the Sand-Hidden Village looked at their surroundings calmly. It's just that although their faces are calm, their mood is not calm at all. In the crowd, Luosha was surrounded by a group of supporters. His girlfriend Karura, Karura's younger brother Yashimaru, and Maki, and other subordinates. Although Luosha felt that he had won the battle, there was no one in the current Cheyenne village who was more suitable and qualified to become the 4th generation of Wind Shadow than himself. But he did not get carried away, but was very calm. He calmly looked at the high-level people of Cheyenne village, and a lot of information appeared in his mind. He will never let his guard down until the dust settles. Soon, the scorpion also came to the square at the entrance of the Wind Shadow building, and also saw Luosha, who was surrounded by clusters, and naturally also saw his mother-in-law Cho. Zero asked for flowers when the scorpion saw Cho. Cho also saw the scorpion. This also made Cho couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that the scorpion still has the Sand-Hidden Village in his heart. After a slight pause, Ren said directly in a deep voice, almost all the people have arrived. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. The purpose of today should be very clear to everyone. Cheyenne Village cannot be without Wind Shadow, so we need to choose the most suitable person to become the 4th generation of our Cheyenne Village and lead the development of our Cheyenne Village. In fact, we should all be very clear about the situation in Cheyenne Village now, so I won't waste time. I recommend Luosha to become the 4th generation of my Fangying. I don't know if others have any objections. As Cho's words fell, although Luosha's expression did not change in the slightest, the people around him all showed happy and excited expressions. Although they also all believe that Luosha will become a 4th generation eyeshadow, but before the results come out, it will always make people worry. Now that it has the support of Cho, then it can be said that the position of the 4th generation of Wind Shadow can be said to be stable. Because since Cho supports Rasha, then her younger brother Kaizo will definitely support Rasha, and their siblings are the two most powerful in Sand-Hidden Village. With their support, others have nothing to fear. The air was silent for a moment, and just as Umi Lozo was about to speak up to support his sister Cho, the figure of the scorpion suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. I object. Seeing the scorpion jump out, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. I don't know why this 11-year-old puppeteer genius jumped out. What's more, he actually said that he was against it. If the scorpion is not Cho's grandson, it is estimated that many people directly scolded. This is the election of the 4th generation of Wind Shadows, how dare you jump out and make trouble? However, it is precisely because the scorpion is Cho's grandson, so no one present spoke. Scorpion, what do you want to do? Cho couldn't help but get angry, and asked angrily. However, the scorpion replied unhurriedly, Cho mother-in-law, don't worry, I'm not here to make trouble. When Scorpion's words came out, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at the scorpion dumbfounded, at the 11-year-old boy. Almost everyone thinks scorpions are here to be funny. Only Cho's face was solemn, and his grandson understood it himself. She knew that Scorpion was a true genius. He will definitely not do something that he is not sure of, so what exactly is Scorpion sure of? Also, why did the Scorpion suddenly want to become a 4th generation Mikaze? What exactly was he thinking now? What do you want to do? Noticing the change in Cho's expression, Luosha's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at the Scorpion. Of course he knew that the Scorpion was a genius. It is precisely because of this that he thought that this matter is definitely not so simple. Scorpions are definitely not here to make trouble. He must have his means and cards. He really thinks that his 373 is more powerful than himself, and he is also more suitable to become a 4th generation Mekai. But he was only 11. Luosha really couldn't think of what kind of whole cards the Scorpion had, so that he had such confidence. Are you really sure? Cho asked suddenly, but the Scorpion replied confidently and unhurriedly, why not prove everything with facts? If I have a discussion with Luo Shashang, won't I be able to prove who is stronger and who is weak? As soon as this sentence came out, Cho nodded gently. Good. Regardless of the outcome, prove everything with facts that everything is always correct. Now this time, It's not appropriate to say more myself. As for the others present, since the scorpion said so, then what else did they say? Just wait and see the results. Luo Xia forcibly remained calm and walked out. Scorpion, you are only 11 years old, even if you are more powerful than me, are you sure that you can become a qualified wind shadow? Listening to Luo Xia's words, many people present thought it was very reasonable. It's just that the scorpion knows what Luo Xia is thinking as soon as he hears it. Luo Xia, you are not me, and I don't know what kind of talent I have. Immediately, you, and everyone in Cheyenne village, will see my talent. I have the ability to make all the ninjas in the Sand Hidden Village stronger, and for this alone, I am more suitable than you to become a 4th-generation Mikaze. Scorpion's tone was proud and full of confidence, and his words made everyone present can't help but think about it. If what the scorpion said is true, then the scorpion is indeed more suitable than Luo Xia to become a 4th-generation eyeshadow, because everyone knows the importance of strength. As for government affairs, isn't there still Cho and Kaizo in Sunahide village? Cho is the mother-in-law of the scorpion. So if the scorpion is really more powerful than Luo Xia, and the scorpion can really make all the ninjas in the Sand Hidden Village stronger, so scorpion is more suitable than Luo Xia to become a 4th-generation eyeshadow. Things that everyone can understand. Luo Xia can naturally figure it out. Because of this, he knew that he had nowhere to go. If you can't beat the scorpion yourself, then he is not destined to become a 4th-generation Mekai. I know, then let's prove everything with facts. It's long overdue. Scorpion's tone was still proud and confident. While spitting out these 4 words, he also turned on the mechanism of the Crimson Flow. However, between the electric flint, as Chakra poured into the Crimson Amber bracelet, the Crimson Amber bracelet rapidly deformed and expanded. A 3-meter-tall metal puppet appeared in front of everyone. That domineering and hideous appearance, that arm posture to the extreme, made everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes and show a stunned expression. What is it? Is this a puppet? This is a metal-made puppet. Good precision design and structural. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. This gesture is too powerful, and the scorpion is actually inside the puppet. The puppeteer was even able to control the puppet in the puppet. It's a puppet. Across the ages, if I had a puppet like this, how much will my combat power increase? This scorpion said that he can improve the combat effectiveness of all sand ninjas, and it won't be to popularize this metal puppet. Puppeteers can control metal puppets to fight, but what about other ninjas? Think of this metal puppet as armor? It doesn't seem impossible to Cho. As one of the top puppeteers in the ninja world, she can see the power of Crimson Suzuki almost at a glance, which is simply an innovation in puppetry. Her grandson Zero, only 11-year-old scorpion. He actually innovated the technology of puppet art, so that the combat effectiveness of the puppeteer has been improved by leaps and bounds. It's just incredible, but no matter how incredible, now that the facts were in front of her, she had to believe it in disbelief. It is precisely because of this that her face can't help but show a look of relief. It seems that the scorpion has become a 4th-generation eye-catching shadow, and it is stable. Such a powerful metal puppet, as long as the scorpion has done anti-magnetic treatment and has certain combat experience, Luo Xia will never be the opponent of the scorpion, because she knows Luo Xia. Although Luo Xia's talent is good, it is only good. Even if he masters the magnetic escape, he is not a strong person in the ninja world. As for Luo Xia, looking at such a tall metal puppet in front of him, his expression couldn't help but freeze. Such a gesture is very powerful to look at, but at this point, can he still directly admit defeat? Go all out. Win or lose, accept it yourself. Let's shoot. Luo Xia Shang Shinobu. Good. Luo Xia did not have the slightest hesitation, and after responding, he immediately stretched out his hands and quickly sealed the seal. Magnetic escape. Placer gold burial. As soon as he made a move, Luo Xia made his extremely powerful move. When grains of gold sand appeared in the earth, the infinite gold sand gathered into huge waves and slapped hard at the scorpion. The scorpion just controls the crimson stream. The mechanism was activated, and the 2-metal scorpion 4.9 tails quickly deformed and turned into huge axes, revealing sharp serrations. When the axe began to spin at high speed, a terrifying wind and wave suddenly set off. Squeak, creak, snapped. The great waves of golden sands were cut off. Then the scorpion's tail turned, and it was straight cut to Luo Xia. 2 metal scorpion tails, one left and one right, are extremely fast. Such a shocking scene. Everyone present was terrified, especially Luo Xia. He could guess that this metal puppet was very strong, but he didn't expect this metal puppet to be so powerful. His magnetic escape. The placer gold burial was actually torn apart so easily, and these 2 terrifying scorpion tails are now speeding towards him. Luo Xia tried to resist with a magnetic escape. It's just that his golden sand is too fragile in front of crimson flow. That pair of deformed metal scorpion tails can sweep almost everything. The golden sands simply cannot resist. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Xia was cornered. Such a devastating battle also shocked everyone present. Although when they saw the scorpion's crimson amber metal puppet, they understood the power of the scorpion, but they didn't expect that the scorpion was so powerful. In front of the scorpion, Luo Xia had almost no resistance, and this also made them understand the power of metal puppets. In this way, they then looked at the crimson amber metal puppet that the scorpion was driving. Scorpion is indeed a genius, but it is a genius in the field of puppetry. Without this metal puppet, how powerful would an 11-year-old scorpion be? So the powerful is not a scorpion. It's this metal puppet, Scorpion said before. He was able to make all sand ninjas stronger. Isn't the way to become stronger the metal puppet technology? As long as they can have a metal puppet, they will also have such a powerful 03S power. Scorpion. Scorpion. When the first sand ninja started chanting the name of the scorpion, the second sand ninja, the third sand ninja, all the sand ninja began to chant the name of the scorpion. 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 Cho listened to such a warm cheer, and a relieved smile could not help but appear on his face. His grandson. It has become the 4th generation of Mikaze's shadow of Sand Hidden Village. I announce. Scorpion, it is the 4th generation of our Cheyenne village. Hearing Cho's announcement, Scorpion and Cho looked at each other, and both of them seemed to have an inexplicable look in their eyes. At the next moment, the Scorpion solemnly and seriously declared, "Ninjas of Sand Hidden Village, from today onwards, my Scorpion will be your 4th generation of ice shadows, and my metal puppet technology will also be made public, and I will work hard to study metal puppet technology, and constantly upgrade metal puppet technology so that everyone can have a more powerful metal puppet. Not only that, but I will also create metal puppets that can be controlled by ninjas who are not puppeteers, and I think this metal puppet technology will definitely increase the strength of our Sand Hidden Village. In this cruel ninja world, everyone should know the importance of strength. As long as our Cheyenne village has great power, then the future of our Cheyenne village will inevitably become brighter and brighter." As the sound of the scorpion fell, almost all the sand ninjas began to cheer. Lord Scorpion. Banzai, Shide Mikaze-sama. Banzai. Scorpion is young, but his mother-in-law is Cho. It is precisely because of this that the Scorpion has become the 4th generation of Wind Shadow with almost no hindrance, and also grasps the power that Wind Shadow has. In Kazeki's office, Cho looked at his grandson with satisfaction. "Although I don't know how you developed such an amazing metal puppet technology, I am very proud of your choice, and I will fully support you." Listening to his mother-in-law say such words, the Scorpion couldn't help but laugh. "With a mother-in-law, this sentence of yours is enough." While speaking, the Scorpion also took out a set of scrolls and handed it to Cho. "Mother-in-law, this is a metal puppet technique. I hope you can learn it as soon as possible and help the other puppeteers in the village learn as much as possible." I will." Cho nodded seriously. She certainly knows the importance of this technology. "I also understand very well what this technology means for Cheyenne Village. With this technology, the strength of the Cheyenne Village will inevitably increase. And in the ninja world, strength is status, power is everything." Mother-in-law, although I am not very old, I am not very familiar with government affairs, so the candidates who handle government affairs still have to trouble you to make arrangements. My talents should not be wasted. I need to become a Wind Shadow and get the full support of the village to develop metal puppet technology. As long as I can help Cheyenne Village become stronger and stronger, I am a qualified Wind Shadow. Mother-in-law, what do you think? That's what I thought. So Scorpion, don't worry, I will fully support you and assist you. You don't have to worry about these things, you just need to concentrate on your experiments and research the metal puppet technology. Okay, then there will be no problem. While speaking, the Scorpion's eyes also showed a bit of heat. My plan went very well and was very successful. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Next, what he has to do is to use the power of Sand Hidden Village to help him continue to upgrade the metal puppet technology. As for how to upgrade, Scorpion has long thought about it. An energy system that turns the tailed beast into a metal puppet, and a control system that designs the magnetic beast into a metal puppet. With the magnetic escape and the tailed beast, what form will the Crimson Flow Amber upgrade to? Scorpion is looking forward to it. Soon under the leadership of the Scorpion and with the full support of Cho and Karazo, the metal puppet technology was popularized in the village of Tsunahi. Almost all puppeteers learned the metal puppet technique in the first time and made a metal puppet for themselves. Moreover, under Cho's arrangement, the puppeteers who mastered the metal puppet art also created metal prosthetics for countless disabled ninjas in Sand Hidden Village, allowing them to restore their combat effectiveness. Even 997, there are many puppeteers who have made a metal ninja that ordinary ninjas can use. Senbon firearms, Kano launcher, shuriken catapult, chainsaw gloves, morphing armor. Countless metal ninja tools have been developed and manufactured, which has greatly improved the combat effectiveness of the Sand Ninja. But the problem was born. The village of Cheyenne, or the Land of Winds, has limited veins. Metal resources were quickly depleted. This also affected the Scorpion's experiments. Mother-in-law, what did Union say over there? Or will you not sell us the ore? Scorpion asked with a frown. Cho's mother-in-law listened, and her expression was not very good. No, that old thing of Oniki said that we Shan must help them defeat Union before they are willing to sell the ore to us. So, hearing Cho's mother-in-law's answer, the Scorpion also fell into deep thought. In that case, since Oniki does not know how to be evil, if you don't want to sell it to us, then let's just grab it. Anyway, sooner or later you have to start a war, then start it now. The Scorpion's tone was extremely calm. Cho listened, thought for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. I think it's a good idea. Under the leadership of the Scorpion, an elite army of Sand Hidden directly infiltrated the land of Earth and ransacked a mine. Oniki, who got the news, couldn't help but be furious. What are you kidding? Just Shan village, after losing 3 generations of Wind Shadow, you still dare to attack my Union village? Scorpion, a little ghost who is only 11 years old, even if he has a little talent, is so bold. It's just that anger is anger, and now that reality has happened, no matter how angry you are, you can't change reality. After all, he still has to face the current situation. Union Village attacked Union Village, and he couldn't bear it. Sand Hidden Village attacked Rock Hidden Village, and he couldn't bear it. But what can he do if he can't bear it now? Is there a war with Union and Cheyenne at the same time? Iwakuan Village is not Konoha and does not have such a strong military strength. So what should he do? His eyes flickered slightly, and soon Oniki had a countermeasure. Harm. With a faint sigh, Oniki immediately spoke, the matter has come to this, and I can only ask for help from Konoha. After all, whether it is Union Village or Cheyenne Village, they are the ones who did it first, and the mistake is no longer Union. Konoha will definitely help Union. Oniki knows Sarutobi very well, that hypocritical guy. I also know what kind of language to use to be able to impress the ape to fly the sun. So Oniki wrote a letter asking for help to Sarutobi Hizaki. Oniki. Do you still think that my ape flying sun slash is the original ape flying sun slash? Want to form an alliance with Konoha? Do you want to focus on Konoha yet? It's just a delaying tactic, and when Konoha helps you Iwakuan repel a strong enemy, will you really recognize this alliance agreement in the future? I have eaten the benefits, but I am not willing to pay. What a disgusting face. Saying this, Ape Fei's tone suddenly changed. But it's also an opportunity. It just so happens that my Konoha strength has increased greatly, and I am qualified to become the overlord of the ninja world. You don't want to accept this alliance agreement then? If you don't want to admit it when you stand, then I'll let you kneel and admit it. After sneering, Ape Fei suddenly understood a truth. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Only continuous development and continuous progress can we protect ourselves. Political means can be used for a while, but not for a lifetime. The village of Iwayne is an example. Orochimaru, it seems that it was my fault before. You're right, you've always been right. It's just that I'm too conservative, and now I'm enlightened, and the time is just right. I'll use you more in the future. Thinking like this, Ape Fei's eyes couldn't help but appear a little hot. He wants to be the eternal Hokage. He wants to make Konoha the overlord of the ninja world. These need to rely on the Great Snake Pill. Only Orochimaru can make him the eternal Hokage and Konoha become the overlord of the ninja world. It is precisely because he is the Hokage that he is Orochimaru's teacher. To have the power to use Orochimaru. Powers. With power, you can use talent. Maybe Uchiha Hakugen can also become my subordinate, as long as Orochimaru can develop a technique that can control Uchiha Hakugen. After all, Uchiha Hakugen is also a genius of Konoha. Since it's a genius, it shouldn't be wasted. As Hokage, that's my job. I don't know what came to mind. Ape Fei showed a thoughtful smile. However, after a slight pause, Ape Fei Chop reined in his thoughts. These are things for the future. What I have to do now is to try to improve my strength. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. I'm almost perfecting the Immortal 5 Escape Chakra mode. When I master the Immortal 5 Escapes Chakra mode, and then pair it with the Immortal 5 Escapes and 5 consecutive bullets, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Uchiha Bakushuin. After all, I still have Konoha ninjas such as Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Hakikishuo Shigeru as helpers. Now, there's just one chance left to go, and the third ninja war is my opportunity. Meanwhile, the Scorpion looked at the amount of high quality ore in front of him, and he couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on his face. With these ores, he was able to continue his experiments. Anything that hinders me from upgrading my metal golem technology will be swept away by me. Oniki, Sand Hidden Village, if you don't sell me, I'll be strong. It just saved a lot of money. But speaking of which, the financial problems of Cheyenne Village are too serious. The daimyo of the Land of Wind. I really don't know how to lift. Do you really think that ninjas are tools of your nobles? The village is mine, not yours. We have collected your money, so that you can be your nobles with peace of mind. If we don't take your money, you won't be nobles. but now is not the time. When I use the tailed beast and the magnetic escape to upgrade my scarlet amber, then I'll clean you up. It's just a swarm of ants. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. The village of Sandyan attacked the mine cave of the village of Union. Now that Union Village is being attacked on both sides, I think they can still support it like this. Tomorrow we will attack the defense line of Iwayne Village in one go. Let's meet the martial prowess of our cloud-hidden ninja. It's been suppressed for so long, and it's been cautious for so long. This time I finally found an opportunity. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow couldn't help laughing. He couldn't wait for dawn soon, he wanted to vent his emotions. And in front of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows, many cloud-hidden ninjas were also infected by the emotions of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows, and they laughed one after another. Great, the turning point of the war has finally come. This time, we, Li Hao, will definitely defeat Union Village. Win the war. Looking at the appointment letter in his hand, he couldn't help but show a solemn expression. Sarutobi asked him to lead a team to support Iwakuan Village, and he needed to lead an army to stop the Sand-Hidden Army. He was not afraid of the task, though. But he also knows what the task means. It means that Konoha is going to join this third ninja war. He was also very war-averse and longed for peace. It's just that the world won't be at peace because he wants peace. It is precisely because of this that Jiraiya's expression is very melancholy at this time. Teacher, what's wrong? Bo Feng Shuman on the side looked at his teacher with this expression, and couldn't help but ask, his face full of concern. Oh, yes. It's just war. After all, the ideal world only exists in the ideal. What is the reality like? Didn't you already know? Interests, hatred, resources, power, ambition. Mankind has countless reasons to wage war, and in this world, war is always continuous and peace is always short-lived. It is not easy for the ninja world to have this peaceful time. The coming of war is also helpless. What can you do? As a ninja in Konoha, he can only go on a mission after all. After undergoing the immortal body transformation surgery, his strength has greatly improved. So why are you afraid of war? Come when you come. Thinking of this, Jiraiya's expression also returned to normal. Bo Feng Shuman on the side looked at the change in Zi Lei's expression, and his heart was also relaxed. But thinking of the war, he couldn't help but fall silent. Little Watergate, don't worry. War is the fate of ninjas, we just need to face it. Kill enemies, protect Konoha, become a hero of Konoha, you may become the next Hokage, and it will be possible to quell all wars in the world. For this, you have to work hard to cultivate. At the end, Bo Feng Shuman smiled. Looking at Ji Lei's smile, Bo Feng Shui 967 Gate also smiled. Don't worry, teacher Zilei, I will work hard to cultivate, I will not let you down. My dream, but to become Hokage. As he spoke, Ba Shui showed a sunny smile. Looking at this smile like a little sun, Ji Lei's smile became even brighter. Okay, the letter of appointment has been sent, and I should go and prepare. Little Watergate, cultivate by yourself. I wish teacher Zilei Weiyun Changlong. Goodbye. Zi Lai also turned his back to the Wave Feng Shui Gate and waved his hand. It's finally done. My crimson second generation. The 10-meter-tall metal puppet resembles a giant. The hideous shape is very terrifying, as if a demon god descended on the world. Sawtooth, axe, sickle, senbon, kunao, shuriken, and many sophisticated killing mechanisms. Ichio Shaojuru as an energy system and magnetism as a control system, my second-generation Crimson Suzuru is simply comparable to a demon godlike existence. Its power has far surpassed that of the tailed beast, and even surpasses the god of forbearance. This is the power to resist an army of ninjas with the power of one person, or even enough to destroy a country. The Scorpion doesn't know how powerful the ninja god really is, but he knew his current self and knew how powerful the second-generation Crimson Amber really was. Single-handedly resist an army of ninjas, or even destroy a country. Isn't this comparable to the power of the demon god? Anyway, ordinary humans, even ordinary ninjas. It is impossible to stop him and stop the second-generation Crimson Flow. If I'm not mistaken, that old thing in Oniki will definitely turn to Konoha. It's just that although the hypocritical old fellow of 8 Flying Sun will agree, he will never help him all, he will only send a force to block my steps. Ha! They all think I'm only 11 years old, so they think my strength is not as good as the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. They all think that the Cheyenne village, which has lost 3 generations of Wind Shadows, does not have much combat effectiveness. Soon, you will see the strength of me, as well as the strength of Cheyenne village. The second generation of Crimson Sumi will give me the power comparable to or even surpass the ninja god, but I'm not the naive guy of the original Hokage. If I have the power to dominate the world, I will dominate the whole world without any scruples. It's just that I know that this ninja world is not simple, but I don't know what that mysterious boy is planning. He said he had the same purpose as me. Why is it the same? What is my purpose? How would he know? But it doesn't matter. Only strength is everything. As long as I have incomparably great power, but no matter what his purpose is, I don't care. Saying that, the Scorpion collected his thoughts and walked towards the second generation of Crimson. He also needed some simple debugging, and then he could perform the performance test of the second generation of Crimson Amber. Shikaku, Dingza, Heike, you have worked hard this time. No hard work, no hard work. Jiraiya is the leader of this force. We will definitely do what we should do seriously and take responsibility for our own responsibilities. Looking at Lu Ju's reaction, Ziai Lai didn't say anything more, just nodded gently. Although Cheyenne Village has lost 3 generations of Wind Shadow, and the 4th generation of Wind Shadow who has just taken office is only 11 years old, we cannot underestimate Cheyenne Village. And I don't know why, I always have an inexplicable sense of crisis. You know, my intuition has always been very accurate. Ji Lai also looked solemn. Nara Lu on the side listened for a long time, and his expression was also casual. Actually, I was about to talk to you, Jiraiya-sama, about this. I gathered some intelligence and found some important intelligence. The 4th generation of the Wind Shadow Scorpion may have created a brand new metal puppet. This metal puppet is very powerful and very easy to control, and many sand-hidden villages, even if they are not puppeteers, are equipped with some metal puppets, or metal puppet parts. It is precisely because of the popularity of metal puppet technology that the lack of ore in Cheyenne Village made the decision to attack Union Village. Listening to Narashika's narration, Jiraiya also showed a serious expression. If before, he might not have cared about metal golems. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Whether he turns wood into metal, he is not incapable of destroying metal. However, after receiving the immortal transformation technique of the Great Snake Pill, he had deeply realized the importance of technology. Metal puppet technology must be a technological innovation of puppetry, and all new metal puppets may be much more powerful than the original wooden puppets. And it is very likely that the metal puppet technology was developed by the 4th generation of Wind Shadow Scorpions. At the age of 11, he was able to develop metal puppet technology and innovate puppet art, which may be more powerful than the Big Snake Pill. In the face of such a genius enemy, he naturally would not let his guard down. I know, I will seriously deploy the strategy for Cheyenne Village based on this intelligence. But he didn't wait for Nara Shikaku to continue to speak. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiraiya. It's not good for adults. The sand-hidden troops are coming at us. Boom 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 dash. The 10-meter-tall second-generation Crimson Amber walks on the earth. The huge size, heavy mass, makes the earth rumble. Under the vibration transmission, the sand ninjas all showed a look of awe. Although the Scorpion is only 11 years old, its body is still very short. But his metal puppet is so huge. Having such a wind shadow is really full of security. Boom 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 dash. However, the shinobi feel very safe, but the ninjas of Konoha don't think so. They looked at the metal giant in awe and fear, feeling the slight vibration of the earth. What is that thing? Is this the puppet of the village, Sunan? What a terrifying breath, the earth is shaking. Is such a metal puppet really something we can resist? Countless new generations of ninjas have felt fear. And the Konoha ninjas who participated in the Third Ninja World War, although there was no fear, their expressions were also solemn and serious. As for Jiraiya, his expression was very embarrassed. After undergoing the immortal transformation surgery, he has become half an immortal, and not only his strength has been greatly improved, but his perception ability has also been greatly improved. It was precisely because of this that he could easily feel the aura of the tailed beast from this tall metal puppet. Scorpion. The 4th generation of Wind Shadows in Cheyenne Village actually used the metal puppet as a human pillar force, which is really an amazing technology. With the metal puppet of the tailed beast chakra, such a huge and heavy metal puppet, how can you look at it? It is a very powerful and very dangerous existence. Nara Shikaku on the side observed the change in Jiraiya's expression, and couldn't help but ask, Jiraiya-sama, what did you find? It's the tailed beast. The 4th generation of Wind Shadows of Cheyenne Village sealed the tailed beast in that metal puppet. As soon as Jiraiya's words came out, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but be surprised. What? The 4th generation of Wind Shadow of Cheyenne Village was actually able to seal the tailed beast in the metal puppet. This metal puppet looks very powerful. Now that Nara Shikaisa has obtained this information, he understands even more how terrifying and amazing this metal puppet is. Then Jiraiya-sama, what are you going to do? After a slight pause, Nara Shikaisa asked straight to the subject. And Ziai Lai did not sell the pass, and replied frankly, what else can I do? Only I can stop this metal puppet. So the command is left to you, Shikaku. I understand, then I wish Lord Zilei a prosperous martial luck. There is no nonsense, and the current situation does not allow him to waste time. Along with Jiraiya rushing towards the second generation of Crimson Sook, Nara Shikaku also took over the command and arranged for the Konoha ninja to defend. Face enemies who don't know the details. He must be careful, otherwise he will die in the same village. In the process of moving at high speed, Zilla has also entered the immortal mode. Immortal eye shadow appeared on the face, and horizontal bar fairy patterns appeared in the eyes. Quickly approached the second generation of Crimson Amber, and at the same time turned his hands into phantoms, forming a ninja seal. Immortal Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spewed out a blazing flame, and the flame condensed the flame dragon, and flew towards the second generation of Crimson Su under the control of Jiraiya. Jiraiya, one of the three shinobi. This is fairy? Seems kind of interesting. After narrowing his eyes slightly, the scorpion directly activated the switch of the second generation Crimson Amber. Buzz. Airplanes. With a humming sound, dozens of spiral flying axes rotating at high speed burst out of the air under the control of the magnetic field. Almost between the electric flints, the rotating flying axe cut off the fire dragon. At the same time, quickly slashed towards Jiraiya. So fast. What a terrifying power. His pupils shrank suddenly, and Ji-Lai quickly dodged and fled, while his hands quickly froze. Swoosh. Su. The sound of breaking the air sounded in Jiraiya's ears, and a little airflow was already blowing on his face. So sharp, when there was no way to hide, Zilla finally completed the seal. Senfa Needle Jizo. The pale hair grew rapidly, wrapped around Jiraiya's body, turned into armor, turned into a shield. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8bsqueak. Creak. The shrill cutting sound made Jiraiya's face solemn. He knew that this metal puppet was strong, but he didn't expect that he was so strong, and as soon as he fought him, he was about to kill. This is completely crushing level combat effectiveness. Nara Shikasa in the distance also saw this scene. After taking a deep breath, he didn't know what to say. In the face of absolute power, wisdom is really of no use. Such a powerful enemy, able to easily crush the enemies of Jiraiya-sama. This is simply the combat power that stands at the top of the ninja world. Even if it is a demigod in a half-hide, it is not necessarily the opponent of the fourth generation of Wind Shadows. What's more, the fourth generation of Wind Shadow is only 11 years old. At such a young age, he has such great power. Wait for him to come of age. How powerful will he become? Will it be more powerful than the original Hokage? If the Wind Shadow of the Sand Hidden Village has a combat power comparable to the ninja god, this ninja world, what will it look like? He couldn't believe it. This war is estimated to be difficult to fight. Cheyenne Village gave birth to such a genius. Where will Konoha go? Meanwhile, Zai was also very embarrassed to use the substitute technique to avoid the scorpion's attack. Then he no longer had the slightest reservation. Psychic. When the Fukazaku Immortals and Shima Immortals of Myoki Mountain were summoned by Jiraiya, they stood on Jiraiya's shoulders, one left and one right. Fukazaku Immortal, Shima Immortal, I will trouble you this time. Yes, we're in trouble. I have never seen this enemy before. Such a huge metal puppet, even I felt the breath of the tailed beast. It's an amazing existence. The Shinseku Immortal looked at the second generation Crimson Su, and his eyes couldn't help but show a little shock and emotion. As for the Shima Immortal, he showed a solemn expression. Xiao Zilei, are you sure you want to deal with this big guy? I don't think the three of us may be enough. Zai Lai also showed a bitter expression and replied, if it is not enough, it must be delayed, at least for a while. If it's just for a while, go on. After the Fukazaku Immortal and the Shima Immortal looked at each other, they both made a decision in their hearts. As for the Scorpion, he looked at Jiraiya, who had two toads standing on his shoulders, and his eyes were a little curious and cold. This is the so-called immortal. Two toads, I don't know what is the difference between the anatomy and ordinary toads. 9. By Yuan Jun, do you think you can also block the fourth generation of Wind Shadows in Cheyenne Village? The sky was cold and the moon was empty, and the big snake pill was drinking tea in Bai Xian's room. While drinking tea, he asked, and his eyes flashed with a slight strangeness. He also got relevant information about the four generations of Wind Shadows. Scorpion, the 11-year-old boy, seems to have revolutionized puppetry. If he had seen this information before, the big snake pill would not have paid attention to this scorpion. But after getting to know Bai Xian, he knew that there were some geniuses who could transcend their age. Age means nothing to a true genius. So this scorpion, what level of genius will it be? Orochimaru was very curious. Senior Orochimaru, you should know that I have been to Cheyenne Village. With Bai Xian's words entering the ears of the big snake pill, the gaze of the big snake 740 pill also changed. Of course, he knew that Bai Xian had been to Cheyenne Village. The three generations of Wind Shadows were killed by Bai Xian, as well as Burning and Magnetic Duen, which were also obtained by Bai Xian from Cheyenne Village. Could it be this scorpion? So that's the case. It seems that Bai Xian is very familiar with this scorpion. With an inexplicable look in his eyes, Orochimaru's heart also gave birth to many conjectures. Scorpion is your genius second only to the great snake pill senior. I couldn't bear to see such a genius waste his talent, so I gave him some help. Although Zai Lei's strength is good, the original immortal transformation technology is even more extraordinary. but the gap in talent cannot be smoothed out by an immortal transformation technology. After getting Bai Xian such a clear reply, the big snake pill's eyes couldn't help but narrow. This way, it seems that this time is also doomed to defeat. So what kind of decision will Sarutobi-sensei make? You must know that Jiraiya, who has undergone immortal transformation surgery, is not something that ordinary ninjas can match. Tsunade's fear of blood has not been cured, and Konoha is qualified to lead the troops, perhaps only me and Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru whispered softly, saying that the words here were also turned. By Suinjun, who do you think the 3 generations of Hokage will let to resist the sand-hidden village? Senior Orochimaru, why do you knowingly ask? That hypocritical and selfish old thing will inevitably send you to resist Sandyan village. Senior Orochimaru, didn't you guess this before you appeared here? It's just that I want to say that the talent of the Scorpion will definitely not disappoint you, Senior of the Great Snake Pill, and he's the same kind of person as us. By Xian's words, the big snake pill understood. It was precisely because of this that the big snake pill couldn't help but laugh. By Suinjun, your thinking and pattern are indeed above me. Since even the 4th generation of Mikazakage is our people, it seems that sooner or later this world will also be ours. Thinking of this, the big snake pill couldn't help but look forward to it. However, Bai Xian shook his head lightly and replied unhurriedly, Senior Orochimaru, the world you are talking about is just the planet under our feet. There are endless planets in the universe, and we don't need to put our world, our horizons so low. When we become gods worthy of gods, even transcendent beings, the whole universe will be ours. Ha 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 ha, yes, the whole universe will be ours. Orochimaru laughed, and the vastness of the starry sky and the universe appeared in his heart, and it was difficult to calm down. Immortal Law 5 Right Guard Gate. Zille also spit out the oil that chakra turned into, the Shenseku Immortals used the wind escape, and the Shima Immortals used the fire escape. The combination of the 3 techniques can produce great lethality, can burn the opponent on a large scale, and the rolling oil with thousands of degrees of heat can theoretically swallow all tangible substances. The blazing flames burned fiercely, as if they wanted to devour the 2nd generation Crimson Stream Amber along with the 4th generation Wind Shadow and turn it into ashes. However, in the face of the incomparably hot flames, the Scorpion did not have any panic and fear, and there was even a slight smile in his eyes. Is this fairy art? Sure enough, it is more powerful than ordinary ninjutsu, and I think that it can be integrated into my metal puppet technique, which may bring me some surprises. While thinking secretly in his heart, the Scorpion manipulated the 2nd generation Crimson Super to enter the shower heat chakra mode. Through the technique of squeezing the tailed beast, the sandy chakra suddenly burst out in surging, magnetic quicksand waterfall. The yellow sand suddenly turned into a monstrous wave, and in an instant it flooded Jiraiya's Immortal Law 5 Right Guard Gate 0. Then under the control of the Scorpion, the surging yellow sand scattered, turning into huge waves from all directions, and fiercely flapping towards Zille, as if wanting to drown Zille in endless yellow sand. He also wanted to hide, but the flying axe suspended in the air and rotating at high speed made it difficult for him to dodge. Xiao Zille, give up, the enemy is too strong. Let's use reverse psychic techniques to escape. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b, although Zille is unwilling, because he knew that once he escaped, the Konoha ninja must have suffered heavy losses, but now he really has no choice. If he had died, Mu's loss would have been heavy, so he can only escape. There was no time to hesitate, and Zille nodded directly, okay, then it will trouble the 2 immortals. No trouble, I have long wanted to run. Fukazaku replied in a low voice. The Shima Immortal on the side also nodded gently. Although they are called immortals, their combat effectiveness is extremely limited, and even powerful shadow-level ninjas are not comparable. In the face of the 2nd generation of Crimson Ambers created by Scorpions, they are also very scared. Such an existence is simply a monster more powerful than the tailed beast. Mankind, it's a really scary existence. When Jiraiya escaped using reverse psychic techniques, the Scorpion's eyes couldn't help but show a little pity. Unfortunately, I originally wanted to catch an immortal for dissection to see if I can master immortal art in 2.6, and whether immortal art can be integrated into metal puppet technology. I didn't expect the famous Zille to flee so decisively. 3 Shinobi, hee. After a contemptuous smile, the Scorpion directly shouted loudly, self-defeated, Sand Ninjas, attack with all your might. Yes. Long live the 4 generations of Wind Shadows, long live Lord Scorpion. Come on. Time the Sand Ninja were also excited. As for the Konoha ninjas, they were defeated. Narashikasa knew that there was no way for Jiraiya to escape. Therefore, he could only keep a bitter face and forcibly calm himself. The retreat was arranged methodically. What? Jiraiya is defeated. The 4th generation of Wind Shadows in the Cheyenne village actually crushed and defeated Jilei. Scorpion, he's only 11 years old this year. Looking at the information in his hand, Sarutobi couldn't help but think of Uchiha Bakushuin. also extremely young, but talented. No, it should not be said to be outstanding. It's perverse, it's too perverse. Although there is no shortage of geniuses in the ninja world, such abnormal geniuses will not be born. At a young age, it can almost easily change the world pattern. This is outrageous. But facts are facts. Since the ninja world has given birth to geniuses like Uchiha Bakeshuin, like scorpions, all he has to do is face it. Tailed Beast Chakra, a 10-meter tall metal puppet, and a magnetic escape. Although he can crush Jiraiya, he should not be able to deal with me. It's just that my strength can't be exposed so quickly. If it is exposed, then the future will be very good for Uchiha Bakeshuin. I really want to send Uchiha Bakeshuin to block the Sand Hidden Village, but that's not realistic. After all, Uchiha Baishian is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he won't listen to me, and I can't order 05 to kill him. So, I seem to have only one choice. Although I don't want to let the big snake pill out of the laboratory, but now I don't have a choice. Harm, after sighing faintly, Ape Flying Sun Chopper found the big snake pill. Great snake pill, Zilaya was defeated. I know that you are stronger than Zilei. I don't know if you are willing to lead troops to defeat Cheyenne. Looking at Ape Flying Sun Chopper, Orochimaru's heart understood what Ape Flying Sun Chopper was thinking, and he also knew that his teacher wanted to act. But why isn't he acting? Although I do want to stay in the lab. However, since Konoha needs me to go into battle, I am also obliged. Listening to the reply of the big snake pill, the Ape Flying Sun Chop also showed a satisfied expression. He knew it turned out like this. You have worked hard for the big snake pill, but the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and there is no way. Only you can stop Shahide. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. Well, that's up to you. Sarutobi patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Everything is silent. Lord Orochimaru. Nodding gently, Orochimaru looked at Nara Shikasa, Akimichi Dingza, Yamanaka Haiki and the others, and his expression was very calm. How's the battle going? No one can resist the 4 generations of wind shadows, we can only keep retreating. What about casualties? The battle loss rate reached 42%, 42%, I see. Leave it to me next, I will defeat the 4th generation of wind shadow. Orochimaru's tone was very calm, as if he was saying something. Although Bai Xian said that the talent of the scorpion are second only to himself. In that case, is it better to be yourself? Talent are not as good as their own, and their age is not as old as their own, so he is confident that he will never lose. It's just that Nara Shikaku looked at such a confident big snake pill, he wanted to describe the strength of the 4 generations of wind shadows. I want to tell Orochimaru that the 4th generation of Kazekage easily defeated Jiraiya. You won't necessarily be able to beat the 4th generation of wind shadow. Be careful, be vigilant, be serious. But when the words came to his lips, Nara Shikaka still didn't say it after all. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. After glancing at Nara Shikasa, Orochimaru knew what he was thinking, but he didn't care. Just take care of your responsibilities. You don't have to think about anything else. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Soon the big snake pill came to the battlefield and saw the 2nd generation of Crimson Flow. The 10-meter tall metal puppet has a hideous and terrifying shape, and is filled with the chakra aura of a crane, as well as high-intensity magnetic field fluctuations. It's really a genius among geniuses. Bai Suanjun said that the scorpion is a genius second only to me, and here is second only to. The gap seems to be a bit small. Interesting. Won't disappoint me. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. Orochimaru smiled with interest. The whole person suddenly disappeared in place. When the figure of the big snake pill appeared again, it was already in front of the 2nd generation of Crimson Flow. The moment he saw the big snake pill, the scorpion's gaze couldn't help but condense. This is the big snake pill. Read the violent novel, just go to Fila Novel Network. It's like a big snake pill can see the extraordinary of a scorpion at a glance. The scorpion can also see the extraordinary features of the big snake pill. The breath is similar to Jirei, but the intensity is very different. If it is self-made, it is also a lamp. Then this big snake pill is like a sun. It's dazzling. For generations of wind shadows, let me play with you this time. Remember to be serious, otherwise you will lose quickly. As he said this, the body of the big snake pill suddenly glowed with pure white light. After the pure white light turned into an energy cloak, it also turned into a 100-meter divine dragon at the feet of the big snake pill. Such a huge divine dragon, sacred and noble, dazzling like the sun, but without the heat of the sun. Supporting the big snake pill is like a divine residence. Such a powerful posture almost instantly overwhelmed the scorpion 2nd generation Crimson Amber. It also made the sand ninjas can't help but be afraid. As for the Konoha ninjas, they all cheered up 773. Only Nara Shikaku showed a stunned expression. Why? Obviously, the big snake pill and Zilla are also the 3 ninjas, and the gap between the two is actually so big and Lord Orochimaru is so powerful. Such a power has surpassed Naruto-sama. Originally, forget it, it's not important. As Lord Orochimaru said, I only need to take charge of my own duties. When Narashikasa began commanding the Konoha ninja into battle, the big snake pill simply and rudely controlled the pure white light dragon towards the second generation Crimson Flow. As for the scorpion, it also became serious in an instant. That's fine. It's really not interesting to bully the weak all the time. Only by fighting the strong can I progress rapidly. In the next moment, the scorpion controlled the second generation Crimson Amber and entered the Sandstorm Chakra mode that could only be entered by pressing a crane. Buzz. Airplanes. With a terrifying hum, large clumps of yellow sand emerged from the earth, and some of these yellow sand were attached to the body of the second generation Crimson Flower, forming a set of armor. Part of it was suspended in midair, turned into a shield under the control of the scorpion, and resisted in front of the pure white light dragon. But between electric flint. Boom 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 dash. With a deafening roar, the terrifying aftermath suddenly set off, and the spherical shock wave expanded rapidly. Stirring up a violent airflow, the air hissed sharply, large expanses of yellow sand sputtered out, and dazzling brilliance suddenly bloomed. Just a simple collision made countless ninjas on the battlefield stunned, shocked, and unable to calm their minds. Is this kind of power still a power that a ninja can control? Lord Orochimaru, it's actually so powerful. It's unbelievable. Such a power definitely surpasses the third generation of Hokage, and is even very close to the first generation of adults. This pure white brilliance, and this dragon. Could it be that one of the two powerhouses in the previous heaven and earth color change battle was Lord Orochimaru? Narashikasa seemed to have thought of something, and there was an indescribably complex look in his eyes. As for the Sand Ninjas, it was more worried and fearful. Their original fourth generation Wind Shadow is already invincible in the world. I didn't expect that Konoha's big snake pill actually held such a powerful power. If the fourth generation of Wind Shadow loses, they sand hidden villages, themselves. Abominable. Is it possible that the hope that is hard to see will be shattered today? Cheyenne Village, can it really become a world hegemon? Konoha's great snake pill, why is it so powerful? It doesn't matter what these people are thinking. At this moment, the scorpion also showed a feverish and excited feeling. That's how it feels, bullying the weak is really boring. Only by fighting with the strong can I feel excited and make a lot of inspiration burst out of my mind. This dragon, it is not a simple, condensed dragon made of light, it seems to have life. Yes, it just has life force. Since chakra can have vitality, can I make the metal puppet also have vitality? It doesn't seem impossible. If the metal puppet can also have vitality, then can I use the spirit to control the metal puppet? Treating the metal golem as my second body allows me to greatly simplify the metal golem's operating system and enhance the rest of the metal golem's capabilities. Just when the scorpion inspiration burst out, the big snake pill did not stop attacking. When the pure white light dragon began to entangle the second generation of Crimson Amber, dragon claws, dragon horns, dragon teeth, dragon tails, all of them turned into pure white light dragon weapons. Tear the yellow sand and attack the metal puppet. Boom! Boom! The sound of gold and iron colliding sounded, and a large number of cracks appeared on the metal puppet's body without any accident. It's really hard enough. But it's better to be hard. If it's not hard enough and breaks when touched, it's not interesting. While whispering, the big snake pill also released various immortal arts. Hundreds of pure white rays of light turned into laser cannons and slammed into the second generation Crimson Super. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Boom! Rumble! Rumble. Like a rain of fireworks, pure white brilliance illuminates everything around it. In the terrifying roar and explosion, hideous cracks continued to appear on the metal puppet's body. It's just that the scorpion doesn't panic at all. Under his control, yellow sand rushed to the scars of the metal puppet, quickly filling the gap and maintaining the operation of the metal puppet. The old does not go, the new does not come. And the third generation of Crimson Amber is destined to be more powerful than the second generation of Crimson Amber. But since it is destined to be destroyed, then let me enter the strongest state of the second generation Crimson Flow. Overload Magnetic Storm Mode. Pressing the red switch, Ichigo Moritsuru's chakra is further squeezed. In the midst of the seal, Ichigo Morizuru couldn't help but start cursing. It's endless. How is it still endless? The fourth generation of Wind Shadow of Cheyenne Village, Scorpion, you bastard, actually treat my Shao'erhi uncle like this. You wait for me. You wait for me. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Wait until I get out. I must be over with you. Along with a large number of tailed beast chakra, it poured into the power system of the second generation Crimson Stream. The terrifying magnetic field suddenly rotated, and some arcs burst out on the body of the second generation Crimson Sui. Weapons systems. Run at full capacity. With enough chakra, the Scorpion directly activated the weapon system with all its might. Spinner axes, terrifying chainsaws, 1,000 guns, kunai launchers, shuriken ejection devices, Countless metal weapons, under the control of the magnetic field, attacked towards the pure white light dragon and towards the direction of the big snake pill. Boom, boom, rumble, boom, rumble, rumble, explode, explode, continuous explosions. The terrifying aftermath set off a shockwave of the sphere, which quickly collided, tearing the air, sweeping the air current, and emitting a sharp hissing sound. The yellow sand sputtered in all directions, the pure white light constantly flickered, and there were strands of electric arcs, faintly appearing from time to time. What an amazing talent! At the age of 11, he was actually able to develop such a technology. He was indeed a genius among geniuses. No wonder Bai Suanjun would value scorpions, and no wonder Bai Suanjun would not bear to watch scorpions waste their talents and talents. Such a genius. Bai Xian said that he is the same kind of person as us. Interesting, really interesting. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the big snake pill's interest became even stronger. His hands turned into phantoms and suddenly froze. Immortal Dragon Light Devouring Technique. In that case, let you feel Mu Dun's true strength. A pure white light suddenly condensed from the hands of the great snake pill and flew out. It seems ordinary, and there is nothing special about other pure white lights, Zhao does, but in fact, this is the true light of Immortal Would Escape, which has the power to devour chakra and life. Although the scorpion did not see anything strange, the sixth sense in the underworld allowed him to see this devouring light. What is it? What a dangerous feeling! The cold hair suddenly stood up, and the scorpion wanted to dodge, wanted to defend against the cold. It turned out that it was simply too late. It's too late. Silently, the immortal dragon light devouring technique hit the second generation Crimson Flow. The terrifying devouring power devoured the chakra in the body of the second generation Crimson Suber in an instant. Even if there was a tail of cranes that continuously released chakra, the speed at which the immortal dragon light devouring technique devoured chakra was too fast. Almost instantly, the energy system of the second generation of Crimson Stream collapsed. But this is normal. After all, the talent of the big snake pill is indeed stronger than that of the scorpion, and the age of the scorpion is still too young after all. Although this metal puppet has a good design, it is only much stronger than the tailed beast, and its combat power is equivalent to the boundary between shadow level and super shadow. And now the big snake pill is a real super shadow level powerhouse. Suspended in midair, Bai Xian watched condescendingly as the big snake pill fought with the scorpion. Although the big snake pill can easily defeat the scorpion, but the scorpion also left a lot of back for himself. The scorpion fled. Cho saw that the situation was not good, and immediately organized the retreat of the Sunahide army. As for Nara Shikasa, he watched this scene with ecstasy. Great! Lord Orochimaru defeated the fourth generation of Kaze Cage. The time to fight back has finally arrived. Attack! Offensive! Konoha's army attacked. He immediately commanded Konoha's army to hunt down and kill the Sunahide army. Looking at this scene, Bai Xian's eyes also flashed a little different color. When the strength of the strong is much greater than that of the weak, the pattern of war is also destined to be changed. It looks very child's play, but in fact, if there is no strong person to stop the scorpion alone can kill the army of Konoha. 197. The same is true of the big snake pill. If no one blocks the big snake pill alone can easily kill. No, it should be said that it is devouring the entire army of sand concealment. Looking at the ruined remains of the second generation Crimson Stream, he looked at the Cheyenne army that was fleeing in a hurry. The big snake pill paused slightly, but still dispelled the idea of devouring the Sandian army with Mu Duen. Since the scorpion is his own person, then you can't devour the army of Cheyenne. Appearing in front of the remains of the second generation Crimson Amber, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. It's really a sophisticated construction, and there are some similarities with the Susanoo armor that Bai Suanjun once gave me. Speaking of which, I almost forgot about that Susanoo armor. Well, it's better to combine the Susanoo armor with this metal puppet. See what interesting creations can be created. After all, it can be valued by Bai Suanjun and this scorpion. It must not be a common thing. Thinking like this, Orochimaru immediately took out a bunch of storage scrolls, split the second generation Crimson Amber, and loaded them into these storage scrolls. Lord Orochimaru, do you have any other orders? Walking to Orochimaru's side, Nara Shikaku asked respectfully. You don't need to ask me these things. Luyu, you are fully responsible. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. A little strange look flashed in Nara's eyes, and then he went to do what he had to do. It's just that after turning around, some special thoughts also arose in his heart. Although Lord Orochimaru is not friendly, he doesn't like to be in charge. What's more, Lord Orochimaru has extremely powerful power. If Lord Orochimaru can become a fourth generation Hokage, it seems to be good. Scorpion, are you okay? Cho's mother-in-law looked at the scorpion with concern. Until he found that the scorpion was intact, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the scorpion was defeated by the big snake pill, but the scorpion is still the only hope and pillar of Cheyenne village. It's okay. Cho-sen-in-law, you don't have to worry about me. Although I was defeated by Orochimaru this time, I also gained something in this battle. After I finish upgrading the second generation Crimson Amber, I won't be helpless to fight back. The age of the big snake pill is older than me, and my age is my advantage. In the future, sooner or later, I will defeat the great snake pill. When there is no enemy in the ninja world that can stop me, the village is destined to become the overlord of the ninja world. Listening to the Scorpion's confident words, Cho's mother-in-law also showed a gratifying expression. Scorpion, your idea and this mentality are very good. Read more novels for free on our website tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Mother-in-law, I am very relieved. AF, will also fully support you and cooperate with you. Scorpion nodded. It's just that in his heart, he has other ideas. This big snake pill is very wrong, and his breath seems to have some similarities with that mysterious teenager. Perhaps, he and that mysterious teenager are in a gang in today's battle. Although he did not spare his hand, he definitely did not give it his all. He didn't want to kill me, so in his eyes, I am my own person. This mysterious organization. What is going on? This breath. It's night. The Scorpion quietly left his tent. It didn't take long for him to see Bai Xian, who was looking up at the starry sky. Long time no see. Yes, long time no see, for generations of wind shadow. Bai Xian looked away from the starry sky and turned to the Scorpion. If I'm not mistaken, you should know Orochimaru. Scorpion asked straight to the subject. And Bai Xian did not deny it, just nodded gently, and then Yin said lightly, I didn't introduce myself last time, let's make one today. Under Uchiha Hakugen. As Bai Xian's words fell, the Scorpion's pupils also shrank suddenly. It was between this electric flint that he thought of many things. So it turns out that you are Uchiha Bakushuin, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. And you're really a year younger than me. Age doesn't matter. Bai Xian smiled. Exactly. Scorpion nodded in agreement. Then the voice changed, so, Bai Suanjun, what are you planning? What kind of role am I in your plan? The Scorpion knows Bai Xian's talent, and also knows Bai Xian's wisdom. Therefore, he did not want to fight with Bai Xian, so he asked straightforwardly, and Bai Xian doesn't like to sell guanzi. Don't be nervous, I'm not a conspirator. I just think technology can change the world, so I want to use technology to change the world. As for how to change the world with technology, you should be clear. As Bai Xian's words fell, the Scorpion's gaze couldn't help but flicker slightly. So what do you want to change the world into? Scorpion, don't be so short-sighted. You look up at this starry sky. The world you are talking about is just a planet under our feet. In the vast universe, there are some endless planets. Let me ask you, do you think you will be able to fly to the stars in the future and see the scenery in the depths of the universe? After whispering a word, the Scorpion couldn't help but raise its head and look at the boundless starry sky. Of course, he knew the vastness of the starry sky, and it was precisely because of this that his heart couldn't help but throb a little. If you can go to the universe, the depths, what kind of scenery will that give me a view? This world, this planet under my feet. It seems too small. It seems that my pattern is too small. Uchiha Bai Xian, Bai Suanjun, he has never put the planet under his feet in his eyes. Or rather, he just sees the planet as a springboard, that is, it is not important. I seem to understand what he said is really not wrong. I am the same kind of person as him, and the big snake pill. His thoughts rotated between the electric flint, and after a slight pause, the Scorpion revealed an expression of understanding. So that's the case, Bai Suanjun, thank you for your guidance. I already know where my future, our future, and the future of this world should go. Looking at the Scorpion's reaction, Bai Xian also smiled. I knew from the beginning that you and I were the same kind of people. While speaking, Bai Xian also took out a set of scrolls. There is a lot of knowledge in it, all of which Bai Xian thinks is useful for Scorpions. This is my gift to you. Hope that helps. I also hope to meet again next time, and you are also ready for a gift for me. After receiving the scroll, there was also a bit of anticipation. Then he nodded lightly and replied, Don't worry, Bai Suanjun, I will be ready. My gift will not disappoint you. When he said this, his tone was full of confidence. Of course I believe in you, so I'm looking forward to it. It's not early, I should leave too, look forward to our next meeting. Goodbye, Bai Suanjun. Looking at Bai Xian's figure that suddenly disappeared, the Scorpion looked at the dazzling starry sky again. Infinite reverie arose in his heart. Yourself, the future, the stars. Bai Suanjun, I knew you would come. It seems that Senior Orochimaru, you understand me. Under the stars and moon, the big snake pill and Bai Xian looked at each other and smiled. Bai Suanjun, the Scorpion's talent are indeed good. I can tell that he is really the same kind of person as us. Senior Orochimaru, are you still not at ease with my vision? Listening to Bai Xian's words, the big snake pill also smiled. It seems that there will be one more person in the future knowledge transaction. Bai Xian nodded gently, then turned his words and said, Exactly. But in this battle, Didn't the senior of the great snake pill also gain something? As these words entered the ears of the big snake pill, the eyes of the big snake pill also showed a wisp of different color. The harvest is indeed there. However, my current research focus is still on blood succession and immortal arts, and as for metal puppet technology, or mechanical technology, it is not very important to me, although I also know the truth of touching the bypass. It's just that I don't have any thoughts now, I can only see if I can get something in practice. Of course, if Bai Suanjun can give me a pointer, I will also be grateful. Saying this, the big snake pill also looked at Bai Xian's gaze with a little more expectation. Ha 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 ha, Senior Orochimaru really knows how to joke. But it's not a pointer. It's just that there are some research ideas. The elders of the great snake pill can see the human body as a complex machine. Bai Xian only said such a sentence. The rest of the words don't need to be said by Bai Xian, and the big snake pill can naturally comprehend it. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Just as Bai Xian expected, after getting the guidance of this sentence, a lot of inspiration burst out of the big snake pill's mind. Think of the human body as machinery and the human body as machinery. The big snake pill knows the human body very well. He knew that the human body is not perfect, and that many structures are full of flaws, which can only allow humans to perform normal physiological responses in specific environments. Once the external environment changes, humans cannot respond physiologically. But mechanics are different. Machinery can adapt to more brutal and harsh environments. If you see the human body as a machine, then make some specific modifications to the human body. It will inevitably make the human body more resilient. Bai Xian said. Look at the cosmic starry sky. The environment in space is so harsh that human beings must not be able to survive in space. But machinery can. Therefore, Bai Xian's idea must be to transform human beings so that the human body has the ability to survive in space like a machine. Bai Suanjun, you are still too modest. But it's better to be modest. Bai Suanjun, your vision, pattern, and wisdom really surpass me too much. It's really hard to imagine how bleak my future would have been if I hadn't met Bai Suanjun. Senior Orochimaru said and laughed, even without me, you will be the most dazzling existence in this world. However, my existence has indeed allowed the senior of the great snake pill to give full play to his talents. But Senior Orochimaru, you have also helped me a lot. It can only be said that this is mutual help and mutual progress. Yes, mutual progress, common progress. So we need the same kind. Bai Suanjun, don't worry, our future path will not be lonely. Of course I know. Finally, the two smiled slightly in tacit understanding. Orochimaru-senpai, see you in Konoha. Okay Hakugen-kun, we'll see you in Konoha. After returning to Konoha, Hakugen took out the pen and paper. The plan went well. Scorpion and the big snake pill, under their own guidance, both set their sights on the starry sky. With their talent, they will definitely be able to promote aviation technology. Scorpions will build large-scale machine manufacturing technology that can travel in the universe. The big snake pill will develop human modification technology that can allow humans to survive in space. As for me, continue to explore the body, the soul, and the mysteries of chakra, of course. Chakra cultivation immortal law. Using chakra to constantly strengthen himself, he eventually became an immortal comparable to the mythical one, able to travel freely in the universe, and possessed the power to destroy the stars. The Hangdan immortal body cultivation method has been cultivated to the extreme by me, and the first 4 doors of the 8 gates of Dunjia have also been permanently opened. I have felt chakra's close connection to the nature of life. I will soon be able to integrate Yang into Hengdu. Hangdan immortal body is Hungduan chakra's strengthening and transformation of the human body. When Hungduan chakra is perfectly integrated into the human body naturally becomes the carrier of Hungduan chakra. The human body carries both Hungduan chakra and vitality, or Yangdun chakra. It's like a glass bottle with 2 liquids. As long as certain conditions are met, the 2 liquids will naturally fuse together. Naturally blended together. But what I want is not for Hungduan and Yangdun to blend naturally, and it makes the 2 perfectly integrated, and strengthens and transforms the human body to the greatest extent. The theory of human body mechanism is not just for the big snake pill, it is used to inspire the big snake pill. The theory of human body mechanism is also something I firmly believe. I want to upgrade the Hungduan immortal body cultivation method, or 170, to create a Hangdun immortal body transformation technique. In the process of integrating Hangdun and Yangdun, the human body is strengthened and transformed to the greatest extent, and even I hope that with the help of this process, I can dig deeper into the essence of life. After whispering, Bai Xian began to design the Hungduan immortal body transformation technology. Human mechanics. Think of the human body as a machine and design the most perfect human body structure. Hangdun is a powerful blood successor born from the chakra fusion reaction. It is integrated into Yang and has the characteristics of vitality. In this way, it is natural to let Hungduan chakra play a deeper role on the human body. If Hungduan chakra is used as the energy source of the human body, it will definitely be able to remove most of the defects of the human body. No need to eat, no need to drink water, no need for oxygen, can adapt to extreme temperature, pressure, only enough chakra, can maintain the normal operation of the human body. It can even be immune to the vast majority of viruses, bacteria, and even radiation, and has extremely self-healing ability, and most importantly, lifespan. I have a vision. If you can bind the chakra fusion reaction to life, or let the life force undergo a fusion reaction, can I have a lifespan comparable to that of a star? The lifespan of a star, but in hundreds of millions of years. It's just that this technology is not so easy to achieve. Bai Xian whispered. After all, chakra is chakra, life force is life force, and the human body is the human body. Of course, for me, I still have thousands of years to live, more than 1,000 years, and I will definitely be able to conquer this technology. So I'm not in a hurry, but I'm looking forward to it too much. If life force can also perform fusion reactions, what will be the result? After imagining for a moment, Bai Xian converged his thoughts. Future things will be talked about in the future. Now I better design the Hungduan immortal body transformation technology first. Meanwhile, Saratobi also received intelligence from the front. Win, the big snake pill really didn't disappoint me, actually won so easily. This is really good news, but there are some problems. Pure white brilliance, condensed into a divine dragon. Big snake pill, do you have technology that I don't know? If he really mastered the technology one didn't know, then why should he be exposed? What the hell was he thinking? What exactly was he planning? Or is this just a special immortal art? Something is wrong. What special immortal technique can make the great snake pill have such a powerful combat power? When Orikimura comes back, I still have to talk to him. I'm a little uneasy. Ape Fei frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Meanwhile in Myoku Mountain, Jiraiya's injuries have finally healed. Little Zilei, the big toad immortal wants to see you. The voice of the deep immortal made Ji-Lai pause slightly. Okay, I'll leave now. Don't be in such a hurry, Xiao Zile also has your injury just right, take your time. Shima Immortal said with a concerned look. It's okay. Zilei also waved his hand. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Soon Zilei, Shenzo Immortal, Shima Immortal came to the body of the big toad immortal. Little Zilei, you are here. Just yesterday, I dreamed of a corner of the future. Or, the future has been changed. The child of prophecy is gone. In its place is an incomparably tall being, under whose leadership mankind embarked on the path of the stars. I saw the shattering of endless stars, and a figure worthy of a godlike existence falling zero. The fire of human war ignited the entire universe. Terrible, really terrible. I don't know what came to mind. The big toad immortal couldn't help but show a terrified expression, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Zilei also looked shocked, and now he was a little confused. Universe? Starry sky? Genie? War? Terrible? What are these? The Shenzuo immortal on the side, the Shima immortal couldn't help frowning, revealing a solemn expression. They knew that the prophecy of the great toad immortal had never been missed. So what kind of future is it exactly? What would make the big toad immortal so scared? Could it be a metal puppet with a huge figure? Is it able to bring humans into the starry sky? Or even unleashing an unprecedented cosmic war? If that's really the case, big toad immortal fear is also normal. After all, that kind of power is not something he can resist. They Miyama Mountain, in the face of such a force, are nothing. Little Zilei, think about the 4 generations of wind shadows. After receiving the hint from the Shenzuo immortal, Zilei was first slightly stunned, and then showed a solemn expression. If this huge figure really represents the metal puppet of the 4th generation of wind shadows, so, does this mean that the village will rule the world in the future? Big Toad Immortal, what do you want me to do? With 3.4 Lei's inquiry falling, the Big Toad Immortal slowed down. It looked at Ji Lei in a complicated manner, and said calmly, if you can, I hope you can change this future. It's just that your power is too weak in the face of this force of change. Little Jiraiya, let's do it, the future. Come to Myoki Mountain as little as possible. The words of the Big Toad Immortal seem to have a point. It's just that I really don't understand what will happen in the future. However, even if he did not know why, he did not continue to ask. Yes, Big Toad Immortal. After taking his leave, Zilla also left Miyama Mountain. Returning to Konoha, Jiraiya got the latest information. What? The Great Snake Pill actually defeated the 4th generation of Wind Shadow with ease. This, Jiraiya-sensei, isn't this good news? Bofeng Shuman on the side saw that Zi Lei's reaction was so great, and he couldn't help but ask. And after Zi Lei also reacted, thinking of the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal, his expression couldn't help but condense. If the 4th generation of Wind Shadows is really the tall figure in words, then what role does the Big Snake Pill play in that future? Immortal Transformation Technology. Perhaps only the combination of immortal transformation technology and metal puppet technology can make human beings go to the starry sky of the universe. Such a future. Isn't that a good thing for humanity? But ignite the war of the universe. Is this really what humanity needs? In case of, are the enemies in the universe much stronger than humans? In case of, will humanity be exterminated as a result of this war? So do you want to change this future? Maybe I don't have the power to change the future of such 07. Their own strength, in the face of such power, does not seem to be worth mentioning. After a slight pause, Lai showed a bitter and helpless expression. Nothing. This is really good news. Zi Lai also looked at the wave feng shui gate, and his eyes couldn't help but become complicated. If you look at the original worldview, Bo Feng Shuman is undoubtedly a genius, and he will definitely be able to become a strong person in the future. But if the future changes are earth-shaking, it will be able to make human beings go to the stars. So what kind of genius is Bo Feng Shuman? Maybe only the big snake pill, only a genius like a scorpion. It's a true genius. Without scientific research talent, without the ability to change the world pattern, it is nothing. But it doesn't matter anymore. If the future of mankind is really as predicted by the great toad immortals, then yourself in this change, nothing. The same goes for Wave Feng Shuman. It's nothing, so just let it be. After figuring it out, Jiraiya showed a smile. Okay, I don't think about it. Watergate, let's start cultivating. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Bo Feng Shuman showed a bright smile, as if he was still that little Sunday. Mother-in-law Cho, I need time to grow, and Sunahide village also needs time to develop, so surrender directly. And I think Uahide village's approach is very interesting. Maybe we can ally directly with Konoha, so that we can be guaranteed enough time. As the voice of the scorpion entered Cho's ears, Cho couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Time, now that you are the fourth generation of Wind Shadow, since you have already made your decision, then do it. After all, in the face of the great snake pill, we really have no power to fight back. Recalling the big snake pill that controlled the pure white light, Cho's pupils couldn't help but feel a little fearful. After making this decision, her heart couldn't help but relax. Listening to Cho's reply, the scorpion also nodded gently. Now that Bai Xian's identity has been determined and his future goals have been determined, Scorpion's plan has naturally changed. Now he doesn't want to continue the war. Now he just wants to study the future in the laboratory. How to make a metal golem fly into the starry sky. As for resources, since Bai Xian was his own person, and the great snake pill was also his own, how could he possibly lack resources? If he guessed correctly, the third generation of Hokage would soon retire, and Orochimaru and Hakugen would soon take control of Konoha. Under their control, Union Village will inevitably spit out a lot of resources, and he, as his own person, will definitely be able to get a piece of the pie. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. These things will be left to you, mother-in-law Cho. I want to go back and do experiments to explore the improvement and upgrading of metal puppet technology. Well, go Scorpion. Just leave the chores to me. Cho's tone was also a little gentler. Sunahide surrendered and wanted to ally with Konoha. Orochimaru did not feel any surprise when he saw the surrender and alliance letter submitted by Suna, because he knew that the Scorpion was his own person. It's just that he is curious about what his teacher, Ape Flying Sunko, will think. Although Cheyenne Village will settle down, but Union Village, and Wien Village will not settle down. Teacher, what will you do next? Orochimaru knew. As long as Ape Flying Sun is willing to let him lead the troops, whether it is Union, or Wien, he will soon be able to calm down. But once he calmed down the four villages, the battle merits obtained are enough to make the Great Snake Pill a fourth-generation Hokage. And how could Ape Flying Sun / make his big snake pill a fourth-generation Hokage? Therefore, the Ape Flying Sun Chop will inevitably send others to lead the troops, or even lead the troops yourself. Of course the probability of the last one is slim. After all, his own teacher, when he has a whole card, always wants to hide. I don't know who I'm guarding against? It's starting to get interesting. In the Hokage office, Ape Flying Sun Chopper got this information, and just as Orochimaru guessed, he began to think. Cheyenne Village is divided, but the other three villages will not be divided. Especially in Union Village, 800 he is a poisonous snake. As long as Konoha shows flaws, he will definitely not be merciful. For that old thing of Oniki, the alliance agreement is nothing. So, who should I send to calm Union, Wien, and Union? The big snake pill is absolutely unusable. He has calmed down Cheyenne and obtained great battle merits. If the other three villages are also handed over to him, he will inevitably gain an incomparably great reputation, such a huge reputation that is enough to make him a fourth-generation Hokage. He is only suitable to be a researcher, not a Hokage. Where he belongs is the laboratory. When you come back, let him enter the lab. He is the key to Konoha's development and one of Konoha's whole cards. Jiraiya, Iniga Butterfly, Shuumao, there are still too few people who can be used, but I haven't forgotten that I still have to use this war to test Uchiha Bakushuan's whole cards. The Uchiha family. Then used the mist to test Uchiha Bakushuan. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the ape flying sun chopped and lit his pipe and began to swallow clouds and mist. Hunduan Immortal Body Transformation Technology. Through this technology, I can perfectly integrate Hengdun and Yangdun. Although I can't pass a Hengdu Immortal Transformation surgery, I can make the life force have the characteristics of Hengdu, so that the life force can undergo a fusion reaction. But it can also enhance vitality and improve life expectancy with Hengdun to a certain extent. Of course, none of this is the most important thing. The most important thing is the structure of the Hunduan Immortal Body. Hunduan Chakra is deeply involved in the 8 major systems of the human body: digestive system, respiratory system, endocrine system, motor system, nervous system. This allows Hunduan Chakra to replace food, water, oxygen, and many other substances needed by the human body to maintain the normal operation and normal physiological activities of the human body. To a certain extent, after possessing the Hunduan Immortal Body, I can survive in space for a long time. As for why it is impossible to survive in space permanently, it is because the production of Hunduan Chakra requires not only physical energy and mental energy, but also natural energy. If you have been living in space, in addition to spiritual energy that can be continuously produced by the soul, physical energy and natural energy can only be replenished on the planet. Needless to say, natural energy still needs food, water, and oxygen. Thinking of this, a wisp of color also flashed in Bai Xian's eyes. From this point of view, the Hunduan Immortal Body is not perfect. But I will definitely continue to upgrade it in the future to become more and more perfect, and I'm not too long away from being able to survive permanently in space. The Cosmic Starry Sky. The Atsuki clan finally, after whispering a word in his heart, Bai Xian began to prepare for the Hunduan Immortal Body Transformation surgery for himself. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Bai Xian quickly made all the preparations. Separate the 3 shadow doppelgangers, then close your eyes and inject anesthetics. Surgery, here we go. Hunduan Immortal Body Modification Surgery is very complicated, more complicated than all previous fairy modification surgeries. This time the operation. It took 9 days and 10 nights to complete. Wait until the moment Bai Xian opened his eyes. An unprecedented feeling made Bai Xian intoxicated and addicted. So wonderful, so comfortable, too relaxing, so warm. The body still becomes a sun, containing infinite brilliance and heat. The vitality is incomparably abundant, like a small sun. Although Bai Xian's current vitality is not yet capable of fusion reactions, but Hunduan Chakra's strengthening of vitality is also unprecedented. The current Bai Xian has a lifespan of at least 5,000 years. What is this concept? Perhaps in this world, the history of human civilization is only 5,000 years. Of course, that's not the point. The focus is on the constant chakra in the body. It contains the Hunduan Chakra of wind, fire, thunder, immortal art, and yang. It is deeply involved in the physiological response of the human body: blood circulation, breathing, digestion, endocrine, movement, nerves. In this process, Hunduan Chakra seems to be strengthening the human body all the time. Not only that, but also the chakra radiation derived from Hunduan Chakra, which is also strengthening the human body all the time. Every cell in the body is like warmth. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. This is the effect of Hunduan Immortal Body Surgery. It worked exactly as I calculated, but it felt better than I thought. Stretching out his palm, Bai Xian seemed to touch the natural energy, the magnetic field of heaven and earth, the radiation of the sun, the rays from the depths of the universe. My ability to perceive and control the world has become stronger again. As if comprehending something, a ray of wisdom burst out from Bai Xian's eyes. A gold-like Hunduan Chakra suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand. There is no ceiling, just a thought. The immortal Law Yin and Yang inorganic rebirth technique was suddenly launched, forth with a bright golden crow with high vitality. It was born in the palm of Bai Xian's hand. The fusion of the golden crow and the life phoenix. This is the true golden crow, the golden crow with life, like the golden crow of the sun. Of course, the only flaw, perhaps, is that it has no intelligence. And this defect may not be a defect for me. It's just that if you can integrate Yin Dun into Heng Dun, it may make Hunduan more powerful, and it will also make this golden crow even stronger. Holding up the brilliant golden crow with the palm of his hand, Bai Xian felt the power of eternity like the sun, and many inspirations were born in his heart. The effect of the Heng Dun Immortal Body Transformation Technique is more powerful than the Heng Dun Immortal Body Cultivation Method. After all, one is the power of the 5th level and the other is the power of the 4th level. My body is also getting stronger rapidly, and in a month, I will probably be able to permanently open the 5th door of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Duman, then according to the physical state after permanently opening Duman, develop corresponding moves and improve my combat system. That's an important point. And the last point is the upgrade of Susanna Mecha. After completing the Hunduan Immortal Body Transformation Surgery, Bai Xian suddenly had a completely new idea. That is, why can't Susanoo and Susanoo Mecha merge into one? He can completely change the structure of Hitomi Susanoo and make it become Susanoo Mecha. There is also the pupil technique of his right eye, which can also convert chakra into matter. And so it goes. He can completely modify the structure of Hitomi Susanoo to become a chakra version of Susanoo Mecha. Then with the pupil technique of the right eye, Bishimu God, good money Zhao, to make the pupil technique Susanoo become the real Susanoo Mechao. With the double increase, how powerful will the Hitomi Susanoo Mecha become? The key to this is chakra. When I used Hengdun chakra to construct Susanoo Mecha, and used Hitomi to transform Hunduan chakra into matter. Such as Susanoo Mecha, why is it just a fusion of Hitomi Susanoo and Susanoo Mecha? It even contains the power of the immortal law Hengjin Uchakra model. So it's not a double increase, it's a triple increase. Also, since I'm going to modify the structure of Hitomi Susanoo, then I can design multiple forms. Susanoo Armor, Susanoo Mecha, even Susanoo Real Dragon, Susanoo Fortress, etc., etc. The ever-changing chakra also represents the ever-changing structure. Although the pupil techniques of the chakra eye are independent of each other, they are not incombinable. For example, the future Uchiha Suzuki. The pupil of one eye is Amaterasu. The pupil technique of the other eye is a garbage that can control Amaterasu's flame. Combined with Susanoo, these three pupil techniques can also be fused together, and combined with the tailed beast chakra to form a move Indra arrow. It can be seen that the three pupils of the chakra eye are not completely independent, but can be combined. His left eye is a god of 8 thoughts and gods, and he can deduce the structure of Susanoo Mecha. His right eye is the 5 gods of Bitan, who can transform chakra into matter, that is, Susanoo into an entity. Using these two pupil techniques to transform Susanoo can naturally make Susanoo more powerful. Even in this process, you can integrate the power of Hengdun into it. It's really exciting, how huge and powerful can the threefold enhanced complete body Susanoo be? In just an instant, a complete idea appeared in Bai Xian's mind. Meanwhile, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow also got information from Sand Hidden Village. He showed an angry and helpless expression. Cheyenne 180 Village, 4 generations of Wind Shadows, is really a waste of waste. Originally, I thought that the 4th generation of Wind Shadow who could easily defeat Jiraiya was so powerful. As a result, a big snake pill defeated the 4th generation of Wind Shadows. It's that this 4th generation Wind Shadow actually surrendered so quickly. Even he not only surrendered, but also allied himself with Konoha. Ha! What a soft bone. Once Cheyenne Village is defeated, how can I continue to attack Union? Kiribi on the side looked at his brother with a sad face, and said with a concerned expression, Yo, AI. Don't worry, the more anxious, the more you can't think of a good way. If we can't defeat Union with our strength, why don't you contact Wien? You know, now in name, Yuan, Konoha, and Sand Hidden are alliances. It is impossible for Wien to watch the 3 villages form an alliance and then grow and grow. Listening to Kiribi's words, AI's eyes couldn't help but light up. Great idea. Kiribi, thanks for the reminder. I'll send someone to contact Wien Village. Afa, we're brothers, aren't we? Yes, we are brothers. Madara-sama, this is the chakra of the Great Snake Pill. When Baiju released a wisp of chakra of the Great Snake Pill from the scroll, Uchiha's expression suddenly changed almost instantly, becoming complex and cold. Ha! No wonder it has such great power. I felt Mu Duan's breath, and even Uchiha's breath. However, this big snake pill is also a genius, and he can actually steal the power of Mudun and use Haibo through some taboo method. Such people are too dangerous and must be eradicated. Listening to Uchiha's cold and murderous voice, Heiju in the shadows also thought so. This big snake pill has become a variable that prevents him from saving his mother. It must be eradicated. Although the decision had been made, Uchiha knew that it was not so simple to eradicate the great snake pill. Sarutobi Hinata, the student of Kuruma, that hypocritical little thing is reluctant to give up power, so after Orikimura returns to Konoha, he will definitely not let Orikimura continue to participate in the war. Now Iwahi, Suna, and Konoha have reached an alliance. Although this relationship is not strong, if there is a conflict of interests, it will inevitably be broken in an instant. But for the Third Ninja World War, this alliance is crucial. If someone obstructs this, maybe the Konoha alliance can eliminate Union and Mist, thus completely changing the world pattern. This kind of thing is not a good thing for my Moon Eye project, so I have to break this alliance. Let Union and Mistun attack Konoha at the same time, and then guide Iwane to sneak up on Konoha. If the 3 villages attack Konoha together, Tsunahide may also take advantage of the chaos to sneak attack. That's it. 3 generations of Water Shadow Lord, this is the scroll sent to you by the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Although the 3 generations of Water Shadows have not yet opened the scroll, but he also knows what the 4th generation of Lei Ying is thinking. Iwahi, Konoha, and Sand Hidden have allied themselves. It is foggy, and naturally cannot sit idly by. He knew very well what the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow meant, formed an alliance, and then attacked IWA together. Attack Konoha. This 4th generation Thunder Shadow seems to have some ideas. The 4th generation of Lei Ying showed a very reckless personality, short-tempered, and straightforward. Yuan killed his father. The 3rd generation of Water Shadow also means that the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow wants to ask him to attack Union Village together. While taking revenge, he was also able to rob the ore of Union Village. Unexpectedly, he actually wanted to invite himself and invite the Mist Hidden Village to attack Konoha. That's a really good idea. After all, the current Konoha did not know that Union and Mistian would join forces to sneak up on Konoha. In this unprepared situation, Mistian can at least loot the territory of the Fire Nation and harvest a lot of money and materials, so he has no reason to refuse. Tell the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, I agreed. Yes, 3 generations of Mizuki-sama. Wei Yin's side really agreed, and the speed of reply is so fast, it seems that my thoughts are in line with the hearts of the 3 generations of Water Shadows. Ha 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 ha. The face of the 4th generation of Lei Ying couldn't help but show a bit of pride. He also thought his idea was great. And this is all because of his father's teachings. War means to surprise and attack them. Otherwise, his father would not have decided to attack Yuan. Something went wrong though, but this line of thinking still makes a lot of sense. At least the 4th generation of Lei Ying felt that this idea was not wrong. But don't worry, father, I will definitely not follow your old path. I will definitely be careful, and careful. I will not bury my life because of a momentary greed. After whispering a word in his heart, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow immediately said to the earthen platform on the side, since the fog-hidden side has already agreed, then Yuan's side will be handed over to you, Tai. You must do a good job of camouflage, and you can't let Iwa hide and Konoha find out. Yes, Lord Thunder Shadow. I will do my best to disguise myself, and there will never be any problems. Tsukade looked serious. Sure enough, it is prosperous enough, and the country of water cannot be compared at all. I can't wait to loot and kill. The one who spoke was Loquat Juzo, one of the first Ninja Knife 7 in Wien Village, and the first user of the broken knife and decapitated the big knife. Full of ambition and iron blood, wielding a decapitation knife to stain the battlefield with blood, his cruelty is famous in all countries. Yes, it's just that the air is a little dry, which makes me uncomfortable. But it's okay, when the blood flows, the air will be moist. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost showed a hideous smile. On the side, Orochimaru, Tonko Wild Bateman, Wooleye Jinhachi, Black Ho Thundertooth and others also showed bloodthirsty smiles. Just do it, don't wait for Konoha to react, come here. When Loquat Juzo's words fell, the others also showed expressions of expectation and excitement. Yes, in the next moment, all 7 people of the Ninja Deo disappeared in place. Wielding their ninja swords, they launched a war against Konoha. Meanwhile, Kiribi, are you ready? Don't worry, AI, I'm ready. Okay then, let's go up. Yes, under the leadership of the 4th generation of Lei Ying AI and the 8-tailed man Zuliki Rabbi, Union's army penetrated deep into the land of fire. Kill, snatch, loot. Under the starry sky, a little blood fell on the earth. Silently, one life after another dies, and souls enter the pure land. Sure enough, as I expected, Union and Misty joined forces and launched an attack on Konoha together. It's faster than I thought, but it's just right. His eyes flickered slightly, and the 8 Flying Sun Slash who had planned for a long time immediately took action. Zi Lai also and Kimu Shuumao, the 3 families of Pig Deer Butterfly, are responsible for resisting Union. The Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Oil Lady clan, and the Inyazuka clan are responsible for resisting the mist. When the letter of appointment is issued, Uchiha also found by Shien in an instant. Patriarch. 8 Flying Sun, slash that old thing, let's go and resist the Mist Hidden Village. It's really disgusting, obviously knowing that our Uchiha clan is the best at fire escape, and we have to resist the Misty Hidden Village that is good at water escape. Why didn't you let the Uchiha clan go before resisting the Cheyenne Village? Looking at the indignant Uchiha for a moment, Bai Xian smiled. Instant Elder, why are you so angry? It is not a day or two for apes to fly and cut disgusting people. What's more, our Uchiha clan has long been different from the past. Susanoo armor has become popular, and with armored troops, our Uchiha clan can have an advantage no matter what enemy we face, and even crush the enemy, invincible and invincible. And this war is also an opportunity to let the world realize that our Uchiha family is no longer what it used to be. Listening to Bai Xian's words, Uchiha also calmed down in an instant, thinking about everything Bai Xian said, and a little anticipation appeared on his face and eyes. Oh, yes. This is an opportunity. An opportunity for the world to reacquaint itself with the Uchiha family. Armored troops. How can the world, who has not seen it, understand what a powerful force it is? 300 Uchiha ninjas, each with the Sharingan Eye of Sangoitama. After equipping Susanoo armor, it has extremely powerful defense, and conventional ninjutsu and damage cannot break through Susanoo's armor's defense. There is also the immortal blazing gold Uchiha mode, which can not only greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the members of the armored troops, but also allow them to have the ability to fly. They even practiced the Uchiha flow sword art, and each sword was able to slash out an incomparably huge and incomparably hot flame blade. Attack, defense, speed, flight, illusion. The armored troops of the Uchiha clan hardly have any shortcomings. How could the Weian village be the opponent of their Uchiha clan? Even the famous Ninja Sword 7 would not be the opponent of any member of the armored force. Any one. Elder Instant, go down and prepare. This is our opportunity, don't miss it. Yes, Patriarch. Looking at Uchiha's departing back in an instant, Bai Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. Bai Xian knew that Ape Flying Sun / wanted to test his whole cards with the help of Weian Village and test the strength of the Uchiha clan. It's just that Ape Flying Sun Chopper doesn't know at all. In the face of absolute power, in fact, intelligence has no value. Even if he understood his strength, he couldn't handle it. Not to mention, this is indeed a good opportunity. There are many precious experimental materials in Weian Village. The ice escape of the Shui Wuya clan, the corpse veins of the Kagaya clan, and the hydration technique of the Ghost Lantern clan, and the boiling and dissolving of the Terumi clan. Even the ninja knives of the 7 people of the ninja knife are very good experimental materials. Of course, the 3-tailed chakra and 6-tailed chakra are also not to be missed. Let's start with blood succession. Ice done is wind done plus water done, boiling done is water done plus fire done, dissolution done is earth done plus water done, all of which can make Bai Xian one step closer to the blood snare. As for the corpse vein, it is even more amazing. This non-elemental blood succession limit is likely to be closely related to the Datumu family. Datuki Kagaya is not only called Kagaya, but also has a trick of blood and snare to kill together. Therefore, it is very likely that the Kagaya clan has the bloodline of the Itsuki clan. Moreover, the corpse bone vein is the blood inheritance of the body's mutation, that is, the blood inheritance that belongs to the Yang Dun category. And the way the bones are embodied is interesting. You can freely manipulate the abilities of the bones of your whole body to defend or attack. As long as it is related to bone, such as osteoblasts, osteoclasts, calcium concentration, etc., can be manipulated without limit, which can make bones grow, decompose, or maintain hardening. Mutation of human bones, mutation of bone cells, special bones, bones with extraordinary strength. In his previous life, Bai Xian often read novels, and there was an extraordinary bone that also made Bai Xian remember it vividly. That is the supreme bone. Speaking of which, the chakra eye is a mutated eye, and the corpse bone vein is a mutated bone, so can the blood vessels, heart, lungs, and other organs and tissues be mutated and thus become a blood inheritance. It doesn't seem impossible. You just need the right technology to do it. Thinking about it this way, not only the bone vein is very important, but the hydration technique of the Ghost Lantern family is also very important. After all, it is a secret technique that can elementalize the body, a secret technique that can change the basic composition of the human body. Maybe I know how I should upgrade my immortal transformation technology in the future. After secretly thinking in his heart, Bai Xian began to recall the information of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist-Hidden Village. The 7 ninja knives are the big knife mackerel, the blunt knife cut, the explosive knife droplet, the double knife flounder, the thunder knife tooth, the broken knife decapitation big knife, and the long knife sewing needle. The broken knife decapitation knife can absorb iron from the enemy's blood to regenerate itself and restore the holder's physical strength. But Bai Xian knew that there was very little iron in his blood. Even if the broken knife decapitation deo can be absorbed and used to self-regenerate and restore the holder's physical strength, the absorbed blood required must be an astronomical amount. So at the end of the day, there must be chakra's role. However, in any case, being able to regenerate itself and restore the holder's physical strength, breaking the knife and decapitating the big knife is also a good ninja knife. 873 The Great Blade is able to absorb enemy chakra and merge with its master. Bai Xian knew that the great Dao muscles were once a parasitic life of the 3 tails, feeding on the chakra of the 3 tails, and also had special abilities. Merging with the owner and transforming the owner into a fishman form is also an extraordinary ability, and if it can be dug and developed deeply, it must be very promising. A long knife stitch is a blade that pierces everything and stitches it together. A blunt knife is the blade that defeats all defenses. Explosive knife droplets are blades that combine perfectly with explosions. Thunder knife fang is the fastest blade with lightning. The double knife flounder is a knife composed of 2 symmetrical knives up and down, which can emit gaseous energy light balls and can also make the blade larger. The 7 ninja swords are 7 ninja swords with special abilities, and they must not be born in nature, but forged by humans. Even if the material is special, it proves that this world can forge extraordinary weapons. If you can combine forging techniques to create a ninja sword with all the abilities of the 7 ninja swords, how powerful will a ninja holding this ultimate ninja sword have? Even if I can improve my forging technique, will I be able to forge a more powerful ninja sword? Perhaps, I can use the slashing knife as a template to create a special chakra ninja knife. Devour enemies, evolve yourself, strengthen the sword master, and as the power of yourself and the sword master reaches a limit, you can also merge and transform into a new form. Such a ninja knife may be more powerful than a slashing knife. If combined with the ability to make a fantasy come true, can this chakra ninja knife become a combination of the slashing knife and the broken jade? Devour all energy, evolve yourself, strengthen the sword master, break all limits, and keep getting stronger. It seems very promising, you can study it. After Bai Xian read secretly, he converged his thoughts. There is nothing to say about the 3-tailed chakra and the 6-tailed chakra. Isn't the tailed beast used to synthesize the divine tree? Wait until you have collected all the chakras of the tailed beasts before you start researching. However, speaking of which, his Susanna Mecha technology has also been upgraded. Based on the Hengdun chakra, construct the Susanna chakra mecha, and then use the pupil technique to transform it into matter. This kind of Susanna Mecha technology is also convenient. You don't need to manufacture it in advance, you can make it whenever you want to use it. It's just that in this era, who is qualified to let me open the Susanna Mecha? Uchiha Madara. He doesn't seem to deserve it. Unless he replaces the Eye of Reincarnation. But is this possible? Meanwhile, Uchiha looked at the Konoha defense map in front of him, and also showed a bit of satisfaction. With this map, you can easily invade the Land of Fire, causing massacres and looting supplies. He didn't believe that Union Village, who got this map, would not be moved. Baiju, send this map to Oniki. Yes, Madara-sama. After respectfully replying, Baiju sneaked into the earth and disappeared in front of Uchiha's eyes. Soon Oniki received the map. Looking at the detailed introduction on the map, his eyes couldn't help but flicker. When he learned that Union and Mistun teamed up to attack Konoha, he thought about whether he should take the opportunity to sneak up on Union, but he didn't want to see the Konoha family alone, so he went to hesitate first. However, after seeing this map at this time, another idea also arose in his heart. Zero. Not as good as. I'm going to sneak up on Konoha too. With this map, I can easily rob the resources of the Fire Nation, which will not only make a lot of money, it can also weaken the combined strength of the Fire Nation and Konoha. Konoha is too strong, and the development speed is very fast. Can't let him continue to develop like this, otherwise Union Village, as well as other shinobi villages, will inevitably become more and more backward. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b, and this seems to be an opportunity. It's just that there is another problem now. Who sent this map? As for whether this map is true or not, Oniki does not care about the things that can be found out. He was more concerned about who sent the map. There are also some mysterious organizations hidden in the ninja world, and these organizations seem to hate Konoha. Since you have the ability to send this map quietly, this map is most likely not fake, because there is no need. If I confirm that this map is real, then I will not be polite. This time, I must bite off a piece of meat on Konoha. Soon Oniki was sure that the map was real. Thereupon he personally led troops and invaded the Land of Fire. Ape Fari, who got the information, was slightly stunned, and then couldn't help frowning. 5.9 How could Oniki invade Konoha so quickly? And looking at his offensive line, this is premeditated for a long time, but how did he know about this information? Could it be that there are inner ghosts? Inner ghost, thinking of these two words, the first thing that Ape Fari suspected was the big snake pill. Because of this, it is possible for him to send the great snake pill to resist Iwane. And after obtaining the great snake pill that defeated Iwane, he had enough battle merits and prestige to become the 4th generation of Hokage. Probably not, the big snake pill would not do such a thing. If it's not Orochimaru, then there are spies in the village, or there are other mysterious organizations hidden in the ninja world. Although the ape flying sun is very desperate, he does not like to take risks. But now, he also had to make a move. After all, it is impossible that the shadows of the other 4 villages can lead troops to the battle, but he, the 3rd generation of Hokage, cannot. And against Oniki, he has absolute confidence. Immortal Law 5 Escape 5 Bullet Technique, and Immortal Law 5 Dun Chakra Mode. 1 attack and 1 defense. It's much stronger than Oniki's Dust. Sarutobi Clan, Shimura Clan. There are also civilian ninjas, all of whom are the most loyal forces under me. This war, let them see my true strength. Thinking like this, Ape Flying Sunko's body suddenly burst out with a sense of spirit. It seems to be a bit of a ninja. On the other side, in the Hyuga clan, Hinata knelt down in front of her brother Hinata, touched her forehead to the ground, raised her hands, and accepted the letter of appointment. He is the leader of this Hyuga ninja clan. Well done, the battle merits are all Zanjia's. If he does not do well, he will be punished. Even it was also his honor to be the leader of the Hyuga clan in this battle. He must be humble 08 and kneel below to be able to obtain this qualification. And this, it is the tradition of the Hyuga clan. My brother, I'm only 15 minutes older than you, why am I kneeling in front of you now? The traditions of the Hyuga clan, the clans, the divisions. It's ridiculous. And you are not satisfied that I have become a slave, my son, my daughter, and my descendants will also become a separate family and become a slave of the sect family. How can I accept such a future? But even if I can't accept it, how can I resist? Can I change this future? It seems that it can't be changed. The next day, Bai Xian led the ninja of the Uchiha clan to the front line. Next to it is the ninja of the Hyuga clan. Looking at the leader of the team, Bai Xian's eyes couldn't help but show a little different color. Of course, Bai Xian knew who Hinata was. The biological brother of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, the father of Hyuga Ninji, was controlled by the clan all his life, and finally died in order to protect his brother and fulfill the duty of separating the family. In Bai Xian's opinion, this is absurd. However, Bai Xian can also understand, after all, human beings are such a life form. There are always people who want to enslave others, and there are always people who want to become human beings. And human beings have never lacked warriors to resist. There is no war more just than a war against oppression. Looking at those white eyes, Bai Xian knew that white eyes, just like the riding wheel eyes, could evolve. Riding chakra eyes can evolve into reincarnation eyes. Bai Xian's reincarnation eye is already pregnant, and it only takes time to accumulate to be born. And the white eye wants to evolve into a reincarnation eye. There are two different approaches. One is a large tube of wood chakra combined with white eyes. The other is to fuse countless white eyes together. If I help Hinata start a war against the Saklan, and collect and fuse the white eyes of the dead Hyuga clan to obtain a reincarnation eye, the eye of reincarnation and the eye of rebirth are the two most powerful eyes in this world, and Bai Xian naturally will not let them go. Reincarnation eyes aside, the ability of the reincarnation eye is quite interesting. First, having the rebirth eye can open the rebirth eye chakra mode, which can not only send out a large amount of Dao-seeking jade, but also use the yin and yang escape technique that creates all things. Second, the reincarnation eye, like the eye of reincarnation, will be able to control gravity and repulsion, and the complete reincarnation eye can even control the trajectory of the planet by controlling gravity and repulsion. Third, the reincarnation eye has the ability to control space, which can create a spatial channel between two stars, and combined with the flying thunder god technique, it will have a more powerful spatial power. Fourth, the reincarnation eye absorbs chakra, and by controlling the reincarnation eye chakra, you can absorb the enemy's chakra from a distance. Fifth, give the puppet vitality. There is nothing to say about this, it should be a way to use yin and yang. Sixth, the reincarnation eye summons the stone statue of Kanaha village, which can be repaired automatically under the control of the reincarnation eye, and is powerful enough to compete with the tailed beast, which is very interesting. Bai Xian suspected that the stone statue of Atsuki Hamura was a special chakra creation that contained some precious technology. Seventh, the reincarnation eye also contains very powerful pupil art moves, golden will rebirth explosion and silver will rebirth explosion. There is no need to rush about this. If you want to incite Hinata to rebel, you only need to solve the problem of the caged bird, and it's never that difficult for me. If you have a chance, talk to Hinata about popularity. And I look forward to my reincarnation eye more than the reincarnation eye. After Uchiha received the power between the Senju pillars, he did not awaken the eye of reincarnation until the end of his life. Of course, Bai Xian doesn't need that much time, but if he wants to give birth to the eye of reincarnation, it is obviously not a one-time thing. If you want to perfectly integrate the power of yin and yang are definitely the key. Now I have only mastered the very rudimentary yin and yang escape, and if I want to completely master the yin and yang escape, I need in-depth research. Yin, yang, perpetual. Perhaps I study 347 how to integrate yin into permanence? Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b, or are you thinking about how to create the yin-yang escape artificial tailed beast? Bai Xian had many ideas in his mind, but he hadn't thought about which one he should choose. And on the other side, Hinata also noticed that Haku Hyun glanced at herself. He looked at Uchiha Bai Xian, and he couldn't help but feel a little envious in his heart. At a young age, he became the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and initiated the reform of the Uchiha clan. Now who doesn't know that the reputation of the Uchiha family is getting better and better, the reputation is getting stronger, and even the business development of the Uchiha family is very rapid. Famous and rich. What a boy's ambition. At such a young age, the means, ability, talent, and wisdom are far beyond ordinary people, and they must have an identity, a status, a reputation, and look so handsome. It's really more human than people, and it's infuriating. Can't compare, just, why doesn't the Uchiha clan have a tradition of separating clans? Why does the Hyuga clan have it? Protect the white eyes? Is the chakra eye worse than the white eye? Doesn't the Sharingan need protection? It's ridiculous, and the most ridiculous, is myself. Bai Suan-K would not care about the one-man show in Hineda's heart. His gaze swept over the crowd, and Bai Xian also saw a familiar figure, Mat Dai, Mat Kai's father, who had the power to open the 8 gates Dun armor array. Because I changed the future, so the Third Ninja World War is ahead of schedule, Mat Kai and the others have not graduated yet, and Mat Dai should not have a chance. In order to save his son, he opened the 8-gate Dunja formation and defeated the Ninja Dao 7 of the Mist Yin. Speaking of which, with the performance of Mat Kai after opening the 8-door Dunja formation, the power of the 8-gate Dunja array should be able to easily kill the 7 people of the Ninja Dao in an instant. It will not be like Mat Dai in the original Fate track, only killing 4 people, allowing the 3 people of Loquat Juzang, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and Black Hoing Thundertooth to escape. Maybe there is something wrong with his body, or maybe he can't fully grasp the power of the 8-gate Dunja array. It's worth noting that this is also rare experimental material. This Kanaha's team is huge, but there are not many people who make Bai Xian care. After glancing around, Bai Xian closed his eyes and began to think in his mind about how to integrate Yin into Hengduan. Yin is the power of the spirit, the ability to create form in nothing. If Yin is integrated into eternity, then what will happen? Will the power of perpetual ID gain wisdom? Or am I able to give perpetual awareness? Still, will Hengdun become able to carry my spiritual power? In this way, can the light of eternity turn into the light of illusion? Mirror. The Great Sun Fantasy World. If I integrate Yin into Hengdun, then I will most likely use the 6th level of Hengdun to simulate the ability to control the 5 senses of the mirror. Even more. For example, let the Hengduan artificial tailed beast become the second sun in the sky, so that the light of illusion will shine eternally on this earth. I can even use this ability to simulate the effect of infinite monthly reading. Unlimited monthly reads. In Bai Xian's view, infinite monthly reading can be called virtual reality technology. A fantasy world with the effect of dreamland coming true can be applied to education, entertainment, scientific research, and other fields. And this will inevitably make the speed of human civilization faster and make society more stable. 6th level Hengxian. If I succeed in integrating Yin and Yang into Hengdun, it must also mean that I have complete control over the power of Yin and Yang. Then this also means that I will awaken my reincarnation eye. With the power of the eye of reincarnation, it seems that I can really complete my vision. Let the Hengduan artificial tailed beast be the second sun, hang forever above the sky, and then create a virtual world similar to the infinite moon reading. If human beings are allowed to live in an illusory world forever, there may be many people who resist. But if humans can freely enter the virtual world, then who will resist? Soon Bai Xian arrived at the front. Lord Bai Xian, the ninjas of the Kagaya clan rushed over, and the number was about 600. Hearing this information, Bai Xian did not have any surprises. Most of the Kagaya clan are battle freaks, and this information is very famous in the entire ninja world. It was not the first time that the Kagaya clan had done this kind of thing by storming the enemy's large army. Of course, Bai Xian believes that the 3 generations of Water Shadow will not let the Kagaya clan charge alone, and behind the Kagaya clan, there must be other Mist Ninja troops. Instant Elder, the first battle when you come to the front line will be handed over to the armored troops. Yes, Patriarch. Listening to Bai Xian's words, Uchiha, who had already been impatient, couldn't help but show an excited expression in an instant. Not only did Uchiha get excited in an instant, but Uchiha Fugaku on the side couldn't help but show an excited expression. After deeply understanding Bai Xian's strength, talent, wisdom, and talent, he had completely surrendered. And his talent are also excellent in the Uchiha family. Otherwise, in the original trajectory of fate, he would not have been able to become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. So he is now the captain of the armored troops. He longs for power and glory, for the world to see how powerful he is, and how powerful the Uchiha family is. This day, he has been waiting for a long time. As for the others around, although they didn't know how there was an extra armored unit in the Uchiha clan, they noticed the change in the expressions of Uchiha Momenta, Uchiha Fugaku, and other Uchiha ninjas. It can also be guessed that the armored troops should be the elite of the Uchiha clan. This also made many people show strange expressions. Uchiha Fugaku, lead the team, charge. Yes, Elder Instant. After shouting vigorously, he stepped out and stood at the front of the armored troops. And then, pull out the ninja knife and give the order. Armored troops, all transformed. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8beat. As the words fell, the 200 members of the armored troops, the gloves quickly spread and deformed, turning into exquisite and gorgeous Susano armor. Meanwhile, there were also dazzling, hot and noble blazing golden crows that flew out of their bodies and merged into Susanoo's armor. Golden flames covered their whole body. The wings of flames turned into wings and condensed behind them. Such an imposing, such a gesture. When really handsome, domineering, noble, gorgeous, there are too many adjectives that can be used on them. Uniform and imposing. Such a picture appeared in the eyes of everyone. Even the ninjas of the Uchiha clan felt extremely shocking. In my heart, I felt a kind of pride in pride. Of course, there is even more envy in the eyes. It would be nice if he himself was also part of the armor department. Good, team. As for the other ninjas, he even showed a stunned expression. No, isn't it? When did the Uchiha clan have such a force? What kind of ninja is this armor? What kind of ninjutsu is this golden flame? This is too handsome, isn't it? Of course, pregnant, it's not just handsome. The ninja of the Hyuga clan, especially Hinata, he was able to see that something was wrong with the armored troops. That golden flame is not an ordinary fire. The chakra in their bodies is not an ordinary chakra. Is this an immortal art? There are actually so many ninjas in the Uchiha clan, all of whom have mastered the power of immortal arts. It's incredible, isn't it? Such a powerful breath, such a powerful force. With Uchiha Fugaku's order, the armored troops totaled 200 people, and each of them unfolded golden wings of flame. One flew into the sky, 100 meters above the ground, and then rushed straight towards the enemy. The speed is as fast as 200 meteors crossing the sky. The ninjas of the Kagaya clan in front of them, watching this scene, the expressions on their faces couldn't help but stiffen. Originally, they were still very excited. They would be able to fight immediately, they would be able to kill immediately, and they would be able to see the bright blood color immediately. Even if the enemy was the Uchiha clan, they had never been afraid, because they are not ninjas who have not killed the Uchiha clan. However, in the face of armored troops, looking at the 200 armored people soaring in the sky, none of them knew what to say. Enemies flying in the sky. Can they hit? You must know that the ninjas of their Kagaya clan are best at close combat. Of course, they also have the ability to attack from a distance, such as a 10-finger bullet in the bone vein, which can fire the finger as a bullet. But look at the steel armor on the enemy. Can a 10-finger piercing bullet penetrate an enemy's defenses? Face such an enemy. How should their Kagaya ninja deal with it? The patriarch of the Kagaya clan did not know, and neither did the other ninjas of the Kagaya clan. After all, the Kagaya clan have never been good at using their brains. Kana has Ninja 137, watching the armored troops soar into the sky, the shock in their eyes couldn't help but become stronger. I can actually fly, and it's so fast. It's unbelievable. You know, there are not many ninjas in the ninja world who can fly. But at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, who was leading the charge, did not care about the opinions and feelings of others. Feel the speed of the speed, feel the wind blowing, and watch the enemy become clearer and clearer. He raised the ninja knife in his hand. Offensive. Uchiha Ryu Sword Art Sword Lipian. A sword swung down, and the 10-meter-long flame sword chi suddenly galloped out. 200 members of the armored troops, one of them cut out a 10-meter-long flame sword chi. Such a scenario, it's really shocking. I saw 200 flame sword chi descending from the sky and falling into the crowd. Use the dance of Tang song. The patriarch of the Kagaya clan immediately shouted. As pale bones grew out of the flesh and blood, covering their bodies, the ninjas of the Kagaya clan also had the defense of bones. It's just a pity, the defense of the corpse vein is not omnipotent. The bones couldn't resist the Jin Yan sword chi of the Uchiha clan. Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions sounded, and terrifying golden flames ignited the flesh and blood bones in an instant. For a time, golden flames rose up into the sky, burning wildly, and a blazing wave of fire swept the heavens and the earth, as if the surrounding temperature had risen several degrees. Not far away, the 3 generations of water shadows looked at this scene, and their faces couldn't help but sink. Although he does not know when Konoha mastered such a force, but he knew that he had to do something in the face of such an enemy. The Shueibyu clan, you guys hurry up to support the Kagaya clan. Yes, Lord Mizukage. The patriarch of the Shueibyu clan had a correct expression, and after replying, he immediately took the ninja of his clan to the battlefield. They also know that the enemy is not simple. But this is a war, and they also have to go up. What's more, the blood succession limit of the Shueibyu clan is ice escape. Using ice to deal with fire, they couldn't be better. Ice escape kill ice xiang. When the Shueibyu patriarch finished the seal, the dense ice crystals condensed into thousands of books and flew towards the armored troops in the sky. Half of the Mizuki ninjas, together with their patriarch, unleashed the ice escape to kill Bingxiang. Half of the Aqua Moon ninja use ice to extinguish fires. Ice swallow blows ice and snow. It's just that the effect of ice extinguishing the fire seems to be somewhat unexpected to them. How can it not be destroyed? The golden flame is not only a qualitative transformation of the fire chakra, but also the fire of fairy arts. To a certain extent, Jinyan does not have to have a poor blood succession limit. Ice does put out fires, AJCC, but fire can also melt ice. And the ice escape is formed by the fusion of water and wind. Although Shui Dun restrained the fire also restrained the wind. That's why. Although the golden flame became a little dimmed in the ice and snow, it still burned tenaciously and firmly. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2AA54Z8B. As for those densely packed ice crystal 1000 books, hee. Susanoo's armor's defensive power is no joke. Not to mention, the armor of Susanoo of the Armored Army is also fused with the fiery-tailed beast Blazing Golden Crow. Killing Bing Xiang has no effect on the armored troops. What? The enemy is so powerful. Clansman, I will cover you, save the ninja of the Kagaya clan, and immediately retreat. Yes, the patriarch of the Shui Wuyu clan was also very decisive. But what is the use of their decisiveness in the face of armored troops? Armored troops, covered strike. Uchiha Fugaku showed a hideous sneer and gave the order loudly. Yes, with an order from Uchiha Fugaku, the armored troops began to attack with all their might, and the ninja swords in their hands almost turned into phantoms. Uchiha Ryu Sword Art Halo Dance. Uchiha Ryu Sword Art Jin Yanyu Sword. Uchiha Ryu Swordsmanship Messy Flame Shadow. One golden flame after another condensed into one flame blade after another. The speed of the flame blade is extremely fast. Extremely high temperature. They SP out and across the sky. Easily tear bones, tear ice crystals, and tear flesh and blood. In just a breath, the ninja of the Shui Wuyu clan was killed and injured. Not to mention the ninjas of the Kagaya clan. Even the ice escape, 3 generations of water shadows can no longer remain calm. Water escape class, use the water escape waterfall technique to change the environment. Yes, Lord Mizukage, the art of waterfall. While giving the order, 3 generations of water shadows took the lead in sealing. Not often, hundreds of water escapes are released, a medium-sized lake suddenly forms, and the environment is changed in an instant. For the ninjas of the Mist-Hidden Village, standing on the water is simply a compulsory course for them. And for the ninjas of the Shui Wuyu clan, since there is water under their feet, they can use the ice instantaneous technique. Use the ice escape to freeze the surface of the water and then move quickly. Watching the enemy flee, Uchiha Fugaku became more and more excited. He felt that leading the armored troops, even if the enemy was a 3rd-generation water shadow, he was fearless. Afraid of what? Charge. Charge. As for whether it can be hacked to death, look at it before you talk. Anyway, his current strength is not much different from shadow comparison. Charge. Charge. Uchiha Fugaku shouted. The other 199 members of the armored force followed closely behind Uchiha Fugaku and flew towards the Mistian army in front. Looking at this scene, the pupils of the 3 generations of water shadows couldn't help but shrink. Really, what a dare. Dare to continue charging. You really don't take my 3rd-generation water shadow seriously, do you? 3 generations of water shadows were furious. The hands were immediately stretched out, turned into phantoms, and began to seal. Water Dragon Technique. As soon as it is shot, it is the top water ninjutsu. The 3rd generation of Mizukage felt that he had to let the enemy see how powerful he was. However, in an instant, the lake under his feet suddenly converged, forming a hideous water dragon tens of meters long. The water dragon roared and rushed towards the armored troops, and then looked at this scene, but Uchiha Fugaku did not have the slightest awe and fear. However, he smiled viciously and raised the ninja knife in his hand high. Uchiha Ryu Sword Art Sword Leap Jinyan. When the golden flames condensed into sword chi and flew down, the remaining 199 members of the armored troops also followed. 200 golden flame blades. It easily tore apart the 3 generations of water shadows water dragon technique. Water vapor is like white smoke, rising and pervasive. The Konoha ninja looked at this scene, and the shock was indescribable. The armored troops of the Uchiha clan turned out to be so powerful? It was so powerful that it was only 200 people. He can chase the Kagaya clan and the Shui Wuyu clan to slash. Moreover, the sword and knife are so powerful that even if the 3 generations of water shadows personally strike, such a large water dragon will be cut into water vapor in the blink of an eye. Strong. It's just too powerful. Especially the ninjas of the Uchiha clan couldn't help but show a proud and confident expression on their faces. This is the elite of their Uchiha clan. Just their Uchiha clan was enough to fight against the entire Mist-Hidden Village. And look at this momentum. Maybe you can win. Kill, 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 kill. The armored troops were imposing, and the 3 generations of water shadows calmed down. It is impossible for him to retreat. Just kidding, the army of Mist-Hidden led by 3 generations of water shadows. Facing a Konoha force of only 200 men, he was going to retreat? So what else is this 3rd Ninja World War fighting? Is it bad to throw in the towel directly? And it is also an opportunity. The enemy is indeed very strong, but it is really daring to dare to rush directly to his Misty army. Take advantage of this opportunity. See if he can completely annihilate this force. Ninjutsu class, go all out. With the order of the 3 generations of Water Shadow, hundreds of mist ninjas launched water ninjutsu, water spouts, water jets, water blades, water shocks. In addition to the water escape, there is also the ice escape. The ninja of the Shui Wuya clan stared coldly at the armored troops in the sky. Just now they were the Shui Wuya clan, but they lost their face and were chased and cut by the enemy. Although they didn't know why the enemy dared to rush directly to their misty army, they thought the same as the 3 generations of Water Shadows. Since you dare to rush to our army of misty concealment, give us this opportunity. Naturally, we will deceive the few and see if we can take advantage of the superiority of numbers to annihilate you completely. However, Uchiha Fugaku is really not afraid of many people. Susanoo couldn't be clearer about the armor's defensive power. Conventional ninjutsu, no matter how many they are, as long as the destructive power does not reach a certain level, it is difficult to break the Susanoo armor. And they armor their troops, but they are not without whole cards. The first time he appeared in the ninja world, he naturally had to show the full demeanor of the armored troops. Let the entire ninja world see the strength of their Uchiha clan's armored troops. So if you have whole cards, you have to use them. Why cover up? Armored troops, it's time to launch a trick. Uchiha Ryu Sword Art Golden Crow Falling Sun. When Uchiha Fugaku aimed the tip of the ninja knife at the direction of the mist-hidden army, when the golden flames suddenly rose and tumbled, it was surging. When the blazing golden crow's phantom became more and more real, the aura became more powerful. Uchiha Fugaku. Read more novels for free on our website, tinyurl.com/2aa54z8b. It seems that at this moment, it turned into a blazing golden crow, a miniature sun. It's not just Uchiha Fugaku. 200 armored troops. Everyone turned into a blazing golden crow in this one, and turned into a miniature sun. Then 200 golden crows fell to the earth. Like 200 meteors, 200 miniature suns, smashing fiercely to the ground. Such a shocking scene. Everyone who saw Konoha widened their eyes, revealing a stunned, shocking, and difficult to calm expression. As for the mist ninjas, looking at this scene, I couldn't say anything. It's so shocking, it's terrifying. Such a dazzling brilliance, such a blazing flame, such a terrifying high temperature. Such an attack. How can people resist? Escape. The 3 generations of Water Shadows who reacted shouted without any hesitation. He lost his resistance. Thereupon the mist ninjas, embarrassed and hasty, began to flee. Boom, boom, rumble, boom, rumble, rumble, explode, explode. The fire burst into the sky, and the terrifying high temperature evaporated a large area of lake water in an instant, and the billowing water vapor spread rapidly. Countless flesh and blood bones were ignited by golden flames at this moment, turning into ashes. Then, with the water vapor, it floats in the air. Looking at the gray scene in front of them, the Konoha ninjas fell silent. They didn't know what to say. The armored troops of the Uchiha clan. It was just 200 people, and they actually defeated the Weian army from the front. Ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Looking at this scene, the pride in my heart cannot be described in words. This is the armored troops of their Uchiha clan. This is the power and glory of their Uchiha clan. Their Uchiha clan is the largest family in Konoha, even the largest family in the ninja world. A family has the combat power to fight against a big ninja village. No, more than confrontation. It's a crush. The defeat of the bright. However, for the mist ninjas, the fear and anger, hatred and distortion in their hearts are even more indescribable. Nope. No. How so? How so? Although Weian village has suffered heavy losses, most of the losses are weak. The top group of ninjas in the fog-hidden village did not have any deaths, at most they were seriously injured. Under the leadership of the 3 generations of Mizukage, they began to break into pieces and no longer attacked Konoha head-on. Of course, guerrilla warfare is not something that anyone can fight. Although Weian village can still hold out for a while, but it didn't last long. In the process, Bai Xian also collected some experimental materials that he needed. Ice escape, boiling escape, corpse bone veins, the hydration secret technique of the Ghost Lamp clan, and explosive knife droplets. After using the immortal technique to devour the ice escape and the boiling escape, Bai Xian also began to carefully feel how the water escape and the wind escape, the water escape and the fire escape were fused together. And after being fused together, what kind of 597 characteristics do Bing Dun and Boiling Dun have? The synthesis of ice escape and boiling escape is very consistent with physical phenomena. Wind carries away temperature, low temperature makes water condense into ice, fire brings temperature, and high temperature makes water boil into steam. The essence is actually water, but the temperature is different, so the shape is also different. And in Hung Dun, it not only contains the wind escape, but also the fire escape, so integrating the water escape into the Hung escape may be much simpler than I imagined. Water escape and eternal escape. Water is water, but it can also be no ordinary water. And the essence of Hung Dun is the chakra fusion reaction. What does water have to do with fusion reactions? When the water changes qualitatively, the density will increase, and ordinary water will become heavy water. Heavy water is mainly used as a moderator in nuclear reactors, which can reduce the rate of neutrons and make it suitable for the fission process to occur. Fusion and fission. Fusion reactions are the synthesis of light particles into heavy particles. The fission reaction is the splitting of heavy particles into light particles. What if the fusion reaction occurs at the same time as the fission reaction? Can Hung-Dun be upgraded to a nuclear escape? And the nuclear escape is inevitably more powerful than the constant escape. It is likely that its energy coefficient is more than twice that of Hengdu. Even the chakra has a fusion reaction on the one hand, synthesizing heavy particles, and a fission reaction on the other, splitting the heavy particles, which can completely construct a nuclear cycle. In this way, the energy consumption will inevitably be greatly reduced, and its recovery speed will also be greatly enhanced. 1 plus 1 minus. How much does it increase in power? Maybe the water escape will be integrated into the eternal escape earlier than the yin escape. At that time, there is a great possibility that Hung-Dun will be upgraded to a nuclear escape. Thinking about it so far, Bai Xian has already come to a conclusion. After a slight pause, Bai Xian restrained his thoughts. Begin to devour the bones of the corpse. The corpse bone vein is not an elemental blood limit. It is the blood inheritance limit of the Yang escape class, which can directly affect the physique, or cells, of human beings. For Bai Xian, devouring the corpse bone veins was an extremely easy matter. It's just that after getting the corpse bone vein, Bai Xian made a new discovery. This is the vein of bones. Variation in bone cells, and directed variation. It seems that chakra can indeed directly modify genes, but it's a pity that the level of genetics in this world is not high enough. If Orochimaru can research genetics to an extremely high level, maybe chakra can be directly used for genetic engineering. Through genetic engineering technology, we will change human genes in a targeted manner, so that human beings can have the best genes from birth. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. And in this world, genes represent not only traits, but also bloodlines. If the chakra genetic engineering technology can mature, maybe every human son born in the future will not be weaker than the big barrel wood, or even stronger than the big barrel wood. And this must be one of the important technologies for mankind to enter the interstellar age in the future. Of course, this is the future, and I haven't mastered this technology yet. What I should be thinking about now may be how to further develop the corpse bone vein, or try to combine the corpse bone vein with the white eye. Although the white eye does not have the characteristics of yin escape blood inheritance to a certain extent, it does belong to yin escape blood inheritance. It is also a big barrel of wood bloodline, and the corpse bone vein may have a special fit with the white eye. After all, whether it's a corpse bone vein or a white eye, it can increase the physical technique. Even the white eyes are white, and the bones are white. Of course, it's probably something I like to think too much about, but sometimes, it makes sense to try. 0. The veins of corpse bones and the white eyes, the veins of corpse bones and the body of immortals, the veins of corpse bones and the eyes of the riding wheel. You can try them all. Maybe they can really merge with each other to give birth to new and more powerful powers. Maybe one day, I will be able to evolve the bone vein into a bone comparable to the supreme bone. Finally, after secretly reciting it in his heart, Bai Xian began to study the Ghost Lantern clan's secret technique of hydration. Although it is said that the hydration energy of the Ghost Lantern clan is not a blood inheritance limit, but a secret technique. But this secret technique can still change the genes of human beings, and it is precisely because of this that this secret technique has a somewhat similar nature to the blood inheritance limit. Chakra changed genes, and I relied on devouring genes to obtain the physique of the Ghost Lantern clan, and then I was able to master the secret art of hydration more easily. And the principle of the hydration secret technique is not really to transform flesh and blood into water, but to transform flesh and blood into water and chakra. Chakra is composed of physical energy and spiritual energy, which means that physical energy, spiritual energy, and chakra can be converted into each other. And this transformation phenomenon is the principle of hydration. Now that I understand the principle, I can improve it. The hydration technique can also be upgraded to the elementalization technique, and I can transform my flesh and blood body into the eternal escape chakra. In this way, I will truly become the sun. 2.4 And not only that, the bones of the corpse can also be turned into a constant chakra, and my pupil technique can also convert more chakra into matter. That way, I can even develop a rebirth technique. No, it's not just the art of rebirth, it's even the art of immortality. Even if the body is destroyed, as long as I still have chakra, I can use chakra to construct a new body, and then use the pupil technique to turn it into a real flesh and blood body. Hitomi, eyes. The essence of the pupil technique is not the eye, but the yin chakra, but the soul. If the soul is immortal, the chakra will not be destroyed, and if the chakra is immortal, the body will be immortal. Chakra. Bai Xian knew that chakra's ceiling was very high. The 7 chakra basic attributes can be synthesized into a blood snare, and the blood snares plus natural energy can be synthesized into immortal blood snares. After mastering such power, he was able to combine the chakras of the nine-tailed beasts into the Divine Tree Chakra. The last of the last, the immortal blood relay snares can also be combined with the Divine Tree Chakra. And so it goes. How powerful will the final chakra be? How powerful can your body become with this chakra to construct your body? In addition, you can also permanently open the 8 gates Dunjia, and you can also use many techniques to strengthen your body and even your soul. In this way, if you take the power of chakra to the extreme, will you be able to have the power to dominate the entire universe? Seem it's okay. If not, then add some scientific knowledge and use the chakra to translate scientific theories into reality. 10 As long as this universe is able to be recognized, he is destined to be able to grasp this universe at the end of time. The last of the last, Bai Xian set his gaze on the exploding knife droplets. It's a shinobi knife that looks like a giant scroll. When you open the scroll, you can see a dense array of techniques. This knife is capable of channeling countless detonation charms, and the lethal force is powerful. Throws exploding scrolls of exploding knife droplets around enemies, causing a massive explosion that cannot be escaped. One side of this knife is an ordinary blade, and the other blade is equipped with a detonation charm, which is stored in the blade of the knife and usually slashed with the blade. When there are many enemies or an explosive attack, it attacks with a blade with a detonator. Even if the enemy blocks the slash and the resulting explosion will be severely damaged. Spells, spiritism, detonation charms. Actually, I've been thinking for a long time, since the Hokage world has a detonation charm that can explode, can I create a rune with other abilities? And the exploding knife droplet can combine the ninja tool, the detonation charm, and the spiritism, so can I create a special ninja manufacturing technology that can create a ninja that is similar to the exploding knife droplet, but is also closer to the magic weapon? In addition to the 7 ninja swords in this world, there are also 6 ninja tools. Since it exists, then prove that the theory works. Now that I know that the theory is feasible, then I can deduce the specific technology. The art of chakra talismans, the art of chakra alchemy. After I have perfected these 2 techniques, the chakra immortal cultivation method will be closer to the way of cultivating immortals. Even the chakra talisman technique and the chakra alchemy technique cannot be combined for this reason, or even integrated into the Susanam Mecha technology, or integrate into the immortal transformation technology. Thinking of this, Bai Xian's mind suddenly gave birth to a lot of inspiration. If the chakra talisman technique and the chakra alchemy technique can be integrated into the immortal body transformation technique, so can you use your body, and even all the organs and tissues in your body, as a treasure to refine? And then engrave the talisman technique on every corner of the body, or even on every cell? If this idea can be completed, it may not be impossible to evolve the corpse bone vein into the supreme bone. Even fusing the reincarnation eye with the reincarnation eye to create a chakra double pupil is not impossible. Maybe the ninja knife of the exploding knife droplet, or the 7 ninja swords of the fog hidden village, and the 6 ninja tools of the cloud hidden village, the technology contained in it is of greater value than I had speculated before. After muttering in a low voice, Bai Xian turned his gaze into the distance. Now in the hands of the fog hidden village, there are 6 other ninja swords. I want it all. There are also tailed beasts, and Weian village does not have qualified human pillar power yet, so it is naturally impossible to use the power of the 3 tails and 6 tails on the battlefield. It is precisely because of this that if he wants to get the chakra of the 3 tails and the 6 tails, he may have to go to the fog hidden village. Damn it, how can Konoha's power be so strong? Especially the Uchiha clan. The strength of the armored troops is not like the strength of a ninja at all. How should I deal with such an enemy? I need strength, we need strength in Weian village. The 3 generations of Mizukage were impatient and angry, and the short Gaji orange Yakura on the side, he looked at the 3 generations of Mizukage and stopped talking. However, the 3rd generation of Mizukage also noticed this expression of Gaji Yakura, and then frowned, and said, Yakura, what do you have to say? What's going on now? If you have something to say, what are you doing in secret? Gaji Yakura paused slightly, then he also made up his mind, and then said, Mizukage-sama, don't we still have 2 tailed beasts in Weian village? We need the power of the tailed beast now. If we have 2 more people in Weian village now, maybe the battle situation can take a turn. Listening to the words of Gaji Yakura, the eyes of the 3 generations of Mizukage flickered slightly, and then said in an inexplicable tone, Yakura, it is a very dangerous thing to become a human pillar force. In order to create a human pillar force, we in the fog hidden village have sacrificed a lot of excellent ninjas. Have you ever thought that if you lose the bet, our fog hidden village will not only lose the power of the human pillar, but will lose a group of excellent ninjas? When the time comes, what will happen to this 927 war? Of course, Gaji Yakura knows this, but in the current situation, do they have a choice in Weian village? So he calmed down and replied calmly, Mizukage-sama, do we still have a choice now? War is the death of people. If it succeeds, this war will naturally continue. If it fails, then let's surrender sooner. Bet once, lose the bet. Maybe do this and our Weian village will have less sacrifice. As for winning the bet, wouldn't it be better if the bet was won? Listening to Gaji Yakura's words, the 3 generations of Mizukage looked at Gaji Yakura, only thinking that he might have underestimated this baby-faced ninja before. So he laughed, and after a slight pause, continued, "You have a point. So you dare to bet?" With the words of the 3 generations of Mizukage coming into the ears of Gaji Yakura was slightly stunned at first, and then couldn't help laughing. Dare to bet? What am I afraid to bet? Good. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Since you dare to bet, then you will choose 30 Shangninas to return to Wien village and carry out the sealing ceremony. The 3 generations of Mizukage gave the order very decisively. Bansama, this is the latest information from the Uchiha clan. Handing the intelligence scroll in his hand to Madara Uchiha, Hakuju still gushed. Uchiha is worthy of Madara-sama's family, and his strength is really strong. In this third ninja war, 200 ninjas of the Uchiha clan defeated the army of the Fog-Hidden Village head-on, and this armored unit is really handsome. It's cool to be able to fly. Uchiha Madara eyebrows tightened. He used to be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, so he naturally knew the background of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan doesn't have such armor, let alone such a fire escape, and this is not an ordinary fire escape, a golden flame, this is an immortal art. Why do the Uchiha have these? It has to be someone who brings about the change. As for who brought about the change? Anything else to guess? Naturally, it's Uchiha Hakugen. Uchiha Hakugen, not yet 11 years old. It's possible to bring about these changes for the Uchiha clan. Such talent, such wisdom, such talent. Although I hate to admit it, he is indeed a better patriarch than me. And, with what I know about the Uchiha clan, if this Uchiha Hakugen doesn't have enough strength, he can't become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. So, he turned on the kaleidoscope? Madara Uchiha fell into deep thought. His Eye of the Moon plan requires an Uchiha ninja to be his pawn. He valued a child named Obito. It's just that. The current Uchiha clan has been changed by this Uchiha Hakugen. Will this affect your plans? Uchiha Hakugen. Do I need to eradicate him? Letting such a genius continue to grow is not a good thing for my Eye of the Moon project. It's better to eradicate him before he dies. Madara Uchiha pondered, a cold glint in his eyes. In the shadows, Koro observed Madara Uchiha. He almost grew up watching Madara Uchiha, and it was because of this that he knew Madara Uchiha very well. He knew that Madara Uchiha definitely wanted to eradicate Hakugen Uchiha now. And that's what he wants. I've waited too long to resurrect my mother. I finally waited for this opportunity, and I will never give up. In this world, there are too many variables about whether something can succeed or not. In order to ensure that my project is completed, I have to eliminate these variables as much as possible. Uchiha Hakugen needs to be eradicated, Orochimaru also needs to be eradicated, and the 4 generations of Kazekage also need to be eradicated. Madara Uchiha, Indra of this generation, you are already dying, and since you are dying, you can't give up this life. I hope that before you die, you can eradicate some more variables for me. Thinking about this, Madara Uchiha also had some plans in his head. After reading the information in his hand, some thoughts also came to his mind. Fog-Hidden Village is too weak, completely unable to resist the power of the Uchiha clan. But this one is called a wolf, and Yakura has a bit of courage. Want to be a human power? Very nice idea. Although the kaleidoscope writing wheel I can control the tailed beast, it can only control one tailed beast. There are 2 tailed beasts in Wien village, 3 tails and 6 tails. If Wien village can have 2 more human pillar forces, this war is not impossible to continue. I can help them. Madara Uchiha naturally didn't want to see Konoha defeat the other ninja villages so easily and quell the war. It is precisely because of this that he decided to help the Fog-Hidden Village. Hey Ju, you go to the Fog-Hidden Village and help the ninjas of the Fog-Hidden Village become human pillars. You know what to do. Yes, Madara-sama. After Heiju replied respectfully, the figure slowly sank into the earth. Ah-ha! The intense pain made Gaji Yakura can't help but scream in pain. The 3-tailed chakra is too large for his body to carry. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. What's more, the 3 tails were constantly struggling, and the majestic chakra was surging and destroying his body, eroding his flesh and blood, making him unbearable. It's just that I don't know when Mayo's struggle became more and more powerless. And Gaji Yakura also began to slowly adapt to this pain. Although there were some doubts, Gaji Yakura was more ecstatic. Good chance. He seized the opportunity to seal the 3 tails completely. The 3-tailed chakra was completely sealed, and he couldn't help but exhale a breath of turbidity. It finally worked. He opened his eyes and smiled. The ninjas of the first team of the sealing class looked at this scene, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and finally succeeded. And on the other side, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost also successfully sealed the 6 tails and let out a rampant laugh. Ha 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 ha. I actually succeeded. I actually succeeded. Great news. You know, he's not a Gaji Orange. Before becoming the three-tailed pillar force, Gaji Yakura was just a very ordinary shinobi in the fog-hidden village. And he is a watermelon mountain puffer ghost, but he is one of the 7 ninja swords. Now that he has become a 6-tailed pillar force, he can be said to be the strongest in Wien village in terms of strength. Hee hee, shark muscle, it seems that you like the chakra of the 6 tails. If you like it, if you like it, if you like it. The wolfberry Yakura on the side looked at the posture of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, and his eyes also showed a little different color. Although he knew that the watermelon mountain puffer ghost would inevitably be stronger than himself after becoming a 6-tailed human pillar force. But Kanaha's power is much stronger than that of the fog-hidden, Zhao's, village. The character of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost is so arrogant. That's not a good thing on the battlefield. But for him, it might be a good thing. Congratulations to the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost for becoming a 6-tailed human pillar force. Gaji Yakura congratulated respectfully. And the watermelon mountain puffer ghost looked at the gesture of the wolfberry Yakura, and also showed a friendly smile. If it weren't for Gaji Yakura's proposal to make the Misty Ninja a human pillar force, he wouldn't have been able to get the power of the 6 tails. Gaji Yakura, you are also very good. I am very optimistic about you. This time, we have all successfully become human pillars, and we should be able to change the tide of the battle. When the time comes, let's talk about it in more detail. The tone of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost seemed to be referential. Gaji Yakura bowed his head respectfully on the surface. In my heart, I began to think about how I should calculate this inflated watermelon mountain puffer fish. It's just that although Gaji Yakura has brains and scheming, but there was no chance. Because, Bai Xian has already arrived in Wien village. Looks like I'm just in the right place. As Bai Xian's voice fell, whether it was the wolfberry Yakura, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, or the other fog-hidden ninjas present, they couldn't help but be stunned. Where does this sound come from? As soon as their eyes turned, they saw Bai Xian suspended in midair. At the first glance of Bai Xian, they also recognized Bai Xian, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan at this extremely young age. For the armored troops of the Uchiha clan, they are unforgettable. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hakugen, why are you here? The watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost asked in a deep voice. Although he was confident, he also knew that Bai Xian was definitely not a simple character. He looked at Bai Xian vigilantly, ready to fight in his heart. As for Bai Xian, his gaze swept around, and a wisp of different color flashed in his eyes. Heiju has been here. No wonder the wolfberry Yakura and the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost can smoothly become a human pillar force. But Heiju, the third son of the big barrelwood Kagaya, runs really fast. Forget it. I can run the first year of junior high school, but I can't avoid the 15th. Sooner or later, you will be able to grasp it, and then dissect and study it. After secretly thinking in his heart, Bai Xian set his eyes on the wolfberry Yakura, and there was also 037 watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. Bai Xian knew that Gaji Yakura would become the pillar force of the 3-tailed people, and even become the 4th generation of water shadows. But the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, if he didn't influence the future, he wouldn't be able to become a 6-tailed human pillar. Shark muscle plus 6-tailed human pillar force. It's going to be fun. The shark muscle has life and is a very special ninja knife, which can not only suck the opponent's chakra away for its own use, but also use the large amount of chakra stored in the shark muscle to stimulate the regeneration of body cells, and also make the shark muscle merge with itself to become a fish man. This is especially true for the function of merging. The specific principle must be related to the chakra. Now the watermelon mountain puffer ghost has become a 6-tailed human pillar force. If the combination of the shark muscles can allow the watermelon mountain puffer ghost to fully exert the power of the 6-tailed chakra, maybe there will be some strange changes coming for the tailed beast. So both of you are my prey. Let's struggle with all my might. It just so happens that I still have some interest now, and I can play with you. Bai Xian's tone was very calm, but it made the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, wolfberry Yakura, and others feel extremely arrogant. This also made the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost furious. Good patriarch of the Uchiha clan. It's really arrogant to the extreme. Pray? Struggle? Go all out? Playing? Then let you see all the strength of Uncle Ben. Although the watermelon mountain puffer ghost is arrogant and easy to expand, he is not stupid at all. He knew that Bai Xian was definitely not a simple character. And this time, Bai Xian was obviously despising him. So he wants to use Bai Xian's contempt to complete his transformation. Urge the 6-tailed chakra to enter the half-tailed beast mode. The crimson chakra turned into an energy cloak and covered his body, and the 6 tails behind him condensed and curled slightly. At the same time, the shark muscle in his hand was also integrated into his body. His form began to change, and his flesh was rapidly devouring the 6-tailed chakra. No, it shouldn't be said to be flesh and blood. It should be said that it is the cells, and his cells are frantically devouring the 6-tailed chakra. This is the merging ability of the shark muscles? Although the time of merging is limited, every time it is combined, it will bring permanent changes to the human body. This change is benign to a certain extent. It can enhance the strength of the human body, it can enhance the upper limit of the human body to the chakra, and it can enhance the quality of the chakra. It's just that it will also change some forms of the human body, so that the human body will have some deformed changes. Of course, appearance is certainly not as important as power, and the permanent transformation of the shark muscle to the human body is also closely related to chakra. This is very interesting. Devouring chakra, through the ability to merge, permanently change the human body. The shark muscle is still a growth type forbearance, and the upper limit is extremely high. If I upgrade it again, maybe it will bring me some surprises. At the same time that Bai Xian was observing the puffer fish ghost in Watermelon Mountain. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. The Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost has also completed his transformation. He became a small giant with a height of 2.5 meters. The muscles are extremely strong, the skin is like a pufferfish, and there are shark-like fins. The crimson chakra condensed into an energy coat, and 6 tails swayed behind him. Ha 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 ha, what a powerful force, Uchiha Hakugen, you arrogant fellow. Do you regret seeing my current posture? I'll let you see the power of Uncle Ben right away. The Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost also didn't expect that the combination of the tailed beast chakra and the shark muscle would actually allow him to master such a powerful power. Now, he only feels that there is some endless power in his body, which can easily destroy everything in front of him. There is also the chakra that belongs to the tailed beast, which is so majestic and vast that it can allow him to squander it wantonly. As for the wolfberry yakura on the side, although he did not enter the half-tailed beast state, he also took out his iron hook weapon, and with the help of the 3-tailed chakra, he condensed a tail behind him. As for the other fog ninjas, they have also made a fighting stance, ready to attack, defend, or flee at any time. It's naive. Bai Xian smiled contemptuously, just a thought. Then a fireball suddenly condensed. Radiance, dazzling brilliance. High temperatures, blazing hot heat. Radiation, invisible and qualitative radiation. This eternal fireball was just condensed. Everyone present felt as if they saw and felt the sun. The body produces a lot of strange feelings, and an extremely uncomfortable feeling makes them uneasy. Some ninjas with keen perception were eager to flee the scene immediately. Even the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost, who was still arrogantly inflated just now, after feeling the horror of this eternal fireball, his expression couldn't help but stiffen. What kind of power is this? Why is it so powerful? He asked incredulously. However, Bai Xian looked at him calmly. Do you think I'll answer that question? Come on, everyone present, use all your strength to block the ninjutsu I unleashed in a single thought. With Bai Xian's words, it fell. The air seemed to be a little depressed, and everyone present felt a little difficult to breathe. The art of escaping the waterfall. The art of water escape and water dragon bullet. Although the strength of Gaji Yakura, Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost and others is really good, especially the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost, even in the level of shadow, the strength is good. But for Bai Xian, weak. It's just too weak. It's just a constant fireball. All of them all lost in an instant, and went to combat effectiveness. Without exception. Boom 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 dash. The sound of a horrific explosion shook the sky. Dazzling fires, heat waves that swept the heavens and the earth, and a shock wave that expanded rapidly. Billowing clouds of smoke rose up. Not only did a huge crater appear on the ground, but it also became charred black. Hundreds of mist ninjas died in this instant. In the scorched black pit, only 2 of them, Gaji Yakura and Watermelon Mountain pufferfish, are still alive. The Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost lost his combat effectiveness and was burned. Not only did it return to its normal form, but the shark muscle was lying on the ground beside it. As for the Gaji Orange Yakura, he was scorched with only 1 breath left, and if he hadn't been healed, he would have died in less than 2 hours. It seems that my grasp of power is very precise. The next thing is to collect the 3-tailed and 6-tailed chakras, and then take the shark muscles. Distance. Heiju, who was hiding his aura, looked at this scene, and his eyes and face couldn't hide the cold killing intent. He knew that Uchiha Hakugen was not simple, but he didn't expect Uchiha Bai Xian to be so powerful. The fireball just now was small. However, he felt the power of wind escape, fire escape, thunder escape, yang escape, and immortal magic. This is a blood relay that surpasses the elimination of blood inheritance. This is very close to the power of the blood relay snare. The Uchiha Hakugen, who has mastered this power, undoubtedly already has the power to surpass the shadow, which is comparable to the power of Asura and Indra. Otherwise, holding the shark muscles, the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost, who has also become the pillar power of the 6-tailed man, cannot be defeated so easily. After all, in Heiju's opinion, the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost just now is considered a strong person even among the shadow level powerhouses. This kind of blood inheritance, like the blood inheritance of the sun, I seem to remember the previous battle of the changing heavens, the power of gold and the power of white. Among them, the white power is Orochimaru, then this golden power is Uchiha Hakugen. It seems that Uchiha Hakugen and Orochimaru are in a partnership, so it's very likely that Uchiha Hakugen has mastered the power of New Dawn. Nope, not very likely, but he must have mastered the power of New Dawn. After all, in this golden flame, I feel the power of Yang Dawn. Now that Uchiha Hakugen has obtained the power of New Dawn, it is very likely that Uchiha Hakugen has awakened the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Even in the near future, it is possible that he will awaken the Eye of Reincarnation. He's not even 10 years old this year. At such an age, it is very likely that the Eye of Reincarnation will awaken before the age of 30. With the Eye of Reincarnation, it's too easy for him to stop the Moon Eye project, so I have to eradicate Uchiha Hakugen before he awakens the Eye of Reincarnation. Tell Madara Uchiha about this. Maybe with the power of the Outer Dao Golem, maybe you can eradicate Uchiha Hakugen. Heiju glanced at Bai Xian deeply, and then his figure sank into the ground. Bai Xian did not make up the sword, but left Weian village directly. Soon 3 generations of Mizukage got the information of the fog-hidden village. What? Gaji Yakura, Watermelon Mountain, Puffer Fish Ghost have all become human pillar forces, but as soon as they became human pillars, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan appeared, and Uchiha Hakugen easily defeated the Gaji Orange Yakura and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and also snatched the shark muscle. Now the Wolfberry Yakura is unconscious and is still being rescued, and although the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is awake, he is seriously injured and will need at least half a year to recover. Looking at the information in his hand, the expression of the 3 generations of Mizukage became extremely embarrassed. Originally, the Wolfberry Yakura and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost became human pillars at the same time, and he thought that they still had the strength to fight in Weian village. Who would have thought that the patriarch of the Uchiha clan would be so powerful? Is less than 10 years old, and he can easily defeat the 2 pillars, and only one trick was used. With such power, he won't have become a powerhouse comparable to the first Hokage or Madara Uchiha, right? At the age of 10, he has such power. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Ask for flowers so when he reaches adulthood, what terrifying power will he wield? Konoha has such a strong man. In other ninja villages, will there be any hope of defeating Konoha? And as the 3rd generation of Mizukage, he knew that Madara Uchiha had always wanted to unify the ninja world. It's just that the original Hokage Thousand Hands pillar didn't allow it, so there was the Battle of the Valley of the End. Now Konoha, who else can stop Uchiha Hakugen? If Uchiha Hakugen wants to unify the ninja world, who can stop it? Merely Uchiha Hakugen didn't kill the Gaji Orange Yakura and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, let alone take away the tailed beast in their bodies. Does this mean that Uchiha Hakugen does not want to unify the ninja world? He doesn't have any ambitions? But why did he snatch the shark muscles? No, it's not just the shark muscles that have been snatched. The explosive knife droplets were also snatched by him. He's interested in the 7 ninja blades? Why would he be interested in the 7 ninja swords? The 3 generations of Mizukage are constantly speculating about Uchiha Hakugen's thoughts, trying to obtain more information. It's just that after thinking about it, the last 3 generations of Mizukage only left a sigh. Harm. It doesn't matter, anyway, I don't have the ability to stop Uchiha Hakugen, let alone deal with Uchiha Hakugen. Just surrender. Don't waste any more time, and don't add more casualties. Thereupon, the fog-hidden village surrendered. Lord Bai Xian, Weian village has surrendered. I know, this 3-generation Mizukage is also decisive. As the defeated party, let them send the 7 ninja sword, and by the way, send the relevant information of the 7 ninja sword. I want to restore the forging technique of the 7 ninja sword, and then upgrade Susanengu's armor. Bai Xian said casually, and when Uchiha heard that the 7 ninja sword might be able to upgrade Susanengu's armor, he immediately showed a serious expression. Yes, Lord Bai Xian, don't worry, I will immediately put the 7 ninja sword in front of you. The strength of the armored troops, or the strength of the Susanoo armor. In this war, it has been vividly cashed out. Even the armored troops of the Uchiha clan have already shocked the ninja world. 200 people, crushing the army of Weian head-on. What kind of troops is this? What kind of power is this? Although there are 5 members of the Ninja 7 who are reluctant to hand over their ninja swords, but in the face of the general trend, they are unwilling and have to hand it over. It's just that this shame is deeply remembered by them. As for Bai Xian, looking at the 7 ninja knife in front of him, he showed a satisfied expression. Big knife shark muscles, blunt knife pocket cutting, explosive knife droplets, double knife flounder, thunder knife teeth, broken knife decapitation big knife, long knife stitches, devour blood, absorb iron, restore strength, regenerate yourself. devour the chakra, regenerate the cells, merge and transform. Explosions, thunderbolts, punctures, heavy blows. Different abilities, different characteristics, different materials, different forging techniques. It only takes a deep study of this seven-handled ninja sword to be able to create the original chakra alchemy. 320 With a slight gaze, Bai Xian used the writing wheel eye to perceive the seven ninja swords, and then used the pupil technique of the left eye to deduce the chakra alchemy technique. It's really exquisite, but the forging technique of Fog Hidden Village seems to have been lost. It's a shame, but in the long history of the ninja world, I don't know how many precious technologies have been lost, but I have the pupil technique of 8 thoughts and gods, which can restore the technique from creation. The 7 ninja swords are like this, and the 6 ninja instruments should be the same, and the 6 Deo forbearance is the creation of the 6 Deo immortals. No matter how you think about it, it's going to be stronger than the 7 ninja blades. Using the 7 ninja blades, I can create chakra alchemy, and after obtaining the 6 ninja tools, I will be able to upgrade the chakra alchemy. These thoughts flashed through Bai Xian's mind, and then he closed his eyes. Soon the chakra alchemy technique was performed by Bai Xian. Not bad. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a faint smile was hooked. Chakra alchemy is a perfect match for my pupil technique. I can even use the chakra alchemy to further upgrade my Susanam Mecha. However, if you want to use chakra alchemy to upgrade the Susaninga Mecha, it will take a lot of time to design. As for now, I'd better test the effect of the chakra alchemy first. As he spoke, Bai Xian stretched out his palm. In the next moment, the fire of eternal escape suddenly rose. When the fire of eternal escape enveloped the 7 ninja swords, dense techniques also emerged in the next moment. Soon the 7 ninja knife began to deform, twist, and melt. Then it begins to deform, twist, assemble, and put together. Soon a gorgeous ninja knife appeared in front of Bai Xian's eyes. No, it shouldn't be said to be a ninja knife. It should be said that it is a sword that is delicate and noble, elegant, and like a work of art. Dense pitch-black spells spread all over the sword, which also made this sword look extraordinarily mysterious and otherworldly. The power of penetration and the power of armor piercing are perfectly combined. It can also be transformed into a giant sword and armor. Thunderbolts, explosions, and gaseous energy light balls fuse together perfectly to form a thunderbolt sword chi. In the end, you can also devour flesh and chakra, restore the physical strength of the sword wielder, chakra, and even heal the sword wielder's strength. Finally, it's also the greatest ability of this ninja knife, the ability to merge and transform. The merger transformation is an upgraded version of the shark muscle ability, which can permanently transform the human body and make the human body stronger. And with my design, the transformation is controllable. To put it simply, the sword wielder can design the form of his own body transformation and the direction of his body transformation. Of course, this transformation is not unlimited. It has a ceiling. When the transformation reaches the extreme, the sword wielder will have the ultimate strength of the shadow level. When the sword wielder who has reached the extreme transformation enters the form of merging transformation, he will have super shadow level combat power. To put it simply, even if it is an ordinary person, as long as he keeps killing the enemy with this ninja knife, he can finally obtain the ultimate power of the shadow level. And after the combined transformation, he has combat power beyond the shadow level. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Bai Xian stared at the ninja sword. It's not perfect, but it's powerful enough. What's more, this ninja knife gave Bai Xian a lot of inspiration. The pupil technique of my right eye is the 5 gods of other heavens who can create matter. I may be able to use the Hung Dun chakra and combine it with the 5 gods of the other heavens to create a more powerful ninja sword. After muttering in a low voice, Bai Xian directly stretched out his right hand. When the Hung Dun chakra converged in Bai Xian's palm, when the scarlet pattern of the kaleidoscope writing wheel began to turn, a golden ninja knife immediately condensed in Bai Xian's right hand. He holds the mystic ninja knife in his left hand and the Hung Dun ninja knife in his right hand. Bai Xian couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, it can, and the ninja knife made by Hung Dun combined with the pupil technique is even better in terms of quality. Even the constant Dun ninja knife can exert the power of constant escape. It's still not perfect, though. The upper limit is all super shadows, but as long as I grasp the power of the blood relay snare, maybe we can raise the upper limit to 6 realms. Bai Xian looked at the Hung Dun ninja knife on his right hand. The constant ninja knife also has an armor form, so with only a slight modification, you can integrate the Susanengu armor technology into it, resulting in the upgrading of Susanengu armor technology. And Hung Dun sword chi. No matter what, it is more powerful than the Thunder Explosion sword chi. With a turn of his gaze, Bai Xian looked at the 7-in-1 ninja knife in his left hand. An idea suddenly sprung into my mind. Although it is not as good as the Hung Dun ninja knife, it is also an extremely rare treasure in the ninja world. After all, it is capable of creating a super shadow level combat power. It's better to give it back to Wuyin Village. Maybe it will bring about some interesting changes in Wuyin Village. After muttering in a low voice, Bai Xian's figure also disappeared in place. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish. With 1.5 as Bai Xian's voice fell, the puffer fish ghost of Watermelon Mountain, who was still paralyzed, couldn't help but tremble. His eyes fell on Bai Xian, and his eyes were full of fear. Uchiha Hakugen, what are you doing here? Ha! Bai Xian narrowed his eyes, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost closed his mouth. He also knew he had said the wrong thing. Looks like you're still able to recognize yourself. I think the Fog Hidden Village after the defeat is too boring, so I want to bring some variables to the Fog Hidden Village. This is a ninja sword forged by fusing the 7 ninja swords together. Do you want it? Bai Xian took out the mysterious ninja knife and put it in front of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost. And the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost looked at this ninja knife, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This ninja knife doesn't look like a ninja knife. The delicate and ornate shape makes it look like a work of art. It's just that the dense mystical technique makes the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost know that this ninja knife is definitely not a work of art, but a very powerful ninja tool. The breath of the shark muscle is so familiar. There are also other ninja swords, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost can also feel it. He also believed that there was no need to deceive himself if he was able to kill himself easily. This ninja knife is the product of the smelting and fusion of the 7 ninja swords. There must even be Uchiha Hakugen's own power in it. It's just that he can't figure it out. Why would Uchiha Hakugen want to give this ninja sword to himself? Why is that? Although there were many questions in his heart, the reaction of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer fish ghost was very fast. I want to. After getting the reply from the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost, Bai Xian directly threw the ninja knife to the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost. If you want, pick it up. It doesn't have a name yet, you can pick one yourself. The next time we meet, I hope you can fully control this ninja sword and have the fighting power of the Ninja God 11. After saying that, Bai Xian smiled mysteriously, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Only the Watermelon Mountain Puffer fish ghost couldn't help but be stunned. What do you mean? As long as I can fully control this ninja sword, I will be able to have the combat power of a ninja god? Is the power of this ninja knife that powerful? This doubt flashed in the heart of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer fish. When the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost held this ninja knife and sensed the ability of this ninja knife, he no longer had any doubts in his heart. Instead, his eyes widened, his heartbeat began to accelerate, and his breathing became a little heavier. This ninja knife actually contains all the abilities of the 7 ninja swords, and so many new abilities have been derived. It can even make the sword wielder permanently stronger. Piercing and armor piercing, as well as thunder explosion sword chi, can turn into giant swords and armor, can devour flesh and chakra, can restore the physical strength and chakra of the sword wielder, and can heal the injuries of the sword wielder. In the end, it's the ability of the shark muscle, but the ability to gain strengthening. Through merging and transforming, permanently strengthen and transform yourself. Such a ninja sword. No wonder Uchiha Hakugen said that as long as he can control it completely, he can have the combat power of the ninja god. But it's such a powerful ninja sword, why don't Uchiha Hakugen use it himself? How powerful is his combat power? Wait, that's not right. This ninja sword was created by Uchiha Hakugen by fusing the 7 ninja swords into one. So is there a possibility? Can Uchiha Hakugen create a second, third, fourth, or more? Even he can create an even more powerful ninja knife for himself. Thinking of this, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost suddenly thought of the armored troops. If Uchiha Hakugen could really mass-produce this kind of ninja sword, wouldn't the Uchiha clan's armored troops be able to handle a ninja knife each? And their ninja knife is most likely more powerful than the ninja knife in their hands. 200 Uchiha ninjas comparable to the god of ninjas. Wouldn't the Uchiha clan be able to unify the world easily? No wonder Uchiha Hakugen is so generous. It's just that what is the meaning of this ninja knife of him and me? It was he who took a good look at me. Want me to become the 4th generation of Mizukage? And then become his dog? It doesn't seem impossible. He has absolute power anyway. I don't have the strength to resist. If you become a dog, you can at least become a misty water shadow. I don't want to. Power is everything. Without strength, I don't even have the qualifications to be a dog. If the strength is strong enough, it's not like a dog can't bite people. Hold the ninja knife in your hand. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost seems to be holding on to his only hope. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. What? Uchiha Hakugen and Orochimaru are actually a cooperative relationship, and he also has the power of New Dun. Damn! After hearing this information about Uchiha Hakugen, Madara Uchiha couldn't sink either. He knew too well what would happen when the Uchiha mastered the wooden escape. He knew better what would happen to the 10-year-old Uchiha Hakugen when he mastered Mudun. Reincarnation Eye. Just give Uchiha Hakugen enough time. He will definitely awaken the Eye of Reincarnation. Even before the age of 30, Uchiha Hakugen was able to awaken the Eye of Reincarnation. When the time comes, Uchiha Hakugen will inevitably have the power to surpass himself. When the time comes, as long as Uchiha Hakugen wants to stop himself, he will definitely be able to stop the Eye of the Moon project. Damn, I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to be able to give birth to such a genius. At this moment, even if Madara Uchiha didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Uchiha Hakugen was a genius who surpassed himself. And look at the wisdom of Uchiha Hakugen. Uchiha Hakugen is likely to be a genius who crushes him in all aspects. Looks like I can't keep a tiger for trouble. It must be designed to eradicate Uchiha Hakugen. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and Madara Uchiha immediately turned his gaze to Kuroju, and then said in a deep voice, "Kuroju, what's the situation on Nagato's side?" Hearing Madara Uchiha's words, Kuro replied without any hesitation, "Hanzo has already set his sights on Nagato. The backup plan 827 can be activated at any time." After getting this reply from Kuroju, Madara narrowed his eyes. Good. Let Hanzo destroy everything in Nagato. Only when he loses everything will he understand the nature of the world and become my pawn. When the time comes, Hanzo will destroy everything in Nagato, and he will also seriously injure Nagato. You go and save Nagato from a coma, and then have an eye replacement operation. With the Eye of Reincarnation, I sealed the outer path golem into my body. When I eradicate Uchiha Hakugen, you will replace the Eye of Reincarnation with Nagato and awaken him. Yes, Madara-sama. Heiju listened respectfully, and then replied respectfully. With that, his figure sank into the earth, and Madara Uchiha also closed his eyes. At this moment, Madara Uchiha's mood is very complicated. He was hungry for battle, for power. After regaining his reincarnation eye, he was able to seal the outer Deo Golem in his body and become the outer Deo Golem human pillar force. How powerful will you be when the time comes? Uchiha Hakugen, a genius who has surpassed himself, how powerful will he have? Fight. A battle with Uchiha Hakugen. Maybe it's going to be more intense than the battle with the pillars. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar corpse in front of him, looking at the blood flowing on the ground, Nagato reminisced about his life. In the Second Shinobi War, 2 of Konoha's shinobi broke into their homes in order to loot food resources, and then brutally killed their parents. At that time, I was very scared, and unconsciously opened the Eye of Reincarnation and killed the 2 of them. Then I lived a wandering life. The days of wandering were very hard, and I was often hungry, often cold, and often fainted. He was afraid that he would faint and never wake up. Until he woke up one time, he saw Xiao Nan. Then they met Yahiko again, and the 3 of them, who were also war orphans, decided to live together, and then the 3 survived by stealing. Time passes, until one day, they met a day that changed their fate. As the 3 of them walked along the road, they were almost hit by a kunao tied to a detonating charm that fell from the sky, and they found that Hanzo, the leader of Yuin village, was not far away and was fighting 3 Konoha ninjas, who later became Konoha Sunin. At that time, the village of Yuin, which had become the main battlefield of the 3 major powers, was in constant turmoil. After going back, he and Yahiko and Konan decided to learn ninjutsu from the 3 Konoha ninjas who were at war with Hanzo before in order to get the strength to make themselves stronger and change this country that was constantly at war. So the 3 of them began to embark on a journey to find Konoha Sunin. After going through hardships and dangers, the 3 finally met Konoha Sunin. Later, he decided to stay and take care of the orphans after the war, as compensation for this war-torn country. After the end of the Second Ninja War, the village of Rain Hidden was still in a period of turmoil, and there were still some ninjas who harassed the villagers of Rain Ninja in order to rob food and property and even in revenge, and during this time, the 3 of them learned Shi Ninjutsu under the teaching of Jiraiya. 3 years later, Jiraiya saw that his 3 children could be independent, and left after entrusting himself with the responsibility of peace. When they grew up, the trio founded Akatsuki led by Yahiko, determined to create world peace without relying on extreme force, and many people later joined the organization, and Akatsuki grew and became famous. Until today. Hanzo deceived them by saying that he wanted to use their power to propose peace negotiations to the 3 major powers of fire, wind, and earth. Because the village of Rain Hidden was located at the junction of the 3 major powers, its strategic position was very important, and the Third Shinobi War was very fierce at that time, so Yahiko agreed to his request. But when they arrived at the meeting site, they found that it was a trap, and Hanzang was ambushing at the meeting site, trying to eradicate their Xiao organization. Hanzo threatened Nagato to kill Yahiko with the life of Konan, who asked Nagato to kill himself in order to save Konan. When he didn't know how to choose, Yahiko bumped into the kunao in his hand and fell in front of him. Yahiko! Nagato's body couldn't help but tremble, and he looked at Yahiko's eyes that had not yet closed, and the grief in his heart was difficult to describe in words. At this moment, Nagato seemed to understand something. It is impossible to change the world without relying on force. We want to achieve true peace. The world must be made to feel pain. Only everyone understands the pain of war. Only then can there be peace in this world. He has the Eye of Reincarnation and has the potential to become the second 6 realms immortal. If he has the potential to become a 6 Deo immortal, he will be able to make this world feel the pain, and he will be able to destroy all the wars in this world by force. Not far away, Hanzo looked down at Nagato condescendingly, and couldn't help but have some complicated thoughts in his heart. Peace? It's as innocent as the original self. You don't understand the nature of war at all. If you continue to grow, it will only bring disaster to the land of rain. So don't blame me. It's also for the sake of the land of rain that I will use this method to eradicate you, Hanzo said as he walked unhurriedly towards Nagato. The chain scythe in his hand dragged on the ground, drawing a straight line on the ground. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Yes, we're naive. So now I'm enlightened. Nagato raised his head, a pair of reincarnation eyes staring at Hanzo. The terrifying pupil power surged, and it also made Hanzo instinctively feel fear. His pupil shrank suddenly, and Hanzo no longer had any hesitation, and directly launched the fire escape explosion flame array. This is his own secret technique, which buries a large number of detonation charms in the ground in advance, and when the opponent steps on them, the caster will immediately control the detonation charm buried under the enemy's feet and attach it to the opponent's legs, thereby injuring the opponent. Since he had decided to eradicate the Akatsuki organization, he naturally buried a large number of detonation charms in this land. However, before the detonation charm was detonated, Nagato directly channeled out the outer path golem. It is a 10-tail shell that has been removed from the chakra, and has the appearance of a large humanoid with 9 eyes, the color and body of dead wood, and 10 pillars protruding from its back. As the pitch-black chakra receivers pierced Nagato's body, a large number of chakras also poured into the outer path golems. Roar. With a roar, the outer Deo golem opened its terrifying maws and spat out purple chakra dragons one after another. Boom 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 boom. The explosion didn't hurt Nagato in the slightest, and the purple chakra dragon was able to devour everything in the chakra. They flutter through the sky, as if instinctively attacking any life form with chakra. No matter what means the rain ninjas use, they dodge, defend, or even escape. None of them were able to resist Chakralong's pursuit. After being devoured by the chakra dragon, not only was the chakra all over his body squeezed dry, but the flesh and blood also turned into blood foam. Swordsmanship. When Hanzo slashed at chakra with the chain scythe in his hand, bell, the crisp sound of metal colliding made Hanzo's face change. How can it be so hard? Is this the power of the Eye of Reincarnation? It's so powerful. But between the lightning and flint, Hanzo made a decision. Gritting his teeth, he immediately used the water instantaneous technique to turn around and flee. This is a water escape technique that he is very good at. Not only can he turn his body into a puddle of water in a short time, but also can move in the water at high speed. This is the land of rain, it rains all year round, and there is water everywhere, which naturally allows him to escape quickly. Want to escape? Me. Nagato also wants to continue to hunt down Hanzo, but the outer golem is greedily devouring the chakra inside him. The pain was all over the body, and there were hundreds of bones in the limbs. Madara-sama, do you want to kill that girl named Konan next to Nagato? Heiju took the unconscious Nagato, and Xiao Nan, who had long fallen into a coma, back to the cave. Listening to Kuroju's inquiry, Madara Uchiha glanced at Konan, and a trace of contempt and disdain flashed in his eyes. No, you don't. Keep her, maybe there will be use value in the future. You can use her to threaten Nagato. Yes, Madara-sama. Hurry up, you should hurry up and prepare for eye replacement surgery. Although Madara Uchiha's tone was very flat, Kuroju heard a little suppressed excitement. His eyes flickered slightly, knowing that Madara Uchiha was eager to fight. Yes, Uchiha Hakugen. The sooner this threat is eradicated, the better. As for Orochimaru, without the bloodline of the 6 Deo immortals, he would not be able to possess the power of the 6 Deo level after all. Of course, this is also a variable. If there is an opportunity in the future, it must be eradicated. Soon eye replacement surgery begins. The process went very smoothly, and Madara Uchiha, who has reinserted the Eye of Reincarnation, seems to have regained his youth. It's still comfortable for my eyes. This familiar 990 power, but unfortunately this body has aged. There was a bit more complexity in the tone. Madara Uchiha sighed, then turned to look at the outer path golem. But the power of the outer Deo golem is enough to rejuvenate me. It's not long-lasting, but it's enough for me. After one last secret thought, Madara Uchiha immediately stretched out his hands and began to seal. 6 ways and 10 tails seals. This is a technique that can absorb the power of the 10 tails and become the 10 tails human pillar. The outer Deo golem is the shell of the 10 tails, and it can naturally be absorbed with this technique. And as the outer path golem twisted and shrunk, it poured into Madara Uchiha's body. Madara Uchiha, who was originally on his back, seemed to have regained his youth and his body became erect. Feeling the steady stream of outer golem chakra pouring into his body, Madara Uchiha's body seemed to regain some vitality. It's a long-lost power. With this power, I will also be able to kill Uchiha Hakugen. Thinking of this, a wisp of battle intent suddenly rose in Madara Uchiha's eyes. Then he took a step. Wuin village has surrendered. The armored forces of the Uchiha clan actually defeated the army of Fog Hidden from the front. Uchiha Hakugen easily defeated the two pillars of the Fog Hidden village. Ape Fei Ri/ looked at the information in his hand, and his expression was cloudy. He knew about Uchiha Hakugen, but he defeated two human pillars with one move, and also killed hundreds of mist ninjas. Such combat effectiveness is really unfathomable. He's only 10 years old. It has a combat power comparable to the god of ninjas, or even surpasses that of the god of ninjas. Such a genius. How powerful will the future be? Even the current self may not be able to defeat him. If that's the case, how can I subdue him? And he knew that Uchiha Hakugen would inevitably make the Uchiha clan stronger. But the Uchiha clan's armored forces are too strong. 200 people were able to defeat the Fog Hidden army from the front. Such strength, it's just too powerful. With the armored troops, even if he commanded the Konoha army to attack the Uchiha clan, it seemed that he might not be able to win. In this way, how should your plan proceed? Could it be that he would be able to control Bai Xian by waiting for the Great Snake Pill to upgrade the immortal body transformation technique again, and then cultivate a strong enough combat power by himself? But Orochimaru was able to increase Konoha's strength, and Uchiha Hakugen was also able to enhance the strength of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru is certainly a genius. But Uchiha Hakugen is also a genius among geniuses. If the strength of the Uchiha clan is stronger, the increased speed is faster than that of Konoha. Where should I go from here? Or rather, do you want to bet that Uchiha, BCFG, Bai Xian can't develop a technology to extend his life? And then he relied on the 500 years of life of the immortal body transformation technology to consume Uchiha Hakugen? It seems like a road too. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. I don't want to, let's take a step at a time. This chakra, it seems to be Madara Uchiha. What does he mean by that? Want to lure me in, and then eradicate me? It's so simple and crude. But I like it. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Bai Xian's figure disappeared in place. Not long after, Bai Xian saw the old Uchiha Madara, and Madara Uchiha also saw the young Uchiha Hakugen. It's so young and proud, in power, famous and powerful. It's really enviable. Madara Uchiha is really envious of Hakugen. Oh, the famous Madara Uchiha will also envy me as a junior. Bai Xian has a light and breezy attitude. It's just that his eyes have already set his eyes on Madara Uchiha's reincarnation. The eye of reincarnation, the eye that controls life and death. This is the most powerful eye of blood inheritance in this world. Why not envy? As long as you live, I envy you. But as long as you die, I naturally won't envy you. Madara Uchiha also seemed to be ready for battle. His tone became cold, and a terrifying murderous aura suddenly burst out, mixed with an astonishing momentum, like a killing god who crisscrossed the battlefield and a Shura who killed countless people. Then let's try it. Bai Xian was still indifferent. Good. Seeing that Bai Xian wanted to wait for himself to do it first, Madara Uchiha didn't want to waste any more time. After all, he has limited time. Merely this battle should be the last one he will have alive. So let's warm up first. Outer Path Golem Susaneng. The power of the Outer Path Golem, combined with the power of Susanoo, Titan of Terror, in an instant, it stands on this land. It was a figure more majestic than the mountains. It was the god of war who wore Tengu armor, carried wings, had 4 arms, and held 4 greatswords. As for the Outer Path Golem, it is completely covered by Susanengu, which not only supports Susanengu, but also provides Susanengu with a majestic and vast chakra, making Susanengu even bigger and more powerful. That's a nice force. It's just that my Susa can be better. Bai Xian commented calmly. Then the dazzling and blazing constant escape chakra suddenly burst out from Bai Xian's body. But in an instant, Bai Xian seemed to have turned into a sun. And soon, the sun condensed into a giant god. The alloy-like, crystal-like substance was constructed into an immensely large machine. The Outer Path Golem Susa is indeed powerful. However, Bai Xian's constant escape Susanengu Mecha is even more powerful. The former is 200 meters, the latter, however, is 300 meters. Just the size, the Hung Dun Susanengu Mecha crushes the Outer Path Golem Susanengu. In terms of appearance, the Hung Dun Susanengu Mecha is even more crushing the Outer Road Golem Susanengu. Although the Outer Deo Golem Susanengu is lifelike and substantial, it is still an existence constructed by chakra after all, and it is not an entity, and it looks very rough in detail. However, the constant escape Susanengu Mecha is the substance, and the material that constructs it is a crystal-like substance like an alloy. Every detail is exquisite, and the structure is incomparably precise, like the most perfect work of art. Of course, it's not just body shape and shape. The power of the constant escape Susaneng Mecha is also far superior to that of the Outer Deo Golem Susanengu. The power of Hung Dun is like the sun's 580. Just being able to release infinite light, endless heat, and invisible radiation sweep the 10 directions of heaven and earth. Countless bugs, as well as small animals, lives were lost at this moment. What a terrifying power. Madara Uchiha looked at the Hung-Dun Susanoo Mecha, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. It's even bigger than the outer Dao Golem Susanoo. What kind of power is this? Mere existence, capable of plundering the lives of living beings. It's so strong. It's stronger than the Buddha on the top of the pillars. Before they could fight, Madara Uchiha knew that Uchiha Hakugen Susanoo was even more powerful than his Susanoo. But Madara Uchiha is Madara Uchiha after all. How could he be afraid? Opposite. He was now completely excited. He is truly strong, he despises the weak, but he also does not like to bully the weak. He dared to swing his sword at the stronger, and only the battle with the strong could make his blood boil. He is eager to fight with the strong, to fight with blood. It's just that in this world, who can resist his power except for the pillars? Most of them are weak, most of them are rabble. Even if it is an army of ninjas, it is not worth mentioning in the Uchiha Madara's eyesight. Even if it is a majestic mountain, it can't withstand the power of his sword. It is precisely because only the pillar has the power beyond the shadow level and the power that can resist him that he is so obsessed with the pillar. And now, he could finally experience it again. A battle that can make his blood boil. He couldn't wait, without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest wait. His figure vanished in place, then raised the giant sword in the hand of the outer path Golem Susanoo. There are 4 handles in total. At the same time, he slashed towards the Hung-Dun Susanoo Mecha. At the same time as the slash, there was also an incomparably huge chakra sword chi flying out. Each sword can cut through a towering mountain. However, such an attack is for Bai Xian, and for the Hung-Dun Susanoo Mecha. Just the Flying Thunder Divine Magic-style defense system was enough to devour these 4 sword chi, as well as that terrifying kinetic energy. Then rebound. Boom 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 boom. Time it was like the earth shaking, as if the heavens were falling apart. The outer path Golem Susanoo flew out directly upside down and fell to the ground. The earth was crushed into a huge crater, creating dense cracks and clouds of dust and smoke on the earth. Ha 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 ha. Ha! A haughty laugh rang out, and Madara Uchiha couldn't help but laugh as he felt the terrifying power. He felt it, the heart is beating, the blood is surging. Uchiha Hakugen, it's a real powerhouse. Today he could finally enjoy himself. What a space technique. Uchiha Hakugen, I recognize you, you are a true powerhouse, and you are worthy of being my Uchiha Madara's powerhouse. Laughing to death. Who needs your approval? Of course I'm a true powerhouse, but you, Madara Uchiha, are you qualified for my approval? Bai Xian disdained and looked at Madara Uchiha with contempt. Although the tone was calm, it also made Madara Uchiha's expression stiffen. He hadn't heard anything like that in a long, long time, and this kind of look made him a little overwhelmed. In this world, there are still people who look at themselves with such eyes, but this kind of look, why is it so familiar? Such a look, it seems to be the eyes of the weak that he looks at. Ha 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 ha. Ha, if you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Uchiha Hakugen. You even think of me as a weakling. Interesting. It's so much fun. You don't even know what my eyes mean. Reincarnation eye. Celestial quake. Without any hesitation, without the slightest pause. Zero. There is even a bit of eagerness. Madara Uchiha seems to want to prove that he is a strong man. When the pupil power of the reincarnation eye is agitated. Above the sky, 3 meteorites suddenly appeared. Above the earth, countless humans, and even animals, were stunned, looking at the sky in shock and fear. Look! What is this? Oh my god! It turned out to be a meteorite. What to do? The meteorite is coming down. Run, run as far as you want. How fast to run, how fast? Humans versus animals, mortals versus ninjas. They fled in a hurry, speeding up in embarrassment. Madara Uchiha had a rampant and domineering expression. See, that's my power. This is the power of the Samsaric eye. Uchiha Hakugen. Look it. In the eye Bai Xian's posture is calm, and the clouds are light and the wind is light. Huh, what are you doing with such a loud voice? I saw it. Isn't it a meteorite? How can just 3 meteorites shake the eternal sun? Immortal Golden Uchakra mode. When the flame of the Golden Crow suddenly rose on Bai Xian's body, it rolled 4.7 cover, completely covering and shrouding the Hung-Dun Susanoo Mecha, condensing it into a gorgeous and exquisite armor. When the phantom of the Golden Crow appeared, it made the already extremely powerful Hung-Xian Susanoo Mecha even more powerful. Bai Xian controlled the Hung-Dun Susanoo Mecha and raised the giant sword in his hand. Snap! Bai Suan Liu's swordsmanship Golden Crow soars to the sky. The Golden Crow turned into sword chi and rose into the sky, as if a great sun had risen into the sky. No existence can stop the Golden Crow from soaring into the sky. But in an instant, countless people saw the second round of the sun in the sky. The power of terror to escape. Ignite 3 meteorites directly. I can look directly at your power. Can you look at my power directly? Can you look directly at the sun and the sky? Madara Uchiha. Bai Xian's questioning also made Madara Uchiha show an embarrassed expression. This time, he really understood. Uchiha Hakugen is even more powerful than him, and even if there is a reincarnation eye and an outer path golem, it is not necessarily Bai Xian's opponent. Not to mention wanting to kill Bai Xian, but he's not without whole cards. It's not that you can't give it a go. He also has the Earthburst Celestial Star. This is the technique used by the 6 Dao Immortals to create the moon. This technique can not only crush the weak, but also seal the strong. Even if you can't kill Uchiha Hakugen, you can seal him. I really can't look directly at the sun. But Uchiha Hakugen, you know what? The moon in the sky was created by the 6 Dao Immortals with the power of the reincarnation eye. And then, I will use the pupil technique of the 6 Immortals to create the 20th bright moon to seal you. Earthburst Star. When the pitch-black chakra sphere was born in Madara Uchiha's hands, Bai Xian also felt an extremely terrifying gravitational pull. Earthburst Celestial Stars. Of course Bai Xian knows this, but the 6 Dao Immortals can use this technique to create the moon. But in Madara Uchiha's hands, how could he possibly use this technique to create the moon? What's more, even if it's the moon, I can't seal the sun. Jokes. How can the moon seal the sun? Bai Xian raised his giant sword and swung it violently. This sword is still by Suan Li of swordsmanship Jin Wuxiang Tian. The golden crow turned into sword chi, and the sword chi was like the sun. A round of the great sun slammed into Madara Uchiha. Between the lightning and flint, it crashed into the tree of gravity. Boom! A roar resounded through the sky. This is a real resounding in the sky. A terrifying shock wave swept through the heavens and the earth, sweeping away an incomparably violent hurricane. The hurricane blew on the earth, and the earth was in shambles, pitted and like ruins. The hurricane blew across the sky and blew the clouds away, leaving the sky cloudless. Such a terrifying shockwave. He even blew Madara Uchiha to the ground. Looking at the Uchiha's embarrassed appearance, Bai Xian laughed. Originally, I was already so strong now. Even Madara Uchiha can be easily crushed. However, the power of the Eye of Reincarnation is indeed strong. Otherwise, Madara Uchiha wouldn't even have a chance to struggle in front of him. Thereupon and in the next moment, the figure of the constant escape Susaneng Gamecha suddenly disappeared in place. With 1 foot down, the outer path golem Susaneng suddenly shattered. Then the constant escape Susaneng Gamecha disappeared. Hakugen also appeared in front of Madara Uchiha. At this moment, Madara Uchiha looked embarrassed, covered in dust, and had a complicated expression on his aging face. You won, you did surpass me. Even if it is a pillar, it will not be your opponent. Kill me. It was as if he had resigned himself to his fate. However, Bai Xian smiled contemptuously. I'm not between the 1,000 hands pillar and the 1,000 hands pillar, and I don't know about Izanaga's existence. Kill you, won't you just run? Listening to Bai Xian's words, Madara Uchiha's face couldn't help but change suddenly. His expression was cloudy for a while, and he didn't know what he was thinking. However, in the next moment, Bai Xian's tone also changed. But don't worry, Madara Uchiha, I don't want to do anything to you right now. You have the Eye of Reincarnation, and I will have it too. Your Eye of the Moon plan, actually, I know it too. Hee, let everyone sink into the world of illusion, and let the world get illusory peace. What a boring plan. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. I know that the power of the Eye of Reincarnation can resurrect you in the future. So I also hope that you will be able to see the world I have created in the future. Goodbye. Madara Uchiha. A golden flame of eternal retreat suddenly appeared on Madara Uchiha's body. And he was reduced to ashes. Of course he didn't die. Ahem. The Eye of the Moon plan, Uchiha Hakugen actually knows. And he actually said it was a boring plan. Is it really arrogant? Do you want me to see the world he created in the future? Then I'll wait. I want to see what the world you've created will look like. Madara Uchiha's expression was extremely complicated. Heiju's expression is also indescribable. But in his heart, he was also slowly relieved. Since this Uchiha Hakugen looks down on the Eye of the Moon plan, he wasn't even going to kill Madara Uchiha. That meant that he didn't care about the Eye of the Moon project at all. Nor is he afraid of the power of the infinite moon reading. But it's also, infinite moon reading is the power of the reincarnation eye after all, and he, Uchiha Hakugen, will also have a pair of reincarnation eyes in the future, so why should he be afraid of the power of the infinite moon reading? It seems that the Uchiha stone tablet I modified not only deceived Uchiha Madara, but also Uchiha Hakugen. That's fine. They don't know at all that the infinite moon reading is not to let all humans enter the world of illusion at all, but to resurrect my mother, Itsuki Kagaya. Once my mother is resurrected, even if it's Uchiha Hakugen, it's not worth mentioning. Although Uchiha Hakugen is indeed the biggest variable in the Eye of the Moon project, 207, but it's because of his arrogance. The Eye of the Moon project, there is still a possibility of completion. Just as Kuro was rejoicing, Madara Uchiha had regained his composure. Black Jedi, exchange the reincarnation eye for Nagato. Keep up with our Eye of the Moon project. Yes, Madara-sama. When Nagato woke up and felt the strangeness of his body, many doubts arose in his heart. But looking at Xiao Nan, who was lying beside him and fell into a coma, he immediately showed an eager and concerned look. However, when he found out that Xiao Nan was just asleep, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's okay, just asleep. I've already lost Yahiko, and I can't lose Konan anymore. But in the end, I remember that I used the power of the Eye of Reincarnation to summon the Outer Path Golem, and then used the Outer Path Golem to kill many rain-hidden ninjas, but Hanzo ran away. The Outer Golem is very powerful, but it also devours a lot of my chakra. And my body. Why aren't there any injuries at all now? Who healed me? And who brought me here? However, just when he was in doubt, the figure of Heiju suddenly appeared. Of course I saved you. Black Absolute best. Nagato remembers the Black Absolute. At the beginning, Heiju approached him and Yahiko, wanting to cooperate with their Xiao organization. Yahiko thinks that Kuro is by no means a good person, so he refuses to cooperate with Kuro. But now Nagato thinks that good and bad are relative. Cooperation is cooperation, and what does good and bad matter? He has the Eye of Reincarnation anyway. As long as the other party has bad intentions, he can kill the other party. How simple. So as long as the Black is absolutely useful, he is useful. Why can't he work with the Black Jedi? Thank you for saving me. You're welcome, that's what I'm supposed to do. I believe that after this experience, Lord Nagato, you probably won't refuse to cooperate with me. Yes, I won't say no. Nagato gave Kuroji a deep look and replied calmly. Very well, then let me tell you about my plan for Nagato-sama. Black's plan is the Eye of the Moon project. The plan is very simple: collect the tailed beasts, synthesize the 10 tails, become the 10-tailed human pillar force, and release the infinite moon reading to the world. Although Nagato is not interested in infinite monthly reading, let everyone's dreams come true in the world of illusion? It's nothing but a false peace. There is not the slightest sense. What he wants to do is to make the world feel the pain and let human civilization grow, so that all wars can be ended and a permanent and true peace can be achieved. It's just that he doesn't agree with the Eye of the Moon project, but he felt that becoming a 10 tails pillar force was a good plan. This will inevitably make it stronger. After becoming the 10 tails pillar force, he possessed a power comparable to that of a god. When the time comes, whether to release the infinite monthly reading or not, isn't it up to him to have the final say? So wouldn't it be right to work with the Black Jedi? When the time comes, come directly to cross the river and tear down the bridge. It's just, why does this Black Absolute know so much? That's a very serious question. It's just that he has the Eye of Reincarnation, and he has no fear. There will be a chance in the future, and sooner or later he will be able to find out the details of the Black Absolute. When the time comes, he is the god of this world. The god who brings eternal peace to the world. Kuro looked at Nagato, and he could roughly guess what Nagato was thinking. Merely he is more confident. Nagato, it's just a pawn in his hand. What kind of wind and waves can you afford to turn? Meanwhile, Bai Xian also returned to Konoha. Bai Suanjun, I heard that you experienced a big battle 2 days ago, and even a meteorite appeared. I don't know who the enemy is. Orochimaru's eyes also revealed a bit of depth. However, Bai Xian smiled slightly. The predecessor of the Great Snake Pill should be able to guess it. As Bai Xian's words came into Orochimaru's ears, Orochimaru also narrowed his eyes after a slight pause. It's really Madara Uchiha. Not only did he not die, but he even started the Eye of Reincarnation after the Battle of the End Valley. It's just that if you count the time, even if he doesn't die, he's already very old. He's hiding in the shadows, and he's probably planning something. And Bai Suanjun, your appearance should have become a variable in his plan. That's why he appeared and wanted to eradicate you. It's just that he didn't expect that Bai Suanjun, your strength is stronger than him, so he failed. With Bai Suanjun's character, you shouldn't have killed him. Instead, they saw him as an experiment. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. I hope he can inspire and surprise you. Bai Suanjun, I guess it's right. Although Orochimaru was asking, he was using a declarative sentence. As for Bai Xian, he nodded slightly. Yes, Madara Uchiha would be a very interesting experiment. It's also destined to surprise me a lot. As he spoke, Bai Xian took out some things. This is Madara Uchiha's chakra, this is Madara Uchiha's blood, this is a special chakra, from the Outer Path Golem. As for what the Outer Golem is, you can understand it as the body of a tailed beast, which can devour 9 tailed beasts and then become 10-tailed. With Bai Xian's words, Orochimaru's pupils couldn't help shrinking. The Outer Golem, 10 tails. It seems that the world is really bigger than I imagined. It's interesting, it's so interesting. It seems that Madara Uchiha will indeed be a very interesting experiment. Yes, so Senior Orochimaru, you can take these experimental materials. I'm sure you'll be able to surprise us. Of course, by Suinjun, I won't let you down. After a brief exchange, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory with these experimental materials. Of course, Bai Xian also has an experimental material from Madara Uchiha here. It's just that Bai Xian doesn't plan to study these first, but plans to integrate Shui Dun into Hung Dun first, upgrade Hung Dun to Nuclear Dun, and master the power of the 6th level. When he mastered Ice Escape and Boiling Escape, Bai Xian was inspired. Water is water, but it can also be not ordinary water, but heavy water. Heavy water is mainly used as a moderator in nuclear reactors, which can reduce the rate of neutrons and make it suitable for the fission process to occur. Fusion reactions are the synthesis of light particles into heavy particles. The fission reaction is the splitting of heavy particles into light particles. The fusion reactant-fission reaction occurs at the same time, and it is able to upgrade the constant escape to a nuclear escape. And the nuclear escape is inevitably more powerful than the constant escape. It is likely that its energy coefficient is more than twice that of Hengdu. Even the chakra has a fusion reaction on the one hand, synthesizing heavy particles, and a fission reaction on the other, splitting the heavy particles, which can completely construct a nuclear cycle. In this way, the energy consumption will inevitably be greatly reduced, and its recovery speed will also be greatly enhanced. 1 plus 1 minus. The degree of increase in its power, Qi and Li's, must be incalculable. More importantly, after upgrading Hung Dun to Nuclear Dun, he will be able to upgrade his power system in an all-round way. The Hung Dun Immortal Body is upgraded to the Nuclear Dun Immortal Body. The Eternal Artificial Tailed Beast is upgraded to a Nuclear Artificial Tailed Beast. Hung Dun Susa Nengomecha is upgraded to a Nuclear Dun Susa Nengomecha. Then you can also permanently open more 8-gate Dunjia, thus becoming stronger. Let's start directly. I've already mastered the chakra fusion reaction, and it shouldn't be difficult to master the chakra fission reaction. And with my ability to control the chakra, it won't be difficult to control the chakra for fusion and fission reactions at the same time. I only need to control these two reactions, and I can bring them into a state of dynamic equilibrium and construct a chakra polycracking cycle reaction system. 3 days later, Bai Xian successfully completed the design of the chakra nuclear circulation system, and also showed a faint smile of anticipation. It's finally done. I only need to transform the chakra fusion circulation system in my body into the chakra nuclear circulation system, and I will be able to integrate the water escape into the constant escape, so as to master the 6th level of nuclear escape. Next, it's time for the transformation. After Bai Xian paused slightly, he closed his eyes. The current Bai Xian's ability to control the chakra has reached a very terrifying level, and he can dominate the chakra particles at will. It is also this chakra control ability that allows Bai Xian to easily use chakra to transform his body. With chakra transforming the human body system little by little, the expectation in Bai Xian's heart became stronger and stronger. Soon, 6 hours passed, and Bai Xian had also completed the transformation of the human body system. Looking at the chakra nuclear circulatory system in his body that had not yet been activated, Bai Xian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Then activation. With the addition of heavy water chakra to the chakra nuclear circulation system, the chakra fission reaction takes place. 450 plus the chakra fusion reaction that is going on all the time. Under the effect of the chakra nuclear circulatory system, the two blended, like the convergence of yin and yang, and soon entered a state of dynamic equilibrium. So the first nucleus chakra was born. Soon it was the second, the third, the fourth. But between breaths, Bai Xian successfully mastered the nuclear escape chakra. The nuclear chakra contains the chakra fusion reaction and the chakra fission reaction, which has a more terrifying mass and energy level, as well as more amazing radiation. Radiation strengthens one's body all the time, and even strengthens and optimizes it at the genetic level. This feeling made Bai Xian extremely intoxicated. He understood, I am getting stronger rapidly, all the time. It's such a wonderful feeling. With such a powerful chakra radiation, it may only take half a month for me to be able to be strengthened to the extreme by the radiation of the nuclear chakra, and then have the physical strength to permanently open the 6th gate of the 8 Dunjia gates. You know, the Jingmen can allow cultivators to enter a buffer state of half-open, J, opening, that is, maintaining the state of green energy emitted after opening the door, but the body does not change at all to reduce its own consumption load and damage. Mate Kai can use this move to vaporize a lake, so what kind of move can I create when I combine this move with my own knowledge? What's more, I should be able to upgrade the Hung Dun Immortal Body to the Nuclear Dun Immortal Body, and after I upgrade the Hung Dun Immortal Body to the Nuclear Dun Immortal Body, it is very likely that I can also permanently open the 7th gate of the 8 gates Dunjia. The door of shock is the last door before the death gate, and the body begins to emit blue vapor produced by the evaporation of sweat, and even the slightest touch of the body will cause severe pain when lifted, and a single punch can severely damage the enemy. However, when it is reopened after being lifted, the pain will disappear temporarily, and it will not affect the battle, and after it is opened, you can use the physical move Day Tiger. Combined with the power of the Nuclear Escape Chakra mode and the Nuclear Escape Artificial Tailed Beast, it is very likely that I will have a combat power that is infinitely close to the 6th level at that time. It's really exciting. In that case, let me create a Nuclear Man-Tailed Beast first. Because of the particularity of the Nuclear Escape, Bai Xian was unable to create the Nuclear Escape Artificial Tailed Beast by fusing the Hung Dun Artificial Tailed Beast with the Water Escape Artificial Tailed Beast. So Bai Xian directly gathered a sufficient amount of Nuclear Escape Chakra, and used the immortal method of Yin and Yang to escape inorganic reincarnation to create a Nuclear Escape Artificial Tailed Beast. When the Golden Winged Dragon appeared, Bai Xian couldn't help but show a look of surprise. It looks like Ying Long. In that case, the name of the Nuclear Escaped Artificial Tailed Beast is called the Nuclear Escape Ying Dragon. The golden body, the elegant and slender body, seems to be the noblest and most perfect existence in the world. Stretching out his palm, Bai Xian's palm touched the head of the nuclear dragon. The mind moved. The Nuclear Escape Ying Dragon suddenly poured into Bai Xian's body. Immortal law should be Dragon Chakra mode. The golden chakra condensed into a coat of energy, like a flame, also like a brilliance, like the sun, but more brilliant and dazzling than the sun. This is a power that is superior to the power of the sun. Ying Long's phantom entangled around Bai Xian's body, making Bai Xian look like a god, the supreme and noble god. More power, more powerful immortal law Ying Dragon Chakra mode. It's just that it's not perfect. I can also integrate the Ghost Lantern Clan's hydration secret technique into the immortal law Ying Dragon Chakra mode. In this way, the immortal law Ying Dragon Chakra mode will be able to have an additional elementalized function. And the Ghost Lantern Clan's hydration technique is just a foundation. The ninjas of the Ghost Lantern Clan have the art of hydration as the core, and have also created other secret techniques of water escape. For example, the water is a black hat. This water escape technique can cover the body liquefied by the hydration technique with a large amount of water, forming a huge water monster, and the water monster can block the enemy's attacks many times. If you make some optimizations, it can make the water monster a real water monster. So, when I use the Immortal Law Ying Dragon Chakra mode to enter the state of elementalization, I can integrate into the Nuclear Escape Ying Dragon, and make the Nuclear Escape Ying Dragon become a water monster. Originally, I always used artificial tailed beasts to increase my strength. What if I use my own power to amplify the strength of the artificial tailed beast? If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Or even use elementalization to integrate into the body of an artificial tailed beast. Do you want to use the man-tailed beast as a mecha and control it? It will feel good to be a dragon and transform into a dragon. Then let's start leveling up. Added the two functions of elementalization and transformation into Ying Long into the Immortal Core Escape Chakra mode. This is not a difficult thing for Bai Xian. Half a month later, Bai Xian successfully completed the process. And under the intensification of the Nuclear Escape Chakra radiation, his physique has also been strengthened to a certain limit, and he can permanently open the 6th gate of the 8 gates Dunjia. So Bai Xian also opened the Jingmen permanently by the way. Feeling the change in the meaning of his body, he thought about the newly perfected Immortal Law Ying Long Chakra mode Core Escape Incarnation, and the Immortal Law Ying Dragon Chakra mode Ying Long Incarnation. Bai Xian also couldn't wait to leave Konoha and was ready to test the detailed data of these two techniques. Not long after, seal with one hand, cast spell with one seal. Immortal Law Ying Dragon Chakra mode Nuclear Escape Incarnation. With the nuclear chakra all over his body, limbs and hundreds of remains, Bai Xian also successfully entered the state of elementalization of the nuclear chakra. What kind of state is this? It's an amazing state. Flesh and bones have been turned into nuclear chakras. Self that is not flesh and blood, does not need to breathe, does not need food, does not need air, does not need anything, only needs chakra to exist. This seems to be the reason why the Atsuki clan is able to survive in space. It turns out that chakra still has this property, and you only need to transform your body into chakra, and you can get rid of the many shortcomings of flesh and blood trapping and dependence. Now I'm able to survive in space. It's just that I can't maintain the elemental state all the time, unless I have infinite chakra, or the technology to convert matter into chakra. In this way, as long as there is matter in space, I can have infinite chakra, so as to maintain the state of elementalization forever. Infinite chakra. It's so hard to get there. Even if the nuclear chakra has been able to form a cycle of fusion reactions and fission reactions, allowing itself to have a steady stream of chakras, this is not infinite after all. As for the technology of converting matter into chakra, it seems to be more realistic. After all, he has the pupil technique that can convert chakra into matter, and he may be able to get some inspiration from it. When you can realize the arbitrary transformation of chakra and matter, you may be comparable to a large barrel of wood and can travel in the starry sky. Thinking of this, a trace of expectation also flashed in Bai Xian's eyes. After a slight pause, Bai Xian restrained his thoughts and began to perceive his body carefully. It's an amazing feeling. The body made of the nuclear chakra feels amazing. I can easily manipulate these chakras and change their structure to obtain a more powerful elemental body. In this state, I am not only immune to many damages, but also able to increase my strength. More importantly, this state, combined with the pupil technique of material generation and the immortal body transformation technology, can allow me to complete the immortal body transformation surgery in a very short time. It seems that it is only a moment of time to upgrade the Hung Dun immortal body to the nuclear Dun immortal body. As long as I have designed a transformation plan for the nuclear escape immortal body, I can manipulate the chakra, construct the physiological structure of the nuclear immortal body, and then use the pupil technique to transform it into flesh and blood. Opening his palm, a nuclear escape spiral pill suddenly condensed. The sun-like nuclear escape spiral pill looks inconspicuous, but Bai Xian knew it has the power to destroy Konoha with one blow. It's not even just capable of destroying Konoha with one blow, it can also make the land of Konoha contain an incomparably powerful nuclear chakra radiation. Although the nuclear chakra radiation can strengthen Bai Xian's body, but for other creatures, the nuclear chakra radiation is the most terrifying existence. It can be easily killed, even to the point of turning it into a monster. In fact, radiation is also a very powerful force, and it is also a powerful force that can change genes. If my research on genetics reaches a certain depth, or if I have mastered superb genetic engineering technology, I can even use nuclear chakra radiation to directly genetically engineer and edit other living organisms, thereby changing the essence of a living organism. It is not impossible to turn a cow into a rabbit, a tiger into a snake, or even a mythical existence. After all, the nuclear chakra radiation is controllable. Genes. After muttering in a low voice, Bai Xian also recorded the detailed data of the immortal Law Ying Dragon Chakra Mode nuclear escape incarnation state. Next it is to test the detailed data of the immortal Law Ying Long Chakra Mode Ying Long incarnation state. This is the immortal art of transforming into a dragon. As Bai Xian's mind moved, the nuclear escape spiral pill in his hand disappeared instantly. Then seal with one hand, and cast a spell with one seal. Silently, Bai Xian turned into a nuclear dragon. Dragon, big or small. I'm only 10 centimeters long now, but as long as my heart moves, I can transform into a 300-meter-long nuclear dragon. Looking at the sky, Bai Xian did not activate the Flying Thunder God technique, but flew directly into the sky. 0 for flowers. 0 Yinglong is a winged dragon, and its speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. It was like a golden light streaked across the sky. Such a speed, read the violent novel, go to the Phelan Novel Network. It's almost 20 times the speed of sound. Flying in the sky and swimming in the sea of clouds, Bai Xian's heart moved, and the dragon's body quickly became larger, turning into a 300-meter-long nuclear dragon. The dragon's mouth opened, and the nuclear escape cannonball similar to the beast jade suddenly condensed. Facing the sky, it was launched suddenly. Boom! The nuclear escape-tailed beast jade easily tore through the atmosphere and hit a meteorite floating in space. Sound cannot be transmitted in space, so Bai Xian could only see the meteorite shattering. Very good, very powerful. It seems that I will soon be able to have the power to destroy the moon. After smiling with satisfaction, Bai Xian's figure also disappeared in place. Next, what Bai Xian wanted to do was naturally to upgrade the Hung Dun immortal body to the nuclear Dun immortal body. And this, naturally, Bai Xian couldn't help it. In less than a week, Bai Xian had completed the upgrade of the Hung Dun immortal body. And using the immortal Law Yinglong Chakra Mode element incarnation, he completed the transformation of the nuclear escape immortal body in 5 seconds. Feeling the power of the nuclear Dun immortal body, Bai Xian silently opened the 7th gate of the 8 doors Dun armor. The shock gate is the last door before the death gate, and the body begins to emit blue vapor generated by the evaporation of sweat, and even if the body is slightly touched, it will be painful and unbearable, but when it is lifted and opened again, the pain will temporarily disappear and will not affect the battle. Clenching his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, Bai Xian felt that he could kill a super shadow-level powerhouse with one punch. Soon, I'll be able to permanently open the 8 gates Dunjia array soon. I don't know how powerful I will have after permanently opening the 8 gates Dunjia array. Also, the upgrade of Susanengu's mecha technology can also be based on the idea of upgrading the immortal transformation technology. In this way, I will be able to quickly upgrade the Hung Su Zonenga mecha to the nuclear Dun Susanenga mecha. After completing the upgrade of the nuclear escape Susanova mecha, I should think about how to integrate the Yin escape and the Earth escape into the nuclear escape. Yin Dun is the spirit, which can make the nuclear escape have the power to carry my spirit. In this way, as I thought before, the light of nuclear escape will have spiritual powers, and can be used as a medium for illusion. When I create a nuclear sun hanging above the sky, I can simulate the infinite moon reading, and let humans all over the world enter the world of illusion. So I can implement virtual reality. Needless to say, the importance of virtual reality technology spans many fields such as entertainment, education, healthcare, military, design, aviation, and industry. Once virtual reality technology is realized, human civilization will inevitably be able to develop by leaps and bounds. So what kind of changes will be made to integrate the Earth escape into the nuclear escape? To done is not only the power of Earth and stone, but also gravity, but also gravitational force. When the Earth escape is integrated into the nuclear escape, it will inevitably be able to make the nuclear escape earth-shaking changes. You know, after merging Yin Dun and Earth Dun into the nuclear escape, Bai Xian completely mastered the power of the immortal blood relay snar, which was the power of the 8th level. And the power of the 8th level will definitely not be a nuclear escape. Electromagnetic force, gravitational force, strong interaction force, weak interaction force. If I achieve the fusion and unification of chakra's basic attributes, does it also mean that I have completed the fusion and unification of the fundamental forces of the universe? Then I will complete the theory of the great unification of the universe, so as to master a concept like power. This power can chakra lose attributes, or the concept of blood inheritance, it will become a divine power. A divine power that can realize all the phenomena of the universe as long as the chakra is enough. So this kind of escape may be called a divine retreat. Thinking of this, Bai Xian also began to think about it. Now he has mastered the power of the 6th level. To be honest, the power of the 8th rank is not far away for him. Maybe you won't be able to take full control of it yourself before next year. So how can you harness this power? After thinking about it, Bai Xian actually felt that his power system was very clear. The first is the body, the eternal 8-gate Dunjia combined with the divine Dun immortal body transformation technology. And then there's the spirit, the chakra virtual reality technology. There is also the chakra, the artificial tailed beast technology. And the very important divine retreat Susanova Mecha technology. And when you master the divine escape, the eye of reincarnation must have awakened. After accomplishing the above goals, I will also have an all-round 6th-level power. So how do I continue to grow stronger after all of the above goals are accomplished? Perfect the big barrel wood bloodline in the body. Obtain the reincarnation eye and try to fuse the reincarnation eye with the reincarnation eye into the reincarnation eye. And the 10-tailed sacred tree, and in-depth research into genetics and mechanics. After all this is done, I can safely promote the development of human civilization, so as to launch an interstellar war against the Utsuma clan. Meanwhile Orochimaru has also completed the detection and research of the Uchiha Madara chakra, the outer path golem chakra, and the Uchiha Madara gene. This group of genes should represent the gene fragments of the reincarnation eye. I may be able to extract it and make it into a genetic potion to help Bai Suanjun awaken the eye of reincarnation. When Bai Suanjun awakens the eye of reincarnation, I will be able to collect the detailed data of the eye of reincarnation, and then I can also try to transplant a pair of writing eye eyes and then evolve it into an eye of reincarnation. This is the eye of reincarnation, the eyes of the legendary 6 immortals, the eyes that control the power of life and death. As for Madara Uchiha's chakra, well, it can be one of the raw materials for the reincarnation eye gene medicine. Finally, the chakra of the outer Deo golem really surprised me. It turns out that the 9-tailed beasts have a source, 10-tailed? It's really a powerful and terrifying existence. This kind of existence, if I can transform it and seal it into my own body, how powerful will I have? Collect the taileds. Take your time. As for now, I'll make a reincarnation eye gene potion for Bai Suanjun first. I don't know if Bai Suanjun will be surprised when he sees the reincarnation eye gene potion. Hey, Wood Rock battlefield. Sarutobi Hisashi calmly looked at Oniki flying in the sky. The fog-hidden village had already surrendered, so he couldn't continue to hide his strength. The third ninja war should be over. Oniki, let me end this war today. Zero, you treacherous and shameless man. It's time to go to hell too. Listening to Sarutobi's words, Oniki also laughed. Ha! If you could do it, you would have done it a long time ago. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Still talking nonsense here, and you're saying I'm shameless. The entire ninja world says that I don't know the hypocrisy and insidiousness of your ape-flying son. Are you embarrassed to say I'm shameless? After all, the ninja world is respected by strength, and without strength, everything you say is wrong. You are a righteous Ling Ran, it makes people sick to look at. What a hypocrisy. Oniki's face was full of disdain and contempt. However, Ape-Face Sun Slash shook his head slightly. Oh no G, Onoki. You're so arrogant. But what you said is not wrong, the ninja world is indeed respected for strength. It's just that you don't know, my strength is much stronger than yours. Today, I'm going to let you see what the strongest Hokage is. As soon as the 4 words of the strongest Hokage came out, Oniki almost wanted to laugh. Who in the entire ninja world doesn't know the power of the first Hokage and the second Hokage? As for the 3 generations of Hokage, although the strength is good, it is just good. Also the strongest Hokage. 3 generations of Hokage. No 0.13 generations of Hokage may not be able to defeat the first Hokage. How dare you say you're the strongest Hokage? It's enough to deceive the child, and deceive yourself. Ape Flying Sun Slash, you seriously say that you are the strongest Hokage? It's so hilarious. It's just that before Oniki could open his mouth to taunt, his expression couldn't help but stiffen, because the Ape Flying Sun Slash has completed the seal. Immortal Law 5 Escape Chakra Mode. When the chakra of the 5 attributes was covered layer after layer on the body of the Ape Flying Sun, when the glass-colored energy cloak radiates a dazzling brilliance, when the ape flies and slashes his feet in the air, like a god, when that terrifying momentum covers a radius of kilometers, Oniki was stunned. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he watched with great shock and horror as he watched the ape fly to the sun. Oniki is not stupid, and even once appreciated the power of Madara Uchiha. It was precisely because of this that he could clearly feel how powerful the Ape Flying Sun Slash was at this time. Terrifyingly powerful. The chakra of the 5 attributes was utilized to the extreme, and this should be the fairy mode. The combination of these two forces is truly astonishing. It's even tougher than Madara Uchiha back then, even if the Ape Flying Sun Slash hasn't made a move. But Oniki already knew that he would never be an opponent of Sarutobi. Seeing the shock and horror in Oniki's eyes, Sarutobi also laughed. Now you know you're scared. It's getting late. If you want to see my power, then let you see it. Oniki, it's time for you to go to hell. Hands stretched out, and suddenly sealed. This technique is the technique of the immortal method, 5 escapes, and 5 consecutive bullets. When the power of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth is perfectly combined, the glass-colored energy ball is also condensed by 20. Silently, the chakra shell burst out, rapidly expanding and growing in size in the process. Oniki wanted to dodge, but the speed of this move was too fast. And where can he hide? Behind him are the ninjas of the hidden village. So he could only stretch out his hands and make the seal. The art of dust escape limit stripping. This move is an upgraded version of the dust stripping technique, which not only increases its range and power, but also has a persistent effect, and any object that comes close to the boundless stripping technique will turn into an atomic state. Accompanied by a translucent cube enchantment, Onoji's hands were formed. I saw that Oniki pushed his hands forward, and the cube enchantment turned into by the dust escape limit stripping technique quickly became larger, as if it had turned into a shield and placed in front of Onoki. But although the technique of dust escape limit stripping is powerful, but the immortal method of ape flying and slashing, the technique of 5 escapes and 5 consecutive bullets is even more powerful. The glass-colored energy ball devoured the dust escape limit stripping technique as if it were devouring air, and then devoured Onoji as well. Then he continued to gallop, but in an instant, he fell into the Iwakuan army. Run! Come on, Tsuchikage-sama is dead. It's scary. Is this a power that ninjas can master? Is this the strongest Hokage? It's a demon. I can't stop the dust of Tsuchikage-sama. I don't want to die. Loud sound, without any meaning. Hundreds of Iwakushi ninjas died in this instant. The remaining Iwakushi ninjas also scattered. With just one move, the Ape Flying Sun Slash crushed the Iwakuan army. He was very proud. But it's not so proud, because he knows. This time he exposed his strength. Uchiha Hakugen, who wants to deal with Uchiha Hakugen in the future. It's not that simple. But he couldn't help it. Wuyin Village has already surrendered, and he can't continue to drag it on. Konoha ninjas. Watching the ape flying in the sun and showing his might, many ninjas showed stunned expressions. Just as Oniki didn't know that Ape Flying Sun Slash had such a powerful power, they didn't know either. And as Konoha ninjas, they naturally also know about the Ape Flying Sun Slash. I don't have much ability, but I like to brag about myself. He even referred to himself as the strongest Hokage in his textbooks. Hypocrisy at its core. Shameless yet. But who would have thought that the Ape Flying Sun Slash was hidden so deeply? Maybe is he really the strongest Hokage? Anyway, though, the Hokage is strong, and it's a good thing for them Konoha ninja as well. As for the other civilian ninjas, they had already shown fanatical and adoring expressions. Long live Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama is too powerful. I actually killed Tsuchikage in one move in an instant, and even killed so many Iwakushi ninjas. This kind of power is simply comparable to the power of the gods. The 3 generations of Hokage are really the strongest Hokage. When these sounds came into the ears of Ape Fei Ichop, it also made Ape Fei Ichop's mood a little better. As a Hokage, it is natural to be respected, worshipped, trusted, and even followed by others. If you can't do it, so what kind of Hokage is that? If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. The whole army is in pursuit. Let's end this war before the sun goes down. Yes, Hokage-sama. No one can resist the Ape Flying Sun Slash, and no one can resist the Konoha army. Union Village has been defeated. Jiraiya, hand over the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow to me to deal with. I'll beat him. As Kimo Shuumao's voice came into Jiraiya's ears, Jiraiya paused slightly, and nodded seriously. Then I'll leave it to you, Shuumao. Hakiki Shuumao nodded, his palm pressed the hilt of the white fang short blade, and his eyes suddenly became deep. The power that Hakugen gave Kakashi, he had completely absorbed. Even Kakashi's own Kakashi Ryu's swordsmanship, he had already learned. Even he incorporated it all into the white fang flow swordsmanship. Originally, he was the top powerhouse in the ninja world. And now, he didn't even know how strong he was now. I don't know, can he kill 3 generations of Thunder Shadow with one sword? Not long after, the war began. Kimo Shuumao also stopped the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. When he saw the 350 of Hakiki Shuoshige, the expressions of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow couldn't help but froze. Of course he knew Seikushige. After all, this is the famous Konoha White Fang. Thunder Escape Chakra Mode. Open. Don't dare to be careless, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow directly opened the Thunder Escape Chakra Mode. With the wisps of blue electricity floating on the body of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, the hearts of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow also had a little more confidence. Konoha White Fang, you. It's just that Sakumo Hakiki doesn't want to say anything at all. After seeing the flaws on the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, his eyes suddenly changed, becoming extremely calm, and extremely cold, but there was no trace of killing intent. Draw your sword, swing your sword. The extreme chakra compressed on the short blade of the white fang. The moment the blade fell, it turned into a dazzling white light. This white light seems to shine brighter than the sun, but it's extremely sharp, Most importantly, this knife. It's just too fast. It's almost so early that the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow hasn't reacted yet, and his neck was cut off. The head flew into the sky, then landed. After this scene was seen by the Cloud Hidden Ninjas, the faces of countless Cloud Hidden Ninjas showed shocked, unbelievable, and unacceptable expressions.